Chapter 1. The Wild World. Zhang Shi was jolted awake by a cacophony of beastly roars. As he opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of a drafty thatched hut. Feeling the hard wooden planks beneath him, he suddenly shook off the remnants of his hangover. Damn, I really overdid it last night. Where on earth am I? Rubbing his slightly heavy forehead, Zhang Shi climbed off the wooden boards, only to discover he was in a makeshift shelter constructed from straw. A wooden plank lay on the muddy ground, surrounded by a scattering of dry grass barely enough to be considered a bed. The simplicity was astonishing, and every now and then a cool breeze wafted in through the gaps, causing him to sneeze. Did I end up in someone's watermelon field? As Zhang Shi gazed outside the hut, he was greeted by an expanse of wilderness, the daylight already brightening the landscape. Instinctively, he reached for his phone to check the time, only to find his pockets empty, though a technologically advanced wristwatch adorned his wrist. Huh? A grin spread across Zhang Shi's face, piquing his curiosity as he activated the interface. However, he was startled by the sudden appearance of a translucent panel. Whoa, is this a holographic projection? Amazed by the technological prowess of the wristwatch, his eyes scanned the floating system panel. The panel was divided into 5 modules at the top, namely, Local Chat Channel, World Channel, Trade, Build, Backpack. In the center was a red button pulsating with light, emblazoned with the word Start Game. Zhang Shi noticed a bold countdown timer beneath the button, displaying 20 minutes and 54 seconds. Glancing at the time in the lower right corner 7:40 AM, she wondered what would transpire when the countdown reached 0. As long as it wasn't a bomb, he could accept it. With a mindset of experimentation, Zhang Shi clicked the red button. The system interface displayed several lines of text. Welcome to the wild world. Here, there are no distinctions of wealth or status. Everything you possessed in your original world has been reshuffled. Whether it be wealth, fame, power, afflictions, or any other material possessions, they all vanish upon your entry into the wild world. Your sole purpose in the wild world is survival. In this realm, only a shelter can safeguard your safety, shielding you from the elements and protecting you from the beasts that lurk in the shadows after nightfall. Survivor, bravely explore this unfamiliar world, gather resources, and upgrade your shelter to endure in this perilous environment. Though fraught with danger, the risk diminishes significantly each day after sunrise, making it an opportune time for survivors to venture forth. Daytime is fixed at 8 hours, and the system will notify you of the time for day and night. As night descends, the beasts lurking in the dark will emerge to hunt. Remain safely within your shelter otherwise. The famished beasts will tear you to shreds. Do not let the notion of this being a game embolden you. There are no revival tokens here. Your life is singular, so do not harbor any illusions. In the wild world, there exist numerous extraordinary items, ranked as follows: common white, advanced blue, refined green, rare, purple artifact, pink, legendary, orange, epic, gold, mythic, multicolored. Note: certain special items are excluded from this classification. Strive to explore diligently. If fortune smiles upon you, you may very well thrive here beyond your previous existence. The initial shelter offers little defense against beasts and natural disasters, so prioritize resource collection to upgrade your dwelling. The first 7 days serve as a novice period, during which some functions remain locked. In this period, the climate surrounding your shelter is mild, making it difficult for beasts to detect your location. Take advantage of this precious time to develop and prepare for the disasters that will follow the novice phase. Zhang Shi exhaled deeply, processing the influx of information. He then turned his attention to the chat channel. The world chat channel was temporarily locked, so Zhang Shi opened the local chat channel. The messages refreshed rapidly, yet he could barely discern the content. Zhu Dachong, what on earth is this place? I just came out of spa and suddenly found myself here. Shen Guanjing, where is this? I'm a big celebrity. Can someone help me get back? They'll transfer $300 via WeChat. I salute you. Lu Wanwan, wah, it's so scary outside with all the wailing. Is there an older brother who can take me home? Good along, everyone. Since we are here, let's make the best of it. Check your backpacks. There's a novice gift pack inside that will provide some supplies. Duan Bai, wow, there really are beginner supplies. You're so kind. Brother Go, I like you so much. Zhu Dachong. I'm shocked I thought it was a girl. Turns out it's a guy gross. Zhang Shi noticed that all the participants had verified identities. Clicking on Gu Dalong's profile revealed a handsome young man of similar age, exuding a vibe of a trustworthy older brother. Zhang Shi opened his backpack, and as Gu Dalong had stated, there was indeed a novice gift pack. Without hesitation, he opened it. The system announced, "Congratulations. You have received a broken stone axe white X1. Can be used for chopping wood, and in emergencies, it can serve as a weapon, though it's rather ineffective. If I had other options, I would surely discard it. Durability, 20. A worn stone pickaxe, white X1. Can be used for mining, and in emergencies, it can serve as a weapon, though it's subpar. If I had other options, I might consider dismantling it. Durability, 20. Purified water, 500 milliliters, white X1. Ordinary bottled water with no special effects, yet you can't do without it. Once consumed, the bottle can be reused. Bread 500 g, white X1. Ordinary packaged bread with no special effects regardless of taste, it can fill you up in critical moments. Is this meant to make me a labor? Zhang Shi repeatedly pulled the items from his backpack back and forth, realizing that this backpack functioned like a personal space, free from weight limitations, though the inventory was quite limited, holding only 10 slots. Curious, Zhang Shi clicked on the trading interface, only to find it entirely blank, no items to trade. It made sense, as everyone had just arrived in this wild world, and there was nothing of value to exchange. Returning to the local chat channel, Zhang Shi noticed a prompt at the top. Xia 1211 Zone 100 001 0000. He quickly comprehended that this world categorizes survivors into various zones, with the numbers reflecting the population of his current area. Scanning the local chat channel, he found messages predominantly about searching for relatives or seeking companionship, occasionally interspersed with arguments. Observing the message limit of 1,010 characters in the input bar, he contemplated saying something but found himself at a loss for words. Since his parents' passing, he had lost nearly all contact with relatives, leading a life that revolved solely between work and home, with few friends. Why dwell on such thoughts? Without attachments, I have fewer worries. Shaking his head to clear his mind, Zhang Shi prepared to carve out a new path in this world. Glimpsing the countdown on the system interface, it displayed 5 minutes and 32 seconds. In just a short while, dawn would break. Just as Gu Dalong had said, since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. Zhang Shi felt it would be more prudent to take action rather than wallow in despair. However, action required planning. Zhang Shi was resolute in adhering to the system's reminders. He would not step outside his shelter until dawn had fully arrived. The roars of beasts outside gradually subsided. With just 5 minutes until daybreak, Zhang Shi scrutinized the humble shelter, contemplating how to enhance its defenses. Suddenly recalling the system's building function, he clicked on it, discovering an option to upgrade the shelter at the top. Upon further investigation, he found thatched hut, the most basic form of shelter, offering virtually no defensive capabilities. If it weren't for a lack of alternatives, I would never spend the night here. Next stage, wooden house locked. A primary shelter that can shield you from rain and wind, yet remains flimsy against natural disasters and beasts. Upgrade requirements. Wood 0-100, stone 0-30. Zhang Shi examined the upgrade requirements, gaining clarity on the game's primary mechanics and solidifying his survival strategy moving forward. The primary objective remains to procure sustenance and water should time permit. One must gather materials to enhance the shelter. Alas, it seems that even in a foreign realm, one must toil like a beast of burden. Zhang Shi retreated back to the construction interface, discovering that at his current stage, he could only synthesize rudimentary tools. Aside from the stone axe and stone pickaxe provided in the novice gift pack, only a few wooden items were illuminated. Crucially, some constructs required iron, rendering Zhang Shi a mere spectator. The subsequent items lay shrouded in a state of lock, invisible to his gaze. Noticing that the time was ripe, Zhang Shi exited the system panel, brandished his stone axe, and strode purposefully out of the shelter. Just as his foot crossed the threshold, a melodious chime echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have bound the formidable, invincible, and utterly absurd one-hit 999 cheating sign-in system. Zhang Shi was taken aback, opening the system panel to find a hand with a raised middle finger, its tip shimmering with golden brilliance. He clicked on the golden finger, and the screen was adorned with an array of vibrant, dazzling equipment, reminiscent of a data-explosive online game. A sign-in window materialized, and without hesitation, Zhang Shi clicked to sign in. "Thank you." Startled by an unexpected exclamation, Zhang Shi glanced at his backpack, nearly blinded by a cascade of multicolored light. System notification. "Congratulations, you have signed in and received Old Duan Multicolored X1. A mythical blade capable of severing water and cutting through all, an extraordinary weapon of unparalleled sharpness. Its might fluctuates with the strength of its wielder." As the brilliance faded, Zhang Shi discerned the object before him. Expecting a magnificent divine weapon, he was instead met with a pitch-black, battered kitchen knife. He grasped the knife in his hand, but felt no extraordinary power or the presence of a mysterious elder conversing with him. "Don't expect me to wield this kitchen knife against wild beasts." Somewhat disheartened, Zhang Shi tossed the knife into his backpack and turned his gaze to the other items within. Bicycle White X1. The most basic mode of transportation, with a fuel consumption of 1 loaf of bread per 100 kilometers, although its quality is low, it is exceedingly practical. Windproof Lighter Blue X1. A high-quality lighter that provides invaluable fire for survivalists, functioning optimally even in extreme conditions. Truly, my Prometheus. Wilderness World VIP Membership Card 7 Days X1. Upon use, the character's nickname will be highlighted in chat and will have no speaking limit. Resource consumption for construction and upgrades will be reduced by 10 daily. There is one opportunity to double resources obtained from chests. You read that correctly, since this is a survival game. There must be premium items. Small Animal Trap Blue X1. A stationary trap that possesses a certain allure for small creatures, capable of automatically capturing animals up to a high grade without the need for bait. With this device, one need not worry about procuring meat in the wilderness. Perhaps, should one capture a fox, it might even lead to a fateful encounter with a benevolent fox spirit. Glancing at the materials acquired from the sign-in, Zhang Shi noted several useful items, and his irritation began to dissipate. Observing the near-full capacity of his backpack, he promptly utilized the membership card, feeling an overwhelming aura of authority wash over him, causing him to stand straighter unconsciously. As the clock struck 8, daylight flooded the surroundings. Zhang Shi casually placed the small animal trap near the shelter and retrieved the bicycle, selecting a direction at random and pedaling vigorously. According to the trap's description, its success rate should be quite high. Food is not a pressing concern for now. This morning's task is simply to locate a water source. As Zhang Shi traversed the winding path through the woods, he soon found himself panting for breath. Fortunately, the weather was neither too cold nor too warm, and a gentle breeze wafted through the trees, offering a modicum of comfort. Alas, the years of neglecting physical exertion had taken their toll. After but a short spell, he felt utterly drained. Seeking respite, Zhang Shi leaned against the shade of a grand tree. Perhaps it was the copious amounts of alcohol he had consumed prior to his arrival that now left him parched. Without a second thought, he took a generous swig from his bottle of purified water. Glancing down at the dwindling contents, anxiety began to creep in. With his aimless wandering akin to that of a headless fly, he realized that if he did not locate a water source soon, this precious bottle would soon be emptied. In a moment of inspiration, Zhang Shi activated the regional chat channel, composed a message, and hit send. Zhang Shi, VIP, does anyone knowledgeable have any tips on locating a water source? To his surprise, as soon as his message was dispatched, both his name and message transformed into striking red text, and the system pinned it to the top of the chat. Chung Xiaobai. Who is this person? Why is their text in red? How flashy. Chin Duo. Did you not notice the VIP tag after their name? They must be some sort of premium member. Zhu Dachong. Premium member? I've achieved platinum status at the Tianshang Runjin bathhouse, and here in this wilderness, I am as common as dirt. Wu Yu. Perhaps they acquired it from treasure chest. I recently stumbled upon a common treasure chest, and, upon opening it, I procured some basic supplies. Xiaobai, Zhu Dachong. I must inquire, how is it that I consistently encounter you in the chat channel? Are you not out searching for resources amidst your vigorous surfing? Zhu Dachong. Upon stepping outside, I immediately discovered a premium treasure chest, brimming with food and drink, sufficient to sustain me for 2 days of leisure without labor. Duanbai. I humbly request your patronage, Sob Sob. Zhang Shi found himself captivated by the treasure chest and intended to delve deeper into the information regarding it. However, as the topic in the chat channel meandered, he sensed the conversation drifting away from the matter at hand. Just as he prepared to close the system panel, he noticed a private message directed at him, and upon opening it, he recognized the ID as somewhat familiar. Good Along. Hello, are you there? Chapter 3. To Attain Wealth. One must first fell trees. Zhang Shi held a favorable impression of Good Along when everyone was initially transported to the wilderness world. He had previously made a remark to remind everyone about the beginner's gift pack, appearing to be quite the helpful individual. Yet, instead of addressing the queries in the chat channel, he opted for a private conversation, which aroused Zhang Shi's suspicion. Zhang Shi, VIP, I am here. What is the matter? Good Along. I possess some knowledge regarding wilderness survival and can share methods for locating water sources. But I would like to inquire about the origin of your VIP status and the specific privileges it entails. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Shi resolved to endure his thirst rather than divulge the existence of his heaven-defying advantage. In this desolate world, he reasoned, honesty held little value. Thus, he fabricated a tale. Zhang Shi, VIP, I acquired this membership card from a treasure chest. It doesn't grant any special privileges, save for the ability to pin my messages. His interlocutor remained silent for a prolonged period, evidently unconvinced by his assertion, just as Zhang Shi had resigned himself to the failure of his ruse. Good Along sent another message. Good Along. Observing animal tracks can guide you to sources of water. Pay particular attention to birds when they are heading towards water. Their flight is low and direct. Similarly, insects like bees typically forage near water sources. Zhang Shi felt a wave of exasperation. While the knowledge imparted by the other party was undoubtedly valuable, searching for these animal signs in the wilderness presented its own set of challenges. Seemingly aware of Zhang Shi's predicament, Good Along dispatched a lengthy message. Good Along. Alternatively, you can search near your shelter. If you find berries, palm trees, or bamboo, you can gather them, as these plants are rich in or store water. Finally, you can fashion some containers and venture out at dawn and dusk to collect dew. Although the quantity is small, it is easily obtainable. If these methods prove ineffective, one might wait for the trading market to stabilize, exchanging resources for water. However, in the early stages of a game, few individuals will manage to locate water sources, likely leading to inflated prices. Zhang Shi meticulously perused the information sent by Good Along, gaining a general direction for addressing the water source dilemma. The morning unfolded as planned, with exploration and the search for water continuing. Should all else fail, he would resort to trading resources for water, enduring the present day, while tomorrow might present an opportunity to collect dew. After responding to Good Along with gratitude, Zhang Shi rose, slowly cycling along the forest path, encircling the shelter. After wandering for quite some time, he remained empty-handed, for someone accustomed to urban life. The challenge of resource hunting in the wild was indeed formidable. Glancing at the system, he noted it was nearly 11 o'clock. Observing the lack of progress in his quest for water, he decided to temporarily set it aside, stowing away his bicycle and retrieving a stone axe. Intending to chop some trees to gather wood, with all his might, Zhang Shi struck at a tree of considerable girth. A dull thud resonated as the stone axe broke through the bark, leaving a faint mark on the trunk. Undeterred, he swung the axe at the same spot 3 more times, but the axe was too blunt, merely carving a small notch into the stout tree. This axe is exceedingly dull, he mused, feeling the tool in his hand while calculating the effort required to fell a tree. With this stone axe, it might take the better part of a day to accomplish the task. Having rested briefly on the ground, Zhang Shi silently admonished himself to remain patient and composed. After approximately 5 minutes, he regained his composure, retrieved the stone axe, and selected a thinner tree to resume his diligent labor. With each heave, Zhang Shi toiled arduously for over half an hour, his hands becoming chafed and inflamed. At long last, he felled the sapling. Exhausted, he noted the system's notification. Acquired wood, white, X3, a fundamental resource with myriad applications, indispensable for progress. Wiping the perspiration from his brow, Zhang Shi contemplated the wilderness, observing the meager pile of wood occupying a single slot in his inventory. Procuring these 3 units of lumber had consumed half an hour and exacted a considerable physical toll. The requisite 100 units for upgrading the shelter seemed a distant prospect. Zhang Shi realized that persisting in this manner would prove futile. He would succumb to hunger and thirst long before reaching the target. He recognized the adage, if you want to do a good job, first sharpen your tools. The crux of the matter lay in the inadequacy of the stone axe. Muttering to himself, Zhang Shi pondered the possibility of acquiring a more suitable axe. His gaze swept across his inventory, settling upon old Duan's cleaver. I had forgotten about this. As a ferrous implement, it should prove less taxing than the stone axe. After glancing at the item's description, Zhang Shi decisively seized the dilapidated cleaver and swung it forcefully against the tree trunk. Swoosh! Old Duan wielded his blade with the finesse akin to slicing through tofu. Although he did not sever the massive tree completely, the blade embedded itself a good 3 inches into the trunk. Zhang Shi's eyes sparkled with delight as he exerted considerable effort to extract old Duan from the tree. Indeed, it is a remarkable weapon, he mused. Learning from his previous experience, Zhang Shi employed a chopping technique, making vertical incisions to carve out a V-shaped notch in the trunk. Upon reaching 2/3 of the tree's diameter, he shifted his approach, pushing against the trunk with one hand while deftly maneuvering the blade from the opposite side to carefully sever the wood. A system notification chimed, congratulating him on acquiring wood, white, X6, a fundamental resource, widely applicable and indispensable. Remarkably, within a mere 2 minutes, he had dispatched a towering tree. Zhang Shi could hardly contain his excitement, nearly bowing 3 times in reverence to old Duan. Old Duan, I must have spoken too loudly earlier. From now on, I shall follow your lead and pray for your blessings to indulge in delightful feasts. With his fervor unleashed, Zhang Shi embarked on a rampage through the forest, targeting only the thickest and most substantial trees. In just 2 hours, he amassed an impressive total of 300 units of wood. Most importantly, he expended minimal energy, feeling invigorated and full of vitality. Satisfied with his wood supply, Zhang Shi turned his attention to searching for stones. The prerequisite for upgrading the shelter was 100 units of wood and 30 stones, and even with the advantages of VIP privileges, the quest for stones posed a significant challenge for him. However, recalling his dilapidated shelter that allowed the wind to seep through, Zhang Shi resolved to gather the necessary resources before sunset to upgrade his refuge. He wandered through the woods for half a day, collecting scattered stones along the way. The system prompted him with a notification. Congratulations! You have acquired stone, white, X1, a fundamental resource, versatile in nature, indispensable for survival. Such readily available small stones were scarce. To amass a substantial quantity, he needed to engage in mining. After considerable time, Zhang Shi finally discovered a massive boulder on a hillside. With enthusiasm, he approached the boulder, wielding his trusty tool. As anticipated, the old tool carved through the stone effortlessly, splitting the boulder in 2. Yet, to his surprise, the system did not acknowledge the acquisition of any resources. Confounded, Zhang Shi proceeded to shape the large stone into neat, rectangular blocks, but still received no response. When he attempted to place the stone blocks into his backpack, he found it impossible. Clearly, the system refused to recognize these materials, rendering them unfit for storage. Disheartened, Zhang Shi abandoned the idea of transporting the stone blocks home. Since the system did not acknowledge these items, even if he managed to bring them back, they would likely not serve as materials for upgrading his shelter. Was it necessary for him to use the worn pickaxe to ensure they were deemed mine materials? Reluctantly, he retrieved his old pickaxe and began striking the remaining half of the intact boulder. After considerable exertion, he finally received a notification from the system. The message read, "Congratulations. You have acquired stone white X1." Gazing at the 5 stones in his backpack, Zhang Shi fell into contemplation. With the presence of Old Duan, the efficiency of tree chopping had significantly increased. It seemed far more advantageous to fell a few more trees than to laboriously strike the stones. Perhaps he could later engage in barter at the trading interface. With this thought, Zhang Shi promptly resolved to forego stone gathering until he acquired superior tools. Chapter 4. The treasure chest. Zhang Shi rubbed his sore shoulders and glanced at the time, astonished to find it nearly 3 in the afternoon. The system's countdown to sunset indicated that there was little more than an hour remaining. Recalling the system's repeated warnings about the dangers of nightfall in the wilderness, he immediately stowed his tools and hastily rode his bicycle away. Fortunately, Zhang Shi had not strayed far from the shelter. With vigorous pedaling, he returned to the dilapidated, thatched hut in approximately 20 minutes. As he approached the shelter, he heard a sound reminiscent of a horn nearby. Startled, he looked over and discovered that the animal trap he had carelessly set before leaving that morning had yielded results. A pure white rabbit was caught by its leg, lying helplessly on the ground and emitting distressed cries. Without hesitation, Zhang Shi rushed forward and swiftly ended the rabbit's suffering with a single stroke. The piercing cry of the rabbit reverberated through the air, a sound that could potentially attract formidable beasts, leaving the fragile thatched hut utterly defenseless. The system chimed with a notification. "Congratulations, you have acquired rabbit meat, white, 600G, rich in protein, tender, and smooth in texture. It is a relatively accessible source of sustenance in the wilderness. Rabbit skin, white, X1, dense fur, lustrous in color, versatile in use, requiring no tanning." Zhang Shi reset the animal trap with renewed vigor, eagerly carrying the rabbit meat back to the shelter. After indulging in a generous gulp of pure water, he noted that the supply was running low. Zhang Shi accessed the system, intending to exchange resources in the trading module, prioritizing the upgrade of the shelter before addressing his basic needs. Upon opening the trading module, he found a considerable number of survivors had posted trading information. The items listed were varied, with prices fluctuating significantly across different resources. Observing the regional chat channel, Zhang Shi decided to gauge the market conditions. "Zhu Dachong, friends, is anyone selling resources? I am willing to exchange 500G, white, X2 of bread for 100 units of wood and 30 units of stone. Interested parties can message me privately. Chung Xiaobai. Enough already, brother. After a grueling day of chopping trees, my axe is on the brink of breaking. My back feels like it's about to snap, and I've only managed to gather 20 units of wood so far. As for breaking stones, that's an even more laborious task. Who would be willing to trade with you?" Ho Kuan, exactly. Even if an ordinary person swung their axe until it smoked, they couldn't gather enough resources to upgrade the shelter. You really think you can trade for it with just 2 pieces of stale bread? What a fanciful dream. Good along. Dear friends, I highly encourage everyone to take the time to explore the vicinity of the shelter. I have discovered that treasure chests randomly respawn around the area. These chests not only contain basic supplies, but also have a chance to yield tools. Exquisite iron axe, green, X1, an axe of exquisite quality with a razor-sharp blade, making it exceptionally effective for chopping wood or confronting foes. Durability, 98. Lu Wanan, wow, brother, you are amazing. You must have collected a great deal of resources. Could you possibly assist your sister? Duan Bai, wow, brother, you are incredible. Surely you have gathered numerous resources. Might you lend a hand to your younger brother? Zhu Dachong, hee, little sister, I have quite a surplus of resources. Let's discuss this privately. Lu Yu, good along, what the person above mentioned is true. I found a treasure chest near the shelter and obtained a blue-quality iron pickaxe. After a day's toil, I've gathered a considerable amount of stone. I am open to trading according to the shelter upgrade ratio. 30 stones for 100 pieces of wood. Interested parties, please message me privately. Zhu Dachong Duan Bai. Could you please refrain from messaging me? I am conversing with Lu Ruanan. If you continue to bother me, I will block you. Zhang Shi noticed a person named Lu Yu and glanced at the trading market's exchange rate for stones and wood, which was a challenging endeavor, often at a rate of 1 for 5. After some thought, he decided that he had ample wood and thus messaged Lu Yu. Zhang Shi, VIP hello. You're offering 100 pieces of wood for 30 stones, correct? I have surplus materials. Let us initiate the trade. Lu Yu, wow, it's a VIP. Could we become friends and collaborate more in the future? Having said that, he sent a friend request. Zhang Shi pondered for a moment. His efficiency in chopping wood was remarkably high, while Lu Yu specialized in quarrying stones. Their partnership could indeed significantly enhance the efficiency of resource gathering. So he accepted the friend request. Subsequently, they successfully completed their transaction and bid Lu Yu a polite farewell. Zhang Shi gazed at the 35 units of stone in his backpack, exhilarated as he clicked on the construction module to upgrade his shelter. A flash of golden light enveloped the area as the thatched hut transformed into a quaint wooden cottage. Although he felt a pang of regret for the loss of 90 units of wood and 27 stones, the thought of finally establishing a foothold in this wilderness made it all worthwhile. Zhang Shi surveyed his new abode. The once drafty little hut had metamorphosed into a wooden house of approximately 20 square meters. The structure was entirely constructed from timber, with moss sealing the gaps, rendering it impervious to the elements. The floor was paved with stone slabs, effectively insulating against the dampness of the ground. Most importantly, this charming wooden house boasted a door and windows, and despite the somewhat cramped interior, it could be considered a semblance of home. He utilized the system to inspect the wooden house. Wooden house, basic shelter, capable of providing protection from wind and rain, yet still vulnerable to natural disasters and wild beasts. Zhang Shi disregarded the system's assessment of the wooden house, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction as he rolled joyfully on the stone floor. All my hard work throughout the day has finally borne fruit. I have a decent place to call home. A system notification chimed, congratulating Zhang Shi on the successful upgrade of the shelter, unlocking the ability to craft certain items. He received a premium chest, blue, X1, a chest of superior quality that, upon opening, could yield supplies, weapons, tools, or a mysterious surprise, non-tradable. Zhang Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had been lamenting the absence of a treasure chest. And here it was, the reward for the shelter's upgrade. Recalling that he had not yet utilized his VIP privileges for the day, he promptly chose to open the chest. With a satisfying chime, the premium chest, blue, opened successfully, triggering his VIP benefit, which doubled the items obtained. He received black pot, white, X2, iron cookware, its surface marred with stains from prolonged use. Pure water 500 milliliters, white, X6, bread 500g, white, X6, timber, white, X20, stone, white, X10. As the chest opened, it transformed into a beam of white light and vanished. Zhang Shi gazed at the meager resources that had materialized before him, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Despite being a premium chest, the items obtained were all of white quality and not particularly abundant. It seemed that luck played a significant role in acquiring valuable treasures. He then examined the construction interface and discovered that some furniture and iron products had been unlocked, including an iron axe and an iron pickaxe. However, these items still required a crucial material, iron. At this stage, the vast majority of players had no means to obtain iron, rendering the unlocked items merely ornamental. Just as Zhang Shi found himself in a state of indecision, the sky outside suddenly darkened. A few rays of light had just filtered through the wooden window into the room, yet in the blink of an eye, the entire space was shrouded in darkness. Zhang Shi composed himself and glanced at the system clock. Indeed, it was precisely 4 p.m., the time when the sun began its descent. He swiftly closed the doors and windows to ward off any potential beastly intrusions. Once calm, he became acutely aware of a gnawing hunger in his stomach, reminding him that he had not eaten throughout the day. Recalling the freshly acquired rabbit meat and cooking utensils, he resolved to prepare a substantial dinner in the quaint cabin. Chapter 5. The cabin inside the cabin. The darkness was so profound that one could hardly see a hand in front of their face. The immediate priority was to kindle a fire. Zhang Shi retrieved a lighter from his system backpack, and using its flickering flame, he deftly sliced a piece of wood into slender strips, igniting them thereafter. The timber surrounding his shelter was notably dry, and the small strips quickly caught fire. He further chopped the wood into manageable lengths, gathered some stones, and encircled the fire pit, fashioning a rudimentary bonfire. As the flames roared to life, the cabin was instantly illuminated. With the warmth of the fire, Zhang Shi felt a semblance of security amidst the dim wilderness. He took out the prepped rabbit meat from the system, and, as per his usual method, secured it with slender sticks, placing it over the crackling bonfire for roasting. As the fire blazed, the temperature within the cabin gradually rose, enveloping Zhang Shi in a comforting warmth. The firelight cast a warm, golden hue upon Zhang Shi's focused countenance, accentuating what he perceived to be his handsome features. The rabbit meat revolved slowly over the bonfire, its rendered fat sizzling as it dripped into the flames, exuding an enticing aroma that permeated the entire cabin. Zhang Shi meticulously adjusted the rabbit's position, ensuring that each side was evenly heated, resulting in a golden brown crust that gradually crisped while preserving the succulent juiciness within. As the rabbit meat neared completion, Zhang Shi gingerly removed it from the fire with a wooden stick, placing it in his newly acquired black pot, which served as a makeshift bowl. After gently blowing on the meat to dissipate some of the heat, Zhang Shi opened his mouth wide and took a generous bite. Alas! A flicker of disappointment crossed Zhang Shi's face. The rabbit meat, naturally lean, lacked the enhancement of seasonings, rendering its flavor rather monotonous. Accustomed to the culinary artifice of modern technology, Zhang Shi found this meal somewhat bland. Well, having something to eat is better than nothing, certainly better than gnawing on bread, he mused. Zhang Shi retrieved a loaf of bread, sliced off a piece of rabbit meat, and nestled it between the bread slices. Voil! Old Zhang's homemade mini burger is complete. The atmosphere within the cabin grew cozy and serene as the firelight intertwined with the savory aroma of the food, creating a heartwarming tableau. Zhang Shi sat beside the fire, relishing this rare tranquility. Never before had his heart been as serene as it was in this moment amidst the chaos of reality. After savoring a simple dinner, he did not forget to add fresh wood to the bonfire, ensuring its continued glow and warmth throughout the night. He opened the window and leaned against the bed, gazing into the night sky, which was shrouded in darkness, devoid of stars and the moon. His eyes, slightly reddened, allowed 2 streams of tears to cascade down his cheeks. The smoke was truly suffocating, nearly choking him. Having satisfied his hunger, Zhang Shi reclined on the rudimentary bed fashioned from wood, resting his head on a rabbit pelt while observing the flickering shadows dancing upon the ceiling, silently contemplating his forthcoming actions. He unzipped his now filled backpack, surveying his current supplies. Old Duan, colorful. X1, a damaged stone axe, white. X1, a broken stone pickaxe, white. X1, purified water 500 milliliters, white. X6, a plastic water bottle, X1. Bread 500g, white. X6, a windproof lighter, blue. X1, a bicycle, white. X1, rabbit pelt, white. X1, a small animal trap, blue. X1, wood, white. X105, and stones, white. X6. On the very first day of survival in the wilderness, he already possessed such an abundance of resources. One could not help but acknowledge the effectiveness of that so-called invincible golden finger, which provided items that were both practical and essential. Although Zhang Shi faced no immediate concerns regarding food and water, he resolved to continue his quest for additional sources of sustenance and hydration for long-term survival. Moreover, as mentioned in the chat channel, treasure chests refresh in the wild, and with the privilege of doubling treasure resources, exploration in the wilderness is imperative. After lying down for half a day, Zhang Shi found himself unable to sleep. He opened the system panel and discovered it was only 8 p.m. Ordinarily, he would just be finishing work at the office around this time. With nothing to occupy his time, Zhang Shi decided to check the material requirements for the next stage of the shelter upgrade. Stone house, unlocked intermediate shelter, capable of providing protection from the elements and offering a certain level of defense against natural disasters and wild beasts. Its built-in fireplace effectively shields against harsh climates. Upgrade requirements: 105, 300 units of wood, 6, 500 units of stone, 50 units of mud, and shelter design blueprint 01. The next phase of the shelter upgrade demands more resources. The mud and design blueprint can be procured in due time, as such resources are likely to appear in the trading market in a few days allowing for their acquisition with minimal expenditure. However, the requirement of 500 units of stone poses a considerable expense for anyone, and Zhang Shi wondered if the trade with Lu Yu would suffice to meet this need. Contemplating this, Zhang Shi decisively accessed the trading module and browsed through it briefly. The prices of basic resources in the trading market had stabilized, with the exchange rate for wood to stone approximating 4-to-1. Zhang Shi concluded that although it is possible to gather scattered stones in the wild, considerable effort is still required to mine sufficient quantities to upgrade the shelter. The energy and time expended on quarrying far surpass that of tree cutting, which results in a greater number of survivors gravitating towards the latter. Furthermore, many seasoned survivors have upgraded their wooden shelters, unlocking the requirements for the next tier of stone shelter upgrades, and have begun to voraciously acquire stones in the trading market, causing the already elevated prices of stones to soar even higher. Zhang Shi glanced at the trading of other items and found nothing particularly intriguing. Most exchanges involved basic resources traded for food and water. Perhaps due to the novice gift packs, it being the first day, everyone is conserving their food and water, enabling them to endure the initial phase. Thus, the prices of food resources remain relatively low. Zhang Shi deemed it prudent to let the situation unfold for a while, momentarily abandoning the idea of exchanging food for resources. He placed 20 orders for the trade of 4 pieces of wood for 1 stone, then opened the regional chat channel, eager to observe the activities of others. Duan Bai. Woe is me. This world is shrouded in darkness. I am filled with dread. Is there a muscular big brother who could share a comforting video? Chun Beipan. Is there anyone who has successfully ignited a fire? Share a spark with me. I can trade water in return. Tangan. Is there anyone selling lighters or matches? I just opened a treasure chest and found raw meat. Yet I can do nothing but stare at it. It's driving me to distraction. Zhao Wei Wei. This thatched hut is drafty. Is there anyone selling fire sources? Message me privately if the price is reasonable. Zhang Shi's eyes brightened as he seized upon a promising opportunity. With a swift motion, he sprang to his feet and retrieved a burning log from the fire, placing it onto the trading interface. The system notified him that the wood, white, X1 had been successfully listed. Zhang Shi, momentarily taken aback, removed the log only to discover that the flames had extinguished, leaving behind a charred remnant. What a disappointment, he mused. Nonchalantly, Zhang Shi tossed the log back in the campfire, preparing to close the trading interface when his eye caught a rental module. Upon opening it, he realized that the system allowed for the leasing of tool-like items, with the option for the lessor to set time or durability restrictions. Once the conditions were met, the rented items would be automatically reclaimed. Zhang Shi's eyes sparkled with renewed interest as he attempted to rent out his lighter. Given its lack of durability, he was uncertain how long it could be used, so he established a limit of 3 minutes per user, with each rental costing 3 units of wood. Ding! Your windproof lighter, Blue, X1 has been successfully rented by AAA Construction's Wanggu, earning you wood, white, X1. Success! Zhang Shi was elated, having secured a steady income of wood, albeit modest, but substantial in volume. In the early stages of the game, those capable of igniting a fire were indeed a rarity. Renting out the lighter proved to be a lucrative venture, as most individuals would not hesitate to part with 3 units of wood for a source of fire. After all, acquiring 3 units of wood could be reliably achieved in half an hour. Yet even seasoned professionals could not guarantee a flame within that time frame. This trade was indeed profitable. As expected, the previous tenant had just returned the lighter when the next order was already placed. Beneath Zhang Shi's postings, a multitude of survivors had left comments. Bloodthirsty Demon Realm, Madblade, Magnificent, Esteemed One. From whence did you procure such a blue-quality lighter? Might you consider allowing this humble subordinate to partake in your prosperity? Pure Man, oh, noble sir, might I implore you to lend me the lighter, if only for a moment? Upon my arrival here, I was clad in naught but undergarments, and, as night descends, the plummeting temperature threatens to freeze this poor soul, alas. Prometheus, has reason abandoned your very being? To sell such a pivotal item as a source of ignition at a pittance? Mark my words, should our paths converge, you shall rue the day. humanoid teddy bear, to reclaim one's masculine vigor. Esteemed sir, is your moniker to be taken at face value? Might we engage in a private discourse? Chapter 6. The water merchant Zhang Shi took note of the individual known as Prometheus. He then navigated back to the regional chat channel, contemplating whether there were additional needs among the populace for which he might profit. At first glance, beyond the panhandlers and idle chatter, those genuinely seeking to trade resources mirrored the demands of the trading market, primarily focusing on fundamental supplies and sustenance. Just as Zhang Shi was about to withdraw, a familiar identifier materialized on the screen. Gu Dalong. Seeking various receptacles, the greater the capacity, the better. Interested parties, please initiate a private correspondence. Zhu Dachong. Heavens above, Brother Gu. Have you, perchance, stumbled upon a water source? Should fortune smile upon you, remember to bring your brother along. Cheng Xiaobai. Venerable one, in awe of your prowess, I possess a vacant plastic vessel. Would you be inclined to acquire it? Zhang Shi recalled how he had previously encountered Gu Dalong during the day, who had generously shared some methods for locating water sources. A pang of guilt stirred within him. Glancing at the surplus black pot, he clicked on Gu Dalong's profile to initiate a private chat. Are you there, brother? I have an extra black pot, white X1. Would you be interested in it? Before long, Gu Dalong responded. Sure, name your price. Zhang Shi contemplated for a moment. At this stage, cooking utensils were merely a luxury, not a necessity. He found it somewhat challenging to barter for stones in exchange. His thoughts drifted to Gu Dalong's recent inquiries in the chat channel about containers, leading him to suspect that Gu Dalong may have discovered a water source. Tentatively, he inquired, have you found a water source? Gu Dalong, not one to withhold information, promptly sent an item link. River water, 10L, white, X1. Clear river water, sweet and cool, though I still recommend boiling it before consumption. I found a small river near the shelter, but I lack containers to heat it. Zhang Shi stroked his chin, pondering before typing a message in the chat box. This black pot is surplus to my needs. I have no use for it, so I'll give it to you. In the future, if I purchase water from you, a discount would suffice. With that, Zhang Shi directly traded the black pot to Gu Dalong, who accepted the transaction without further comment. Before long, Zhang Shi received a trade request. Upon opening it, he discovered that Gu Dalong had returned the black pot, filled to the brim with river water, an estimation of at least 10 liters. Zhang Shi carefully set the pot of river water aside, marveling at his brother's sincerity. He then traded back another black pot, not forgetting to express his gratitude, though Gu Dalong did not respond, perhaps preoccupied with transactions. Not yet feeling drowsy, Zhang Shi decided to return to the regional chat channel, opting to lurk and observe other survivors boast, finding that the passage of time became less arduous. Zhu Dachong remarked, this wilderness world is truly dull. There are no forms of entertainment, and I find it quite unsettling. Qian Duo added, out here wild beasts occasionally howl, which is utterly terrifying. I would be grateful for just a morsel of food or a sip of water, without even a thought for entertainment. Lu Wanwan chimed in. Is there anyone with an abundance of water? My sister is on the verge of dying of thirst. I won't ask for it without offering something in return. Just let me know what resources you require for trade, as I'm reaching my limit for speaking. Zhu Dachong responded. Lu Wanwan, dear sister, did I not give you a bottle of water during the day? Is it still insufficient? Lu Wanwan replied, I am a refined girl. I need to stay pristine. With so little water, how can it suffice for my needs? Wu Qing interjected, Lu Wanwan, during such extraordinary times, it is wise to endure. At this stage, water resources are exceedingly precious. We cannot afford to waste them. Gu Dalong announced, everyone, I have listed a substantial quantity of river water, 100 milliliters, white, X1, on the trading market, priced at 1 unit of timber. Those in need may proceed to purchase. A gentle reminder, procure a receptacle prior to acquisition, lest the contents spill upon the ground. Rookie Chung, alas, esteemed benefactor, had you imparted this wisdom sooner, I would not find myself in this predicament. Upon observing the availability of water resources in the marketplace, I procured 500 milliliters. Alas, upon transaction, the entirety of the aqueous bounty was spilled upon the ground. Woe is me. Zhang Shi perused the marketplace, whereupon he espied an individual by the moniker of Frosty 19 Provinces, purveyor of copious quantities of river water, priced at a mere unit of timber per 100 milliliters. Verily, this individual must be none other than good Dalong. Zhang Shi, in his contemplation, reckoned that one of his feeble constitution, armed with the rudimentary stone axe provided by the system, could procure 6 units of timber within the span of an hour. Ergo, the acquisition of river water would necessitate the expenditure of 5 timber units, coupled with an additional unit for the purpose of purification via boiling. In summation, a mere hour of labor would yield 500 milliliters of potable water. Verily, Good Dalong's pricing was exceedingly munificent. Zhang Shi reverted to the chat channel, whereupon he discovered that Gut Dalong's low-priced water had ignited a veritable conflagration within a marketplace. Many a survivor expressed their heartfelt gratitude, yet others, purveyors of water themselves, found their market share diminished and commenced a campaign of denigration. Tang, in gratitude to the esteemed Good Dalong, I have observed that the most economical water available in the marketplace is priced at 2 units of timber per 100 milliliters. Verily, Good Dalong is a merchant of utmost integrity. Xuanwu. Indeed, at midday, I perused the marketplace and observed that the price of water rivaled that of gold. A simpleton even dared to proffer 100 milliliters of water at the exorbitant price of 10 timber units. Xinbei Pan. They purvey purified water, whereas he proffers mere river water, sullied and impure. In the depths of the water, one can only speculate about the multitude of microorganisms and bacteria present. Are you truly bold enough to purchase it? Chun Beipan remarked that the origins of the water are dubious. Even if someone were to relieve themselves within it, one would remain oblivious. Whoever buys, it must be a fool. Duan interjected, questioning the intelligence of the aforementioned Chun Beipan, suggesting that he might be unwell for casting aspersions on his brother. Zhu Dachong chimed in, noting that while a dead rabbit may speak crudely, the essence of his words holds merit. He surmised that the individual above likely sells water, given prior conversations about bartering water for fire. It seems his brother G's water is more affordable, and as his own sales falter, he resorts to defamation. Tang, in the detective, and others expressed agreement. Sheng Mu addressed Good Dalong, suggesting that since he discovered the river, the water resources are seemingly inexhaustible. Why not share freely with others in the channel? As fellow survivors lost in this wilderness, mutual assistance should be the norm. Would you not agree? Upon reading this, Zhang Shi could not contain his amusement and felt compelled to retort against Sheng Mu. Zhang Shi, VIP, called out the so-called altruist, pointing out the irony in their name. If you are so eager to help, might you assist me first? I am in need of materials to upgrade my shelter. Kindly contribute your wood and stone. Allow me to prosper, and I assure you that I will elevate you as well. Zhang Shi's highlighted message unequivocally placed Sheng Mu in a precarious position. Shen Mu, evidently rattled, responded to Zhang Shi with a barrage of profanities. Unfazed, Zhang Shi simply viewed it as entertainment and retorted with a single word: clown. The channel's denizens spontaneously engaged in a word game, inundating the chat with the term clown, instantly enlivening the entire area's communication channel with a jovial atmosphere. Noticing the absence of further entertainment in the chat, Zhang Shi glanced at the rental market, where he was still reaping a steady harvest of lumber. He yawned, and a quick look at the system clock revealed it was past 10 p.m., prompting him to consider retiring for the night. However, just as he was about to close the system panel, a private message arrived. Zhao Feng. Sure too, is that really you? Chapter 7. Serendipitous encounter in a foreign land. Zhang Shi was taken aback. He swiftly clicked on Zhao Feng's avatar and, upon beholding the familiar yet somewhat altered countenance, was overcome with joy. He hastily composed a message and sent it. Zhang Shi, Feng Gu, it's me. Zhang Shi and Zhao Feng were university roommates, sharing a close bond. After graduation, many classmates gradually lost contact, but a few of their dormitory mates maintained sporadic communication. Zhao Feng could be considered Zhang Shi's closest friend. Zhao Feng was equally thrilled to find a friend in this alternate world, eagerly sending a friend request and initiating a video call. Sure too, you're living the good life. On the first day, you've already acquired a log cabin. Through the screen, Zhang Shi, illuminated by the bright light, observed that Zhao Feng's shelter was also constructed of wood. He chuckled, teasingly remarking, "Don't flatter me. Haven't you also upgraded to a wooden shelter? And where did you get that lamp? Send it over for me to take a look later." Zhao Feng grinned smugly, jesting, "Haha, but not as good as yours." Engaging in light-hearted banter, Zhang Shi inquired about Zhao Feng's circumstances, learning that a river flowed near his abode. Zhao Feng had unearthed a treasure chest that morning, yielding a cerulean fishing rod of superior craftsmanship. He had whiled away the day angling by the riverbank. Whether due to the fish's naivete or the rod's enchantment, the aquatic denizens swarmed to seize the bait upon each cast. Had Zhao Feng not intended to conserve the bounty, he mused that he could have depleted the river's piscine population. Nonetheless, Zhao Feng returned that evening with a substantial harvest. In these times, sustenance was an invaluable commodity, and Zhao Feng effortlessly bartered his catch for all the resources he desired. As he contemplated announcing his surplus in the chat channel, he noticed Zhang Shi's pinned message. Serendipitous encounters in foreign lands were a source of joy. The two reminisced about their university days, their careers, and their current predicament in this desolate world. "Sure too, you are the only person I trust in this unfamiliar realm. Should you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to confide in me. I may lack other resources, but water is abundant," Zhao Feng declared, proceeding to trade a roasted fish and 3 vials of purified water. Zhang Shi, touched by the gesture, accepted the provisions without demur. Despite having finished his dinner, Zhang Shi continued to devour grilled fish voraciously in front of Zhao Feng. Through the video interface, Zhao Feng watched as Zhang Shi winced from the heat of the fish, bursting into hearty laughter. The two engaged in lively banter until the late hours of the night, only ending their video call when it was well past midnight. Before parting, Zhang Shi reminded Zhao Feng to gather stones, as they were crucial for the next phase of upgrading their shelter. After adding a few more logs to the campfire, Zhang Shi lazily reclined back onto his wooden bed, letting out a long sigh of contentment. Glancing at the system clock, he noted that it was already past midnight, marking his second day in the wilderness world. Suddenly remembering his extraordinary sign-in system, Zhang Shi checked the system homepage. Indeed, the vertical middle finger icon began to shimmer with golden light. He clicked on the golden finger, and the familiar sign-in page appeared, filling Zhang Shi with anticipation as he clicked to sign in. "Thank you," a resounding male voice echoed, followed by a system notification. The system announced, "Congratulations on signing in. You have received Backpack Upgrade Card Blue X1, a one-time item, non-tradable. Upon use, it can expand your backpack space to 30 slots." Initially brimming with excitement, Zhang Shi's expression soured upon realizing he had only received a single blue item. A surge of disappointment washed over him. "Is this it? Just this?" he lamented, staring at the card in his hand, silently trying to console himself. It was fortuitous, as his backpack was on the verge of bursting. Perhaps this was indeed a timely gift, a true stroke of luck amidst the chaos. In the stillness of the night, silence enveloped the surroundings. At precisely 6 o'clock the following morning, Zhang Shi was roused from slumber by the sound of a preset alarm. Stretching his limbs, he was acutely aware of the pervasive soreness throughout his body, confirming that he was indeed still within the confines of the modest wooden cabin, scarcely 20 square meters in size, nestled in the wilderness. Alas, it would be wise to procure some bedding. The wooden planks were rather uncomfortable for repose. Rising, Zhang Shi rubbed his shoulders and added some timber to the smoldering campfire. He placed a black pot over the flames, filling it with river water to bring it to a boil. Zhang Shi had contemplated the situation, given that many had already discovered water resources on the very first day. The price of water would inevitably decline, rendering it unnecessary for him to conserve. He decided to utilize it as needed. With steaming water at hand, he performed a simple morning wash. As the dawn light began to filter through, Zhang Shi cautiously opened the door, reassured to find no anomalies surrounding the shelter. Returning to the warmth of the campfire, Zhang Shi accessed the system panel, simultaneously munching on bread while reviewing the fruits of his rental business. The system notified him, "Congratulations, you have acquired Wood White X365 through rentals." Satisfied, Zhang Shi accepted the wood and placed the lighter back into the trading market for leasing. This was a straightforward transaction. He anticipated that as time progressed, business prospects would wane. Hence, he resolved to seize the opportunity during the initial survival phase to maximize his gains. Switching to the regional chat channel, Zhang Shi noticed the rapid flow of messages, suggesting that most individuals had already acclimated to the rhythm of life in the wilderness and had risen early. Zhu Dachang remarked, "Everyone, we have a serious situation. This morning, when I attempted to converse with my sister, I discovered that Lu Ruanwan's avatar had turned gray. What should I do? Is she deceased? Chung Xiaobai, huh? Wasn't it said that the first 7 days are a novice period, with no danger? What should I do? I'm so scared. Will the novice period turn into the 7th day of mourning?" Zhang Shi glanced at the prompt box above. Xia, 12-11 District, 995, 610, 000. In a moment of carelessness, more than 40 people perished in the wilderness world. Although this proportion is very low, these are, after all, living human lives. A sense of crisis arose in Zhang Shi's heart. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Shi entered a long passage of text in the chat channel. Zhang Shi, VIP, the system has warned that beasts will appear at night. During the novice period, it is difficult for beasts to discover the location of shelters. But it's not impossible. The initial shelter is described as having almost no defensive capabilities. If it is discovered by beasts at night, it will definitely be a near-death experience for survivors at this stage. I advise everyone, for your own safety, upgrade your shelters as soon as possible. After sending it out, Zhang Shi switched back to private chat and inquired about Zhao Feng's situation. After learning that everything was fine on his end, Zhang Shi reminded him to acquire some weapons for self-defense if he had the opportunity, so that he could protect himself in case he encountered small beasts. If he encountered large beasts, he could die with dignity. Opening the trading market, Zhang Shi prepared to buy some supplies on it. At the current stage, iron or resources are difficult to obtain, and the majority of survivors have not yet upgraded their tools. However, the material requirements for stone shelters have already spread widely. Zhang Shi is concerned that the price of stones will skyrocket. While there were fewer people early in the morning, he began to scour the trading market. He made it a point to capitalize on transactions involving the exchange of lumber. Provided the prices weren't excessively exorbitant, Zhang Shi would instantly agree to the deals. Once his inventory of wood dwindled, the quantity of stones in Zhang Shi's rucksack had reached 120 units. Zhang Shi rose to his feet and stretched his limbs. Noticing that the day outside had fully dawned, he tidied up his backpack and prepared to venture out. His itinerary for the day consisted of resource acquisition in the morning, followed by tree felling in the afternoon. Zhang Shi cast a glance at the sky. With the morning dew glistening and the sun ascending, he selected a direction opposite to that of the previous day. Zhang Shi retrieved his bicycle, harboring hopes for a fruitful day ahead. Chapter 8. Once bitten, twice shy. Just as Zhang Shi was about to embark, a fleeting glimpse in his peripheral vision revealed that the animal trap seemed to have yielded results once more. Zhang Shi hastily trotted over to investigate. Sure enough, at some point, a plump wild duck had triggered the trap, its neck ensnared, resulting in its immediate demise. Tonight's dinner is secured. System notification. Congratulations, you have acquired 2 kilograms wild duck meat, white, X1, common duck meat, rich in protein and fat, and relatively easy to obtain in the wilderness. 100 g duck down, white, X1, low density, low air permeability, and excellent thermal insulation properties. 3 feathers, white, X3, harvested from poultry. When attached to the end of arrows, they can enhance their performance. The gloom within Zhang Shi dissipated in an instant. After a cursory glance at his harvest, he cheerfully collected the wild ducks and deftly reset the animal traps. It is said that joy invigorates the spirit, with old Duan leading the way. Zhang Shi commenced his exploration, chopping trees as he went. Whether it was due to practice making perfect or a newfound strength, he found himself felling trees with considerably more ease than the day before. Under old Duan's influence, he managed to clear a tree in just over a minute on average. Zhang Shi seemed to enter a state of ecstatic oblivion, only pausing when he felt the parchness of his throat, glancing at the clock to realize it was already noon. When did I become so formidable? Setting aside the time spent traveling, he had diligently chopped trees for over 3 hours. And only then did he notice the soreness in his shoulders and arms. Looking into his backpack, filled with over 1,200 units of timber, Zhang Shi felt that his efforts were indeed worthwhile. After stowing away his bicycle, he nibbled on some bread and leisurely walked along the forest path. Perhaps stimulated by the events of the morning, he found himself unknowingly becoming more industrious. Even during mealtimes, his eyes scanning the roadside for potential resources. Treasure, treasure, how I adore you. Like an enchanting orchid, you captivate my heart. I shall forever be by your side, together in this life and the next. As fate would have it, Zhang Shi, amidst the lush greenery, indeed spotted a hint of red. A glint of shrewdness ignited in Zhang Shi's eyes. He stowed the bread in his rucksack and hastened forward. Upon closer inspection, he discerned 2 plum trees. Perhaps due to the primeval, ecological conditions of this untamed world, the plums were remarkably large and crimson. They stirred a salivary response in Zhang Shi, who promptly plucked a sizable plum from the boughs. Plum, azure, X1. Consumption enhances stamina regeneration rate by 20. The fruit was succulent, replete with juice, and possessed an exquisite flavor. Zhang Shi devoured the plum in a single bite, whereupon a refreshing current coursed from his stomach to every extremity, eliciting a contented sigh. A surge of invigoration. Overjoyed, Zhang Shi picked another plum from the tree to examine. Plum, white, X1, alleviates internal heat, aids digestion. The fruit was succulent, replete with juice, and possessed an exquisite flavor. Not all plums are of exquisite quality, yet Zhang Shi remained undeterred. After all, it was only the second day in the wilderness world, and the acquisition of high-quality items was a matter of serendipity. The plum trees were not tall, and Zhang Shi chopped some wood to elevate himself. Perhaps the superior quality of the plums invigorated him, for in a fervent burst of energy, within an hour, he had stripped 2 trees of their ripe fruits, ultimately acquiring plums white X572 and plums blue X51. A bountiful harvest indeed. However, he pondered whether the system's backpack possessed any preservation features. Many of these plums were still unripe, and it was clear he could not consume them all alone. Thus, he resolved to sell them off promptly. With determination, Zhang Shi marked the area around him, and, before departing, he did not forget to chop off a branch. With a grin, he thought of bringing back a piece of fruit wood to prepare roasted duck with fruit wood that evening. Turning back, he continued to chop trees as he walked. Empowered by the blue plums, Zhang Shi felt as though he had consumed a potent stimulant. His internal energy seemed boundless as he forged a path through the forest. As dusk approached, he made his way back to the vicinity of his shelter. At this moment, his backpack boasted over 2,500 units of wood. Zhang Shi was filled with satisfaction, tenderly caressing old Duan as if it were a lover, his eyes brimming with affection. Old Duan, my superhero. After organizing his backpack, Zhang Shi decided to conclude his work for the day. Striding confidently towards the shelter, he entertained the hopeful thought that, if all went smoothly, he would be able to spend the night in the stone house, stirring a spark of anticipation within him. However, as fate would have it, just as he was walking, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his calf. Looking down, he discovered a small snake, radiant green in hue, firmly latched onto his leg, its fangs embedded deeply. "Curse it!" Zhang Shi exclaimed, a mix of shock and fury surging through him. He swiftly yanked the serpent off his leg, flinging it to the ground before crushing it beneath his foot, sending it to its final rest. The system then chimed, "Congratulations! You have acquired Snake Meat 200G, White, X1, sourced from the Qingyes snake. Although its original form is highly venomous, its flesh is tender and elastic. A rare delicacy in the wilderness." Zhang Shi stared in disbelief at the mention of highly venomous in the system's description. At that moment, he noticed 2 small puncture wounds on his calf, the skin surrounding them already taking on a purplish hue. It was evident that the venom had begun to spread. What should I do? He pondered, attempting to maintain his composure. Perhaps I should amputate it. No, even if amputation could halt the spread of the venom, I would be unable to stop the bleeding, ultimately leading to my demise. Within 7 steps, there must be an antidote. I must search for it. At this moment, Zhang Shi was beginning to experience difficulty breathing, his vision blurring, as he had not anticipated the venom's rapid onset. Despair settled into his heart. I've got it. Amidst the thicket adjacent to Zhang Shi, a box glimmering with a metallic sheen sparkled under the twilight. With a clear gaze, Zhang Shi placed all his hopes upon this advanced treasure chest. With a chime, the advanced treasure chest, blue, was successfully opened, triggering VIP privileges that doubled the items obtained, a potent antidote, white, X2, which could swiftly alleviate poisoning of the same grade. The flavor was a delightful blend of sour and sweet, reminiscent of first love. With little time to examine the other items, Zhang Shi, as if clutching a lifeline, felt his hands tremble violently as he tightly grasped the antidote. The antidote's packaging resembled that of an oral solution. He swiftly twisted off the cap and downed it in one gulp. As the antidote coursed through him, Zhang Shi's breathing became noticeably easier, his mind rapidly clearing. And the purple bruising on his calves dissipated, leaving only 2 bite marks. In a state of lingering trepidation, Zhang Shi collapsed onto the ground, only then realizing his clothes were drenched in cold sweat, and his previously abundant stamina had been nearly drained. A glance at the time revealed less than 10 minutes until sunset. With urgency, Zhang Shi sprang to his feet, popped a blue plum into his mouth, and sprinted towards a shelter. The wilderness was fraught with peril. Once darkness fell, it was imperative not to remain outside the shelter. Chapter 9. The transaction. Fortunately, he was not before him lay a gray rabbit, roughly the same size as yesterday, ensnared and evidently lifeless for some time. Zhang Shi, nimble and efficient, approached to gather resources, taking care to reset the animal trap before entering the cabin. With a decisive thud, he shut the wooden door, and the outside world was enveloped in complete darkness, plunging the small cabin into shadows once more. Zhang Shi activated the system panel, terminating the rental of the lighter, which added 170 units of wood to his inventory. Retrieving the lighter, he ignited the campfire, instantly illuminating the cabin. As the wilderness world transitioned into its second day, a growing number of individuals ventured beyond their shelters to explore their surroundings. Whether in search of treasure chests or fundamental resources, they found themselves more prosperous than the day before. Zhang Shi anticipated a decline in the lighter rental business. Today, he felt as if he had brushed against the very brink of life and death, an unnameable weariness settling in his heart. A voice deep within him implored, "Do not venture outside. Remain hidden in this sanctuary, for each day survived is a victory, as the outside world is fraught with peril." Shaking his head vigorously, Zhang Shi dispelled these negative thoughts. After 7 days, the novice protection period would conclude, and a system alert hinted at an impending natural disaster. With his current resources, even a most ferocious beast could inflict a significant toll upon him, let alone the comprehensive assault of natural disasters. Zhang Shi vigorously downed a bottle of water, leaning against the window as he organized the supplies he had yet to examine today. From the animal trap, he had just acquired 600 g of rabbit meat, white, X1, rabbit skin, white X1. From the advanced treasure chest, he had doubled his gains, blankets, white, X2, remarkably warm and soft, allowing one to experience the comfort of home even in the wilderness. Oil lamps, white, X2, consuming kerosene, capable of dispelling darkness and illuminating the surroundings. Fuel 100. Luxury beds, blue, X2. Humans are like drifting vessels, and beds are the warm shores. This high-quality wooden bed enhances energy recovery speed by 20 when reclined upon. Zhang Shi felt a surge of energy as he lit the oil lamp and hung it by the window. He retrieved a luxury bed, laid the blankets atop it, and eagerly tested it out. The 2 blankets, both soft to the touch, one serving as a cushion and the other as a cover, instantly enveloped Zhang Shi in a wave of comfort, eliciting a soft moan from his lips. Ah, this is truly delightful. Reclining on the luxury bed, he sensed his stamina gradually replenishing. Choosing not to rush into other tasks, he opened the system panel to peruse today as trading market. To his astonishment, he discovered a plethora of new resources available. Items such as iron, ore, mud, coal, and vines that emerged alongside finished products like wrought iron and designed blueprints of white quality. Zhang Shi glanced at the price of iron ore and discovered it was exorbitantly high, with a conversion rate of 10 to 1 for stone to iron ore. The exchange rate for wood to stone had also soared to 5 to 1, while the price of pig iron resources had skyrocketed. Yet there remained a scarcity in the market. Zhang Shi felt somewhat bewildered. Relying on Lao Duan, his tree-cutting speed was akin to that of cheat. Nevertheless, after a day of toil, he could merely trade for 50 units of iron ore. Had he not possessed that golden finger, relying solely on the tools provided by the novice package, he would likely have to wait until the beginner S phase concluded to upgrade his shelter. At that moment, he deeply realized that merely chopping trees and mining would not lead to great wealth. Zhang Shi switched back to his friend's list and reached out to Lu Yu, intending to probe for information. To his surprise, as soon as he sent the message, he received an instantaneous response. VIP Big Shot, I thought you had forgotten about me. Are you looking to exchange for stone? I have plenty in stock. Taken aback by Lu Yu's confidence, Zhang Shi quickly typed a response. I intend to exchange for 350 units of stone. The trade items can be wood or food. Additionally, I noticed some iron ore appeared in today's trading market. Do you have any stock? Lu Yu promptly replied, Big Shot, the price of stone varies daily. So yesterday's rate 1T suffice. However, I 1T shortchange you. It's 4 to 1 settled in wood. As for iron ore, it can be mined from stone. I toiled all day, yielding a rather meager output of approximately 10 to 1. Thus, I have no immediate plans to sell. Zhang Shi was slightly astonished, not expecting Lu Yu to truly take on such a substantial order. It is worth noting that most survivors can only manage to acquire a handful of stones after a full day of arduous labor. Lu Yu must have encountered some fortuitous circumstances. Zhang Shi sent a trade request, which Lu Yu promptly accepted. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Shi felt a sense of relief as he observed the stones settle into his backpack. He then shifted his gaze towards the trading market, where he swiftly purchased 45 units of mud at a price of 2 units of timber each. Thus, he was only one design blueprint away from successfully upgrading to a stone cottage. Observing the rapid depletion of timber in his backpack, Zhang Shi felt a twinge of regret. At this stage, timber is akin to a basic currency. Without delay, he listed 400 plums on the trading market, setting the price at 2 units of timber each. No sooner had they been listed than the system notifications echoed incessantly. Within 3 minutes, all 400 plums were sold out. Beneath the trading orders, numerous comments linger. Bloodthirsty Demon Realm's Mad Blade. The products of the esteemed Xiongfeng must be exquisite. This fruit weighs 100 grams, bursting with juice, quenching thirst, and staving off hunger. I devoured 10 in one go, securing my provisions for tomorrow. Johnny Walker. Goodness, have you gone mad with the desire to make money? Selling a measly plum for 2 pieces of wood. Where do these unscrupulous merchants emerge from? You're over 4,000. Chief of Resistance. The individual above is merely a contrarian. Have you even considered your daily consumption of food and water? Xiongfeng's pricing is already quite reasonable. Void Snorlax. The previous commentator seems rather naive. Are you perhaps a shill? Let us all profit together. Teddy Bear. Reviving the male vigor. My esteemed mentor. Is your ID genuine? Could you please acknowledge me? Woe is me. Zhang Shi has always ignored such gossip. After scanning the trading market once more and finding no stonehouse design, he clicked on Zhao Feng's avatar and initiated a trade of 50 ordinary plums and 20 superior plums. The trade request was promptly accepted, followed by a video call request. Upon answering, Zhang Shi was met with Zhao Feng's exaggerated expression, eyes wide and mouth agape, presenting a rather comical sight. Sure. Where did you procure these plums, especially the blue quality ones? I just had one. It's delightfully sweet and sour, truly refreshing. Zhang Shi chuckled at his antics. Delicious. ISNT it? I shall search for more tomorrow. If you like them, I'll procure some for you. Alas, my dear friend, my sustenance for the past few days has consisted solely of fish and bread, leaving a persistent fishy taste in my mouth, to the point where the mere sight of fish induces nausea. Zhang Shi shook his head with resignation, acknowledging the scarcity of meat in the current market, rendering it unattainable even with ample resources. Their survival, with access to food and drink, was already a testament to a high standard of living. Zhang Shi transmitted the information regarding rabbit and duck meat, inquiring which he desired. Zhao Feng's eyes widened further, his lips pursed as he swallowed hard, replying with resolute determination. Naturally, I want all. Chapter 10. Ambush? Zhang Shi erected a bonfire and cleaved the two meats into substantial portions, skewering them with plum tree branches and slowly roasting them over the flames. The video call with Zhao Feng remained connected, with Zhang Shi engaging in casual conversation. Zhao Feng's attention was entirely fixated on the roasting meat, occasionally interjecting to remind Zhang Shi to turn it over, lest it become charred. As the flames gently caressed the plum tree branches, the aroma of the meat gradually permeated the air, intertwining with a subtle fruity fragrance, creating an ineffable and alluring scent. Zhang Shi deftly rotated the meat, the wild duck particularly succulent, its golden fat dripping into the fire, emitting a sizzling sound accompanied by an even more intense fragrance, causing Zhao Feng on the other end of the screen to nearly salivate with desire. Sure too, your craftsmanship is truly exceptional. I can perceive the aroma from here, and I feel as though the gluttonous cravings within my stomach have been thoroughly aroused. Zhao Feng exaggeratedly rubbed his belly, his face brimming with anticipation. Zhang Shi chuckled and shook his head, continuing his culinary endeavors while teasingly remarking, "It seems you are indeed famished, to the point where you can almost smell the aroma from the video." However, on a different note, the combination of plum sauce with roasted meat truly offers a unique flavor. As time passed, the chunks of meat gradually transformed, becoming crisp on the outside yet tender within. Their enticing hue captivating. Zhang Shi, finally satisfied, nodded approvingly, removed the meat from the fire, and sliced it into two portions, drizzling a touch of plum juice over it. Best enjoyed while hot. He traded an extra luxurious bed for one of the roasted meat portions. Observing this, Zhao Feng dramatically mimicked the act of catching meat with his mouth, subsequently receiving the supplies from the system. Eagerly, he took a large bite of the meat, mumbling as he chewed, "Wow, your culinary skills are unparalleled. Sure, you are truly my savior." Zhang Shi smiled silently, biting into his own piece of roasted meat. The exquisite flavor burst in his mouth, prompting a satisfied expression to emerge. As he savored the dish, he continued to converse with Zhao Feng, sharing their respective experiences from their explorations in the wilderness that day. Upon learning of Zhang Shi's snakebite incident, Zhao Feng's expression turned grave. "Sure, have you not noticed? The number of people in the regional chat channel has decreased again, and significantly so." Zhang Shi then took note of the dwindling number of participants in the regional chat channel. His eyes narrowed. Indeed, the surviving number of adventurers had dwindled to 553. In a mere day, 40 individuals were eliminated. The exigency of this survival game has manifestly escalated since yesterday, with numerous participants in the chat channels reporting encounters with feral beasts. I apprehend that tomorrow's circumstances will only deteriorate further. Notwithstanding the somberness in my heart, my appetite remained robust, and we consumed the majority of the roasted meat. After admonishing Zhao Feng to exercise utmost caution, Zhang Shi terminated the video call and, with a furrowed brow, accessed the regional chat channel. Today, the chat channel had adopted a more earnest tone, with individuals sharing experiences and occasionally posting buy and sell information. Cheng Xiaobai, esteemed comrades, today I discovered a piece of pig iron in a treasure chest. Given the proximity of a forest to my refuge, I promptly fashioned an iron axe, blue, X1, which enables me to gather over 20 units of lumber per hour, far superior to the previous dilapidated stone axe. Zhu Dachong. I, too, acquired an advanced treasure chest today. However, it was guarded by a large raccoon, nearly up to my calf, which bared its fangs at me upon my approach. Qian Duo. Incredible. Could it be a lynx? Brother, you are exceptionally valiant. I eagerly await further developments. Zhu Dachong. I had previously obtained an iron spear, which I used to scare it away with minimal effort. I also opened the treasure chest and found pig iron. but I have yet to determine how to utilize it. Good Dalong. It is likely a small feline species, such as a serval. A lynx would never be easily deterred. Zhu Dachong. Safety is of paramount importance. One must exercise greater caution henceforth and refrain from recklessness. Observing this, Zhang Shi offered a word of counsel. Zhang Shi, VIP esteemed colleagues, I have noted that many survivors have encountered beasts today. I surmise that the difficulty of this wilderness realm is gradually escalating. Those equipped to do so should prepare weapons to ensure self-defense against potential threats from these creatures. Shengmu. Who are you trying to intimidate? Surely you haven't stockpiled weapons in anticipation of a lucrative venture? After sending this message, Zhang Shi promptly returned to the trading market. An increasing number of individuals have upgraded their tools, leading to a gradual saturation of basic resources, which will significantly diminish their value. It is prudent to capitalize on the current situation. Zhang Shi's focus was on procuring food and water. In the early stages of the wilderness world, these two resources remain essential for survival. He first acquired numerous wooden barrel blueprints to craft a batch of barrels, then began to purchase river water in bulk from Good Along and Zhaofeng. As the saying goes, even brothers must settle accounts clearly. Yet Zhaofeng was reluctant to accept, ultimately succumbing to Zhang Shi's insistence. Fortunately, the price of river water had decreased today, with 1 ell obtainable for merely 3 units of wood. Zhang Shi was not surprised by this. Among those he knew, both Good Along and Zhaofeng were engaged in the sale of water. The supply of river water is virtually limitless, promising substantial profits. Thus, a decline in price is an inevitable trend. After confirming that his backpack could not preserve food, Zhang Shi placed the remaining plums and snake meat on the trading market and expended considerable resources to acquire some easily storable provisions. Vacuum-sealed foods, such as bread, chips, and cookies had become his preferred choices. By the early hours of the morning, after reserving materials for upgrading the shelter, Zhang Shi had nearly exhausted his existing resources, exchanging them for a substantial amount of water and food. Regrettably, the designed blueprints for stone houses were still nowhere to be found in the trading market. It is understandable. Such crucial blueprints for shelter upgrades, if acquired by anyone, would most likely be retained for personal use and not easily sold. Observing that there were no urgently required supplies, Zhang Shi purchased a design for a white quality pillow at the price of a blue quality plum. The material requirements for these designs were exceedingly lenient, and with the 2 rabbit skins and duck down he possessed, he successfully crafted a pillow. With such provisions at hand, he certainly would not deprive himself. As night fell, Zhang Shi gently extinguished the flickering oil lamp and carefully added a few pieces of dry wood to the campfire, enhancing its warmth and brightness. He slowly sank his head into the pillow, soft as a cloud, and enveloped himself in the warm and comfortable bedding, as though cradled by a gentle embrace. His gaze inadvertently brushed over the resources packed within his nearby backpack. An indescribable sense of safety and fulfillment welled up within him. Suddenly, a jarring sound pierced the tranquility, startling Zhang Shi awake just as he was drifting off to sleep. He quickly sat up, lit the oil lamp, and retrieved an old tool, moving toward the source of the noise. The harsh sound persisted. Zhang Shi discerned that something outside was scratching at the wooden door. After enduring an internal struggle, Zhang Shi emitted a thunderous roar. "Leave!" The commotion outside ceased abruptly, followed by the faint sound of footsteps on the grass. Zhang Shi discerned that the creature had likely departed. To err on the side of caution, he waited an additional 10 minutes before cautiously peeking through a crack in the door. The wooden door bore several claw marks, yet remained intact, suggesting the presence of a beast. Judging by its height, the creature was not particularly large. Otherwise, it would not have been frightened away by his shout. With lingering trepidation, Zhang Shi secured the wooden door and climbed back into bed. However, he found himself unable to sleep, glancing at the time as it approached midnight. He decided to open the chat channel to pass the time while awaiting the refresh of tomorrow's sign-in. Chapter 11. The Walls at that moment. The regional chat channel erupted with activity, as other survivors also faced attacks from beasts. "Chung Xiao by help. There's a beast clawing at the door of my wooden cabin. Woe is me. Were we promised safety during the novice period? I'm done. I want to go home. Duan by help. There's a wolf outside my grass hut, and I feel like I've been targeted. Is there any brave soul willing to assist me? Zhu Dachong. It's already the second day, and you haven't upgraded your shelter? Hurry. I can trade with you. I'll rent you a stone spear. You need to find a way to drive the beast away first. Good Dalong. Is there anyone else in need of weapons? I happen to possess an additional iron axe for those in need. Feel free to rent it to alleviate your immediate predicament. Ho Kuan, Sheng Mu, where's the Holy Mother? Where has she gone? Someone assist. Why is she absent at this moment? Chun Beipan. I am offering various weapons at remarkably low prices, for sale only, not for rent. Please message me privately for transactions. Wang Wu, you up there, are you not being absurd? You are selling a stone spear for 5 pieces of stone? The esteemed Go is renting out iron tools for merely 1 piece of wood per hour. Chun Beipan. If you cannot afford it, then be gone. Do not clutter this place with your incessant chatter. As the chat channel threatened to descend into another verbal skirmish, Zhang Shi glanced at the trading market. As anticipated, an array of weapons had recently been listed, each more exorbitantly priced than the last. Zhang Shi even spotted a familiar ID, Prometheus, who had listed a stone spear for an astonishing 8 pieces of stone. These unscrupulous merchants have identified a segment of disadvantaged survivors lacking defensive capabilities, eager to exploit their vulnerability for resources. Zhang Shi felt powerless in this scenario. The law of the jungle reigned supreme. A timeless truth: the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Especially in this wild world, devoid of legal constraints, the darker aspects of human nature are laid bare. After inquiring about Zhao Feng's situation and confirming his safety, Zhang Shi returned to the chat channel. After a moment of contemplation, he composed and sent a message. Zhang Shi, VIP esteemed friends, I too recently encountered a beast that attacked our sanctuary. However, a mere shout was sufficient to scare it away. Upon examining the traces it left behind, I surmised that it was not of a considerable size. This marks the 2nd day in the wilderness, and it is unlikely that any ferocious beasts will emerge. Let's muster our courage and create some noise to see if we can frighten them away. Zhang Shi's words immediately sparked a lively discussion in the chat channel. Chung Xiao Bai Wu Wu, I'm too scared. The sound from those beasts outside are deafening. I fear that if I move, they might break in and carry me away. Duan Bai. Haha. Thanks to Brother Zhu's weapon, I successfully drove the beast away. Zhang Shi was right. When I ventured out to engage that wolf, I discovered it was merely a jackal, smaller than my previous German shepherd. I kicked it away with ease. Wang Wu. 1. I took Zhang Shi's advice and shouted a few times. Indeed, the sounds outside ceased. When I opened the door, I caught sight of a small creature darting into the woods. Meanwhile, within a small wooden cabin, sensing the precarious situation, Chun Beipan hastily attempted to sway the chat channel's mood. Chun Beipan, what happened above is merely an exception. Do you truly dare wager your lives? What if, upon opening the door, you encounter ferocious beasts like lions or tigers? What will you use to fight them? Zhang Shi, VIP, the number of participants in the chat channel has not significantly changed, indicating that the recent beast attack has not resulted in any casualties. Everyone, remain calm and muster your courage to drive the beasts away. Chun Beipan, with a resentful glare, clicked on Zhang Shi's avatar, fixating on his visage while muttering through gritted teeth. Zhang Shi, you better not fall into my hands. If you do, you shall face the consequences. The nocturnal disturbance has subsided, and the communication channel has quieted, suggesting that everyone, weary from the night's events, has retired to rest. Zhang Shi glanced at the time. It was past midnight. Without hesitation, he activated his golden finger and initiated the sign-in process. A system notification appeared. Congratulations! You have received a wall template, purple, X1 upon signing in. This template unlocks the ability to construct walls, which can be manufactured using stone. Walls, once erected, significantly enhance the defensive capabilities of the shelter. My territory, my rules. A rare item indeed. Finally, something of value. Zhang Shi, acutely aware of the importance of such defensive structures, promptly clicked to learn the template. It transformed into a stream of light and vanished. Zhang Shi then accessed the construction module. Indeed, a new construction project had been unlocked and appeared at the top of the list. Wall, purple durability 500/500. Greatly enhances the shelter's defensive capabilities, creating a free-roaming space for survivors. Continuously regenerates durability when out of combat. Additional operations available. Construction requirements. Stone 453. Eagerly, Zhang Shi expended 3 units of stone to construct a section of the wall. A wall 5 meters high and 1 meter long materialized in his inventory. Incredible. Such a substantial wall from just 3 stones. Truly durable. Zhang Shi immediately spent 120 units of stone to mass-produce 40 meters of the wall. With an oil lamp as his guide, he carefully placed the wall sections in the dim light. Thus, a small courtyard measuring 10 by 10 meters was completed. Zhang Shi gazed at the sturdy stone wall, a wave of security enveloping him. He closed the wooden door and nestled comfortably in his bedding, envisioning a future where he could raise a few chickens and ducks in the small courtyard and cultivate some vegetables. A profound sense of tranquility surged within him. This, indeed, was happiness. A smile graced Zhang Shi's face as he drifted into slumber. The following day at 6 o'clock, Zhang Shi was roused by the preset alarm of the system. The quality of his bed was a luxury, leaving him feeling invigorated upon awakening. He boiled a pot of water and performed a simple morning routine, consuming the leftover roasted meat from the previous night alongside some blue-quality plums, thus hastily addressing his breakfast. Out of habit, he glanced at the trading market, only to find nothing particularly intriguing. Zhang Shi began to devise a plan for the day's endeavors. Recalling his fervent desire to locate the plum tree, he resolved to explore in that direction once more, hoping to discover additional plum trees. If that proved fruitless, he contemplated the possibility of uprooting an entire tree to bring back, considering whether it could be transplanted into his yard. As for cutting down trees, given the current diminished value of timber, Zhang Shi decided to postpone that endeavor, prioritizing the search for treasure chests instead. He retrieved a piece of charred coal from the campfire and, relying on his memory, sketched a rudimentary map on a wooden board. After placing the map into his backpack, he noted that dawn was nearing. Zhang Shi pushed open the wooden door and stepped out of the shelter, filled with enthusiasm, ready to embrace the day. The previous evening's dim light had obscured the details. In the present day, one can truly appreciate the grandeur of the stone walls, which even the mightiest of beasts would find insurmountable. The sole drawback lies in their slight height. Perhaps in the future, when the sanctuary undergoes further enhancements, they may be elevated. After arriving at the rear of the sanctuary, Zhang Shi discovered that the traps set the previous night had yielded no results. This was to be expected, as the imposing wall effectively deterred smaller creatures from entering. As the sun began to rise, casting its golden rays upon the wild terrain, Zhang Shi casually collected the traps and prepared to venture towards the direction of the plum tree. However, he stumbled upon a significant issue. To his dismay, he found there was no gate. Chapter 12. Determination. Gazing at the impenetrable walls surrounding him, Zhang Shi felt as though he were a fish caught in a barrel. Fortunately, the walls were not excessively high. He stacked 2 pieces of wood and reluctantly scaled over them. The dawn hours were precious, and he needed to prioritize his tasks. Setting aside the issue of the door, he hastily positioned the traps and retrieved his bicycle, pedaling vigorously towards the plum tree. For reasons unknown, the weather was exceptionally refreshing that day, and invigorated by his energy, Zhang Shi reached the marked location in less than 20 minutes. Before him, the plump red plums hung heavily from the treetops, and the stumps of trees that had been cut down previously had sprouted anew, transforming the area into a verdant forest. Had the environment been refreshed? Zhang Shi speculated that this might be a facet of the wilderness world's game mechanics, feeling that he was one step closer to great fortune. Swiftly harvesting all the ripe plums, he obtained white plums X552, blue plums X47. Zhang Shi, beaming with joy, promptly placed the white quality plums on the trading market and ventured deeper into the dense forest. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of a rope for 10 years. Zhang Shi was particularly cautious this time, wielding a wooden stick to prod through the underbrush, fearful of being struck by a suddenly appearing venomous snake. Where's the treasure? Where's the treasure? It swirled in Zhang Shi's mind as he wandered for quite some time, losing track of the distance he had traveled. Feeling a bit fatigued, he leaned against a cool spot to rest, taking out some potato chips to enjoy alongside the plums. After satisfying his hunger, Zhang Shi rose, prepared to continue his exploration. Suddenly, a cacophony of chirping emanated from a short distance away as a flock of birds took to the sky in a startled frenzy. Instantly alert, Zhang Shi drew out his weapon, readying himself for combat. Over the past couple of days, he had diligently followed Gu Dalong's teachings, always mindful of the movements of the birds. Now noticing their alarm, he speculated that a wild beast might be lurking ahead. Gripping his weapon tightly, he fixed his gaze on the direction in which the birds had scattered, his heart racing with trepidation. After a tumultuous internal struggle, he resolved to investigate further. Zhang Shi moved forward slowly, each step taken with utmost caution, fearful of missing any subtle clue, while striving to maintain a low profile to minimize the risk of being noticed by potential threats. As he drew nearer, a pungent and metallic scent began to permeate the air, quickening his heartbeat. At that moment, a chilling scene gradually unfolded behind a thicket of sparse bushes. A pack of 7 or 8 gray wolves encircled the remains of a goat, voraciously tearing at the carcass, their sharp fangs glinting ominously in the sunlight. Zhang Shi realized he had inadvertently intruded upon the wolves' dining area, and they were clearly alert to his unwelcome presence. One particularly large gray wolf rose slowly, its piercing gaze fixed on Zhang Shi, emitting a deep, menacing growl as if warning him to depart immediately. Faced with such a perilous situation, Zhang Shi forced himself to remain calm, understanding that any panicked movements could provoke an attack from the pack. He retreated slowly and rhythmically, seeking to avoid direct confrontation with the wolves. Fortunately, the pack appeared unhurried in their pursuit, more focused on their meal than on him. In the tense standoff, Zhang Shi finally found a suitable opportunity to turn and swiftly escape from the treacherous area. The dense forest was ill-suited for cycling, compelling Zhang Shi to run on foot. After 5 minutes of breathless flight, he leaned against a tree, gasping for air. The physique of those gray wolves is scarcely distinguishable from that of large dogs. Should it come to a one-on-one confrontation, Zhang Shi, armed with the sharpness of old Duan, would possess a modicum of confidence to engage. However, the wolves are not solitary. When 7 or 8 surge forth together, even the likes of Tyson would find himself insufficient to satiate their hunger. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhang Shi dared not linger in the perilous vicinity and promptly made his way homeward. Curse this wretched place. Let those who desire to explore do so, while I shall return to the humble task of chopping wood. As Zhang Shi pivoted to retrace his steps, he was unexpectedly tripped by an unseen object beneath his feet, causing him to lose his balance and tumble heavily to the ground. Spitting out the mud that had filled his mouth, he intended to voice his frustration, only to discover that the culprit of his fall was a finely crafted treasure chest, partially concealed amidst the underbrush. This revelation filled Zhang Shi with astonishment and delight, as he quickly realized that this could very well be the greatest reward of his expedition. Despite the lingering threat of wolves, he was acutely aware that opportunities are fleeting. With haste and caution, he opened the treasure chest, triggering his doubling privilege. Ding! Successfully opened the exquisite treasure chest. Green. Activated VIP privilege. Items doubled. Acquired. Stone shelter design blueprint. Green. X2. Essential blueprints for upgrading the shelter. None can do without them. Exquisite iron pickaxe. Green. X2. A pickaxe of exquisite quality, expertly crafted for optimal mineral extraction, yielding superior results. Durability, 100. Wood white, X200 stone white, X100 wilderness hunter set, blue, X2. Cold resistance 3. Set effect, increases damage dealt to beasts by 10. The garments crafted from beast hides are both comfortable and warm. The item known as Dingjun Blue, X2. A product of an unknown technological civilization, possesses the ability to discern all things, unravel illusions, and confront the truth directly. This treasure chest contains items of exceptional quality and considerable quantity. Zhang Shi felt immensely fortunate and swiftly secured his belongings before hastily making his exit. Upon emerging from the dense forest, he found himself back on the familiar woodland path. With a sigh of relief, Zhang Shi expressed his gratitude that the pack of wolves were not hungry. Otherwise, even if he had managed to evade them, he would have been no match for their numbers. Seizing a moment of respite, Zhang Shi meticulously examined the newly acquired items. The exquisite iron pickaxe, forged entirely from fine iron, appeared quite substantial. Previously, Liu Yu had built his fortune through the blue quality pickaxe, and it was reasonable to assume that this green quality one would not fall short in comparison. However, Zhang Shi had no immediate plans to change his vocation. Firstly, Old Duan's efficiency in lumbering was superior, and secondly, there were no extensive mineral resources near his shelter. Thus, he decided to retain it for the time being. The Wilderness Hunter set comprised a pair of leather trousers and a leather jacket, crafted from an unknown beast hide and lined with a layer of fleece, offering a soft texture and warm appearance. Furthermore, it boasted a commendable set effect. Zhang Shi resolved to keep it for the winter season when it would be most beneficial. Lastly, he retrieved the Dingzhen from his backpack. Its configuration bears a resemblance to the Scouters from Dragon Ball, capable of being affixed to the ear, with the lens precisely overlaying the eye, immediately augmenting the clarity of the field of vision. Discovering that the device possessed an appraisal function, Zhang Shi directed it toward the dense forest. Ding! Identification confirmed. Wild scallion. Wild scallion, a prevalent flavoring condiment, characterized by robust growth capabilities. Assessment, a commendable seasoning agent. Within Zhang Shi's visual field, the wild scallions were distinctly highlighted, enabling him to effortlessly gather a substantial quantity. Despite having traversed this thicket for 2 days, Zhang Shi had remained oblivious to its contents. Yet, the device had efficaciously identified them. Ah! It truly holds value. This contraption is undoubtedly a treasure. On a whim, Zhang Shi retrieved another device, directing it toward himself. Ding! Identification confirmed. Human. Zhang Shi. Human. Interface unresolved. Aptitude 5. Assessment. Identified as inconsequential. Chapter 13. Foul most unfortunate Zhang Shi divested himself of the device, feigning an impulse to shatter it. Upon careful deliberation, he regained composure, re-equipping the device. Humph! Fortunes fluctuate. Do not underestimate youthful potential. Glancing at the system clock, he noted that much of the day had elapsed, and it was once again midday. Despite the compelling desire to immediately return and upgrade the shelter, the daylight hours were invaluable. After careful consideration, Zhang Shi abandoned his immediate plan to return home and decided to resume his old trade. Fortunately, he refrained from impulsively smashing the identification device. From time to time, he cast a glance at the roadside, discovering some wild vegetables and mountain garlic. Zhang Shi began to ponder what to prepare for dinner and what cooking utensils he still required. While chopping trees and aimlessly wandering, he gradually strayed from the path and ventured into a nearby thicket. Here, the trees were sturdier, yielding a greater quantity of timber upon being felled. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Shi ventured deeper and deeper until he realized he had lost his bearings. Thankfully, as he had traversed the area by pushing through, the ground was littered with tree stumps, ensuring he would not lose his way. As Zhang Shi looked up ahead, he noticed the trees becoming sparser, revealing a low mountain in the distance, under which he found himself standing. The thought of potentially encountering large wild beasts in the mountains sent a chill down his spine, prompting him to consider a hasty retreat. Before leaving, he habitually cast an identification glance towards the mountain. Ding! With a single glance, the identification revealed, mine, a concentration of mineral resources, rich in various ores, primarily iron ore. Evaluation, high-quality mineral resources. Zhang Shi's eyes brightened at this revelation, and he approached the low mountain for a closer inspection. The mountain was enveloped in a dark hue, with patches of green vegetation scattered about. The slope was gentle, with the steepest areas not exceeding 40 degrees, and a few caves could be faintly discerned along the mountainside. Glancing at the time, Zhang Shi realized it was nearly 3 p.m., and he had no time to explore further today. In the future, he marked the path along the way as Zhang Shi tucked away his thoughts and made his journey back home. With fervent haste, he returned to the very spot where he had been bitten by a snake the previous day. This time, he exercised caution and first cast a discerning glance. To his surprise, a bright notification appeared on the lens. Ding! An immediate verification confirmed it as Xuanwu chicken. Xuanwu chicken, a variant of the wild mountain chicken in the wilderness, known for its resounding call and exceptional jumping ability. Evaluation: the meat is delicious, making it a rare source of sustenance in the wild. A smile spread across Zhang Shi's face, for behind the Xuanwu chicken, he had also discovered a treasure chest. How unfortunate for you to encounter me, he mused. The Xuanwu chicken was roughly the same size as a domesticated rooster. At that moment, it was pecking at insects in the grass, occasionally lifting its head to survey its surroundings, displaying a notable level of vigilance. Zhang Shi donned his wilderness hunter attire, stealthily approaching the Xuanwu chicken, with the old dagger in his hand glinting ominously in the sunlight. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The Xuanwu chicken detected the intruder. Instead of fleeing, it fluffed its feathers and charged towards Zhang Shi, wings spread wide. Not one to shy away, Zhang Shi met the challenge head-on, engaging in a fierce battle with the Xuanwu chicken. After a fierce exchange, he seized an opportunity and swiftly delivered a lethal strike to its throat, ending the confrontation. The system prompted him. Congratulations! You have acquired 2 kilograms of chicken meat, white, X1, sourced from Xuanwu chicken, renowned for its exquisite flavor. A rare source of nourishment in the wilderness. Chicken eggs, white, X2, sourced from Xuanwu chicken, rich in nutrients. You may choose to incubate them or consume them. Feathers, white, X3, obtained from avian species, affixed to the tips of arrows to enhance their performance. Zhang Shi, upon vanquishing the Xuanwu chicken, was pleasantly surprised to find an egg had been laid, tears of gratitude moistening the corners of his mouth. How beautiful the chicken is! Not only did it yield a large prize, but also a smaller one, truly a benefactor. Remembering the treasure chest awaiting him, Zhang Shi rubbed his hands together and trotted towards the thicket behind him. To his dismay, he discovered it was merely a white chest, leading to a profound sense of disappointment. He opened the chest casually, and with a chime, he successfully unlocked a common treasure chest, white. Acquiring wooden door, white, X1, a door crafted from ordinary timber, designed to be placed against wall structures and irretrievable once installed. Durability, 150-150. Iron ore, white, X1, a fundamental resource, versatile in its applications, indispensable in its absence. Salt 200G, white, X1, a common seasoning that brings diversity to the monotonous diet of survivors. To his astonishment, the resources yielded from this white chest were of remarkably high quality, and Zhang Shi accepted them with delight. He swiftly rode back to the shelter and, at a glance, he noticed that the animal trap he had set in the morning had yielded a catch, a white rabbit ensnared and motionless, having long departed this world. A system notification chimed, congratulating him on obtaining rabbit meat 500G, white, X1, and rabbit skin, white, X1. How blissful it is to live without worry for food and clothing. Zhang Shi approached to collect his quarry, placing the trap beside him once more. He then retrieved the newly acquired wooden door and positioned it directly facing the shelter. A flash of white light appeared, revealing an exquisite wooden door nestled within the surrounding wall, indistinguishable from the entrance of a rural courtyard. Zhang Shi pushed open the grand door and stepped inside, gazing at the modest courtyard of nearly 100 square meters, a sensation of realizing his dream of owning property enveloping him. He securely locked the door behind him, wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, and stowed away his wilderness hunter attire. Noticing the late hour, Zhang Shi returned to the wooden cabin, his face lighting up with an ecstatic grin. Finally, he could upgrade the stone house. Today, he would fully inhabit it. Efficiently, he accessed the system's construction interface, the materials for the upgrade already meticulously prepared, and without hesitation. He clicked to upgrade. As a golden light flashed, the originally 20 square meter wooden house expanded to 50 square meters, its wooden walls transforming into neatly cut stone walls, with half-height windows at both the front and back, allowing for the creation of a sealed space when the wooden panels were lowered. The interior was divided into 3 distinct areas. Upon entering, the first sight was a stone fireplace in the living room, complete with a cooking stove, facilitating the survivalist's culinary endeavors. The chimney extended outside, ensuring that Zhang Shi would no longer gaze at the night sky in tears. The interior featured a larger room, where the luxurious bed he had previously acquired was neatly arranged, its headboard positioned against the wall facing the fireplace, maximizing warmth retention. A wooden window beside the bed provided ample light and ventilation. The final small room turned out to be a bathroom, equipped with a shower, a toilet, and a wash basin. Though modest, it exuded a refined charm. Suspended above is a large water tank, connected to the ceiling, with a small stove located beneath it for the purpose of heating the water. The drainage pipe is linked to the septic tank in the backyard, which will serve as a ready source of fertilizer should cultivation be pursued in the future. Taking advantage of the daylight, Zhang Shi ventured outside to observe the surroundings. From an external perspective, the stone house is perfectly square, both exquisite and robust, with a roof fashioned from stone slabs. Its pointed design ensures that, even in the face of torrential rain, there is no risk of leakage. It can be said that, aside from a slightly rough exterior, this stone house possesses virtually no flaws, embodying the ideal dwelling in Zhang Shi's mind. The system prompted, "Congratulations, you have successfully upgraded your shelter, unlocking the ability to craft certain items. Reward: exquisite treasure chest, green, X1. Another prompt followed. "Congratulations. You have become the first survivor in this region to upgrade to a level 3 shelter. Reward: smelting furnace, green, X1, capable of smelting metal, ores, and other materials, refining them into desired substances. This special smelting furnace in the wilderness transforms decay into the miraculous. By using high-quality fuel, there is a chance to enhance the quality of refined items." Lastly, the system announced, "Congratulations. You are the 10th survivor in the wilderness to upgrade to a level 3 shelter. Reward: fully automatic mining machine, green, X1, an exclusive technology of the wilderness. This device can be placed on mineral resources, consuming mining tools and fuel to achieve fully automated extraction. Although its efficiency is moderate, it liberates one's hands and feet, allowing for a life of leisure. Water well, green, X1, a resource-type item that can be placed near the shelter, yielding 40 liters of water daily, refreshed at 2,400 hours each day." Chapter 14. Zhang Shi stood astonished, his mouth agape, rendered speechless until the night fully enveloped the surroundings. What delight! Having upgraded a shelter, he was bestowed with such bountiful rewards. This was bound to elevate his prospects. He glanced at the next stage of the shelter, realizing that the construction requirements had yet to be unlocked. Dismissing further thoughts, he stored the treasure chest in his backpack, intending to maximize his gains by waiting for the privilege refreshed tomorrow before opening it. For now, Zhang Shi resolved to utilize the resource items he had placed. With the protection of walls, Zhang Shi's courage swelled. Carrying an oil lamp and braving the night, he positioned the water well in the courtyard. He pulled up the bucket that came with the well, which brimmed with crystal-clear, cool well water. Using his discerning eye, he inspected it. Ding! Upon inspection, it was identified as well water. Well water, blue, X1. After consuming a certain amount, it increases energy recovery speed by 10. This high-quality well water, cool and sweet, can be consumed directly. Zhang Shi's expression brightened with delight. He had not anticipated that the water well would yield water of a graded quality. Taking a sip of the well water, he found it indeed refreshingly cool with a hint of sweetness. Zhang Shi felt an overwhelming sense of joy as he finally secured a stable source of water, complemented by the luxurious large bed that replenished 20 of his energy. He envisioned himself as an indefatigable plow ox, ready to toil vigorously should he encounter a field to cultivate. Transferring 40 liters of well water into his backpack, he sensed a subtle chill in the air. Was autumn approaching in this desolate world? The weather seemed to be growing increasingly frigid. Upon returning to the stone house, Zhang Shi swiftly ignited the fireplace, its flames illuminating the living room and rapidly elevating the temperature throughout the abode. He felt a warm current enveloping both his body and spirit. As soon as he settled down, an acute sense of hunger struck him. Another day had passed, and it was time to reward himself adequately. Stretching his arms, he resolved to prepare a pot of chicken soup. The system's disassembled chicken was remarkably convenient. eliminating the need for tedious preparation and blanching. With a flourish, Zhang Shi poured some high-quality well water into the black pot, adding the Kuan chicken and the wild vegetables and scallions he had gathered during the day, sprinkling a touch of salt over the mixture with a sense of ritual. He placed the pot atop the stove, leaving it to simmer without a second thought. Rising, he made his way to the bathroom, shaking his head in contemplation. It is only in loss that one learns to cherish. In recent days, Zhang Shi had resorted to relieving himself amidst the grass, constantly battling mosquitoes, and his delicate skin had borne the brunt of countless bites. At that moment, gazing at the ceramic toilet that starkly contrasted with the surrounding stone walls, he felt a wave of grievance wash over him. With a bold gesture, he filled the water tank to the brim with river water, marking the commencement of normal operations for this restroom. The sound of water cascading was refreshing, and Zhang Shi skillfully wiped it clean with a blade. After a long absence, he washed his hands, feeling an invigorating lightness envelop him. Before departing, he ignited the small stove beneath the water tank. Tonight, he planned to indulge in a bath and enjoy a restful slumber. Returning to the hearth, Zhang Shi activated the construction module. A plethora of projects had been unlocked with the upgrade of the shelter, encompassing tools, weapons, and furniture. With the internal space of the shelter now expanded, it appeared somewhat desolate. Zhang Shi gazed at the furniture section and resolved to create some furnishings. Dining table, white and ordinary wooden piece. It brings a touch of life to the monotonous wilderness. Construction requirements: wood 11548, iron nails 010. Zhang Shi accessed the subpage for iron nails, which indicated that they were crafted from pig iron. Eyeing the piece of pig iron in his backpack, he hesitated not and decisively chose to fabricate it. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained iron nails, white, X10, iron-based materials, essential resources for the survivalist development and manufacturing. Seeing that the construction criteria were met, Zhang Shi promptly crafted the dining table and positioned it at the heart of the living room. With the table now in place, it was time to procure a chair. Chair, white and ordinary wooden piece. It adds a hint of life to the dreary wilderness. Construction conditions: 464 units of timber and 5 iron nails. Zhang Shi, feeling quite extravagant, swiftly purchased several pieces of iron ore from the trading market. He decided to experiment with the smelting furnace. Placing the furnace by the window, he added 5 units of timber and deposited all the iron ore into it. After approximately 3 minutes, a notification from the system chimed. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained refined iron blue, X1. A delightful surprise. Refined iron is a coveted resource in the trading market, commanding a high price. Zhang Shi stored it in his backpack and patiently awaited the transformation of the remaining iron ore. After a short while, another notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained pig iron white, X1. As expected, the smelting furnace does not consistently yield high-quality metals. Zhang Shi proceeded to craft a chair, placing it before the dining table. With the table and chairs ready, the only missing element was the utensils. Unfortunately, the system could not produce them at the moment, compelling Zhang Shi to scour the trading market for a wooden set, which was rather costly. Observing that everything was prepared, he noted that the chicken soup on the stove was bubbling away. Lifting the lid, a rich aroma wafted into his nostrils, awakening his appetite. He poured the chicken soup into a serving bowl and took a tentative sip with his spoon. The savory flavor of the meat mingled with the freshness of the wild vegetables, creating an indescribable delicacy. Most importantly, it had a delightful saltiness. Clicking on Zhao Feng's avatar, Zhang Shi sent a video invitation, intending to tease him. However, there was no response from Zhao Feng's side. Zhang Shi felt a twinge of concern and left a message for him, requesting a reply when he had a moment to spare. As he indulged in his meal, he opened the chat channel, observing the lively banter among the survivors, which had become a delightful routine for both relaxation and dining. He found it to be a perfect pastime. Indeed, several familiar usernames were engaged in an animated conversation. Qian Duo, how has everyone's haul been today? Let me kick things off. Jing Tai Chong Chong, blue, X1. When attacking, there is a chance to produce an armor-piercing effect, particularly effective against tough and resilient beasts. This high-quality weapon, forged from fine iron, can inflict piercing damage upon foes. Xuanwu, brother, could I borrow this tomorrow? I discovered a nest of wild boars today, but I lack a suitable weapon. With your piece, I'm confident I can take them all out. Good along, brother Wang, do exercise caution. There's an old saying, 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers. Wild boars can be quite fearsome when enraged. If you get injured out there in the wilderness, it could lead to significant trouble, definitely not worth the risk. Immediately, numerous individuals in the chat urged Wang Wu to reconsider, emphasizing the unnecessary danger of confronting wild boars. Yet, it seemed Wang Wu was resolute in his decision to challenge them. Observing his determination, others speculated whether he had some sort of assurance or was simply being reckless. Either way, their pleas fell on deaf ears. Each of them produced some valuable resources, expressing their willingness to lend them. Observing the lively atmosphere in the chat channel, Zhang Shi displayed his wilderness hunter outfit, offering it for Wang Wu's use. Wang Wu, touched by the support from his companions, promised that if he successfully captured the wild boar family, he would reward each family member who lent him resources with a portion of boar meat. Chapter 15. A false alarm. After thoroughly cleaning himself, Zhang Shi eagerly dashed into the bathroom. Following 3 days of intense wilderness activity, he was covered in dirt. A hot shower gave him the illusion of returning to modern civilization. Drying himself with a rabbit fur, he settled by the fireplace to warm his body. In the night, the flickering flames provided a small measure of warmth and light, instilling in Zhang Shi a rare sense of tranquility. Reclining in his chair, his eyelids grew heavy, and a wave of drowsiness washed over him. After yawning, he prepared to return to his bedroom for rest, when suddenly the sound of barking dogs pierced the silence. Zhang Shi was jolted awake. Quickly donning his wilderness hunter outfit and grasping his old weapon, he cautiously peered out the window. The night was as dark as ink. Even with the oil lamp's glow, visibility extended only to a small area around him. The sounds originated from the wooden gate of the courtyard, interspersed with the occasional thud of an unknown creature colliding with the door. The courtyard was not small, and the stone house stood a little distance from the surrounding wall. In the darkness, only the sounds were discernible, while the source remained unseen. Zhang Shi hesitated to venture outside, his heart racing with trepidation. Could it be that a pack of wolves had come seeking vengeance during the daylight? In this desolate wilderness, the sudden barking of dogs led him to immediately suspect wolves. These creatures typically operated in packs, and Zhang Shi's anxiety surged as he worried that the wall, barely over a meter high, would offer insufficient protection. He swiftly navigated to the construction interface and located the option to enhance the wall within the shelter section. Upon opening the interface, he discovered that the wall could be upgraded using various peculiar materials to bolster its defenses. Zhang Shi quickly perused the options and successfully found the expansion section. After making a swift transaction in the marketplace for a batch of stones, he proceeded to raise the wall's height by an additional meter. Now, the wall stood at an imposing 2.5 meters, making it virtually impossible for ordinary beasts to scale. Zhang Shi let out a quiet sigh of relief. Outside the wall, the sound of scratching at the door mingled with the occasional dog bark, creating an unsettling chorus in the stillness of the wilderness. Zhang Shi checked the status of the wall through the system and noted that the durability of the wooden door had diminished by 10 points. Growing increasingly anxious, he deliberated briefly before taking an oil lamp in hand and cautiously stepping out of the stone house, approaching the wall. The beasts outside, sensing his presence, ceased their assault on the wooden door and began to pace back and forth. Zhang Shi reached the door, separated from the creatures by a mere barrier, and he could now distinctly hear the sound of their footsteps. The beasts outside, alerted to Zhang Shi's movements, grew increasingly agitated. Initiating his ascent, he clung to the wall, seeking a foothold. Suddenly, a crisp, chilling sound pierced the silence, followed by the anguished wail of a beast. Startled by the abrupt noise, Zhang Shi was soon overcome with elation. He recalled placing a snare by the enclosure earlier that day, never imagining it would prove so effective. The small snare was of superior make, incapable of holding larger beasts, but its offensive capabilities were substantial. Even a tiger, if caught in its serrated jaws, would be rendered as harmless as a kitten. The lamentations persisted for a time before ceasing. The cunning creature, enduring the pain, managed to disengage the trap with its mouth before limping away. Zhang Shi could discern the grating of sharp objects against each other, followed by the receding sound of footsteps. Convinced that the beast had retreated, yet unwilling to risk venturing outside, Zhang Shi returned to his stone dwelling. Shedding his heavy leather attire, he discovered his back was drenched in perspiration. Before he could attend to it, the system chimed with an incoming video call from Zhao Feng. Accepting the call, the image that materialized caused Zhang Shi's pupils to contract. Reclining on a lavish bed was a robust, humanoid figure, its torso swathed in bandages, with only its face visible. A bloody gash marred the left side of its face, giving it a disheveled appearance. "Feng Ji, have you been injured?" Zhang Shi spoke with urgency, his voice trembling slightly, which brought a wave of warmth to Zhao Feng's heart. "I am fine, there is no need to worry." With that, Zhao Feng shifted his focus. In the corner of the wooden cabin, he spotted a half-grown golden leopard, its body splayed on the ground, bound by ropes to a log. Upon noticing Zhao Feng's gaze, it revealed a fierce expression and let out a series of growls. "I previously opened a treasure chest and obtained a one-time animal taming book, hoping to capture a beast as a mount, but the taming failed. I am reluctant to give up. After all, I had difficulty finding a young wild animal. I was considering physically taming it, which led to my current injuries." Zhang Shi marveled at Zhao Feng's ferocity. Noticing that he appeared to be in good spirits and his injuries were not too severe, he advised him to procure some medicine at the trading market. Zhao Feng nodded in agreement, but his expression shifted to one of grave seriousness as he addressed him. "Sure, there's a green treasure chest beside the leopard. After capturing it, I opened the chest and received something. Take a look." With that, Zhao Feng sent an item information. "Apocalypse, green, X1, capable of foreseeing impending disasters. Next natural disaster, severe cold. In the haze, everything is predetermined." Zhao Feng's expression turned somber as he inquired, "Have you noticed the temperature continuously dropping lately?" The items that everyone has obtained from the treasure chests, to some extent, are all meant for keeping warm. Zhang Shi understood the implication behind Zhao Feng's words and nodded in agreement. "I had long harbored suspicions about the impending natural disasters, since time is still on our side. We must stockpile supplies to combat the impending cold." Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Shi exchanged the surplus designs for stone shelters directly with Ding Zhun. Zhao Feng had already noticed the changes in Zhang Shi's shelter through video, and before he could inquire further, received a trade request. Upon reviewing the item details, his eyes widened in astonishment. Before Zhao Feng could decline, Zhang Shi interjected, "I lack nothing at present. These items are merely surplus to my needs. Even if sold, they would not significantly benefit me. Rest assured, accept them. Upgrading the shelter to level 3 will better prepare us for the harsh winter ahead." Seeing Zhang Shi's insistence, Zhao Feng did not hesitate and accepted the trade items. With deliberate clarity, he proclaimed, "If you do not reject me, I wish to pledge myself as your sworn son." Zhang Shi couldn't help but chuckle and then inquired if Zhao Feng required materials for the shelter upgrade. Zhao Feng felt an odd sense of being pampered and promptly declined Zhang Shi's assistance, turning his attention to Ding Zhun instead. Like Zhang Shi, he first conducted an appraisal for himself. Ding Zhun's appraisal revealed, human. Zhao Feng, human. Panel, not unlocked. Ability value, 6 evaluation. Ding Zhun appraised as low intellect. Zhao Feng, Zhang Shi. Chapter 16. Exploring the mine after a day filled with toil, Zhang Shi fell into a deep slumber the moment his head hit the pillow. The following morning, he awoke rejuvenated from his warm cocoon, ready to embrace the 4th day in the wilderness. Stretching leisurely, he opened the system panel with a relaxed demeanor and checked in to receive his daily reward. The system notified him, "Congratulations. You have checked in and received Wilderness World VIP membership card, 7 days. X1, charcoal kiln green. X1, a device for charcoal production, capable of converting 1 unit of wood into 1 unit of charcoal. This exclusive technology from Wilderness World is clean, environmentally friendly, and can also process other materials." Upon inspecting the charcoal kiln in his inventory, Zhang Shi noted its structure, constructed from bricks and stones, resembling an inverted hemisphere, standing approximately 3 meters tall. The kiln featured 2 openings, one for inputting materials and the other for the output of charcoal. He positioned it in the courtyard, added a unit of wood, and ignited it. Shortly thereafter, a gleaming piece of silver charcoal emerged from the exit. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained charcoal, white, X1, a resource derived from wood processing. Compared to wood, it has a longer burn time, higher calorific value, and is pollution-free, making it highly effective for both smelting and heating. Upon perusing the description of the charcoal, a plan began to materialize in Zhang Shi's mind. He mused over the fact that a unit of charcoal was approximately a quarter of the size of wood, wondering about its burning duration and heat emission. The possibility of venturing into the charcoal business seemed promising. The kiln's interior held more capacity than initially apparent, accommodating half of the wood without reaching full capacity. Observing that the kiln was operating autonomously, Zhang Shi decided to resume his research in the evening. He then turned his attention to the exquisite treasure chest acquired the previous day. Upon successfully opening the exquisite green treasure chest, a VIP privilege was triggered, doubling the items obtained. 2 small sentry towers. Blue, these rudimentary defensive structures are equipped with small searchlights, enhancing visibility within the shelter's perimeter. Searchlight batteries are replaceable. 2 bone bows. Blue, crafted from the bones and sinews of large beasts. These bows possess formidable power, inflicting 10 additional damage to animals. 2 iron arrow crafting templates. Blue, upon use, these templates unlock the ability to craft iron arrows within the construction module. 2 small poultry houses. Blue, these structures enable the construction of a poultry house near the shelter, accelerating the growth rate of poultry by 20 and their hatching rate by 30. Wood, white, X200, stone, white, X100, a distinguished treasure chest of exquisite grade. The items procured this time are precisely what Zhang Shi urgently requires. First, he activates the VIP membership card obtained through signing in. Enveloped by an aura of regal authority, Zhang Shi, brimming with pride, retrieves a watchtower and positions it beside the gate. The watchtower stands approximately 3 stories tall, meticulously crafted from concrete, exuding an impression of formidable strength, albeit somewhat cramped within the small courtyard. Ascending to the tower's pinnacle, Zhang Shi finds his perspective significantly broadened. He draws forth his bone bow, gesturing with it as the dim light of dawn accentuates the desolate surroundings, igniting within him a fervor for achievement. After collecting the newly produced well water into his backpack, Zhang Shi returns to the stone house, freshens up, and consumes a light meal before outlining his plans for the day. With a smelting furnace and 2 fully automated mining machines at his disposal, he anticipates the mass production of pig iron. The mine is a prize he is determined to seize. Sensing that today will yield an abundant haul of ores and timber, Zhang Shi organizes his backpack, carrying only essential supplies to leave ample space for his acquisitions. As the sky brightens, he secures the doors and windows and steps out of the courtyard. Upon exiting, he notices a patch of fur and blood on the animal trap beside the wall. After examining it, he confirms it to indeed be remnants of a gray wolf. Replacing the trap, Zhang Shi gazes pensively in the direction from which the blood trail leads. It is said that wolves are vindictive creatures, and one should not fear theft as much as being targeted by a vengeful enemy. After activating the system to repair the wooden door, Zhang Shi embarked on his journey with trepidation. Zhang Shi was intimately familiar with the path, and he pedaled vigorously towards his destination. In approximately 20 minutes, he arrived once more beneath the plum tree. He was not disappointed. The tree was laden anew with crimson fruit. As before, he harvested all the ripe fruit, exchanging the white quality items on the shelves for timber. Zhang Shi wasted no time, retrieving his bicycle and heading towards the mine. Traversing the dense forest, Zhang Shi once again beheld the low mountain. Without much exertion, he ascended to its midway point. Zhang Shi peered around outside one of the caves for a moment, tossing a stone inside. After a long pause, with no sound in response, Zhang Shi cautiously entered the cavern. Carrying the oil lamp, he ventured further inward, and the space before him expanded dramatically. The area ahead was an open expanse, with numerous openings in the opposite rock wall. Sensing currents of air swirling around him, Zhang Shi surmised that the caves were interconnected. Seeing no immediate danger, Zhang Shi lowered his guard and used his appraisal skill on the area in front of him. As expected, the entire low mountain was composed of iron, ore, and stone resources. Zhang Shi even discovered a deposit of coal. I maintain that this game is illogical. How can iron, ore, and coal coexist? Zhang Shi muttered, even as his hands remained occupied. He attached the exquisite-level iron pickaxe to the mining machine, fueling it with timber. The two mining machines commenced their operations with rhythmic clangs. Observing them, Zhang Shi noted that each machine extracted approximately 1 unit of mineral resources per minute, a rather commendable rate. Crucially, they could operate continuously for an entire hour with just 10 units of timber. Zhang Shi chuckled, already envisioning a ceaseless influx of iron ore beckoning him. After providing the two mining machines with enough timber for 4 days, Zhang Shi turned and exited the mine. With a bountiful harvest of mineral resources secured, the timber supply could not be neglected. If the news of the impending severe winter were disseminated, the price of timber would undoubtedly skyrocket. Moreover, possessing the means to consistently produce charcoal, Zhang Shi felt compelled to exert himself. Behind the low hill lay a dense forest, which Zhang Shi resolved to exploit. Wielding Old Duan, he advanced with sparks and lightning. Envisioning the imminent realization of primitive accumulation and his transformation into the very capitalist he once envied and resented, Zhang Shi seemed to forget his fatigue. He toiled throughout the day, quenching his thirst with well water and satisfying his hunger with a plum. The superior quality of the provisions was indeed beneficial. After felling trees for so long, he still possessed ample energy. Glancing at the time, he noted that it was nearly 3 in the afternoon. Having gathered 2,500 units of timber and with time to spare, Zhang Shi decided to revisit the mine before returning. Upon returning to the mine, he found that the two mining machines had already excavated a shallow pit in one area. Zhang Shi gathered the various ores piled beside him. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained stone, white, X75, iron, or white, X594, coal, white, X33. A solid combustible substance with prolonged burning time and high calorific value. Effective for both smelting and heating. Wealth has come. Wealth has come. Zhang Shi's face lit up with joy as he could not help but exclaim. Suddenly, a sound echoed from the entrance of the cave. Zhang Shi quickly turned around, locking eyes with a pair of puzzled ones. Chapter 17. The black bear at the cave's entrance stood a black bear, upright and leaning against the stone wall, motionless, cautiously observing Zhang Shi. This black bear, when standing, was approximately 1.5 meters tall, with robust limbs and a V-shaped patch of white fur on its chest, giving it an unusual appearance for a bear. It was Zhang Shi's first encounter with a wild black bear, and in an instant, cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The distance between the man and the bear was merely 20 meters, and Zhang Shi dared not move. He anxiously watched the bear, while silently accessing the trading market to purchase some raw iron. With the raw iron, he crafted iron arrows, which instilled a sense of confidence within him, causing his racing heart rate to gradually stabilize. Do not panic, as long as it is not provoked. The black bear will not easily attack humans. Zhang Shi repeatedly murmured to himself, striving to maintain his composure. For a brief moment, both man and bear remained silent. The rhythmic clanking of the mining machine reverberated through the cavern. The black bear, with its keen sense of hearing, caused Zhang Shi to fret that the cacophony might provoke its ire. Thus, he contemplated retreating slowly to disable the machine. Unexpectedly, his movements seemed to ignite a fuse. The bear transitioned to all fours, roaring as it charged towards Zhang Shi. His heart raced once more as he trembled, retrieving the bone bow from his backpack. With practiced grace, he knocked an arrow and drew the bowstring, despite lacking practical combat experience. He was astonished by the fluidity of his own actions. My word, is this the strength of a bachelor of 28 years? The combination of the bone bow and the wilderness hunter's ensemble enhances my damage by 20%. How will you respond to this arrow? The distance of 20 meters was brief. In the blink of an eye, the black bear charged towards Zhang Shi. Caught off guard by the bear's swiftness, Zhang Shi's heart raced, his grip faltered, and before he could properly aim, he released the bowstring. The arrow whizzed off course, striking the stone wall and ricocheting away. As the bear lunged, Zhang Shi quickly devised a plan, rolling to the side in an attempt to evade the attack. The relentless bear clamped its jaws around Zhang Shi's calf, dragging him backwards and tearing at him fiercely. Helplessly, Zhang Shi was pulled along, straining against the force while struggling in vain. Fortunately, the wilderness hunter's gear was of exceptional quality, enduring the bear's onslaught without sustaining damage. The bear, perplexed, wondered why the skin was tougher than that of a wild boar. Finding its biting ineffective, the bear relinquished its grip on Zhang Shi's leg and lunged for his groin. Still grappling with the pain, the black bear stood motionless as if ensnared by a spell. Suddenly, its head was cleaved in two, akin to paper being neatly cut apart, and a torrent of blood gushed forth from the wound. Zhang Shi hastily sidestepped, but still found himself splattered with considerable amounts of blood. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired bear meat 30 kilograms, blue, X1. Consuming this will enhance stamina recovery speed by 20. After consuming a certain amount, it will instantly restore 10 of vitality. Bear meat, coarse in texture and rich in fat, provides substantial energy. Bear skin, blue, X1. The pelt of the black bear, offering excellent warmth when fashioned into garments. Advanced treasure chest, blue, X2. Zhang Shi took a few deep breaths, finally accepting the reality that he had brushed with death. He hurriedly collected his spoils, feeling a sharp pain radiating from the bite on his calf. Grimacing, he exited the mine and gathered some timber to seal the entrance. After consuming a plum and taking a sip of well water, he hastened back to the shelter. Due to the time spent battling the bear, his calf injury impeded his cycling speed. With approximately half the distance remaining to the shelter, darkness suddenly enveloped the surroundings, and the bushes flanking the path rustled ominously. A chill ran down Zhang Shi's spine, sensing impending danger. He retrieved an oil lamp and hung it from his bicycle's handlebars, disregarding the pain and pedaling with renewed vigor. This was Zhang Shi's first venture outside the shelter after sunset. The night was thick with an impenetrable darkness, limiting visibility to a mere 5 meters ahead for Zhang Shi. As they say, the most dreadful fear is that which remains unseen, and the anticipation of its arrival is the most excruciating torment. A slight chill permeated the air, yet Zhang Shi's back was already drenched in perspiration. His greatest apprehension was that the scent of his blood would attract a large predator, and upon turning around, he would find himself face to face with a gaping maw lunging towards him. Whether it was due to the protection afforded to novices or simply an extraordinary stroke of luck, Zhang Shi managed to complete the latter part of his journey amidst this torment, returning safely to the shelter. He glanced at the animal trap, which against all odds, did no catch. Without further ado, Zhang Shi stepped into the courtyard, bolted the gate behind him, and rushed into the stone house, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Zhang Shi ignited the fireplace. By the firelight, he removed his leather pants to assess the extent of his injuries. Upon his calf were several deep gashes, with blood seeping from many areas around the wounds. Although the black bear had not directly pierced the leather pants, it had still inflicted considerable damage on Zhang Shi through its tearing. Uncertain of the specific nature of his injuries, Zhang Shi was momentarily caught off guard. Recalling that Zhao Feng had also been injured the previous day, he initiated a video call to discuss their conditions. Zhao Feng was evidently at leisure, as he answered the video invitation almost instantaneously. In the frame, Zhao Feng reclined on the bed, his head held high with triumph, while a leopard lay on the other side, meticulously grooming its fur. It remains a mystery how he managed to tame the leopard. Upon encountering Zhang Shi, Zhao Feng's smile was more difficult to suppress than the AK itself. "Stone, how did you know I upgraded to a level 3 shelter?" Zhang Shi offered a helpless smile, the pain in his leg causing his lips to twitch slightly. Noticing his discomfort, Zhao Feng inquired, "Stone, are you cosplaying as Zhao Si?" Zhang Shi sighed, at a loss for words, and redirected the conversation towards his injured leg. Upon witnessing the gruesome sight, Zhao Feng abruptly sat up, his expression unusually grave. "What stroke of misfortune today? I was bitten by a black bear. It reminded me of your injuries from yesterday, so I wanted to ask how you managed." Zhao Feng squinted to assess Zhang Shi's wounds, promptly trading over some gauze and bandages. "Your injury is significantly more severe than mine. You must first cleanse the wound and then bandage it. I cannot ascertain the specifics. It would be prudent to consult a professional to determine if further treatment is necessary." The two individuals conferred briefly and resolved to act independently. One would seek out professionals in the chat channel, while the other scoured the trading market for medical supplies. Zhang Shi, endowed with VIP privileges, carefully composed his message and addressed the chat channel. "Zhang Shi, VIP dear friends. I was attacked by a black bear today and sustained some injuries. Is there a medical professional among you who could assist me in examining my wounds? Generous compensation awaits those interested. Please message me privately." Chapter 18. Dr. Wu Qing. Upon sending his message, Zhang Shi ignited a fervent discussion within the chat channel. "Zhu Dachang, Brother Zhang, you've been injured? I have a bottle of medical alcohol that I can sell you at a low price for emergency use." "Wang Wu, how severe are your injuries, esteemed VIP? Thanks to your wilderness hunter gear, I successfully eliminated an entire family of wild boars and have both clothing and pork ready for trade with you. Good Dalong, I possess a bottle of red potion that I'll trade with you. Please accept it. I'll also see if there are any medical professionals in this channel." Sheng Mu, heaven has eyes. Today is your day of reckoning. A cold-hearted individual like you is destined to be dealt with by fate. Cheng Xiaobai, damn it, here comes Sheng Mu again. I can't believe this. After posting in the chat channel, Zhang Shi was inundated with numerous private messages and trade requests. Upon reviewing them, he discovered a variety of eager survivors offering supplies. The items ranged widely, from food to tools, yet conspicuously absent were any medical supplies. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng had also yielded no results. Having only just entered the fourth day within the desolate expanse, medical provisions are exceedingly scarce commodities, yielding minimal output, and scarcely anyone is inclined to vend them unless driven by dire necessity. After all, within this merciless world, a single vial of medicine might prove to be a lifesaver. Having procured some serviceable items at market rates, Zhang Shi disinfected the laceration with alcohol. Upon accessing the private messaging interface, he discerned a familiar identifier initiating a private correspondence. "Wu Qing, I am a physician. Initiate a video call and permit me to examine your injury." Zhang Shi retained some recollection of this Wu Qing, recalling her previous pronouncements within the discourse channel. Subsequent to deliberating with Zhao Feng, Zhang Shi dispatched a video invitation to Wu Qing. The video connection was promptly established. On the opposing end resided a maiden of no negligible pulchritude, possessing fair complexion, a detached demeanor, ensconced in the alcove of a wooden dwelling, serenely gazing at him. Zhang Shi was abruptly reminded of a verse. With icy flesh and jade-like frame, she emanates a frigid radiance. With limpid eyes and pristine teeth, her coldness resembles frost. Applied to this Wu Qing, it was particularly apparent. "Why are you gawking? Are you not going to permit me to examine your wound?" Wu Qing's intonation resembled the resonant flow of a limpid spring, crystalline yet decisive, accompanied by intermittent throes emanating from the lower limb. Zhang Shi was extricated from his reverie. Redirecting the perspective toward the site of the injury, Zhang Shi, akin to a juvenile attending a hospital consultation for the first occasion, remained taciturn and immobile, fraught with trepidation. Wu Qing meticulously scrutinized the area, inquiring about Zhang Shi's sensations, and rapidly rendered her assessment. "Tolerable. No damage to the sinews. The wound is not particularly severe. A little disinfection and bandaging will suffice. Please refrain from engaging in strenuous activities for the time being to avoid reopening the wound, as an infection would pose a significant problem." Upon hearing her words, Zhang Shi felt a considerable weight lift from his heart, expressing his profound gratitude to Wu Qing. Wu Qing, slightly bashful, waved her hand dismissively, her fingers brushing through her hair, which she twirled into a delicate coil, softly stating, "Since you are fine now, could you please settle the consultation fee?" Zhang Shi was momentarily taken aback by her request, but quickly regained his composure and promptly transferred 5 blue quality plums. Wu Qing examined the attributes of the plums and appeared quite satisfied with the payment, a subtle smile gracing her lips, revealing two charming dimples on her petite face. By the way, I have one more question for you. Wu Qing's smile faded, her gaze flickering with seriousness. Is your shelter a third-level stone house? Having consented to the video call, Zhang Shi saw no reason to withhold information. He nodded decisively and replied, I was fortunate enough to obtain the design blueprint for a stone house. However, I tend to keep a low profile, so I would appreciate your discretion. Wu Qing nodded, indicating her understanding. The two exchanged gazes across the video interface. Zhang Shi puzzled as to what else Wu Qing might have to say, remaining silent as he awaited her next words. After a moment of hesitation, Wu Qing finally uttered one last statement before disconnecting the call. If you ever find yourself injured or unwell, feel free to reach out to me. Familiar faces receive preferential treatment. Unable to decipher the young woman's train of thought, Zhang Shi apprised Zhao Feng of his injuries and subsequently bartered some bear meat. Zhao Feng, relieved to learn of Zhang Shi's well-being, breathed a sigh of relief. After receiving the bear meat, the two engaged in a protracted haggling session. Zhang Shi, now utterly relaxed, slumped into his chair. He inwardly cursed this desolate world for its relentless unrest. A buzzing sound alerted him to an incoming private message. Zhang Shi accessed the system to find that the sender was none other than Chen Beipan. Zhang Shi recalled Chen Beipan, who had deliberately incited panic and profiteered from the beastly night raid, even maliciously deceiving other survivors. Zhang Shi held a dim view of such petty individuals. Nevertheless, he patiently opened the private message. Chen Beipan, brother, I heard you were injured. I have a bottle of painkillers here, selling for only 500 units of stone. If you're interested, trade directly. Zhang Shi scoffed inwardly, realizing he was being taken advantage of. He retorted, You're too late. Even eating feces wouldn't be fresh now. He promptly blocked him, paying him no further attention. Upon seeing Zhang Shi's reply, Chen Beipan was livid. He furiously typed a torrent of words, only to discover that he had been blocked. He raged and jumped about in his wooden shack. Zhang Shi, just you wait. If I ever get the chance, I will make you pay. Zhang Shi glanced at the system clock, noting that it was already 6 in the evening. Feeling the pangs of hunger in his belly, Zhang Shi took out a piece of bear meat, cutting it into small chunks before placing them into a pot. He poured in some high-quality well water, added the remaining wild onions and greens, and sprinkled in a bit of salt, after which he paid no further attention to it. Exiting the stone house, Zhang Shi made his way to the charcoal kiln to assess its condition. After a day's work, the kiln had produced nearly 700 units of charcoal, which pleased him greatly. He collected the charcoal and, having added a substantial amount of wood to the kiln, returned to the stone house to commence his iron smelting endeavors. With ample resources at hand, Zhang Shi utilized charcoal as fuel, eagerly placing iron ore into the furnace, hoping to yield some high-quality iron. As he found himself with some leisure time, Zhang Shi began to contemplate his itinerary in the days leading up to the harsh winter. Although his leg injury was not severe, it required time to heal, allowing him to temporarily set aside any strenuous tasks. Despite the wound from the black bear attack, the encounter had proven fruitful, as the bear meat alone would sustain him for quite some time. Aware that the current temperatures were still bearable and that raw meat would not keep for long, Zhang Shi resolved to take advantage of the coming days to transform the excess ordinary quality meat into dried jerky, preparing for the winter ahead. Reflecting on his food supplies, he also decided to stock up on some convenience foods for unforeseen circumstances. After perusing the trading market, I was astonished to discover that in just a single day, the prices of all categories of food had skyrocketed, costing 30% more than yesterday. Not only food, but the price of wood, which is used as a basic currency, has also risen, and items such as animal furs, clothing, and cotton are snapped up as soon as they are listed. Zhang Shi sensed that something was amiss and contacted Zhao Feng. It seems that we're not the only ones who have received news of the natural disaster. Some have already begun to take action. Chapter 19. Disclosure. Humans are inherently self-centered. Zhang Shi had originally planned to hoard some supplies and profit from the information gap. Unexpectedly, before he could act, others had already made their move. Zhang Shi and Zhao Feng carefully deliberated and decided to disclose the impending severe cold. Since the prices in the trading market had shown anomalies, some astute individuals would inevitably detect the signs. Rather than keeping it a secret and allowing a minority to monopolize resources, it would be better to generously disseminate the information and allow everyone to prepare. This would save some lives. Zhao Feng nodded, agreeing with Zhang Shi's idea. However, before making the announcement, the two of them first scoured the trading market for goods. Gurgle, gurgle. The meat soup was simmered until tender, and the entire stone house was filled with the aroma of meat. Zhang Shi smelled the fragrance and temporarily stopped the work at hand. He ladled a bowl of meat broth and began to feast. The bear meat had a coarse texture, akin to that of marbled beef. The exquisite quality of the meat imbued him with a remarkable energy, and after consuming half a bowl, Zhang Shi felt a surge of warmth emanate from his abdomen, coursing through his limbs. His entire being was suffused with a pleasant heat, as if recharged, and even the languor from his injury dissipated. Suddenly, a chorus of wolf howls erupted from outside, suggesting a considerable number. Zhang Shi surmised that the wolf from the previous day, harboring a grudge, had returned with reinforcements. "Damn it," he exclaimed, "can't even enjoy a meal in peace." He was just lamenting the lack of an outlet for his newfound strength, and now he could test his mettle against them. Zhang Shi retrieved his bone bow and hurried to the courtyard. The wolves outside, upon hearing his movements, grew even more agitated and began to assault the wooden gate relentlessly. A cold smile crept across Zhang Shi's lips, whether from the invigorating bear meat or the liberation from his fear of beasts after slaying the black bear. Disregarding the injury to his leg, Zhang Shi scrambled up the watchtower and activated the searchlight, directing it towards the front gate. The light banished the darkness, revealing all within its beam. 7 or 8 gray wolves were gathered at the foot of the wall, one of which limped on its front leg, likely the one injured by the snare the day before. Upon spotting Zhang Shi, the pack became even more frenzied. Fangs gleamed in the dim light, and a pair of eyes shimmered with a green glow against the backdrop of the night, exuding an air of menace. At this moment, Zhang Shi's mindset was in stark contrast to that of yesterday. Equipped with a ranged weapon, he could now take the initiative, no longer relegated to cowering behind the walls. He nocked an iron arrow, drawing back the bowstring with determination, and aimed at the pack of wolves. The arrow sliced through the beam of the spotlight, glinting silver as it pierced the night sky, embedding itself at an angle into the ground. The nearest gray wolf, startled by the sudden projectile, leaped into the air, its fur bristling in alarm. Observing that 1/3 of the arrow had sunk into the earth, Zhang Shi felt a sense of satisfaction with the destructive power of the bone bow. However, he acknowledged that his accuracy still required refinement. Without hesitation, he nocked another arrow. With his arms now familiar with the bow's strength, Zhang Shi felt increasingly adept. Knocking the arrow and releasing the string, he executed a fluid motion, emulating the cool, rapid-fire technique of characters from his games, launching 3 arrows in quick succession. The gray wolves, displaying their intelligence, scattered at the sight of Zhang Shi aiming at them, seeking refuge in the shadows beyond the spotlight's reach. Unsurprisingly, all 3 arrows missed their targets, striking the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. A series of anguish howls echoed through the night, leaving Zhang Shi bewildered. Had he not missed? What had he inadvertently struck? Zhang Shi directed the spotlight towards the source of the sound, only to discover a hapless gray wolf, startled and inadvertently ensnared in a trap, rendered immobile. Swiftly, Zhang Shi retrieved an arrow, aiming it at the unfortunate creature. With a swift release, the iron arrow pierced the wolf's skull, silencing its anguished cries. The wolf fell lifelessly to the ground, struck down by Zhang Shi's shot. Upon witnessing his success, Zhang Shi's expression transformed with excitement, a smile gracing his lips. In the distance, a resonant and commanding howl echoed across the expanse, as a pair of emerald eyes, shrouded in the dense night, fixated intently on Zhang Shi. The gray wolves, upon hearing the call, gathered and gradually dispersed towards the wilderness, merging seamlessly into the nocturnal landscape. Following the fierce battle, tranquility reclaimed the small courtyard, with only the occasional explosive crackle emanating from the charcoal pit. Noting the departure of the wolf pack, Zhang Shi surveyed the surroundings with the spotlight, ensuring there were no lurking threats before descending from the watchtower. He opened the door to clear the battlefield, retrieving the wolf's carcass. Upon returning to the stone house and shedding his leather trousers, Zhang Shi discovered that a wound on his calf had begun to ooze with fresh blood. After tending to the injury, he dressed it with clean bandages, resolutely resolving to fully recuperate before venturing outside. Zhang Shi, having expended considerable energy, warmed the now-cold broth and consumed it alongside some bread. Casually perusing the chat channel, he discovered an abundance of pleas for assistance this evening. Upon scrutinizing the chat history, he noted that many individuals had, more or less, fallen victim to the assaults of formidable beasts. Some survivors' shelters had yet to be upgraded to wooden cabins, rendering them vulnerable as the beasts easily infiltrated their sanctuaries, causing those survivors to disconnect at lightning speed. Meanwhile, the mid-tier survivors had advanced to wooden cabins and possessed some effective weaponry. Relying on their shelters, they managed to confront the beasts, resulting in significantly reduced casualties. Zhang Shi glanced at the number of online participants, his pupils constricting. After a few days of inattention, the count of surviving players had plummeted to 7,955. Remarkably, it was only the fourth day, and with the calamity yet to unfold, nearly 20% had perished. Zhang Shi inquired about Zhao Feng's situation. Zhao Feng had acquired a leopard, and the synergy between man and beast made confronting the predators considerably easier. Observing that the supplies the two had accumulated were sufficient to weather the impending disaster, Zhang Shi resolved to disseminate the information. In accordance with the plan, he would take the lead. Zhang Shi, VIP esteemed colleagues, based on credible intelligence, the impending calamity in 7 days will manifest as a severe cold. I urge everyone to prepare in advance to confront this adversity. The details can be found in the Revelation Green X1. The news about Zhang Shi has rapidly ignited fervent discussions in the regional chat channel. Zhu Dachang remarked, "So that is the reason. I suspected as much. The soaring prices of timber in the trading market must be due to this." Sheng Mu retorted, "Who knows the veracity of your information? It could very well be a deliberate falsehood you've spread to inflate timber prices for personal gain." Cheng Xiaobai interjected, "Why are we still lingering on this? The Lord has resurrected, and Sheriff Blake has assembled the 12 zodiac signs to seal the Lord, and all we need is you." Sheng Mu. Gu Daolong added, "Everyone, I believe you have also noticed the recent drop in temperatures. Many of the items we've acquired from treasure chests are for keeping warm." I find Zhang Shi's words quite credible. We should all prepare in advance. Having announced the news, Zhang Shi transitioned to the trading market. Indeed, the prices of timber and animal pelts soared rapidly. Items that had yet to be repriced were being snatched up at an astonishing pace. After careful consideration, Zhang Shi set the exchange rate at 1 unit of charcoal for 2 units of timber until he filled 30 trade orders. Zhang Shi had previously tested that 1 unit of charcoal burns significantly longer and releases far more heat than 2 units of timber. After deducting the attrition from converting wood into charcoal, as well as the time investment, Zhang Shi's earnings were modest. The 2-for-1 exchange rate was palatable to the survivors. Chapter 20. Pippy word of the impending severe cold spread rapidly among the survivors, turning the trading market into a bustling hub. Nearly 8,000 individuals participated, with transactions occurring almost every second. A continuous stream of wood was collected into backpacks as Zhang Shi replenished the charcoal kiln with more timber. Upon returning to the stone house, he discovered that the batch of iron ore previously placed in the smelting furnace had been fully processed. The ratio of ordinary pig iron to high-grade refined iron was approximately 3:1. Zhang Shi felt that the potential of iron resources had not been fully exploited, so he stored all the acquired iron, intending to postpone trading it for the time being. After adding more iron ore, Zhang Shi examined the spoils obtained from killing the gray wolf. 30 kilograms wolf meat, common, X1, a delectable delicacy from a dangerous beast in the wilderness. The meat is tender and flavorful. Gray wolf pelt, common, X1, the hide of a gray wolf, dense and warm, making an ideal choice for protection against the cold. Although the meat and pelt were only of ordinary quality, their abundance was advantageous. Over several days, Zhang Shi had accumulated nearly 60 kilograms of fresh meat. However, preservation posed a challenge as the temperature was not yet low enough. Zhang Shi resolved to use the available time to transform the fresh meat into smoked jerky. He first acquired some salt from the trading market. Following a ratio of 50 g of salt per 1 kilogram of meat, Zhang Shi purchased a substantial quantity of salt at a premium, having crafted some rudimentary smoking racks. Zhang Shi prepared to transform half of the fresh meat into smoked delicacies tonight. The task commenced, and merely slicing the meat consumed 2 hours of his time. Despite Lao Duan's sharpness, the sheer volume of work proved overwhelming. As Zhang Shi meticulously cut the meat into strips, he simultaneously marinated it. By the time he had finished cutting all the meat, he felt as though his head might spin from exhaustion. Popping a plum into his mouth, he finally managed to regain his composure. The first batch of meat, already marinated, was ready as he kindled several bonfires outside the stone house, placing the strips upon the smoking racks to infuse them with flavor. Once all tasks were completed, Zhang Shi glanced at the clock. It was nearly midnight. After boiling some water for a bath, he finally allowed himself to relax after a day of toil. Checking the trading market, he discovered that the charcoal he had listed had become immensely popular and had sold out. The comments below were filled with eager requests for him to restock the charcoal. The creations of the esteemed Xuanwu are undoubtedly of exquisite quality. The individual known as Prometheus has repeatedly left threatening messages on his transaction orders. Irritated, Zhang Shi added him to the blacklist. Having glanced at the time, it was finally midnight, marking the arrival of the 5th day in the wilderness world. Zhang Shi activated his golden finger and initiated the daily check-in. A system notification appeared. Congratulations on receiving a blue-tier hound, a loyal companion for survivors in the wilderness, possessing excellent growth potential. Detailed attributes can be viewed upon unlocking the attribute panel. A flash of blue light materialized a sizable beagle before Zhang Shi. After a few moments of bewilderment, the beagle recognized Zhang Shi, its large eyes gleaming with excitement as it wagged its tail and leaped onto Zhang Shi, showering his face with licks. Zhang Shi, who was lying on the bed, was caught off guard and received a face full of saliva. All right. Zhang Shi sat up, lifting the beagle with one hand while wiping the drool from his face with the other. Upon seeing Zhang Shi smile, the beagle became even more jubilant, its little tail wagging incessantly despite being held aloft, its large head bobbing as it attempted to break free. Zhang Shi firmly grasped the beagle, placing it gently on his belly, at which point it finally ceased its struggle. The two stared at each other, a pair of wide eyes locked in a moment of connection. I must give you a name first. I've got it. I shall call you Pippi. The beagle tilted its head in confusion, seemingly unable to grasp Zhang Shi's intent. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Shi extended his finger towards Pippi and spoke slowly, "You Pippi." At last, Pippi understood, joyfully barking in response, its little tail wagging like a bamboo dragonfly. Zhang Shi was elated. He finally had a tangible companion. Calling out Pippi's name with delight, Pippi joyfully responded, "Pippi, woof, Pippi, woof." After a playful exchange, Zhang Shi recalled that Pippi might not have eaten yet. Thus, he fashioned 2 wooden bowls, filling them with pristine well water and savory meat broth. Instantly, Pippi dashed to the food bowls, devouring its meal voraciously. Zhang Shi squatted beside Pippi, pointing to its little head and admonishing gently, "I am your master. From now on, you shall accompany me. Whatever I eat, you shall eat. I am in peril, and you must be the first to act. Do you hear me, Pai Pai?" Woof. Even while eating, Pai Pai did not abandon Zhang Shi, lifting its head and letting out a resounding bark that echoed through the stone house. Zhang Shi contentedly lay back on the bed. Pai Pai's attribute description mentioned it was a hound, indicating it undoubtedly possessed talents in that area. Once his injuries healed, he and the dog could act together, which would likely save a great deal of trouble. Casting a glance at the advanced treasure chest obtained from hunting the black bear, Zhang Shi chose to use the doubling privilege to open one first. Ding! Successfully opened advanced treasure chest, blue, triggering VIP privilege, items doubled. Obtained. Food cabinet, blue, X2. furniture used to store food, which can greatly delay the speed of food spoilage. Ice lotus ointment, 200g, blue, X2, ointment made from blue ice lotus flowers, which has a remarkable effect on external injuries. Applying it to the wound can greatly accelerate wound healing. Zhang Shi was very satisfied with the quality of this treasure chest, as both items were of advanced quality. It was a pity that he had busied himself all night, and now he seemed like a buffoon. Placing the food cabinet next to the fireplace, he put the remaining fresh meat and some perishable food into the food cabinet. Zhang Shi returned to the bed, preparing to apply the medicine to the wound on his calf. The ice lotus ointment was cool and refreshing, and when applied to the wound, it felt tingly and numb. Zhang Shi knew that this was the ointment taking effect. He hoped that this medicine would allow his wound to heal sooner. With a severe cold approaching, every day before the arrival of a natural disaster was extremely precious. Upon meticulous contemplation, Zhang Shi realized the extensive preparations that lay ahead. The advent of frigid weather would inevitably bring snowfall. Given its designation as a natural calamity, it was certain to be accompanied by a blizzard. The sanctuary was situated on a relatively level plain, and the management of accumulated snow and subsequent drainage remained unresolved. Zhang Shi even contemplated excavating a large pit behind the sanctuary, where snow could be piled during the impending severe weather. Once the cataclysm had passed and the snow had melted, the accumulated water could then be channeled into the pit. Lost in thought, Zhang Shi began to feel drowsy. After re-bandaging his wound, he extinguished the oil lamp and drifted into slumber, cradling Pai in his arms. Chapter 21. Calamities Day 5 in the Desolate World. At dawn, Pai, wagging its small tail, nestled on Zhang Shi's chest, its tiny tongue lapping at his face, rousing him from sleep. Zhang Shi wiped his moistened face, glanced at the time, and realized it was precisely 7 o'clock a.m. A life of ceaseless toil, where even the indulgence of a lie-in was unattainable. Last night, Zhang Shi intentionally refrained from setting an alarm, yet he was still roused by Pai. Gently pushing Pai aside, Zhang Shi took a glance at his leg injury, discovering that the wound had already formed a scab and would heal by tomorrow at the latest. His spirits lifted instantly, and he roasted some bear meat to share with Pai. During their meal, Zhang Shi opened the chat channel, intent on observing the activities of other survivors. At a glance, he spotted several familiar IDs. Wu Qing, high prices for all types of seeds, quality and quantity unrestrained. Please message privately. Good along. Blueprint for spike trap, blue, X1. Unlocks the placement type item spike trap upon use. The trap is designed to capture large beasts and can be reused. Construction requirements. Cast iron X2, wood X1, reed X1. Generous discounts for bulk orders. Upon reading these messages, Zhang Shi felt an immediate surge of interest. Could it be that Wu Qing had entered the agricultural era? He was eager to learn how she managed to cope with the harsh climate. Cultivation is the most enduring and stable method of securing food, and Zhang Shi had contemplated clearing a patch of land near the shelter for self-sufficiency. However, in this wild world, natural disasters pose a significant threat, and he feared that the seeds he planted might perish from frost before they could yield harvest. Presently, Wu Qing's aggressive seed collection hinted at a strategy she had devised, leaving Zhang Shi quite curious. Well, perhaps it is best to maintain a sense of boundary. Such exclusive secrets are not easily divulged by others. Subsequently, Zhang Shi opened a private chat with Godalong. Brother Go, are you there? Ye Dalong, likely keeping an eye on the chat channel, responded promptly. Zhang Shi directly inquired about the specific attributes of the ground spike traps. After some discussion, he placed an order for 10 traps at the price of 2 pieces of charcoal each. Once he gathered the necessary materials and completed the transaction, Zhang Shi closed the system panel, eagerly awaiting the completion of the traps so he could transform the area around the walls into a minefield. Should the pack of gray wolves dare to approach again, they would surely meet their demise. Zhang Shi then took stock of the reward from the smelting furnace and charcoal kiln, replenishing his supplies of iron, ore, and timber. Time passed, and soon it was dawn. As the biting cold approached, the temperature in the wilderness gradually dropped. When Zhang Shi first arrived, the season was summer, and he was dressed in short sleeves and shorts. Now, even during the daytime, a chill permeated the air, and the occasional gust of wind sent shivers down his spine. It has certainly cooled down today. This temperature feels akin to late autumn. Donning his wilderness hunter attire, the thick fur shielded him from the cold, allowing him to feel warmth return to his body. He stored away the jerky that had been smoked overnight and arranged all the pieces in a well-ventilated area. As the time approached, Zhang Shi would soon indulge in a uniquely flavorful jerky. The construction of the spike traps did not consume much time. Good Dalong swiftly traded for 10 traps. Accompanied by Old Duan, Zhang Shi cautiously opened the door and peered out, ensuring there was no danger before stepping beyond the confines of the wall. The previous night had been shrouded in darkness, obscuring the view outside. Now, in the light of day, he discerned the myriad paw prints left by wolves and the wooden door, riddled with a multitude of claw marks. Upon inspecting the door's durability, he noted it had diminished to less than half its strength. Considering the abundance of wrought iron resources available, Zhang Shi resolved to seek out a design for an iron door at the trading market in the future. He retrieved the spike trap and examined its form. Realizing it resembled a wooden board the size of a table, studded with iron spikes. Recalling Gut Dalong's instructions, he placed the trap onto the ground, and a remarkable transformation occurred in that small area. The ground suddenly caved in, creating a pit approximately 3 meters deep, with the spikes set within it and covered by a layer of thatch. When Zhang Shi retracted the trap, he was astonished to see the ground return to its original state, marveling at the wonders of the wilderness. He swiftly positioned all the traps along the main gate's wall, resulting in the emergence of a trench before the wall. Papipi wagged its tail, curiously peering over the traps. Zhang Shi promptly scooped up Papipi, fearful that it might accidentally fall in. Pointing towards the snare, he admonished it with the gravity of a seasoned patriarch. Remember, Pip, these spots are perilous. Stepping on them spells doom. Understand? Upon hearing Pip's affirmative barks, Zhang Shi set him down and turned to retrieve the animal trap. However, a single glance revealed the trap's original location to be barren, save for a pool of blood left by the gray wolf the previous night. Noticing the absence of other animal tracks, Zhang Shi surmised that the wolf pack had likely returned under the cover of darkness and absconded with the trap. These animal traps, being of superior craftsmanship, were designed to remain anchored unless forcibly dismantled. Zhang Shi mused that the gray wolf pack's alpha was likely of a high grade and possessed considerable intelligence. Being targeted by such a cunning creature was most vexing, causing Zhang Shi a headache. It was they who initiated the conflict, yet now they were clinging to him tenaciously. Regaining his composure, Zhang Shi ceased dwelling on the matter. Since the feud was already established, and with the perimeter of the shelter now fortified with traps, coupled with the sentry tower and bone bow, Zhang Shi felt confident in his ability to confront any beast daring to intrude. Choosing to recuperate from his injuries before venturing out, Zhang Shi remained indoors, occupied with charcoal burning and iron smelting. The charcoal trade was exceptionally brisk, enabling Zhang Shi to acquire more timber, thereby yielding an even greater quantity of charcoal. In a single night, the rucksack of Zhang Shi had amassed a plethora of resources, rendering it replete. Consequently, Zhang Shi was compelled to deposit lumber in the curtilage, thus forming a small mound in that area. Upon examining the marketplace, Zhang Shi noticed that, owing to the dissemination of news pertaining to the severe cold weather, numerous survivors had placed their valuable possessions on the shelves in order to contend with the frigid conditions. After perusing for a brief interval, Zhang Shi encountered a plethora of desirable items. Contemplating the conversion of resources into immediate combat capabilities, Zhang Shi reverted to the communication channel, openly soliciting high-grade items. Zhang Shi, VIP, I am procuring various high-grade items at elevated prices, encompassing but not limited to materials, armaments, consumables, blueprints, implements, and so forth. Those who are interested should engage in private communication. The price will assuredly gratify you. The promulgation of this message engendered no small sensation within the communication channel. Zhu Dachong. Verily, these magnates are engaged in the exchange of commodities, evincing considerable puissance. It is estimated that they have all upgraded to level 3 stone dwellings. Chung Xiaobai. VIP Luminary. I possess a cerulean design blueprint. I have initiated a private communication with you. Kindly acknowledge my message, irrespective of whether it meets with your approbation. The private communication inbox and friend requests of Zhang Shi have been inundated by survivors. Moreover, Zhang Shi blacklisted several individuals who were importuning or issuing menaces via private communication. Zhang Shi carefully selected a collection of remarkable items, among which were the urgently needed designs for a warehouse and an iron gate. After some haggling, he acquired these treasures. Chapter 22. The farmer's module engaging with others proved to be quite a laborious endeavor. Zhang Shi and Pai Pai, having consumed the leftover roasted meat from the morning, settled for some biscuits to tide them over for lunch, and soon resumed their work in the afternoon. They diligently studied the designs for the iron gate and the warehouse. Noticing that both constructions required iron, Zhang Shi, with a spirit of experimentation, incorporated some refined iron and proceeded to forge the items. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained Iron Gate Blue X1, a gate crafted from refined iron, capable of being affixed to wall structures, which will continuously restore durability once combat is disengaged. Durability 700 refined iron warehouse Blue X1, a warehouse primarily constructed from refined iron, exhibiting strong defensive capabilities. Durability 700 Zhang Shi's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, the finished products made from high-grade refined iron, though not enhanced in quality, evidently boasted significantly improved defensive attributes. He promptly replaced the wooden gate, rendering his small courtyard more imposing. Albeit the architectural style bore a somewhat stark and austere flair, it was undeniably robust and reliable. The refined iron warehouse was a rectangular structure measuring 5 meters in length and 3 meters in width. Zhang Shi positioned it against the wall in his courtyard, resulting in a more congested space. It seemed an expansion was in order. Zhang Shi's accumulation of resources and equipment had become increasingly substantial. The original 100 square meter courtyard was proving rather insufficient. Following the expansion, a reconfiguration of the layout would be necessary. While the inconvenience was secondary, such adjustments might also lead to a notable depletion of materials. Zhang Shi needed to deliberate carefully as he transferred the mountain of amassed resources into the warehouse. Dusk began to settle. He returned to the stone cottage and commenced preparations for dinner. Feeling particularly lethargic that evening, Zhang Shi opted for the simplicity of 2 packets of instant noodles. Instant noodles were a remarkable convenience, complete with valuable seasoning, easy to prepare, economical, and immensely popular among survivors. He also grilled some bear meat for Pai Pai, who had been frolicking around the courtyard all day and was now ravenously devouring his meal. Suddenly, a buzzing sound indicated a system notification. Zhang Shi realized it was a video call from Zhao Feng. Upon answering, he found Zhao Feng reclining in a relaxed posture on his bed. Zhang Shi did not conceal the scene, and upon spotting the unfamiliar sight, Pai Pai promptly leaped into Zhang Shi's embrace, staring intently at Zhao Feng. "Hey Shi, where did you get that dog?" The leopard, owned by Zhao Feng, also took notice of Pai Pai, approaching Zhao Feng and fixating its gaze upon the canine. The 2 animal companions exchanged curious glances. Upon sensing no danger from its master, Pai Pai tilted its head, seemingly perplexed by the sudden appearance of both a human and a beast. The leopard, intrigued, swiveled its head from side to side, occasionally extending its paw in an attempt to make contact with the dog in the scene. Zhao Feng engaged in a serious conversation with Zhang Shi. "Sure, I've acquired a treasure and have sent it your way. See if you can make use of it." Zhang Shi clicked to receive the item. Ding! Congratulations! You have received Farmer Module Green X1, a special item that unlocks certain buildings and tools. Survivors conducting agricultural and husbandry operations within the shelter's range will experience additional effects and enhancements. Zhang Shi already had 2 poultry houses gathering dust in his backpack, and with this exquisite module in hand, he was immediately inspired to pursue farming and breeding. "Brother Feng, this item is evidently rare. Why would you simply give it to me and not develop it for yourself?" Zhang Shi inquired, concerned that Zhao Feng might fall behind in an effort to repay a favor. Zhao Feng scratched his head, revealing a broad smile, and gestured towards the leopard. "I can hardly manage to care for the Huang, let alone delve into breeding. As for farming, I am utterly clueless. I've made up my mind. Since a river flows right by my doorstep, I shall focus on survival through fishing and hunting. Anything I lack, I can trade for at the market. If I stay diligent, life can be quite comfortable. Zhang Shi nodded, comprehending his thoughts. It is indeed wise to capitalize on one's surroundings, and Zhao Feng's choice was astute. He traded the surplus wilderness hunter set and iron bow. When arrows were in short supply, he would request them from me. The two engaged in a spirited exchange of banter for quite some time before Zhang Shi finally ended the video call. He opened his backpack and utilized the farmer module. Indeed, Zhang Shi unlocked several farming tools and structures within the construction interface, including the small greenhouse he had long desired. The shelter interface also revealed 2 additional buff categories, which brought him immense joy upon inspection. Agricultural Tycoon increases the growth rate and yield of all livestock within the shelter's range based on target tier. Enhances the growth rate and yield of crops. Temperature Control ensures that planting and breeding facilities are maintained at a relatively suitable temperature. Ineffective for survivors. Zhang Shi was acutely aware of the significance of these 2 buffs. In the days to come, Zhang Shi will have the opportunity to disregard natural disasters and develop agricultural and aquaculture industries, thus achieving self-sufficiency. The expansion of the shelter must be prioritized, along with the procurement of some poultry and livestock. Indeed, a small collection of seeds is also necessary. With a clear objective in mind, Zhang Shi posted a message in the chat channel seeking supplies. Zhang Shi, VIP, I am looking to acquire various types of crop seeds and eggs. Interested parties may contact me privately. Since this morning, such buy and sell messages have been flooding in, and the survivors have grown indifferent to them. Zhang Shi's message was pinned, and soon dozens of private messages poured in. Upon opening the first one, he was surprised to find it was from an acquaintance. Xuanwu, esteemed VIP. I have 2 blue potatoes for sale. I still need 100 stones to upgrade my shelter to level 3. If the price is agreeable, let us trade. Zhang Shi checked the properties of the potatoes and discovered that consuming them would enhance stamina recovery speed. He promptly clicked to initiate the trade. Although the price of the potatoes was somewhat steep, given the current market conditions where food resources are generally inflated, Zhang Shi chose not to haggle. He also acquired some common quality crop seeds and subsequently closed the system panel. For the time being, the seeds were sufficient, but regrettably, the trading market does not allow for the exchange of live animals. Poultry and livestock would have to be sourced by himself. After freshening up, Zhang Shi unwrapped the bandage from his leg. Upon witnessing the complete healing of the wound, I could not help but marvel at the miraculous efficacy of the advanced ointment. With the injury nearly mended, it was imperative to seize the moment and venture outside, as the bitter cold was fast approaching. Lying in bed, I suddenly recalled that I had yet to open the prestigious treasure chest obtained from the bear I had slain. Without hesitation, Zhang Shi utilized his privileges to unlock the chest. Ding! The advanced treasure chest, blue, was successfully opened, triggering VIP privileges that doubled the items obtained. Result: Hunter's Journal, blue, X2, a record left by an old hunter in the wilderness, capable of tracking wild animals based on their traces. Zhang Shi reviewed his backpack once more and confirmed that this chest contained solely this item. His instincts suggested that this item held significant value, yet he could not discern what made it exceptional. After a thorough appraisal, the information gained was no different from the system's introduction, lacking any specific usage instructions. The Hunter's Journal appeared as a tome bound in sheepskin. Upon opening it, Zhang Shi discovered the pages were entirely blank. Could it be that a drop of blood was required to unveil its secrets? Zhang Shi, unwilling to bring harm upon himself, retrieved a piece of fresh meat from the pantry and squeezed forth a few drops of blood onto the handwritten manuscript. The manuscript appeared to possess a peculiar enchantment. The blood that fell upon its surface trickled down the pages, yet the manuscript remained untainted by a single drop. Chapter 23. The Territory Control Module. Pippi, brimming with curiosity for the novel, wagged its tail joyfully and bounded closer to Zhang Shi. A thought sparked in Zhang's mind. He lifted Pippi with one hand and pressed its tiny paw upon the blank pages of the manuscript. In an instant, ink gushed forth like a spring, swiftly outlining a delicate image upon the paper, were a red intertwined with a paw print, seemingly conveying an enigmatic connection known to none. Holding the manuscript, Zhang Shi hastened towards the living room, observing as the red that meandered slowly. Pippi followed in pursuit, its paw print on the manuscript occasionally separating and then reuniting, akin to a silent game of chase. A smile crept across Zhang's lips as he began to grasp the manuscript's extraordinary capabilities. As the night grew late, he pondered why the pack of gray wolves had yet to arrive, contemplating the prospect of conducting an experiment with them. To his surprise, he felt an inexplicable anticipation for the wolves' arrival, merely to test the remarkable effects of the manuscript. However, the wolf pack appeared equally perceptive to the unusual nature of the shelter, opting for a strategic retreat, leaving Zhang Shi to conceal his anticipation deep within his heart. As dawn broke, the familiar and exhilarating notification from the system pierced the morning tranquility, rousing the slumbering Zhang Shi. On the 6th day in the wilderness world, as he checked in, the system announced, "Congratulations on your check-in. You have received Territory Control Module, Pink, a divine grade item, which upon use, allows for precise manipulation of resources within the confines of the shelter." A flash of uncontrollable excitement flickered in Zhang Shi's eyes. This was his first encounter with a divine grade item. Without hesitation, he activated the module. As he employed the module, the interface of the shelter transformed before Zhang Shi's eyes. The courtyard materializing in a digital format, presented through 3D projections as if the entire space was at his command. Zhang Shi, akin to an architect, wielded his fingertips like a quill, effortlessly rearranging the watchtower, walls, and the entire courtyard. Every brick and every inch of land shifted in accordance with his will, revealing an unprecedented sense of freedom and creativity. He erected additional walls, and from a higher vantage point, the courtyard now appeared as a rectangle measuring 20 meters in length and 20 meters in width. The scale has more than tripled compared to before, both sturdy and aesthetically pleasing, brimming with infinite possibilities. Zhang Shi seized the moment, not only reconstructing the poultry house, but also meticulously planning the livestock pens and fields, laying a solid foundation for future agricultural endeavors. 2 precious Kuan eggs were gently placed in the incubation trough, as Zhang Shi eagerly envisioned the moment the chicks would break free from their shells. Livestock could be addressed later. All varieties of seeds were prepared, and it was time to commence planting. A greenhouse was constructed, and through the territory control module, Zhang Shi effortlessly positioned it upon the farmland. Standing before the newly revitalized sanctuary, he gazed at the hopeful expanse of land, his heart swelling with unprecedented ambition. Having crafted some basic farming tools, Zhang Shi hastily resolved his breakfast before diving into the greenhouse to begin planting. The land of the sanctuary was a flat plain with fertile black soil, saving Zhang Shi considerable effort. His impressions of farming were entirely derived from memories of living with his grandparents in his childhood. Casually delineating a plot of land, he began to turn the soil and level the area. Although this task was not particularly challenging, it required physical exertion. Zhang Shi munched on plums while quenching his thirst with well water, determinedly turning the soil in one go. He also plowed several furrows in the earth, reminiscent of his childhood recollections. Zhang Shi employed the true determination technique to assess the land. Ding! With a single glance, it was identified as farmland. Farmland, white, X1, a typical agricultural field, characterized by moderate soil fertility and average yields. There exist various methods to enhance soil quality and elevate the standards of the farmland. Zhang Shi takes great pride in his accomplishments and, in anticipation of unforeseen circumstances, deliberately selects seeds with shorter growth cycles, such as spinach, lettuce, cabbage, and scallions for planting. He soaks the seeds of lettuce and spinach in high-quality well water for later use, while he first sows the cabbage and scallions. He digs holes, buries the seeds, and similarly irrigates with the premium well water. Thus, the initial phase of his farming endeavor is deemed complete. As he straightens his back, Zhang Shi is astonished to discover that snowflakes have begun to fall from the sky, seemingly out of nowhere, while Pai Pai frolics joyfully in the snow outside. Clad in his wilderness hunter attire, he disregards the drop in temperature, only to be surprised by the snowfall. Returning to the stone house for a respite, he retrieves some meat to prepare a warm soup to fend off the chill. During his leisure, Zhang Shi opens the chat channel, where he finds others lamenting the sudden drop in temperature. Cheng Xiaobai, oh my goodness, it's snowing outside. I'm still in my summer clothes. It seems I can't venture out to gather supplies today. Zhu Dachong, quickly take advantage of the situation and head to the trading market to procure some winter clothing. The prices are far more reasonable compared to fuel and food. Tang in, this dreadful weather has turned into a snowfall. How could a mere wooden cabin withstand the biting cold? My feet are already suffering from frostbite. Ho Kuan asked, is there anyone who can provide me with a blueprint for a stone house at a reasonable price? I have gathered all the other materials. I am merely lacking the design, which has left me at an impasse. The frigid winter is approaching, and as for the snowfall, it remains uncertain when it will cease. Many resourceful survivors have opted to forego venturing outside, choosing instead to hibernate within their shelters. Zhang Shi recalled the mining machine toiling away in the mines and resolved to retrieve it that afternoon, taking advantage of the light snowfall. It had been 3 days, surely. A considerable amount of iron ore had been extracted by now. He envisioned a backpack brimming with resources, a thought that ignited a flicker of anticipation within him. Lunch consisted once again of bread accompanied by meat soup. No matter how fine the meat, consuming it consecutively for several days had become tiresome. Zhang Shi found himself particularly yearning for the moment when the vegetables would ripen. Gazing at the seeds soaking in the wooden barrel, he could not help but swallow hard in anticipation. After lunch, Zhang Shi set off for the mines, accompanied by Pai Pai. The snow had been falling for some time, blanketing the entire forest in a pristine white layer, transforming the mountains and fields into a winter wonderland, which nearly disoriented Zhang Shi. This marked Pai Pai's first excursion away from the shelter, yet surprisingly, it refrained from frolicking about, instead sitting obediently in the bicycle basket, its front paws resting on the edge, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. At the slightest hint of danger, it would be the first to sound the alarm. As was customary, Zhang Shi first visited the plum tree. After 3 days, the plums had ripened to perfection. Zhang Shi shook the snow off the treetops and subsequently harvested the fruits with precision, contemplating that this might be the last yield. He even began to entertain thoughts of transplantation. However, he dismissed the idea with a sigh, acknowledging his ignorance in that domain and resolved not to jeopardize the 2 solitary saplings. After a moment of reflection, Zhang Shi ultimately decided to grant the plum trees a chance at survival. Whether they could withstand the harsh winter would depend on their own fortitude. Accompanied by his dog, he traversed the forest and without incident soon arrived at the entrance of the mine. The timber left 3 days prior remained untouched, blocking the cave's entrance, while from within, the faint sounds of metal striking stone echoed ominously. Chapter 24. The Wolfpack Siege. Zhang Shi retrieved the timber and took out an oil lamp, cautiously surveying the depths of the mine. 2 mining machines tirelessly continued their labor, and after 3 days, the extracted or had amassed into a small hill. Zhang Shi meticulously organized the over 7,000 units of ore, deactivated the mining machines, and stowed them away in his backpack. Given the mine's considerable distance from the shelter and the inclement weather, it was impractical to traverse between the 2 locations, forcing Zhang Shi to temporarily suspend his mining plans. Just as he stepped out of the mine, his dog, Pai Pai, seemed to sense something amiss and began to bark anxiously. Amidst Pai Pai's alarm, a gray figure lunged at Zhang Shi from the side. Zhang Shi, sensing danger, instinctively recoiled, narrowly evading the impending strike. Outside, the tempest intensified, snowflakes swirling in a blizzard that obscured visibility. Beads of cold sweat formed on Zhang Shi's forehead as he steadied himself against the mountainside, peering towards the cave's entrance. Through the swirling storm, several gray wolves emerged, with the leader, the Wolf King, having initiated the earlier attack. Pai Pai bared its teeth, positioning itself protectively in front of Zhang Shi, emitting a series of menacing growls as if to challenge the pack. The wolves, tails tucked, prowled restlessly around the cave's mouth, effectively encircling Zhang Shi and Pai Pai. Zhang Shi surmised that this pack had likely set their sights on him the moment he departed from the sanctuary, lying in ambush as he sought refuge within the mine. Anxiety gripped him, with the path ahead obstructed. Although the mine offered alternative routes, their destinations remained uncertain. Time was slipping away, and any further delay could prevent him from returning to the sanctuary before dusk. The perils of the night wilderness were undoubtedly more treacherous than the wolves before him. Resolving to confront the threat, Zhang Shi leaned against the mountain, preparing to engage the gray wolves. He secured the old dagger at his waist, retrieved his bow and bow, and affixed the scant few feathers to his arrows. You wretched beasts are relentless. I've grown weary of wolf meat, yet you still come seeking confrontation. As if comprehending his words, the gray wolves responded with a chorus of low growls that drowned out Pai Pai's barks. Recognizing the impending action from the pack, Zhang Shi resolved to strike first. With all his strength, he drew the bow and aimed at the Wolf King. Whoosh! The arrow soared through the air, but as expected, it missed its mark. The Wolf King, inherently agile, had been evading his sight all along. For a novice who has just embarked on the journey of archery, targeting a moving target indeed presents a formidable challenge. However, Zhang Shi remained unfazed, skillfully shooting arrows while retreating into the cave. Within the construction interface, he crafted hundreds of iron arrows, displaying no concern regarding ammunition. As he fought and withdrew, Zhang Shi used an old segment to carve an opening, suspending an oil lamp upon the stone wall. The wolf pack showed no signs of being deterred by Zhang Shi's arrows, advancing one after another into the mine. Zhang Shi found himself cornered at the entrance of the mining hall, acutely aware that should the wolves emerge from the narrow passage, the situation would become exceedingly precarious. Resolutely, he decided to stand his ground, swallowing a plum before drawing his bow and releasing 3 arrows in quick succession. The confined space of the mine proved advantageous, as one unfortunate gray wolf, unable to evade in time, was struck in the hind leg by Zhang Shi's arrow and fell to the ground, emitting a mournful cry. With a glimmer of determination in his eyes, Zhang Shi aimed at the fallen gray wolf and released another arrow, which accurately pierced the creature's heart, silencing its lament. Enraged by the loss of their member, the wolf pack, led by their alpha, charged forward with a furious roar. After a few futile shots, Zhang Shi reluctantly retreated into the mining hall, allowing the wolves to enter. Upon their arrival, the pack scattered, attempting to encircle him. Observing his master in peril, Pippi transformed into a streak of lightning, darting in front of the foremost gray wolf and delivering a swift bite to its foreleg before retreating nimbly. Pippi, being of a higher caliber than an ordinary gray wolf, even as an adolescent pup, posed a significant nuisance to the adult wolves. Swift and clever, Pippi targeted the weaker adversaries, consistently biting at the injured leg. In a matter of moments, the injured gray wolf was brought down. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Shi loosed another arrow. This time, it found its mark, piercing through the wolf's body. After a few mournful howls, the creature lay still. Only 4 remained. With the demise of the second gray wolf, Zhang Shi felt a surge of exhilaration, as if the dawn of victory was within reach. One by one, members of the pack fell to his aim. The Wolf King, seething with rage, took advantage of Zhang Shi's bowstring being drawn, lowering its body and emanating a faint blue glow that stood out starkly in the dimly lit mine. Sensing something amiss, Zhang Shi aimed his arrow at the Wolf King. A chilling howl echoed through the air. The Wolf King, having gathered momentum, surged forward with remarkable speed, leaving Pip unable to respond in time. The moment Zhang Shi Gang released the bowstring, he realized the Wolf King had already sprinted to his front. There was no opportunity for action. The Wolf King clamped its jaws around Zhang Shi's leg, yanking forcefully and bringing him crashing to the ground. Ironically, it was the very leg that Zhang Shi Gang had previously injured that the Wolf King had seized. The Wolf King's rank was high, akin to that of a black bear, and being a mature beast, its strength was likely superior. The rugged leather trousers of the wilderness hunter were remarkably resilient, yet they could not withstand prolonged tearing. Zhang Shi Gang felt a sharp pain in his leg as he was dragged several meters, and upon realizing he was being pulled towards the mine entrance, a sense of dread washed over him. Other gray wolves intercepted Pip, preventing any attempt to rescue Zhang Shi. A mixture of alarm and fury surged within him, igniting a fierce indignation in his chest. Just as the Wolf King dragged Zhang Shi to the mouth of the cave, he extended an arm to grasp the stone wall, providing himself with a crucial point of leverage. With renewed determination, he rose, drawing out his old blade, and, reminiscent of cleaving through a black bear, he delivered a powerful strike aimed at the wolf's head. The Wolf King radiated an intense blue light. With a sudden release, he leaped backward just in time to evade Zhang Shi's strike. The blow missed, and Lao Duan cut through the stone as effortlessly as slicing tofu, embedding the entire blade into the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Shi rose, gritting his teeth against the pain, bent over, and pulled Lao Duan free, brandishing it before him as he launched an assault against the Wolf King. The Wolf King, wary of Lao Duan's sharpness, refrained from a direct confrontation, relying instead on its speed to dart away, intent on exhausting Zhang Shi's stamina. Aware that their speeds were not comparable, Zhang Shi felt a growing urgency, with Pai Pai's intermittent howls echoing in his ears. As they neared the cave entrance, an idea suddenly struck Zhang Shi. He bellowed mightily, raising Lao Duan high before delivering a downward slash, prompting the Wolf King to leap back in alarm. Seizing the moment to create distance, Zhang Shi retrieved a pile of stones and timber from his surroundings, stacking them within the mine to block the entrance. Having accomplished this, he turned without a glance back, preparing to join forces with Pai Pai to deal with the ordinary gray wolves first. Chapter 25. Vanquishing the wolf pack. The Wolf King found itself thwarted by the unexpectedly materialized wood and stones blocking the cave entrance, desperately clawing at the obstacles. Unfortunately for it, Zhang Shi, with his ample resources, had piled several layers of materials at the entrance, rendering it impossible to breach in the short term. Inside the hall, Pai Pai, leveraging its speed advantage, engaged in a prolonged skirmish with the three small wolves. As Zhang Shi appeared, the three young wolves immediately redirected their focus towards him, charging forth. A glance at the claw marks on Pai Pai's body ignited a surge of fury within Zhang Shi. With a fierce expression, he drew back his bow and bow and unleashed a rapid succession of 3 arrows at the approaching wolves. With a whoosh, Zhang Shi employed arrows adorned with feathered fletching, significantly enhancing their speed and precision. The foremost wolf attempted to evade, much like it had previously, but before it could react, the arrows had already soared towards its face. Hud, hud, hud. All 3 arrows struck true, embedding themselves into the wolf's skull. The creature emitted only a muted grunt before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. The remaining 2 wolves, witnessing this sudden turn of events, halted in their tracks, hesitant to advance recklessly. Zhang Shi, composed, readied another arrow, aiming at one of the remaining wolves. Yet, the dim light within the cave hindered his clarity of vision, and the wolf had now taken precautions, making Zhang Shi reluctant to act impulsively. At that moment, Pai Pai became the key to breaking the stalemate, darting forth like a bolt of lightning and delivering a sharp bite to the wolf's hind leg. The wolf, caught off guard by the pain, turned its head to retaliate. Seizing the opportunity, Pai Pai swiftly retreated, causing the wolf to lunge at nothing but air. Zhang Shi, seizing this moment, expertly aimed at the wolf and released the bowstring. The arrow glimmered in the dim firelight as it plunged straight into the wolf's skull, pinning it to the ground. With a single shot, another wolf fell. Zhang Shi, filled with newfound confidence, boldly approached the last remaining wolf. The young wolf, witnessing the demise of its companion, attempted to retreat, only to be obstructed by Pai Pai, leaving it in a predicament. Desperate, it emitted a series of frantic cries seeking aid from the Wolf King. Upon hearing the young wolf's pleas, the Wolf King grew increasingly agitated, attacking the obstacles in its path, yet to no avail. Zhang Shi, employing the same strategy, seamlessly coordinated with Pai Pai to dispatch the final wolf. Afterward, Zhang Shi examined Pai Pai's condition, noting merely some scratches with no serious injuries. Together, they arrived at the barrier before the cave entrance. The Wolf King, alerted by the noise, became even more frenzied. Pai Pai took cover nearby, vigilantly observing the obstruction. While Zhang Shi calculated the distance, preparing his arrows and drawing the bow and bow into a perfect arc, seizing the opportune moment, Zhang Shi decisively stowed away the materials, causing the impediment within the cave to vanish in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the Wolf King, previously laboring atop a pile of wood, lost its footing and fell to the ground. Zhang Shi's gaze sharpened as he deftly released the bowstring, the arrow slicing through the air towards the Wolf King. Unlike ordinary wolves, the Wolf King contracted its body, narrowly evading the deadly shot mid-flight. Nevertheless, it sustained a gash from the sharp arrowhead, leaving a trail of blood. The arrow, imbued with the Wolf King's crimson fur, struck the stone wall, embedding itself firmly within the cave. Infuriated and injured, the Wolf King unleashed its speed-enhancing skill once more. The luminous blue aura surged forth, and in an instant, it lunged at Zhang Shi. Although Zhang Shi was somewhat alert, the cave was too narrow for him to evade. He had no choice but to position his bow and bow before him, fortuitously intercepting the Wolf King's formidable jaws. Seizing the opportunity, Pai Pai maneuvered behind the Wolf King and clamped down on its large tail, pulling it backward. The Wolf King, howling in pain, abandoned its assault on Zhang Shi and turned to retaliate against Pai Pai. Despite Pai Pai's level being on par with the Wolf King, the disparity in their sizes rendered direct confrontation disadvantageous. As the Wolf King pivoted, Pai Pai swiftly retreated, maintaining a safe distance. Zhang Shi, seizing this moment, rose to his feet, brandished Lao Duan, and regarded the Wolf King with a predatory gaze. Together, man and dog once again encircled their prey with tacit understanding. A glimmer of determination flickered in Zhang Shi's eyes as he gripped Lao Duan tightly, slowly advancing forward. Realizing the dire situation, the Wolf King unleashed a long, mournful howl that resonated through the cave. It erupted with an even more intense blue light than before, radiating with fierce brilliance. Zhang Shi surmised that the creature was prepared to fight desperately and shouted to Pai Pai to exercise caution. The Wolf King, having amassed sufficient power, transformed into a streak of blue light and charged towards Pai Pai. The latter, unwilling to engage head-on, deftly sidestepped the attack. The azure streak did not pause. It surged past Pai Pai and raced toward the cave's entrance, vanishing in a heartbeat. Zhang Shi stood momentarily stunned, only to realize that the Wolf King was fleeing, a wave of indignation washing over him. Damn, this beast had outsmarted him. Having ascertained that Zhang Shi was unharmed, Pai Pai trotted over, circling him before taking up a position guarding the cave entrance, alert to the possibility of the Wolf King's return. Zhang Shi exhaled deeply, examining the wound on his leg. As expected, his calf had sustained another injury, though fortunately, the gray wolf had not torn at him as a black bear might have, and the wound was not extensive. After bandaging his leg, Zhang Shi seized the opportunity to gather his spoils. Having vanquished 5 gray wolves, Zhang Shi's haul consisted of 30 kilograms of wolf meat, white, x5, gray wolf pelt, white, x5. After retrieving his arrows and noting the lateness of the hour, Zhang Shi, accompanied by Pai Pai, prepared to return to the shelter. Passing the cave entrance, he retrieved the arrow embedded in the stone wall, noticing a tuft of hair clinging to it. An idea struck Zhang Shi. In procuring the hunter's journal, he placed the Wolf King's hair upon its pages. Upon contact, the hair vanished, and a wolf's head symbol appeared on the page, positioned far from the red, representing Zhang Shi, suggesting that the Wolf King had retreated to its lair to recover. Reassured, Zhang Shi retrieved his bicycle, and with Pai Pai as his companion, made his way back to the stone house without incident. As dusk approached, the wind and snow intensified, blanketing the wilderness in white, with a thick layer of accumulated snow and steadily plummeting temperatures. Upon returning to the stone house, Zhang Shi lit the fireplace, finally feeling a semblance of warmth. How cold! Zhang Shi stomped his feet while gently massaging his earlobes. He was still clad in the sneakers he had worn when he traversed into this world, braving the biting wind and snow, his feet nearly frozen. He sliced a generous chunk of wolf meat, adding water and salt. Exhausted, Zhang Shi resorted to preparing another pot of meat soup for dinner. The flickering flames of the fireplace warmed the stone cottage, enveloping it in a cozy embrace. He removed his leather trousers and disinfected his wounds with alcohol, finally allowing himself to relax. As he lay on the bed, he reflected on the harrowing struggle he had endured against the wolf pack earlier in the day. If it weren't for Pai Pai, I would have met a grim fate. Tenderly cradling Pai Pai in his arms, Zhang Shi stroked the silky fur of his companion. Pai Pai wagged his tail joyfully, squinting his eyes in sheer contentment. After a fierce afternoon of life-and-death combat, Zhang Shi's awareness of the dangers of the wilderness had deepened significantly. Chapter 26. The Mutual Aid Society. As dusk approached, Zhang Shi rested for a moment, regaining his composure. The wolf pack had been largely eradicated, leaving only a lone wolf king to escape. For the time being, the shelter would be free from the threat of wild beasts, allowing Zhang Shi to focus on developing his refuge with peace of mind. Alas, it was a pity that he could not eliminate the wolf king. The thought of the wolf king being a creature of high quality, exhibiting combat prowess surpassing that of the black bear he had encountered before, filled him with regret. The spoils from its defeat would undoubtedly have been more valuable. Woof woof. Pippi wandered back and forth beside Zhang Shi, occasionally calling out, seemingly hungry. Understanding Pippi's intent and sensing his own hunger, Zhang Shi divided an entire pot of meat soup into 2 portions, sharing a warm dinner by the flickering firelight. He stored the resources acquired from the trading market into his backpack and listed some charcoal for sale. As the weather grew increasingly frigid, the price of fuel soared, and the value of timber had risen dramatically. However, Zhang Shi maintained a consistent price for his charcoal, which attracted numerous survivors seeking to purchase it, hoping the charcoal would help them endure the harsh cold. By continuously supplying charcoal to the market, Zhang Shi inadvertently stabilized the overall fuel prices, which incited the ire of many. A wave of detractors began to spread rumors beneath Zhang Shi's trading orders, attempting to tarnish his reputation. Revive the man's spirit. You sell a small piece of charcoal for 2 pieces of wood? Have you gone mad? You vile capitalist? Help! Revive the man's spirit. I bought your charcoal and ended up poisoned. Everyone must be cautious and join in boycotting it. However, everyone is not foolish. Those who have utilized charcoal are well aware of its true value, and many have begun to speak up in support of Zhang Shi. There is an abundance of such information, but Zhang Shi has no time to attend to it and has blocked all related individuals. Habitually, he opens the chat channel to ascertain what others are discussing. At a glance, he notices that everyone is deliberating the issue of food. The blizzard is pervasive, causing most to abandon their quest for exploration. Consequently, the supply of food is insufficient to meet the demand, leading to exorbitant price inflation. Hokuin, everyone, I implore you for assistance. The prices of food in the trading market are utterly outrageous. I have exhausted my provisions, and when calamity strikes, I fear I shall only meet you all in the underworld. Zhu Dachong. Indeed, the prices of food have become quite inflated. I managed to stockpile some in advance, yet I still feel uncertain in the face of impending disaster. Zhao Feng. I'm selling a large quantity of grilled fish, white X1, river crab, white X1, and shrimp, white X1 at affordable prices. Bulk purchases are prioritized. Please message me if interested. Upon seeing Zhao Feng online, Zhang Shi considered reaching out to chat and inquire about his circumstances. Just as he was about to click over, another message caught his eye, drawing his attention immediately. Wu Qing, I'm offering a wide variety of fresh vegetables for sale. Cabbage, white X1, radish, white X1, potato, white X1. These items are available at a favorable price. Those in need may search for healing social anxiety through medicine in the trading market. Zhang Shi perused the trading market and discovered that her trade orders boasted a comprehensive array of common vegetables, akin to a quaint fresh produce supermarket. Moreover, with Wu Qing's self-revealed ID, the volume of transactions continued to rise. This was merely the 6th day. What methods had she employed to procure such an abundance of vegetables? Zhang Shi was intrigued by Wu Qing's tactics and contemplated venturing into the realm of cultivation herself. Observing the considerable demand for food, Zhang Shi entertained the thought that no one could ever have too much money. After some reflection, she realized that the trading market had a limit. With an excess of items listed on her end, she ultimately resolved to abandon the notion of concealing her trading market ID and opted instead to offer some surplus food in the chat channel. Zhang Shi, VIP, offering a substantial quantity of plums, white, X1, and jerky, white, X1. Feel free to message me if interested. As soon as the message was dispatched, she was immediately inundated with private messages. Upon opening one, she recognized it was from Lu Yu, who had previously sold her stones. VIP esteemed one. I shall take all your plums and jerky, he stated confidently, not even inquiring about the price, proceeding to finalize the transaction instantly. Zhang Shi was taken aback by Lu Yu's promptness, but, after some contemplation, decided to inquire further. That is agreeable, yet I am curious about your reason for purchasing such a large quantity of food. Not long after, Lu Yu sent a reply. Group chat card, green, X1. The chat group functionality can be unlocked in advance. Utilizing this tool, I established a mutual aid society, attracting like-minded companions. Within the society, some members were relatively lagging in their development. I rallied the more affluent members to gather resources from various sources, providing assistance to those in need. Zhang Shi nodded, regarding Lu Yu with newfound respect. If the situation truly was as he described, then this mutual aid society could indeed serve as a lifeline for many desperate survivors. All right, let's proceed with the transaction. I will sell it to you at a price 10% below the market rate. Thank you, esteemed VIP. By the way, I wonder if you would be interested in joining our mutual aid society? Zhang Shi did not hesitate for a moment and flatly declined. Such organizations are often a mix of characters, inevitably leading to various troubles. Content in his own realm, one would have to be out of their mind to consider joining. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, after stowing away the goods acquired from the transaction in his backpack, opened the chat group for the Mutual Aid Society. Lu Yu, Vice President everyone. I have just purchased a batch of food from the esteemed VIP, and, combined with the efforts of our brothers over the past few days, our members should be able to weather the calamity without issue. In the upcoming meeting, the President will uniformly allocate resources, so there is no need for everyone to worry about food supplies. Chun Beipan, the President, expressed gratitude for Vice President Lu's efforts, assuring that he would complete the distribution of resources by sundown tomorrow at the latest, urging everyone to remain patient. Subsequently, Lu Yu received a trade request from Chun Beipan. After much contemplation, Zhang Shi ultimately decided to click on Wu Qing's avatar and initiate a private chat. Hi, are you there? Is it convenient to chat for a moment? Just as he was formulating his words, Zhang Shi unexpectedly received a video invitation from Wu Qing. Surprised by her boldness, he straightened his attire and accepted the call. On the other side of the video, upon seeing that Wu Qing's shelter had been upgraded to a stone house, Zhang Shi lavished her with compliments, which seemed to irritate her slightly. The stone house design is not an exceedingly rare item. If you have something to discuss, just say it directly without the need for flattery. Feeling somewhat awkward, Zhang Shi ultimately inquired straightforwardly about her planning methods. Wu Qing appeared to have anticipated this, and, without hesitation, sent over an item description. Shenangjia, green, X1. When placed within a shelter, it can simulate an environment suitable for crop growth, significantly reducing the growth cycle of crops and improving soil quality. After examining the object, Zhang Shi realized that it was an enhanced version of the farmer's module. No wonder Wu Qing was able to produce a batch of vegetables in such a short span of time, with even some surplus remaining. In Chapter 27, The Flock. After conversing with Wu Qing about planting issues, Zhang Shi ended the video call and began to scour the trading market. He first purchased some vegetables from Wu Qing, then acquired several clothing design blueprints. Using the existing animal hides, he crafted shoes, hats, and gloves, fully arming himself from head to toe. As the weather grew colder, even staying in shelter, one had to venture out to work. With these new items, he should be able to withstand the chill. In the evening, Zhang Shi took a bath and retired early for the night. With no threat from wild beasts and an abundance of essential resources, he could finally relish the joy of relaxation, sleeping exceptionally soundly. On the seventh day in the wilderness, at 7 a.m., Zhang Shi awoke from the cold. Upon opening his eyes, he felt the temperature in the stone house had dropped significantly, the entire bedroom feeling quite frigid. Was it truly so difficult to enjoy a leisurely morning? Shivering, Zhang Shi rose from his bed, rekindled the extinguished fireplace, and added a substantial amount of charcoal. Glancing out the window, he beheld a scene of howling winds and swirling snow, the sky overcast and devoid of sunlight. The snowfall was intensifying. As the temperature inside the house gradually rose, Zhang Shi crawled back into his warm covers and opened the system to check on everyone's situation. Casually glancing at the number of survivors, Zhang Shi's expression turned gravely serious. Had so many more lives been lost? 620510000? Witnessing the silent departure of so many compatriots weighed heavily on his heart. Yet, his abilities were limited. He could only manage to look after himself, and perhaps sell a few resources at a low price. After a prolonged silence, Pai sensed Zhang Shi's despondency and nestled into his embrace, offering comfort. Zhang Shi gently stroked Pai, gradually regaining his spirits. As long as he could take care of himself, that was enough. With practiced ease, he activated his golden finger and checked in. The system prompted him. Congratulations on your check-in. You have received Resource Generation Card, Blue, X1. Upon use, you may select a type to generate a random quantity of resources. Zhang Shi felt a twinge of disappointment at the blue quality reward. Upon opening the Resource Generation Card to examine its details, he found that he could choose from lumber, minerals, or livestock. His eyes brightened. Indeed, what one lacks often comes unexpectedly. Just when he was troubled by the scarcity of livestock, it had now arrived at his doorstep. After hastily finishing his breakfast and dressing appropriately, Zhang Shi stepped out of the stone house, brimming with determination to commence his work for the day. The snow in the yard had already reached his ankles, and a thick layer covered the greenhouse structure. Zhang Shi first collected the charcoal produced the previous night, then added some lumber. This was currently the most significant resource in terms of trade value, and it could not be left idle. Zhang Shi crafted a number of shovels and commenced diligently clearing the accumulated snow from the courtyard. The wind and snow were fierce, just as he had cleared passage. A fresh layer swiftly settled upon it. After spending the entire morning, he finally managed to tidy up the small yard. Zhang Shi then entered the greenhouse to inspect the growth of the seeds. Upon stepping inside, he was greeted by a wave of warmth. Despite being separated from the outside world by merely a few layers of plastic film, the internal temperature was remarkably elevated. This farming module truly possesses impressive capabilities. Although it is said to be ineffective for survivors, the warmth it provides is certainly agreeable. Many of the seeds sown the previous day had already begun to sprout, and Zhang Shi was quite pleased with their rapid growth. He retrieved the lettuce and spinach seeds that had been soaked in water to stimulate germination and planted them as well. Zhang Shi had a premonition that it would not be long before he could enjoy a continuous supply of fresh vegetables of his own cultivation. Remembering that he still had a resource card obtained from signing in that had yet to be utilized, he decided to press on and complete all his tasks. Opening the yard gate, Pai joyfully rolled about in the wilderness. The snow outside was quite deep, with only Pai's head peeking out. Occasionally, it would burrow into the snow and suddenly pop up beside Zhang Shi, attempting to startle him. Zhang Shi picked up Pai and cradled it in his arms, leaving only its head exposed. Don't run around too much. The snow is too deep. If I can't find you, you might end up as a stray dog. Due to the randomness of livestock generated by resource cards, Zhang Shi, adhering to his cautious nature, clicked to use one in the wilderness outside the shelter. With a chime, the resource generation card transformed into a streak of light, landing on a nearby patch of ground. Subsequently, a dozen sheep appeared abruptly in that clearing. The sheep bleated as they pawed through the snow, munching on the grass roots concealed beneath it. Upon sighting Zhang Shi, the flock seemed irresistibly drawn to him, abandoning their forage to approach. Zhang Shi gazed at the sheep, his eyes sparkling, tears of emotion streaming down his cheeks. He guided the flock into the yard, securing them all within the pen. After swiftly purchasing some hay from the trading market and adding it to the feeding trough, he decided to leave them to their own devices. You all handle this for now. When I have time, I'll take you out for fresh food. He then turned and entered the poultry house to check on the status of 2 eggs, only to find that they had shown no signs of change, indicating that more time was needed for incubation. After taking stock of the resources in the warehouse, Zhang Shi returned to the warm stone house. Prepared to observe what everyone was doing, hoping to gather insights and identify any overlooked resources, all in anticipation of the impending disaster. On the seventh day in the wilderness, most survivors had abandoned the idea of venturing outside. The surviving seekers, for the most part, have upgraded their wooden shelters and amassed a certain stockpile of resources. They huddle within their sanctuaries, engaging in light-hearted banter around the flickering campfire, devoid of the palpable dread one might expect in the face of impending catastrophe. After a period of exploration, Zhang Shi found little of value and redirected his focus to the trading market. Today marks the final day before the calamity strikes, and the prices of most resources have surged dramatically. To his surprise, Zhang Shi stumbled upon an individual with the ID food god who was selling a substantial quantity of condiments. Resources such as salt, monosodium glutamate, and cooking oil had previously graced the trading market in scant quantities at exorbitant prices. Aside from purchasing a considerable amount of salt for curing jerky, Zhang Shi had otherwise adapted to a life devoid of flavor enhancers, his attention not having dwelled on this matter. Noticing the ample stock and reasonable pricing from a seller, he decided to acquire a selection of these common seasonings. A notification buzzed. It was Zhao Feng initiating a trade request. Upon inspection, Zhang Shi discovered that Zhao Feng had sent over a bounty of river crabs and assorted fish, accompanied by a note, "The last catch before the calamity. Thought you might enjoy a change of taste." Zhang Shi smiled faintly, accepting the trade, and reciprocated with some wolf meat and pelts. With a generous supply of seasonings in hand, and gazing at the fresh aquatic delicacies, he recalled that he had yet to partake in lunch. The thought of a hot pot on this snowy day was simply irresistible. Without delay, Zhang Shi procured a copper pot from the trading market. He placed ignited charcoal within it, then poured in superior quality well water. A whole ginger root was added, and the cleansed fish, shrimp, and crab were summarily deposited into the pot's base. Zhang Shi sliced wolf meat and arranged freshly washed vegetables on a platter, awaiting the pot's boil to begin his feast. Chapter 28. By who outside, gales howled, and snow fell in abundance. Inside the stone dwelling, it was as balmy as springtime. Zhang Shi, clad in short sleeves, perspired freely before the bubbling copper pot. He prepared a dipping sauce of soy sauce, minced scallions, and garlic. A slice of cooked meat was then dipped into it before being devoured whole. Ah, bliss! The gustatory stimulation assuaged Zhang Shi's heavy heart, burdened by the dwindling number of survivors. Woof woof! Pai Pai, relishing the high-grade bear meat sprinkled with barbecue powder, suddenly perked its ears. As if sensing something, it swiftly stood up, barking vigilantly toward the entrance. Zhang Shi, observing Pai Pai's unusual behavior, wore a puzzled expression. Could it be that another wild beast was causing trouble, and during daylight hours no less? Temporarily setting aside his chopsticks, he accessed the shelter interface on the system panel. With the aid of the territory control module, Zhang Shi, as if gifted with an eagle's vision, promptly detected an anomaly within the spiked pitfall trap before the gate. Something alive was in there. Zhang Shi promptly donned his attire, retrieved his bone bow, and hastened out of the stone dwelling. The wind and snow outside were now more ferocious than in the morning, with vast flurries of snowflakes obscuring visibility. As Zhang Shi approached the main entrance, he heard a faint, plaintive sound that resembled a kitten's mewl. Exercising caution, he refrained from opening the door immediately and instead ascended the watchtower, utilizing the beam of the searchlight to carefully survey the surroundings. Noting the absence of immediate danger, with Pai Pai also signaling reassurance, Zhang Shi descended from the watchtower, cautiously opened the iron gate, and proceeded to inspect the spike trap. A thick layer of snow blanketed the other traps, yet one had been triggered, revealing a sizable hole from which the soft cries emanated. Holding a lantern, Zhang Shi peered inside and discovered a small, white creature. Due to the snow, it had fallen into the trap, but had not been harmed by the sharp spikes, though it was unable to escape. With a flicker of thought, Zhang Shi retracted the spike trap, and the ground instantly transformed back into a smooth surface, starkly contrasted by the surrounding snow. The small creature suddenly found itself on solid ground, momentarily taken aback and forgetting to cry. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Shi realized that the creature was none other than a white tiger cub. With a decisive air, He activated his identification skill. Ding! The skill confirmed. White Tiger Cub. White Tiger Cub juvenile stage. Abilities unlocked untapped potential, destined to reign as the future sovereign of beasts. Zhang Shi advanced, seizing the young white tiger by the scruff of its neck and hoisting it into the air. Once apprehended, the cub became immobile, as if under a binding spell, emitting only faint, infantile cries as a token of resistance. Roar all you want, Zhang Shi jested. No one will come to your rescue. He mused. A beast companion delivered right to my doorstep, an opportunity not to be squandered. Once it matures, which audacious creature in this untamed world would dare obstruct my path? I'll simply unleash the tiger. Zhang Shi surveyed his surroundings with practiced vigilance, leading to an unexpected discovery. In the distance, several distinct footprints marked the ground, their size indicating they did not belong to the white tiger cub before him. Could it be, Zhang Shi pondered, that the mother tiger, gravely wounded, came here to entrust me with her offspring before her demise? Securing the entrance, Zhang Shi carried the white tiger inside. As they crossed the threshold, the cub's cries abruptly ceased. Bewildered, Zhang Shi retrieved the creature, only to discover its gaze fixated on Pai Pai's food bowl, which still contained remnants of bear meat. Zhang Shi surmised that it was famished and, upon ascertaining that it was unharmed, placed it on the ground. Regaining its freedom, the little white tiger tottered over to the food bowl and ravenously devoured the bear meat, completely oblivious to its recent capture. Pai Pai watched placidly, betraying no resentment at the usurpation of its meal. Following this brief interlude, Zhang Shi returned to the dining table to resume his repast. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of verdant eyes were observing from a vantage point not far from the shelter. Satiated and replete, Zhang Shi reclined on his bed, idly perusing the chat channel. The little white tiger and Pai Pai frolicked together, wreaking havoc in the bedroom. The stone house was filled with a cozy ambience, and Zhang Shi began to feel drowsy, soon succumbing to a deep slumber. Woof, woof, woof. Oh, woof. Zhang Shi was roused from his sleep for what seemed like the umpteenth time. Rubbing his eyes to clear his vision, he glanced at the time and noted that it was already past 8 in the evening. Zhang Shi made his way to the living room, where Pai Pai was still barking incessantly in the direction of the door. The little white tiger emulated its behavior, adding its own howls of support. Annoying, aren't you? Can a person get some sleep? Zhang Shi grumbled, before once again donning his attire, confining the little white tiger inside the stone house, and venturing out with Pai Pai to investigate the situation. Roar! No sooner had Zhang Shi stepped outside than he heard a resounding roar. The roar resounded with formidable power, piercing through the snowstorm and reaching Zhang Shi's ears. The tiger's roar startled the beasts of the forest. Realizing it was the growl of a tiger, Zhang Shi suddenly became alert. What on earth is happening? He cautiously approached the door, hearing the thudding of a heavy object against the iron gate. Pai Pai, too, remained vigilant, fixating on the outside, and fell silent. The beast outside, sensing Zhang Shi's proximity, let out an enraged roar, striking the iron door even harder, startling Zhang Shi into opening the shelter panel to check the door's durability. Fortunately, the iron door was forged from high-quality iron, impervious to ordinary beasts. Zhang Shi breathed a sigh of relief and proceeded to climb the watchtower to assess the situation. Amidst the snow and wind, a pure white tiger prowled before the door, occasionally lunging forward to strike the iron gate, attempting to force its way inside. Its eyes, as large as bronze bells, glimmered with a yellow-brown light in the night, and its fierce visage sent a shiver down Zhang Shi's spine. Suppressing his inner fear, Zhang Shi employed his appraisal skill on the white tiger. Ding! With a single glance, it was identified as White Tiger. White Tiger, restricted, panel, unlocked ability score. 55 evaluation. King of beasts, possessing strength and speed far surpassing that of ordinary beasts. However, due to the wilderness world being in a novice phase, all attributes are significantly diminished. Although the rank of the white tiger is indiscernible, its capabilities undoubtedly surpass those of the Wolf King, with a quality that is at least exquisite. Zhang Shi, aware of his inability to contend with it, remained cautious despite being shielded by walls, contemplating methods to resolve the predicament. The ferocity of the wind and snow rendered archery impractical. The white tiger below detected Zhang Shi's presence, but exhibited no reaction, fixated on the iron gate with unyielding intensity. Zhang Shi sensed something amiss and immediately thought of the little white tiger. Could I have unwittingly become a trafficker? He swiftly returned to the stone house, retrieved the little white tiger, and ascended back to the tower. The little white tiger cried out, and upon hearing the sound, the white tiger below suppressed its fury and ceased its movements, fixated on Zhang Shi. Realizing that the beast's target was the little white tiger, Zhang Shi fetched a wooden bucket, secured it with a rope, and placed the little white tiger inside. He then lowered the bucket along the wall. Your mischievous child has returned to you. It sought me out of its own volition, so I bear no responsibility. The great tiger observed as Zhang Shi set down the bucket, gradually regaining its composure. Once the bucket reached the ground, it swiftly clutched the little white tiger by the scruff of its neck and disappeared into the swirling snow. Only a trail of footprints remained. Zhang Shi gazed absently in the direction it had departed. Chapter 29. The Leaderboard. After enduring this inexplicable interlude, Zhang Shi found himself harboring certain suspicions. Upon returning to the stone dwelling, he swiftly retrieved the hunter's journal. On the pages, a wolf's head insignia appeared not far from the red, representing Zhang Shi, which was now slowly retreating in the opposite direction. Indeed, it was this beast orchestrating mischief. Zhang Shi's feelings toward the wolf king gradually shifted from initial fear and trepidation to a burgeoning resentment. What a cunning ploy to divert disaster. Alas, having allowed it to escape in the mines, he deeply regretted not having dispatched it with a single stroke. Zhang Shi sheathed his weapon, removed his leather garments, and nestled back into the warmth of his bed. After venturing outside for a brief moment, he could distinctly feel that the temperature had dropped further. Even clad in leather, he still felt the chill seeping through. The temperature outside must have plummeted to -20 degrees. Zhang Shi rubbed his hands and feet beneath the covers, pondering how such wretched weather allowed wild creatures to endure. As the night unfolded, the novice phase in the wilderness world was drawing to a close, and the calamities of nature were set to officially commence. At this moment, Zhang Shi was brimming with energy as he opened the system panel, intending to pass the time while he awaited developments. The regional chat channel was abuzz with activity today. Some survivors boasted about their well-fortified shelters and ample supplies, while others, despite their diligent efforts in chopping wood and mining stone, found themselves rather unfortunate, often enduring hunger and huddling in the corner of their wooden cabins, shivering. There were also those survivors who, even without exerting much effort, managed to amass a considerable amount of resources through sheer luck or cunning, living a carefree life in the wilderness as if on holiday. The joys and sorrows of humanity are not universally shared. What is destined to come will inevitably arrive. As the system clock struck midnight, an announcement echoed once more. Survivors, congratulations on successfully enduring 7 days of the new era. Ahead lies the true wilderness. In this brutal game, your survival and longevity depend solely on your own abilities. Simultaneously, certain previously inaccessible game features will be unlocked, granting you greater strength. However, be aware that the beasts will also grow stronger. The impending natural disaster you will face is severe cold. This harsh climate will persist for 7 days. We hope you can muster the resilience to endure this frigid winter, for even more terrifying calamities await you. Shortly, the wilderness will rank survivors across various regions, with those at the top reaping substantial rewards. As the system announcement concluded, Zhang Shi felt a warmth surging through his body as an extraordinary power suddenly manifested within him. Zhang Shi felt an overwhelming surge of heat coursing through his body, to the extent that he yearned to strip off his clothes and dash outside for a 10-kilometer run. Unable to contain himself, he let out a loud exclamation, startling the already slumbering Pai Pai, whose fur bristled in surprise. Woof woof. Pai Pai chastised Zhang Shi for interrupting its delightful dreams. However, at that moment, Zhang Shi was indifferent to such matters. He was in desperate need of release. He rolled out of bed and began doing push-ups in his bedroom. Goodness, This was more invigorating than consuming an energy elixir. This peculiar surge of strength arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, leaving Zhang Shi feeling as though he had undergone a transformative experience akin to that found in a cultivation novel. He hastily opened the regional chat channel. Indeed, everyone seemed to be in a similar predicament, with varying degrees of reaction. However, without exception, they all sensed a positive transformation in their bodies. Zhu Dachang exclaimed, "Wow, what is happening? I feel as though I have rejuvenated by 10 years. I possess an invigorating strength surpassing that of consuming a potent tonic." Chung Xiaobai added, "I too feel a surge of power. Even within the wooden cabin, the chill no longer seems so biting." Good Along suggested, "Everyone, take a look at the system homepage. There appears to be a new personal information section." Zhang Shi promptly returned to the homepage and indeed discovered a module for personal information. Upon clicking it, he found his data displayed before him. Name, Zhang Shi, race, human level, 100, rank, ordinary strength, 10. Note, the average attribute for humans is 6, agility, 8 constitution, 6 magic, 0 talent, none ability value, 6. No wonder I feel so invigorated. It turns out my strength attribute is remarkably high. I recall my previous ability assessment yielded a value of only 5, and now it has increased. How splendid. Zhang Shi was quite pleased with his attributes, even feeling a tinge of pride. This can also be attributed to his consumption of a substantial amount of high-quality food. During the novice phase, the additional attributes of those foods remain concealed, yet their effects are still potent. Zhang Shi observed the bear and wolf meat, his strength and agility surpassing that of an ordinary person. Turning his gaze towards Pai Pai, who lay nearby, he curiously examined its attributes. This glance, rather than being inconsequential, filled him with a sense of humility. Name, Pai Pai, race, canine level, 100, rank, superior strength, 12 agility, 15 constitution, 10 magic, 3 talent, none ability points, 10. Upon seeing Pai Pai's attributes, which overwhelmingly eclipsed his own, Zhang Shi lifted Pai Pai into his arms and couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, humans are outdone by dogs." Notification: regional rankings have been finalized and are now being disseminated. District 12 to 11 rankings. First place, Zhang Shi reward. Talent card chest X1, novice equipment pack X1. Gold X1000 second place. Chun Bei Pan reward. Skill card chest X1, novice equipment pack X1. Gold X900 third place. Good Along reward. Rare chest purple X2. Novice equipment pack X1. Gold X800 fourth place. Wu Qing reward. Rare chest purple X1. Novice equipment pack X1. Gold X700 fifth place. Zhaofeng reward. Rare chest purple X1. Novice equipment pack X1. Gold X600 10th place. Wang Wu reward. Rare chest purple X1. Novice equipment pack X1. Gold X100 world rankings. First place, Zhang Shi reward. Title, foremost champion, pink, second place. Bell Grigory reward. Title, second to none, pink, third place. Chun Bao Mu reward. Title, Blossom in the Mist, pink. System announcement concluded. Possessing abundant resources, Zhang Shi had anticipated securing the top regional spot when the ranking notifications were imminent. However, he was taken by surprise to find himself ranked first globally. He recalled receiving a system reward upon upgrading his stone dwelling, where he merely achieved 10th place. Suppressing his elation, Zhang Shi retrieved the rewards from his inventory, examining each in turn. Initially, he opened the novice equipment pack, revealing a standard set of basic white leather armor, complete with attire, headwear, and footwear. However, its attributes paled in comparison to the Wilderness Hunter set and lacked any additional properties. After stowing the inferior white equipment in the warehouse, Zhang Shi turned his attention to the attributes of the pink title. Title, foremost champion, pink once every 3 natural days. Allows the quality of an item to be elevated by 1 tier. Cannot exceed the level cap. Limited to 1 use per item. This is truly remarkable. It is not only reusable, but its potency increases over time. Zhang Shi, filled with excitement, raised his fist and twirled around the bedroom with Pai Pai in his arms. Chapter 30. talent card. As the thrill subsided, Zhang Shi donned the title and, struck by inspiration, attempted to use it on himself. Ding! Usage failed. Were you? Zhang Shi's expression darkened, and he tried once more with Pai, only to be met with failure again, reluctantly dismissing the idea of upgrading the creature. Upon inspection, aside from Old Duan, the highest level item in his possession was the territory control module. Unfortunately, it had already been integrated into the shelter and could not be upgraded again. Zhang Shi then tried to upgrade the shelter itself, only to discover that this ungraded item also could not be enhanced. After much contemplation, he decided to attempt upgrading the title itself, unsure whether he was wise or foolish. Zhang Shi temporarily abandoned the notion of utilizing the title's effects and turned his attention to the talent card treasure chest. Talent card treasure chest. Upon opening, one may obtain a randomly graded talent card. Suddenly inspired, Zhang Shi decided to employ the doubling effect of his VIP privilege to open the chest. Ding! The talent card treasure chest was successfully opened, triggering the VIP privilege, doubling the items acquired. Talent card Scholar, Gold, X2, an epic quality talent card, which when used, grants the talent Scholar. Experience points gained are increased by 80. Ding! The system has detected two identical talent cards and has automatically synthesized them, resulting in the acquisition of the talent card Scholar, multicolored, X1, a mythic quality talent card. Upon usage, it grants the talent Scholar. Experience gain is increased by 100. Zhang Shi was momentarily taken aback, astonished that through an unexpected turn of events, he had obtained a mythic level talent. The extraordinary effect of doubling experience acquisition would significantly accelerate Zhang Shi's development. With a beaming smile, he assimilated the talent, transforming the card into a vibrant rainbow that merged with his being. Zhang Shi felt a distinct surge in his intellect. Remembering that he still had a sign-in reward to claim, he decisively clicked on the sign-in option. The system prompted, "Congratulations! You have signed in and received raw iron, white, X20, concrete, blue, X10. Skill card Triple Strike, green, X1. A universal skill that allows the next attack to be resolved 3 times, each dealing 80 of the attack's damage." Zhang Shi had been troubled by his lack of skills, and the sign-in reward had just provided him with one. He then began to strategize, employing the upgrade effect of his title to attempt to enhance the skill card. The system announced, "Congratulations! You have obtained skill card Triple Strike, purple, X1, a universal skill that allows the next attack to be resolved 3 times, each dealing 100 of standard attack damage." Success! Zhang Shi learned the skill card, and an icon for the skill appeared in his skill bar. The cooling time is merely 10 seconds. Zhang Shi, in a flurry, pushed open the door against the wind and snow, retrieving a bone bow and shooting an arrow into the snowy ground ahead. Whoosh! A single arrow pierced the snow, followed by 2 phantom arrows that materialized out of thin air, exploding the ground into a large crater. Zhang Shi was overjoyed. After waiting for the cooldown period, he took out the old and executed a triple strike on a wooden post. With a swift motion, the old effortlessly pierced through the post, and simultaneously 2 phantoms appeared, delivering 2 precise slashes at the same spot. Wood chips flew through the air, mingling with the snow, as the post was cleaved into several sections. The extraordinary effectiveness of his first attempt left Zhang Shi immensely satisfied. Sheathing his weapons, he returned to the stone house, his face alight with excitement. Upon opening the system panel, he discovered his private messages had exceeded 99. Noticing that the world channel was unlocked with the conclusion of the novice phase, he clicked to explore. The language within the world channel was automatically translated into the native tongue of the survivors, and an overwhelming torrent of information scrolled rapidly. Zhang Shi casually scanned through, noting that survivors from various nations were discussing the recent system rewards, with him as the focal point of conversation. Many even suspected him of cheating. Who is this Zhang Shi? Why have I never heard of him before? Important news, I have a friend who shares the same region as Zhang Shi. I heard he is a lone wolf player. It is infuriating. We have united the strength of an entire region to elevate our leader to the top 10 in the world. Yet this lone wolf dares to claim the #1 spot. It seems likely that he has resorted to cheating or perhaps discovered some exploit. I propose that we collectively boycott this Zhang Shi. Observing the situation, Zhang Shi felt a surge of indignation and quietly composed several messages in the World Channel. Zhang Shi, VIP practice makes perfect. Zhang Shi, VIP if you can't handle it, then don't play. Zhang Shi's privileged status ensured that his messages were highlighted in colorful text within the World Channel. The survivors beneath erupted in a flurry of comments. How can he claim he isn't cheating? Isn't there a limit of one message per person each day in the World Channel? How is he able to send multiple messages in succession? I doubt it. His ID clearly displays VIP status, and his messages are pinned. Surely, he must have spent money to achieve this. Zhang Shi merely smirked in disdain. As for the rumors and slander, he paid them no mind. Glancing at the number of survivors above, which stood at 4.05 billion out of 8 billion, Zhang Shi sighed and switched back to the regional channel. There, the discussion about ranking rewards continued. Sheng Xiaobai exclaimed, "Wow, I never expected that the VIP big shot would not only be first in our region, but also on a global scale." Zhu Dachong remarked, "I'm surprised that Chun Beipan, who has kept a low profile, managed to secure the second position. It seems this wilderness world is truly filled with hidden talents." Ho Kun interjected, "Hidden talents, my foot. Let me tell you, Chun Beipan established a mutual aid society and under the guise of helping members. He amassed a considerable amount of resources. He claims to distribute these to those in need, yet secretly hoards them for himself, which is how he climbed to second place in the regional rankings. His chat group is in chaos right now. I joined hoping for some benefits, only to be severely taken advantage of." Lu Yu added, "To my fellow mutual aid society members, this incident has shown me the folly of my choices. I have officially withdrawn from the society. From this day forth, I, Lu Yu, stand opposed to Chun Beipan." Chun Beipan replied, "Dear mutual aid society companions, I assure you, I did not hoard the resources we gathered. I simply encountered some delays. Next, I shall proceed as originally planned to distribute these supplies. And I kindly ask everyone to remain patient." After various parties came forward to share their perspectives, the regional chat channel became divided into two factions. One faction consisted of the vested interests within the Mutual Aid Society, who rallied in support of Chun Beipan, expressing their understanding and generating a plethora of justifications. None were aware that the system would allocate rewards based on rankings. I believe this incident was purely accidental. Indeed, President Chun has generously provided us with such a bounty of supplies. His hard work has earned him the ranking rewards, and I have no objections. The opposing faction, led by Lu Yu, comprised survivors who had withdrawn from the Mutual Aid Society. They accused Chun Beipan of duplicitous behavior and deceit towards his comrades. A heated exchange soon erupted in the regional channel, escalating into a verbal battle until the chat capacity was exhausted. The individuals from both factions had no connection to Zhang Shi, who, after enjoying the spectacle for a while, turned his attention to private messages. Most of the private messages were congratulatory, yet a few individuals sought resources from him. As was customary, Zhang Shi blacklisted this latter group. While sifting through the messages, he unexpectedly discovered a private message from Gu Daolong, who shared information about an item that piqued Zhang Shi's interest. Chapter 31. Instant Scroll, Greener Realm of Peril and Opportunity. Upon use, it can transport survivors to the instance, Enchanted Forest. Within this instance, one may encounter not only wild beasts but also various magical creatures. The dungeon supports a maximum of 4 players for a timed challenge lasting 8 hours. Within this dungeon, one can acquire talent and skill cards. Would you be interested in joining? Zhang Shi glanced at the dungeon scroll, murmuring in awe. Every survivor capable of ranking on the leaderboard has, to some extent, experienced unique fortunes. Zhang Shi was thoroughly captivated by this dungeon, with a heavy snow sealing the doors. All exploration endeavors by the survivors had been forcibly halted. It was evident that within this dungeon, one could obtain a wealth of experience and high-quality resources. Undoubtedly a rare opportunity to maintain progress and gain an advantage over other survivors. Without hesitation, Zhang Shi replied, "Certainly. When shall we depart?" Gu Daolong quickly responded, "There's no rush. Let's prepare first and set off at dawn tomorrow." Zhang Shi nodded, believing that digesting the resources acquired would also mitigate some dangers within the dungeon. Understood. May I inquire how many individuals are currently in the team? Good Dalong paused for 2 minutes before replying. At present, it is only the two of us. I am reaching out individually to the top-ranked survivors in the regional leaderboard. Zhang Shi stroked his chin, understanding Good Dalong's perspective. After all, this dungeon posed inherent risks, and most individuals prefer to remain in the shelter, consuming their resources rather than venture outside to explore amid danger. Since the dungeon permits a 4-person team challenge, it necessitates that survivors elevate the average skill level of their group. It is evident that the simplest approach is to recruit individuals from the recently released rankings. Zhao Feng, ranked 5th, is a friend of mine. I believe a conversation with him would pose no significant issues. However, I remain uncertain as to how you can ensure the safety of everyone involved. Zhang Shi candidly highlighted the most uncontrollable risk associated with this endeavor. While there may have been some prior collaboration among the 4 of us, who can guarantee that no one harbors ill intentions? It would be disheartening to exert considerable effort to conquer a challenge, only to be betrayed by a teammate. If suitable candidates are available, feel free to invite them to the team. I trust your judgment. Once in the party, teammates are immune to friendly damage, alleviating concerns about internal conflicts. Good Dalong seems to have anticipated this, as he has sent a party invitation. This is Zhang Shi's first encounter with such an invitation, leading him to speculate that it may be a newly unlocked feature of the system. Within Zhang Shi's panel, 2 new windows have appeared, displaying the status bars for both himself and Good Dalong. Curiously, Zhang Shi clicks on Good Dalong's information, and a task panel materializes before him. Name, Good Dalong race, human level, 1 rank, ordinary strength, 6 agility, 6 constitution, 6 magic, 6 talent, none attribute value, 6 unbelievable. Zhang Shi exclaims in genuine astonishment, intrigued by how remarkably high Good Dalong's magic attribute is. Following the formation of the party, the attributes of teammates are made public. Over at Good Dalong's end, he was also scrutinizing Zhang Shi's attributes. His gaze lingered on the scholar talent, eliciting a subtle astonishment within him as he mused to himself. A talent of mythical caliber, if nurtured assiduously, would undoubtedly culminate in a comprehensive level supremacy over other survivors. Was this the reward for attaining the apex position? Zhang Shi initiated a video call with Zhao Feng, and as was their custom, they indulged in mutual boasting for a spell. Zhao Feng, in a stroke of serendipity, had unearthed an exquisite skill card from a rare treasure chest. Skill card, Sweep Green, X1, requires a polearm. Inflicts 200 damage upon all adversaries within a 5-meter radius. Sure too. Does this skill pique your interest? If it does, I'll simply trade it to you. Zhang Shi responded with a knowing smile, declining Zhao Feng's kind offer while also showcasing his own skill. Wow, a purple skill. I knew it. Considering you secured first place, you certainly wouldn't be lacking in such items. Zhang Shi offered no rebuttal. Instead, he extended an invitation to Zhao Feng to join the team. The team featured a chat group where Zhao Feng and Good Dalong exchanged introductions. Subsequently, Good Dalong fell silent, presumably in pursuit of the final team member. Zhang Shi recalled that during his previous appraisal of Zhao Feng using truth revelation, Zhao Feng's aptitude had already reached 6. Intrigued, he scrutinized Zhao Feng's attributes. Name, Zhao Feng. Race, human, level, 1, grade, common, strength, 10, agility, 6, constitution, 10, magic, 0, talent, none, ability value, 6, at a glance, a quintessential warrior's profile. Zhang Shi chuckled, finding it befitting of Zhao Feng's persona, recalling his fondness for fitness during their school days. Dismissing the system panel, Zhang Shi arranged his equipment, ensuring ample provisions for the morrow's expedition. Anticipation stirred within him at the prospect of the forthcoming adventure, compounded by an excess of daytime slumber. Uncharacteristically, he found himself sleepless, finally succumbing to slumber after much tossing and turning. The following morning, Zhang Shi arose from his bed with invigorated spirits, consulting the system panel to ascertain the time. Barely past 6. His gaze inadvertently drifted towards the bottom of the system, where he was surprised to discover a 4th character window. indicating that Gu Dalong had secured the final member of their team. Upon opening it, a familiar visage greeted him. Name, Wu Qing race, human level, 1 grade, common. Strength, 4 agility, 4 constitution, 11 magic, 4 talent. None ability value, 5. Zhang Shi fixated on Wu Qing's constitution attribute, which surpassed even Zhao Feng's, juxtaposing it with her appearance in the videos. I recall this young lady being quite slender. Do these wilderness world videos employ beautifying filters? He mused. In the team chat group, there was a message from Gu Dalong sent last night. He stated that they would set off promptly at dawn, urging everyone to prepare in advance. At this moment, the chat was enveloped in silence. Zhang Shi speculated that everyone was still lost in slumber. He rose to wash up and prepare breakfast. Outside, the wind and snow had unexpectedly diminished, due to timely clearance. The accumulation of snow in the courtyard was not too high, sparing Zhang Shi considerable trouble. He opened the window for some fresh air, and perhaps due to the improvement in his constitution, he felt that the outside temperature was not as frigid as before. He stored some perishable food in the outdoor warehouse. In such weather, nature served as the finest refrigerator. Within an hour, those fresh meats would be frozen harder than stone. For breakfast, he reheated leftover hot pot from the previous day and added some noodles, quickly filling his stomach. Contemplating the day's outing, Zhang Shi was uncertain whether Pippi could accompany him. Thus, he grilled some meat ribs in front of the fireplace and prepared some well water. Holding Pippi close, he earnestly advised, "Pippi, I must step out for a while and may not return until evening. During my absence, you must diligently guard the house. If you grow hungry, eat the meat. If you're thirsty, drink water. No mischief is allowed. Should any danger arise, do not venture outside. Simply remain indoors and wait for my return. Do you understand?" Pippi understood Zhang Shi's intention and looked at him with a sense of grievance, clearly wishing to accompany him outside. A buzzing notification from the team chat group caught his attention. Upon opening it, Zhang Shi saw a message from Gu Dalong. "Is everyone ready? Once you're prepared, I will commence the dungeon." Chapter 32. Slime Zhang Shi, fully equipped, signaled his readiness in the chat channel. Wu Qing and Zhao Feng quickly responded in kind. Before long, a system prompt appeared. "Your team is entering the dungeon. Do you wish to follow?" Without hesitation, Zhang Shi clicked confirm. In an instant, a beam of white light manifested beneath his feet, and he felt a fleeting moment of disorientation as his vision blurred. When his sight returned, he found himself in a dense forest. This forest seemed to exist in a secluded realm, with a temperate climate, towering ancient trees, and a myriad of plants dominating the area, casting shadows that rendered it somewhat eerie. The occasional calls of birds and beasts echoed through the woods, infusing the atmosphere with vibrant life. Zhang Shi glanced at a sturdy tree and, unable to resist, drew out his old axe and struck at the trunk. The axe remained sharp, effortlessly embedding itself into the bark. Utilizing his tried-and-true method, he began chopping near the blade, and soon the great tree succumbed, yielding wood, white, X16. Alas, merely ordinary quality wood. A tinge of disappointment washed over Zhang Shi, considering the exquisite caliber of this instance. Swish, swish, swish. 3 beams of light materialized in succession, and 3 figures appeared before Zhang Shi. It was Gu Dalong and his companions who had arrived. Zhao Feng, towering at nearly 6'3", cut an imposing figure with his robust musculature, clad in a suit of high-quality iron armor, making him the most conspicuous of the trio. He surveyed the surroundings, and upon recognizing Zhang Shi's familiar countenance, his face lit up with unbridled joy. He bounded over to Zhang Shi and enveloped him in a bear hug. "Sure too. I miss you terribly." After years of separation, they finally had the chance to reunite face-to-face in this desolate world. Zhao Feng's emotions were running high. Zhang Shi, caught in Zhao Feng's embrace, felt as though he was on the verge of suffocation. As he marveled at the potency of his strength stat of 10, he extricated himself from the hug and said with a serious expression, all right, we have pressing matters to attend to. There will be ample time for reminiscing after the instance is over." The group exchanged introductions. Gu Dalong resembled his avatar, a man in his late 20s. with a handsome face and a slender, upright build, radiating an air of righteousness. Wu Qingzhenren appeared even more stunning in person than in the videos, her demeanor serene. Despite being adorned in rudimentary leather armor, her lithe figure was still discernible. Gu Daolong regarded the group with a genial smile, betraying no signs of apprehension. Esteemed comrades, now that we've all been acquainted, let us dispense with pleasantries, as time is of the essence. This instance is akin to an ancient forest, wherein a treasure chest lies concealed deep within its depths. The rewards contained within this chest will escalate in value as we advance through the instance. Therefore, I recommend that we prioritize locating the treasure chest first. Once it is found, we can strategize on how to progress further, striving to attain the highest tier of rewards possible. Should we encounter formidable dangers during our exploration, I advise a prompt retreat from the instance. After all, no treasure, however precious, is worth the loss of life. Zhang Shi cast a glance at the team panel, and, as Gu Daolong had mentioned, a progress bar appeared above their avatars. Currently reading 0. To the side, there was also a retreat button, which, when clicked, would instantly transport them back to the sanctuary. Gu Daolong produced a wand adorned with blue crystals, which shimmered with a brilliant azure light, causing Zhao Feng's eyes to widen in astonishment. A mage? Gu Daolong pinched his earlobe, stifling a laugh, and with a serious demeanor, remarked, "Everyone can see their respective attributes. I hope each of you will introduce your areas of expertise so we may complement each other's strengths. I recently acquired a wand which has enhanced my magical attributes, enabling me to unleash energy projectiles by consuming magic power, thus excelling in ranged attacks," he continued. Zhao Feng then stepped forward, pointing to the iron hammer in his grasp. "My strength and constitution attributes are quite high. According to the game's design, I should be classified as a warrior." Wu Qing retrieved an incense burner from her backpack and lit it. The fragrant incense transformed into a delicate mist that enveloped Wu Qing, while everyone distinctly inhaled a subtle aroma that invigorated their spirits. Zhang Shi observed that a buff icon had appeared on everyone's panels, granting an enhancement of 1 to all attributes, lasting for a duration of 24 hours. Wu Qing's voice remained clear and crisp as she retrieved some pills from her backpack. "I do not possess particularly remarkable qualities. I merely cultivated a few plants in the shelter. Among them are some with special effects, which I have turned into medicines. I brought some along this time, hoping they will provide assistance to everyone." Zhang Shi understood that she was functioning as a semi-support. After the three had introduced themselves, their gazes turned to Zhang Shi. He drew the old duan from his waist and slung the bone bow over his back. "My strength and agility attributes are relatively high, allowing me to engage in close combat, and I possess some knowledge of archery." With their roles clearly defined, the four began to explore the depths of the dense forest. Although the temperature within the thicket was pleasant, Zhang Shi donned the wilderness hunter's attire for precaution and equipped the true sight, occasionally casting an identification spell to guard against potential dangers. Seeing Zhang Shi's caution, Zhao Feng mimicked his actions and donned the true sight as well. The two, one tall and the other short, clad in armor, bore a striking resemblance to characters from a Dragon Ball comic, which elicited a soft laugh from Wu Qing. Zhao Feng felt somewhat embarrassed and attempted to explain the effects of the true sight. Suddenly, a gelatinous, green, translucent creature appeared from a tree ahead. The creature rapidly expanded, swiftly growing from the size of a fist to that of a human head. The transparent entity, without any forewarning, leapt high from the tree and descended upon the four individuals. Zhao Feng, with remarkable speed and precision, swung his hammer and successfully struck the transparent creature, sending it flying. Upon landing on the tree trunk, the creature shattered, splattering liquid across the ground. Ding! The team has slain a slime, White X1, a magical being with no fixed form, possessing a certain resistance to sharp weapons and considerable attack power. Experience gained, 20. Zhang Shi, enhanced by his scholar's talent, received 40 experience points. Gu Daolong expressed his astonishment at the emergence of the slime, murmuring softly, "Indeed, it is a magical world." No sooner had he spoken than 5 similarly sized slimes sprang forth from the underbrush. The group, filled with tension, drew their weapons to confront them. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Shi utilized a skill, identifying true, to examine one of the slimes. Name: Yagubigu race, slime level, 2 rank, common strength, 6 agility, 6 constitution, 3 magic power, 5 ability score. 5 Zhang Shi transmitted the slime's status panel to the team channel. Do not be afraid, everyone. Their ability scores are not high, and their constitution is quite low. Treat them as ordinary beasts. Zhao Feng, noticing the slime's ability score of merely 5, felt a wave of relief wash over him and mockingly declared, "So, they are nothing more than weaklings with a combat power of 5. Watch me take them down with a single blow." Having spoken, he took up the iron hammer and charged forward with determination. Wu Qing's expression bore a hint of awkwardness. Yet she swiftly retrieved an incense stick and ignited it with haste. Zhao Feng felt a surge in his speed, noticing an increase of 4 points in his agility attribute, which had now reached a total of 10. Wu Qing called out to him, informing him that the incense's effect would last only 3 minutes, urging him to conclude the battle swiftly. Zhao Feng engaged in combat with the slimes. When the slimes were on the ground, they exhibited surprising speed, and Zhao Feng was unable to dispatch them as swiftly as he had done previously. Concerned for Zhao Feng's safety, Zhang Shi drew an iron arrow and shot it toward the slime. The arrow whizzed through the air, striking its mark with precision, triggering a piercing effect as it passed through the slime's body, disappearing into the depths of the forest. A large wound appeared on the slime's form. It began to heal rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they reformed into a cohesive mass, invigorated and ready to rejoin the battle. Chapter 33. The Altar of Courage. The slime accumulated energy and leapt high, crashing against Zhao Feng's armored form, producing a series of dull thuds. 5 slimes encircled Zhao Feng, pummeling him relentlessly. Despite his robust physique, he found it somewhat challenging to withstand their assault, forced into a position of passive defense. Observing Zhao Feng in a precarious situation, Zhang Shi felt a surge of urgency and drew forth an iron arrow, preparing to aim once more. These slimes are resistant to sharp weapons. Do not squander your efforts. Gu Dalong cautioned Zhang Shi while brandishing his sapphire wand. In an instant, a cluster of blue energy orbs hovered around the wand, and with a vigorous flourish, Gu Dalong sent the orbs shooting toward one of the slimes like a barrage of bullets. Those seemingly gentle blue energy spheres detonated upon contact with the slime, exploding with the force of a bomb. Crack, crack, crack. 3 crisp detonations echoed as the slime burst apart, viscous liquid splattering all over Zhao Feng. Goodness, old Gu, you've been hiding your talents. The number of slimes has been diminished, greatly alleviating Zhao Feng's pressure. Ignoring the dirt on his body, he engaged them in combat. Gu Dalong's move was evidently a lethal technique. At this moment, he appeared to be drained of strength, his complexion somewhat pale. Zhang Shi observed this and patted Gu Dalong's shoulder, positioning himself in front of him. He knocked an arrow and drew his bow. The arrow, swift as lightning, pierced through one of the slimes, yet it did not inflict substantial harm. Immediately after, 2 phantoms followed, striking the slime and causing its body to explode. The triad of strikes proved effective. Although the slime possessed resistance to sharp weapons, it could not withstand the force of the energy arrows. With the slimes continuously diminished, Zhao Feng finally found the opportunity to act. Zhao Feng's iron hammer swept through the air, a dark light slicing across. 3 slimes ahead were struck, crashing against a tree trunk and shattering into pieces. Ding! The team has slain 5 slimes, white, earning 100 experience points. Congratulations to the survivor for reaching level 2, gaining 1 attribute point. Congratulations to the team for obtaining the Courage Medal X1, a material exclusive to the Enchanted Forest, non-transferable outside the dungeon. Upon collecting the Courage Medal that had been revealed, Zhang Shi examined it, finding it consistent with the item description, yet its specific purpose remained elusive. He noticed that he had accrued 240 experience points, surpassing the requirement for leveling up. Zhang Shi contemplated the attributes around him. Strength influenced damage, agility affected speed, constitution determined endurance, and magic power impacted magical damage and mana. As his primary focus was on physical damage, enhancing his strength seemed prudent. After a moment's reflection, he allocated his acquired attribute points to strength. Under the influence of the incense's buff, Zhang Shi's attribute panel appeared as follows. Name, Zhang Shi race. Human experience points. Level 2, 140200. Rank, ordinary strength. 11-1 agility. 8-5 constitution. 6-1 magic power. 0-1 talent. Scholar ability score. 8 in awe of the potent effects of Wu Qing's incense. Zhang Shi inquired. This incense effect is impressive. Can it be mass-produced? Wu Qing shook her head. The primary material yield is quite low. I have only recently begun cultivating it, so the current stock of incense is limited. Zhao Feng turned around, brimming with enthusiasm, clearly pleased with his recent performance. I never expected this slime to be so weak. It was dispatched with minimal effort. Hey Lauga, why do you seem so feeble? One strike left you drained. Good Along took a brief respite, finally catching his breath, and offered Zhao Feng a wry smile. All right, everyone, let's allocate our attribute points. This is merely the beginning. Venturing further may lead us to encounter more formidable foes. Zhang Shi approached Good Along, inquiring about his condition. I'm fine, just a bit anxious earlier, having exhausted too much magical energy with my wand in one go. A moment's recovery will suffice. Wu Qing glanced at the progress bar on the panel, noting that it had only increased by a mere 1. Can we truly achieve full progress before time runs out merely by slaying minor creatures? Good Along also noticed the stagnant progress bar and calmly retrieved a parchment book from his backpack. He flipped through its pages, seemingly searching for something. Zhang Shi's gaze fell upon the parchment book, finding it somewhat reminiscent of the hunter's ledger in his possession. If we proceed straight ahead, approximately 1,000 meters from here lies a location marked with a beast skull. I suspect it is a spawn point for elite monsters. If we manage to defeat them, we are sure to gain a substantial amount of progress. The group nodded in agreement and began exploring in the direction indicated by Good Along. Along the way, they encountered several minor creatures, including not only slimes, but also some small wild beasts. Each member showcased their unique abilities, effortlessly dispatching the obstructive adversaries and gathering experience. All of them leveling up to level 3, while Zhang Shi was already nearing level 4. As they approached their destination, the path ahead opened up to reveal a clearing, at the center of which stood an altar, surrounded by trees that encircle the altar at its heart. The altar itself is a magnificent monolith, carved seamlessly from a single colossal stone. Upon the altar, 3 smaller altars are positioned at each corner. Good Dalong opened the sheepskin book and, after a meticulous examination, proclaimed, "This is the place." He subsequently shared a piece of information with the team channel. Courage Altar. Place the courage medals on the altar to initiate the rite. During the duration of the rite, a tide of monsters will be summoned. The scale of the monster tide will vary according to the number of courage medals placed, with a maximum of 3 being placed simultaneously. Upon the conclusion of the rite, a finely crafted elite monster will be summoned. Defeating it will reward the challenger with a substantial amount of progress points. Shall we begin? Zhao Feng's gaze was intense, clearly eager to proceed. Zhang Shi quietly opened the system panel, intending to construct some defensive structures, only to discover that the building function had been disabled. Good Dalong had anticipated this and retrieved several sets of wooden fences from his backpack, which he had prepared beforehand, unexpectedly finding them quite useful. Let us first test the strength of the beast tide. If it proves perilous, we shall abandon the rite and make our escape. The group set the fences in place, adjusted their readiness, and exchanged knowing glances. Zhang Shi then placed the courage medal upon the altar. As soon as the medal was placed, it vanished without a trace, and the altar emanated a brilliant red light. The entire altar began to tremble slightly, and the forest around them stirred with agitation. Roar! A raccoon, standing at the height of a human calf, emerged from the thicket, drawn towards the altar by the crimson glow it emitted. Zhao Feng's gaze was fierce as he brandished his iron hammer, fixated intently on the creature. Sensing Zhao Feng's animosity, the raccoon bristled with ferocity, its body arching slightly before it leapt high, attempting to vault over the fence. Zhang Shi having noticed the raccoon, had already drawn his bathtub, aiming an arrow directly at it. Just as Zhao Feng swung his hammer, an arrow pierced the raccoon's skull. The creature let out a mournful wail before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. In an instant, a flash of golden light signified Zhang Shi's triumph over the raccoon, propelling him to level 4. He allocated his attribute points to strength, and with the enhancement of the fragrant incense, his strength attribute soared to 14. Chapter 34. Gargoyle. The appearance of the raccoon was merely the beginning. More animals, and even monsters, surged forth from the depths of the woods towards the altar. Within Zhang Shi and his companion's line of sight, various beasts flitted between the trees. Zhang Shi's expression grew grave. Should such a multitude of beasts converge upon the altar, it would be exceedingly difficult for the 4 of them to fend them off. A bull suddenly emerged from the forest, charging towards the altar with menacing vigor. This bull was robust, its formidable horns glinting with a sharp sheen, its eyes ablaze with a mad fury reminiscent of rabies. Goodalong feared that the bull would smash through the fence in a single blow. Hastily wielding his wand, he conjured an orb of energy and directed it towards the bull. In an instant, the orb struck the creature, causing its flesh to explode, showering the surroundings with a deluge of crimson rain. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Feng swiftly dispatched a giant rat that was burrowing nearby with a mighty blow, exclaiming in admiration for Gu Dalong's prowess. The bull's charge seemed to serve as a signal, prompting the beasts and monsters lurking in the woods to surge forth. Encircling the altar, among them were wild animals, slimes, and even goblins. Initially, Zhang Shi had the advantage of equipment to deal with some larger beasts. But as the tide of monsters approached the barrier, various creatures showcased their unique abilities. Leaping or climbing, an overwhelming swarm breached the enclosure. Zhang Shi had no choice but to draw his weapon and engage in close combat. Realizing the dire situation, Wu Qing retrieved a bulging cloth bag from her backpack, seemingly filled with an assortment of items. With determination, she ignited the bag, releasing a potent and fragrant aroma that enveloped the area. Everyone held their breath. Wu Qing then produced a vial of pills, swiftly distributing them among the group. Once she confirmed that everyone had ingested the pills, she finally exhaled in relief. Before long, the myriad monsters, entranced by the peculiar fragrance, collapsed to the ground in a deep slumber. Some of the larger beasts remained upright, but swayed precariously, clearly unable to endure for much longer. Remarkable, a master of deadly concoctions. Upon observing the situation, Zhao Feng, brandishing his iron hammer, was about to venture out when Zhang Shi promptly restrained him, questioning his intent with perplexity. Why impede me? This expanse presents a wealth of readily available experience. Zhao Feng exclaimed. Zhang Shi, having discerned that the horde's numbers remained constant, expressed his concern that diminishing their ranks might prompt the altar to conjure forth new adversaries. Let us not digress from our primary objective, the elite monsters summoned by the altar. The quartet, positioned back-to-back atop the altar, maintained a vigilant watch over their surroundings. At present, the vicinity was replete with slumbering monsters, while the forest exuded an unsettling tranquility, yet the anticipated elite monster remained elusive. This eerie ambience persisted for a considerable duration, during which the crimson radiance emanating from the altar gradually waned, indicating its imminent dissipation. A system notification materialized. The ritual is on the precipice of failure. Upon beholding this warning, Zhao Feng grew visibly agitated. What transpires? How can it falter? Ye Dalong, wearing a grim countenance, elucidated, rituals necessitate offerings. Insufficient tribute precipitates their failure. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shi composed himself and, wielding Old Duan, initiated a wholesale slaughter. The others, galvanized by this action, swiftly comprehended the situation, and even Wu Qing joined the fray, brandishing her spear. To term a battle would be a misnomer. It was, in essence, a massacre. In the untamed realm of the wilderness, the principle of survival of the fittest reigns supreme. To refrain from wielding the blade is to invite one's own demise upon a monster's awakening. With the creatures prostrate and immobile, the quartet executed their task with remarkable efficiency. Even if the deceased monsters were lacerated and bled profusely, they would be purged by the system within seconds, leaving no remains. Only the crimson light on the altar intensified, granting copious experience to the quartet, elevating them all to level 4, with Zhang Shi nearing level 5. The 4 adventurers vanquished countless monsters, causing the crimson light on the altar to solidify, suffusing the entire forest in a sanguinary hue. Rumbling, the altar quaked once more, the sanguine radiance dissipating to reveal a chrysalis. Upon witnessing this, the 4 coalesced instinctively. Rending, the sound of a sharp instrument slicing through echoed from within the cocoon. A jet-black creature, akin to an ape, emerged from its confinement. This peculiar being possessed twin horns, resembling flowing magma, radiating a scarlet effulgence. A pair of immense wings, like those of a bat, shrouded half of its form. It bared pointed fangs, its countenance bearing a resemblance to a goblin, yet far more grotesque. Zhang Shi, wielding Old Duan, felt his heart ascend into his throat, unable to discern the level or strength of the monster before him. Zhang Shi attempted to employ Truth Seer to appraise it. Ding! Truth Seer activated, identified as Gargoyle. Gargoyle, green stats, unknown, proficiency, 44. An exquisitely crafted elite monster, possessing substantial magical resistance. A physique as indurate as stone, and the ability to cast rudimentary spells. The gargoyle surveyed its surroundings, its gaze settling upon Zhang Shi and his companions. Its eyes gleaming with malice. With wings unfurled, it soared into the sky, charging directly at Zhao Feng at the forefront. The gargoyle was remarkably swift and possessed considerable strength. Zhao Feng, relying on his superior power attributes, attempted to confront it head-on. However, before his hammer could descend, he was violently knocked away by the gargoyle's impact. Witnessing Zhao Feng's predicament, the onlookers felt a surge of urgency. Gu Dalong brandished his wand, conjuring 3 energy orbs that he unleashed towards the gargoyle. The creature, shielding itself with its wings, rendered the explosive orbs as ineffective as a drop in the ocean, failing to stir the slightest disturbance. Provoked, the gargoyle redirected its focus towards Gu Dalong, intent on retaliation. Zhang Shi swiftly drew his bow, executing a triple strike aimed at the gargoyle. Sensing the unusual potency of the arrows, the gargoyle ascended into the heavens to evade the attack. Seizing the moment, Zhang Shi shared the identification information and assessed Zhao Feng's condition. Wu Qing had already assisted Zhao Feng to his feet. The extraordinary iron armor he wore had mitigated the gargoyle's blow, though the sheer force left him somewhat disoriented. Wu Qing promptly administered a pill to his mouth, allowing Zhao Feng to regain his composure. With a fierce glare directed at the gargoyle high above, he tightened his grip on the hammer and called out to Wu Qing. "Sister, bring forth any powerful items you possess. Today, I shall strip the hide from this beast." Wu Qing's backpack resembled Doraemon's fourth-dimensional pocket. With a delicate motion of her hand, she produced an object that resembled an eggshell. A rare flicker of pain crossed Wu Qing's face. "I have only succeeded in creating one of these. Do not worry, my brother will compensate you once we return." Wu Qing shot Zhao Feng a glare, clenched her palm tightly, and crushed the eggshell. Zhao Feng felt a sudden chill beneath him. In an instant, a mist enveloped the area, and everyone sensed an invigorating surge of energy coursing through their bodies. Upon inspecting the panel, they discovered an additional buff bar. Blue ink grass incense, within 5 minutes. Enhances the strength of all allied units within a 100-meter radius by 8 points. Zhao Feng exclaimed in excitement, realizing that his strength attribute had escalated to a formidable 23 points. Chapter 35. Slaying the gargoyle. Zhao Feng's shout seemed to provoke the gargoyle, which flapped its wings furiously, generating a powerful gust of wind that surged towards him. The wind sliced through the air like a blade, accompanied by a series of piercing sounds. Sensing the imminent danger, Zhao Feng swiftly rolled to the side to evade the assault. When the gust struck the ground, debris and dust erupted, leaving Zhao Feng in a rather precarious position. Seizing the opportunity, the gargoyle dove down, intent on launching a relentless pursuit, only to be confronted suddenly by an iron arrow. The gargoyle swiftly folded its wings, shielding its body. An iron arrow struck the gargoyle, producing the sound of metal clashing as the finely crafted arrowhead scraped against its wing, igniting a spark before being deflected away. Unlike a mere beast, the effectiveness of the bone bow was significantly diminished, and Zhang Shi's strength, bolstered to 24 points, was insufficient to breach the gargoyle's defenses. Nevertheless, Zhang Shi pressed on, resolutely continuing to fire in hopes of buying his comrades some precious time. The gargoyle's momentum halted, and it descended to the ground. Zhao Feng had long been poised with his iron hammer, ready to unleash a sweeping strike. The hammer swept through the air in an arc before Zhao Feng, striking the gargoyle with unerring precision. The creature, caught off guard, was sent hurtling backward, emitting a series of anguished roars. Zhang Shi, seizing the opportunity presented by its vulnerability, unleashed a triple strike aimed directly at the gargoyle's brow. The creature, acutely attuned to danger, unfurled its wings and enveloped itself like a dumpling. The iron arrows struck its wings, but were predictably deflected, while two phantasmal arrows detonated before it. The resultant shockwave toppling the gargoyle once more, shrouding the area in swirling dust and debris. Zhang Shi was taken aback, astonished by the considerable enhancement in power that his triple strike now possessed. Noticing the effectiveness of the attacks from Zhao Feng and Zhang Shi, Wu Qing and Gu Dalong equipped themselves with iron weapons and joined forces, encircling the gargoyle alongside Zhao Feng. As the dust settled, the silhouette of the gargoyle emerged before them. At this moment, its wings were charred and blackened, with a trickle of crimson blood seeping from the surface. However, the injuries were not grave. Its scarlet eyes brimmed with hatred as it bared its razor-sharp fangs, roaring defiantly at Zhao Feng and his companions. Damn it, die. Zhao Feng, fearless and resolute, forged ahead with his hammer, trailed closely by Gu Dalong and Wu Qing, charging towards the stone gargoyle. Zhang Shi coordinated with them, unleashing a relentless volley of iron arrows, determined to deny the stone creature any respite. Enraged, the gargoyle unfurled its wings and unleashed a powerful strike, generating a fierce gust of wind that not only deflected the arrows but also swept Zhao Feng and his companions off their feet, casting them into a nearby thicket. Observing his injured comrades and realizing the ineffectiveness of his bone bow, Zhang Shi, in a moment of desperation, grasped Old Duan and bravely surged forward. The gargoyle, relentless in its fury, revealed its horns, glowing menacingly like a searing iron brand. Following a brief accumulation of energy, a fireball the size of a human head coalesced between its horns. With a swing, it hurled the fiery projectile towards Zhao Feng, still dazed and prone on the ground. Zhao Feng remained unresponsive to the impending inferno. In a pivotal moment, Gu Dalong and Wu Qing, each seizing an arm, hauled Zhao Feng behind them. Gu Dalong conjured a cerulean barrier with his wand, effectively neutralizing the explosive aftermath of the fireball. Simultaneously, Zhang Shi surged towards the gargoyle, wielding Old Duan and unleashing a triple strike, cleaving downwards with formidable force. The gargoyle, in its presumption, attempted to parry Zhang Shi's assault by positioning its wings overhead, confident in their resilience to deflect metal. The gargoyle had manifestly underestimated Zhang Shi, or rather, the potency of Old Duan. The three-tiered blade strike bifurcated the gargoyle's once impregnable wing, causing a torrent of blood to gush forth from the wound. The gargoyle, writhing in agony, emitted a piercing shriek and retaliated with a sweeping wing strike, which Zhang Shi intercepted with his blade. The collision of wing and Old Duan generated a gust of wind that buffeted Zhang Shi, sending him hurtling backwards. Upon crashing to the earth, Zhang Shi felt his abdomen churn violently, his consciousness wavering, and his stamina rapidly depleting as if from a breached reservoir. Swiftly consuming a plum, Zhang Shi mustered his resolve, retrieved Old Duan, and fixed his gaze ahead. Upon raising his gaze, a fiery projectile hurtled toward him. A jolt of dread coursed through Zhang Shi, compelling him to sidestep and collapse onto the ground, narrowly evading the assault. Frustrated by its failed attempt, the gargoyle hastened toward Zhang Shi, a wing fractured in two, copious amounts of blood gushing onto the ground, rendering the scene exceedingly macabre. Scarcely had Zhang Shi regained his footing when the gargoyle pounced, a claw as keen as a bayonet aimed directly at Zhang Shi's face. In that perilous moment, a war hammer materialized from afar, striking the gargoyle and causing it to stagger. The claw veered off course, yet its momentum persisted, resulting in a close encounter between man and monster. "Sure too, finish it," Zhao Feng bellowed. Combined with the pungent, coppery scent emanating from the gargoyle, Zhang Shi's mind cleared. He gripped Old Duan, initiating triple strike once more. "Perish!" Zhang Shi roared. Old Duan swept upward, the blade flashing and becoming stained crimson. The gargoyle stood motionless, a protracted gash cleaving it in two from bottom to top. The afterimage of the blade materialized, its formidable force rending the gargoyle into fragments of varying sizes. Ding! The party has slain gargoyle, green, X1. Acquired 200 experience points. Acquired fires, stone great axe, green, X1. An exquisitely crafted weapon that grants 5 additional points of strength upon equipping. Upon striking a foe, it ignites them. Acquisition of skill card. Ice Spike, blue, X1. A spell skill that allows the user to conjure and launch 3 ice spikes toward the designated area, with each spike inflicting 60 damage and imparting a slowing effect. Congratulations to the team for obtaining Courage Medal X1. They have finally vanquished the elite monster, the gargoyle. Zhang Shi, feeling sore all over, disregarded his filthy appearance and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Glancing at his status panel, boosted by the scholar's experience, his experience bar surged to 50. Zhao Feng and the others gathered around to assess Zhang Shi's injuries, relieved to find he was not gravely harmed. Gu Daolong wore a look of guilt, realizing the formidable nature of this green, elite monster. "I held everyone back and nearly caused injuries," he lamented. Wu Qing shook her head, offering comfort. "It's not your fault. This creature has high magical resistance, which just happened to counter your strengths." Zhao Feng joined in, patting his shoulder. "Old Gu, don't be hard on yourself. We didn't sustain any serious injuries, and we even leveled up. We should be celebrating." Zhang Shi soon regained his composure, noticing that after defeating this altar, his progress bar had increased to nearly 20. Fortune favors the bold. This altar can significantly advance our progress, even if it means taking some damage. He then retrieved the Firestone Great Axe and handed it to Zhao Feng. "Brother Feng, this equipment has excellent effects and is perfectly suited for you. Take it with you. Kill the gargoyle." The two of them exerted the most effort, and no one voiced any dissent regarding Zhang Shi's decision. Zhao Feng had long set his sights on this weapon and joyfully swapped out the iron hammer. At that moment, the buff from the blueprint grass incense dissipated, yet Zhao Feng's strength attribute remained an impressive 20 points. He hefted the colossal axe, feeling its weight in his hands, which greatly bolstered his confidence. The exquisite quality of the weapon was unmistakable. He mused that if he encountered that creature again, he could cleave it in a single stroke. Zhang Shi then handed the skill card to Gu Daolong, stating, "Among us, your magical prowess is the highest, so this skill is yours." Gu Daolong accepted the skill card, a glimmer of delight flickering in his eyes. Chapter 36. Progression. After a brief respite, Zhang Shi and his companions marked the location of the altar. Unter Daolong's guidance, they continued their exploration, aiming to confirm the location of the treasure chest, while simultaneously accruing experience to elevate their levels. Opening the altar was essential for significantly advancing their progress. Whether facing hordes of monsters or the final elite foe, the challenges were formidable. With Zhang Shi and his companions at a higher level, they could handle the encounters with greater safety. Following a series of fierce battles, everyone reached level 5, with Zhang Shi achieving level 6. The progress bar has advanced to 30. At this moment, his attributes are remarkably high, allowing him to dispatch ordinary beasts and minor foes with a single strike. Name: Zhang Shi. Race: Human. Experience level 6, 105100. Rank: Ordinary. Strength 16, 1 Agility, 8 Constitution, 6 Magic, 0 Talent. Scholar ability value 7. As they approached their destination, Zhang Shi prudently distributed some plums to each member to restore their stamina. Wu Qing also produced various types of incense to prepare for formidable adversaries. Following the guidance of the parchment, the four arrived at a serene lake, where a pavilion stood at its center, housing a glimmering treasure chest. Notably, across the lake lay an altar, identical to the one they had encountered earlier. Zhang Shi utilized the appraisal skill to examine the surroundings of the treasure chest. Finding no immediate threats, the treasure chest's rank is dynamic, determined by the challenger's final progress upon being opened. Zhang Shi conveyed his findings to his companions. Zhao Feng glanced at the time and inquired, having just passed the halfway mark, we still possess a courage medal. Should we initiate another round at the altar? Gu Dalong turned to Wu Qing and asked, Xiao Qing, do you have sufficient incense remaining? Wu Qing shook her head. Only a few low enhancement items remained, such as the incense that induced slumber in animals, of which there was but one this time. Zhang Shi contemplated for a moment and then conferred with the group. Given our enhanced strength, if we were to engage in battle by the lake, it would alleviate pressure from one flank. Even if we were unable to prevail, we could escape to the opposite shore via the pavilion. I believe it is worth attempting. The others harbored a reluctance to withdraw so easily, and upon Zhang Shi's suggestion, they all consented to his plan. Gu Dalong, adhering to his usual method, constructed defensive fortifications by encircling the altar with wooden barriers. This time, he also retrieved several spike traps, familiar to Zhang Shi, and positioned them in front of the barriers. Zhao Feng stood at the forefront wielding a colossal axe, while Wu Qing ignited the incense, safeguarded by Zhang Shi and Gu Dalong at the center. Zhang Shi glanced at his companions, who nodded in mutual agreement, and placed the courage medal upon the altar. A familiar crimson glow erupted, accompanied by violent tremors. With the lake at their back, a multitude of monsters surged forth from three sides of the altar, their eyes glowing red as they charged madly toward it. Gu Dalong had allocated all his attribute points to magical prowess, unlike at the beginning when he would exhaust himself after a few uses of the wand. With a cooldown of merely 2 seconds, the Ice Spike skill allowed Gu Dalong to unleash a torrent of energy orbs, clearing a small area of monsters. Zhang Shi coordinated with him, releasing a relentless barrage of sharp arrows, each arrow claiming a life. Encountering a larger beast constitutes a triple blow, shattering it into fragments. Some agile monsters and wild creatures approach the fence, attempting to leap in from outside, oblivious to the ground spike traps ahead. With a sudden misstep, they find themselves impaled by the iron spikes within, resembling hedgehogs. Occasionally, a few manage to scale the wall, only to be met by Zhao Feng, who swiftly dispatches them with a single swing of his axe. After an indeterminate passage of time, and having made ample preparations, the four effortlessly repelled the tide of monsters. The altar shook violently once more, the crimson light dissipating to reveal a cocoon. A black beast's paw emerged from within, tearing the cocoon apart. An alive black panther appeared before everyone. The panther's gaze was piercing, its coat shimmering like satin, indicative of its high pedigree. Zhang Shi conducted an assessment and shared the findings. Black Panther King, green panel, unknown, ability value, 41. An exquisitely ranked elite monster, possessing remarkable speed and razor-sharp claws. Though its level remains unclear, Zhao Feng, judging by its appearance, perceived it as a creature that could be easily subdued and, wielding his massive axe, he advanced for a sweeping strike. The flint axe blade swept through the air, igniting a spark. The Black Panther Queen sprang deftly into the air with a powerful thrust of her hind legs, effortlessly evading Zhao Feng's strike. Subsequently, a paw lunged towards Zhao Feng, which he successfully parried with the broad edge of his axe. Iron arrows from Zhang Shi and ice spikes from Gu Dalong hurtled forth. But the Black Panther King nimbly leaped backward, dodging the onslaught, and crouched low, emitting a series of menacing growls. Unlike the stone gargoyle, this Black Panther was a beast distinguished by its swiftness. Zhang Shi and his companions' initial wave of attacks was easily avoided, and he understood that brute force alone would not suffice to subdue this creature. Its speed was formidable, making it simple to evade assaults from a single direction. Brother Feng, keep it occupied while we encircle it. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng resolutely advanced, empowered by the might of the flint giant axe. His strength was nearly comparable to that of a large beast. The Black Panther King dared not confront Zhao Feng directly, relying instead on its agility to maneuver and seek an opportunity to swipe at him, aiming to exploit any weaknesses. Zhao Feng, clad in armor, felt no fear, executing bold and sweeping maneuvers. He dodged when possible, and when not, he relied on his weapon and armor to withstand the blows, momentarily managing to entangle the creature. Zhang Shi and the others had already spread out, with even Wu Qing retrieving a set of carpentry tools from her backpack, coordinating with Zhang Shi's movements. Brother Feng, now is the time. The three launched their assault simultaneously from 3 different directions, arrows and ice spikes converging to trap the Black Panther King. Upon hearing Zhang Shi's voice, Zhao Feng executed another sweeping strike, effectively blocking the path of the Black Panther King. Cornered and with no escape, the creature made a swift decision. In an instant, it twisted its body and shot forward like a cannonball, leaving a trail of blood on its shoulder as it charged toward Wu Qing. Perceiving the foe's underestimation of her, Wu Qing, filled with indignation, retrieved a handful of chili peppers from her backpack and hurled them forward. She then quickly retreated, crouching down and covering her ears while keeping her gaze fixed ahead. Neither the Black Panther King nor Zhang Shi comprehended Wu Qing's peculiar actions, prompting Zhang Shi to prepare for a triple strike to assist her. Suddenly, before Zhang Shi could react, a violent explosion erupted where the peppers had fallen, sending flames soaring and thick smoke billowing. The Black Panther King was caught off guard by the blast, propelled through the air. Seizing the moment, Gu Dalong accurately predicted its landing point with an ice spear, successfully striking and shattering its hind leg, while frost spread across the creature's body. Zhang Shi then aimed at the Black Panther King and delivered a powerful triple strike. The arrows, like rainbows, pierced through its body, and the phantom arrow further penetrated it, leaving behind 2 gaping wounds. At this moment, the Black Panther King had utterly lost its combat capability, lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. Zhao Feng approached, his expression icy, and with a mighty swing of his great axe, he severed its head, sending it to meet the King of Hell. Chapter 37. The use of gold coins. Zhang Shi rushed to Wu Qing's side and pulled her up. Are you all right? Wu Qing brushed off the dust from her clothes, smiling as she shook her head. Zhao Feng and Gu Dalong also gathered around, particularly Zhao Feng, whose expression was remarkably exaggerated. Wow, I must admit, sister, I underestimated you. Was that sea for you just tossed? It was quite explosive. Wu Qing proudly lifted her chin, her smile widening to reveal 2 dimples. Seeing that Zhao Feng was relatively unharmed, Zhang Shi turned his attention to the spoils dropped by the Black Panther King. Ding! Team has defeated the Black Panther King, green, X1. Experience gained, 200. Gain talent card, Inspire Morale, green, X1. A finely crafted talent card that, when used, grants the talent, Inspire Morale. Inspire Morale creates a 100-meter radius aura that increases all attributes of friendly units within the area by 2, scales with the carrier's constitution attribute. Gained Courage Medal X1. The loot this time was scant, and Zhang Shi speculated that the drop rate of the dungeon might be related to the strength of the monsters. Although this Black Panther King was of exquisite caliber, the group managed to handle it with relative ease, thanks in no small part to Wu Qing's C4 pepper. Observing the talent card, everyone unanimously decided to entrust it to Wu Qing. This aura-type talent was most suited for her supportive nature as a survivor, and when used in conjunction with incense, its effects would be further amplified. Gu Dalong glanced at the halfway, full progress bar, wiping the grime from his body while inquiring of the group. The altar battle had progressed swiftly, and with time still on their side, he posed the question of whether they should take a brief respite before launching another wave. The 4 who defended this altar had all tasted the fruits of their labor. Not only had the experience bar increased significantly, but Wu Qing had also acquired a talent card that perfectly matched her abilities, providing a substantial boost to the entire team. Thus, the others expressed their agreement with Gu Dalong's suggestion. After a brief moment of rest, they again placed the Courage Medal upon the altar. Drawing from their previous successful experience, the group coordinated seamlessly, exerting some effort, and successfully held off the tide of monsters. This time, the altar summoned an elite creature, a giant turtle. The giant turtle could wield earth-spike magic and boasted formidable defensive capabilities, yet it moved slowly. Zhang Shi and the others handled it cautiously, feeling no particular pressure. However, its shell is a conundrum. Once it finds itself at a disadvantage, it retracts into its shell, rendering all attempts to inflict harm on it futile. Ultimately, Zhang Shi drew out Old Duan and, with a decisive stroke, cleaved the colossal turtle in twain, leaving the onlookers in astonishment. Yet, this time, no valuable items emerged, only some basic resources which were evenly distributed among the four. After completing the third round at the altar, the group ascended to level 6, with Zhang Shi nearing level 7, while the progress bar for the treasure chest reached 70. As time pressed on, they returned to the pavilion at the heart of the lake. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Zhang Shi noticed that, under the sun's rays, the treasure chest within the pavilion shimmered with even greater brilliance. With the eager gazes of his companions upon him, Zhang Shi opened the chest, feeling a twinge of regret that he had already exhausted today's double privileges. A flash of purple light illuminated the area, momentarily dazzling the four. And Zhang Shi's heart soared as he realized that a rare item was about to be revealed. Ding! Successfully opened the exclusive dungeon treasure chest, purple, and obtained Ancestral Staff, purple, X1, a weapon of rare caliber, which, when equipped, enhances vitality by 10 points. It can actively unleash a special skill, randomly summon one of 3 ancestral totems. Taunting Totem generates a protective shield within a 50-meter radius and taunts enemies. The shield's effectiveness scales with the user's vitality attribute. Valor Totem boosts the strength and magical power of allied units within a 50-meter radius by 20. Resilience Totem increases the endurance and mana regeneration speed of allied units within a 50-meter radius by 20. Frost Magic Ring, green, X1, a ring of exquisite quality that enhances magical power by 5 points and increases ice attribute magic damage by 10. Talent Card Brave in Battle, green, X1, a talent card of refined quality that upon usage grants the talent Brave in Battle. Brave in Battle. For each enemy unit slain with a melee weapon, the user gains 1 point of strength and a 10 increase in stamina recovery speed, lasting for 60 seconds. Gold X 2000, experience points 400. Ding! Successfully opened the dungeon treasure chest, completed the dungeon, and unlocked the special shop. The experience bars of the group have risen once more, with Zhang Shi notably breaking through to level 7. As the undeniable main force of this dungeon expedition, the group tacitly agreed that Zhang Shi would distribute the spoils. Zhang Shi glanced at the treasure chest's contents with keen interest, only to find nothing particularly suited to him. Accordingly, he allocated the loot based on everyone's attribute preferences. The Ancestor's Staff was undoubtedly assigned to Wu Qing, who had expended a significant portion of her already limited incense reserves during the dungeon, repeatedly achieving merit while defending the altar. The Frost Magic Ring was allotted to Gedalong, not merely for its attribute compatibility, but because this dungeon scroll was originally his item, and without him, there would have been no subsequent spoils. The talent card was given to Zhao Feng. Among the four, only Zhao Feng was a purely melee warrior, always standing at the forefront when encountering monsters. Thus, it was utterly justifiable for him to receive this talent card. In the end, Zhang Shi awkwardly realized he had gained nothing, and the other 3 felt a sense of injustice on his behalf, so they generously gifted him all 2,000 gold coins. Although Zhang Shi was uncertain about the specific use of this gold, he considered the items to be of no utility to him, treating it merely as a means to accumulate experience. At that moment, Good Dalong aptly interjected, urging them to check the system interface, which revealed the presence of a special shop. Zhang Shi opened the system panel and indeed discovered the shop interface. It indicated that this special shop would only manifest upon the completion of a dungeon, allowing players to spend gold to purchase various resources and items. Once they exited the dungeon, the special shop would close, and during its operation, all trading activities by the user would be locked. Zhang Shi finally comprehended the purpose of the gold coins, reflecting that the rewards from the system's leaderboard only amounted to 1,000 coins, suggesting that the purchasing power of this gold must be considerable. Upon entering the shop, a dazzling array of resources and items captivated his attention. Zhang Shi immediately filtered out items below the rare quality and ultimately fixated on a weapon. Powerful composite bow, purple, X1, a weapon of rare quality. Akin to the Eagle Eye model, accurate and powerful while conserving effort. Once equipped, it increases agility and strength by 5 points each, with a slight reduction in stamina consumption. Special effect: designate a specific area, shoot upwards to unleash a rain of arrows, inflicting 320 damage upon enemies within the vicinity. As one's strength has grown, the bone bow has begun to falter against elite monsters. This rare composite bow serves as a fitting replacement. However, its price is somewhat steep, requiring a sum of 300 gold coins. Zhang Shi shared the attributes of the composite bow in the team chat channel, shamelessly borrowing some gold from his companions, which ultimately enabled him to acquire the weapon. Upon glancing at the store's highest quality weapon, reaching the pink artifact level, he sighed at the exorbitant price, which easily exceeded hundreds of thousands. Reluctantly, Zhang Shi closed the shop. The other three also indulged in their purchases to bolster their own capabilities. Gu Dalong, lacking in talent, opted for a high-quality mana recovery talent card. Its effects were modest, yet it was affordable and practical, allowing for future upgrades. Wu Qing felt a deficiency in proactivity during combat and chose a versatile skill. Blessing Barrier Green generates a node that attacks 5 times, enhancing the healing ability of friendly units within the area while inflicting 80 damage on enemy units within the same range. This skill is not only capable of producing results, but also provides assistance, showcasing exceptional cost-effectiveness. Zhao Feng has savored the benefits of consumables, acquiring potions to enhance attributes and restore health, thereby preparing in advance for the next dungeon. Chapter 38. Coal time was of the essence. The four bid their farewells and prepared to depart. Before leaving, Wu Qing produced 3 pills and distributed them among them. Before anyone could inquire, she spoke first: antidote, consume within 10 hours, or face certain demise. With that, Wu Qing transformed into a wisp of white light and vanished from the dungeon. The remaining 3 exchanged glances, speechless. Clutching the pills, Zhang Shi felt an overwhelming sense of disillusionment, sensing that his sincere intentions had been betrayed. Yet, he could also empathize with Wu Qing. After all, in such desolate wilderness, no one would dare gamble their safety against the moral integrity of others. In a flash of white light, Zhang Shi found himself back in the familiar stone hut. Upon seeing Zhang Shi return, Pai Pai joyfully leaped onto him, exuberant as ever. After a grueling day of combat within the dungeon, the sky darkened, drawing near to sunset. The storm outside had ceased, and Zhang Shi inspected the courtyard. Everything seemed normal, though the temperature continued to drop. The spoils from this dungeon excursion were predominantly combat-related, offering little assistance in daily life. And Zhang Shi still had pressing matters to attend to. As usual, he gathered coal and filled his stock with iron ore, then opened the trading market to organize his gains. Discovering that numerous individuals beneath his trading orders were speculating about his identity, Zhang Shi remained indifferent. Ever since his last public sale of plums in the chat channel, he had no intention of concealing his true name. Apart from this expedition, there had been no reports of survivors meeting one another. He was not afraid of being targeted by those with ulterior motives. After inspecting the seedlings in the greenhouse, he noted that, under the influence of the farmer module, they were thriving and had already developed leaves. At this rate, maturity would not be far off. In the poultry house, 2 eggs were still incubating, showing no signs of life, leading Zhang Shi to suspect they might be rotten. After replenishing the hay for the sheep in the pen, he returned to his stone abode, prepared himself a delightful dinner, enjoyed a soothing hot bath, and retired to bed early for some rest. In fact, the trading market had already seen actions taken concerning fuel resources. Chun Beipan's Mutual Aid Society comprised many members, including several survivors residing near coal mine resources. Chun Beipan had invested considerable resources in nurturing them, which enabled him to acquire vast amounts of coal through their efforts. As soon as this coal entered the market, it caused quite a stir. The combustion duration and heat output of coal surpassed those of charcoal. In the previous world, the price of charcoal was significantly higher, often exceeding that of coal by a factor of 10. However, due to the mining costs in the wilderness world, the coal circulating in the market was, paradoxically, priced considerably higher than charcoal. Unbeknownst to Chun Beipan, whether by design or happenstance, he set the price of 1 unit of coal equivalent to 2 units of timber, the same price at which Zhang Shi sold his charcoal. This maneuver significantly impacted Zhang Shi's charcoal business. Lying in bed, Zhang Shi observed the market's anomalies and soon recognized a familiar ID, Prometheus. Once again, this individual, Zhang Shi discerned that a substantial portion of the coal had flowed from his hands. It appeared that this person had no intention of lurking in the shadows, but was boldly engaging in price competition with him. Zhang Shi, however, felt no concern. The mining costs remained unchanged, and his charcoal production was nearly fully automated. It was merely a matter of who could endure longer. Subsequently, Zhang Shi commissioned Zhao Feng to procure a large quantity of coal from Prometheus. After all, one should seize the opportunity when it arises. Concurrently, Chun Beipan was trading tools and food with several members who possessed coal mine resources. Once the transactions were complete, he took the time to inspire his colleagues. Brothers who toil in the mines amidst the biting cold, you have worked hard today. Here's some high-quality tools and high-calorie food. I hope you all continue to strive for excellence. Once we've completely dominated the fuel market, I assure you all, we'll be living a life of luxury and abundance. Subsequently, he instructed his subordinates to disseminate disparaging rumors about charcoal in the chat channels and trading markets. I have a friend who succumbed to carbon monoxide poisoning after burning charcoal, and another who perished from the cold due to insufficient warmth from the same. Zhang Shi ventured into the regional chat channel and discovered that numerous survivors, emboldened by their unlocked panels and high physical attributes, were embarking on explorations, albeit with meager efficiency, rendering their efforts futile. Xuanwu remarked, "Greetings. After unlocking my panel today, I fancied myself quite the gentleman. I braved the frigid temperatures and traversed 2 miles, hoping to procure some game, only to be left frozen and empty-handed. And now I find myself with a cold." Zhu Dachang advised, "Brother, hasten to procure some medicine. Falling ill in this world is no trivial matter." Chung Xiaobai offered, "My friend, I possess some ginger. Let us trade, and you may brew it into a warm drink." Wang Wu replied, "Thank you all. There is no need for concern. I've already upgraded to a stone house, and my robust vitality shields me from the cold." Duan Bai inquired, "Pray tell, Wang Wu, what do you mean by robust vitality?" Ho Kuan lamented, "Alas, this chat channel increasingly resembles a crematorium, with everyone discussing irrelevant topics, yet the fervor continues to escalate." Zhu Dachang retorted, "Ho Kuan, what manner of speech is this? Message me privately and unmute your microphone." Observing the chat's diversion, Zhang Shi decided to return to the main panel. Wang Wu's words had reminded him that following the conclusion of the novice period, he was uncertain whether the next tier of the shelter had been unlocked. Upon opening the shelter interface, he was indeed greeted with new revelations. Brick and tile structure, not unlocked intermediate shelter, capable of providing protection from the elements and maintaining warmth. Even in the face of natural disasters and wild beasts, there exists a commendable defense capability. Zhang Shi glanced at the upgrade requirements. 500 units of wood, 10,000 bricks. 1,000 units of concrete, 500 units of pig iron, 100 units of glass, and 1 design blueprint for a level 4 shelter. Upon further examination of the material requirements, he discovered that none were available in the trading market. However, upon reviewing the crafting formulas, Zhang Shi felt a surge of joy. Materials such as bricks and glass could be rudimentarily manufactured through the smelting furnace and brick kiln, and he had 2 such setups tirelessly at work in his home. Without hesitation, Zhang Shi descended from his bed, gathered some sand, and placed it into the smelting furnace. Before long, a system notification chimed in, "Congratulations! You have obtained glass, white, X1, a fundamental material, colorless and transparent, essential for constructing shelters of intermediate level and above. Pleased with this successful experiment, Zhang Shi added a sufficient amount of sand and gravel, preparing to forge throughout the night. The production of concrete is quite straightforward. It merely requires a proportional mixture of cement and sand. The challenge lies in the rarity of cement in the trading market, where it commands a high price. As for bricks, they necessitate pre-shaping, which entails a considerable workload. Zhang Shi ignited a bonfire in the courtyard and dug a pit in the ground. He added water to the pit, transforming it into mud blocks. Ultimately, he used an old tool to divide them into neat little pieces, which he then placed into the charcoal kiln for firing. Before long, a tidy stack of bricks emerged. Thanks to the system's processing, each brick was perfectly angular and uniformly sized, saving Zhang Shi a significant amount of effort. Zhang Shi crafted a substantial quantity of clay molds in one go, stacking them beside the bonfire, and whenever he found a moment, he would add more to the collection. As he reclined back onto his bed, his mind was inundated with various trivial matters. Although the shelter was modest in size, the tasks were abundant, and Zhang Shi began to feel a sense of weariness, succumbing to slumber shortly thereafter. In the dead of night, Pai Pai barked ferociously, jolting Zhang Shi awake. Initially, he was filled with irritation, but upon hearing the resounding thuds against the iron gate outside, he quickly regained his composure, only to be overtaken by a surge of anger. For heaven's sake, can't one get a decent night's sleep? Chapter 39. Chickens and potatoes. Swiftly donning his attire, Zhang Shi led Pai Pai out of the stone dwelling. As soon as they emerged, Pai Pai dashed to the iron gate, barking wildly at the creatures outside, who responded with even more vigorous pounding. The nighttime chill was unbearable. Zhang Shi rubbed his hands together and glanced at the system to assess the state of his territory, discovering a group of hunched, upright beings outside. The spikes of the defensive pit had been triggered, revealing the lifeless form of one of those creatures within. Climbing up to the watchtower, he utilized the beam of the searchlight to discern the appearance of the intruders. There were a dozen or so humanoid beings covered in white fur, resembling the mythical Yeti from cinematic portrayals. Zhang Shi, filled with curiosity, steadied himself and discovered that this creature was known as the snow ape, a mere common beast. Instantly, he felt a sense of relief. Within the dungeon, he had effortlessly cleaved through even green-quality elite monsters, so he had no reason to fear such a trivial adversary. It was the perfect opportunity to test the efficacy of his new weapon. With calm composure, Zhang Shi drew forth his composite bow and loosed an arrow skyward, activating its inherent rain of arrow skill. The iron arrow traced an elegant arc through the air, descending upon the cluster of snow apes. As it fell, the arrow transformed into dozens of energy arrows, blanketing a small area. Before the group of snow apes could comprehend the situation, they were pierced through, rendered into a sieve by the relentless barrage of arrows. With a solitary strike, half of the snow apes perished, their demise augmenting Zhang Shi's experience. The crimson ichor staining the pristine snow before him, a stark and vivid juxtaposition. The surviving simians, seized by terror, emitted guttural howls as they fled on all fours. Away from the sanctuary, Zhang Shi, pleased, retrieved his composite bow, the beastly intrusion effortlessly quelled. Returning to the warmth of his bedding, Zhang Shi began to contemplate fortifying his defenses, aspiring to a night of undisturbed slumber. The second day of the calamitous freeze unfolded without incident. Zhang Shi awakening languidly to the sight of dawn. He accessed the regional chat channel, intending to linger in bed a while longer. Today, snowflakes once more descended from the heavens, the temperature plummeting further than the previous day, yet many survivors, emboldened by their physical attributes, still planned to brave the frigid conditions in search of resources. Zhang Shi glanced at his iron or reserves, deliberating carefully before deciding to venture to the mine while the snowfall remained light, with the intention of installing a mining automaton. Preparing a stir-fry of fresh meat and vegetables, Zhang Shi found himself increasingly anticipating the produce from his greenhouse. After finishing breakfast and feeding the livestock, Zhang Shi, accompanied by Pai Pai, prepared to depart from the sanctuary. Upon reaching the outer perimeter, Zhang Shi gathered the corpses of the snow apes, which the system automatically processed into fresh meat and pelts. Having a certain aversion to primate flesh and possessing an abundance of sustenance, Zhang Shi opted to list it on the trading market. The snowfall, which had begun insidiously, had already obscured the bloody imprints before his gate. Zhang Shi secured the iron gate and, accompanied by Pippi, set forth on foot toward the mine. After days of tempestuous blizzards, the forest path was cloaked in accumulated snow. Fortunately, Zhang Shi's agility was considerable, and even on foot, his pace was hardly diminished, allowing him to swiftly reach the familiar plum tree. The once lush foliage and crimson fruit had vanished, leaving only snow-laden branches. To Zhang Shi's surprise, a snow pit lay near the plum tree, evidently indicating recent activity by a creature, judging by the size, a large predator. Zhang Shi became vigilant, proceeding with increased caution on the subsequent journey. Fortunately, the trip was uneventful, and he successfully reached the mine. Anxious about potential animals seeking refuge from the cold, Zhang Shi, accompanied by Pippi and carrying an oil lamp, meticulously cleared the interior of the mine. Any creature daring to retaliate was swiftly transformed into fur and fresh meat, collected into his backpack. Seeing that the surroundings were completely tranquil, Zhang Shi retrieved 2 mining machines, fitted them with newly crafted refined iron pickaxes, and added enough charcoal for 7 days of operation. Zhang Shi sealed all visible openings with stone before turning to depart. Wild beasts frequently roamed near the mine, and the mining machines were quite noisy, and the outside temperature was rather low. Zhang Shi resolved to conduct inspections at the mine from time to time. Alas, the sanctuary was rather distant from the mine. In such extreme weather conditions, a round trip consumed a considerable amount of time, prompting Zhang Shi to contemplate relocating. With the recent addition of a territory control module to the sanctuary, a complete relocation was feasible. However, such a move would necessitate a redesign of many plans, and the safety of the area would remain uncertain. Zhang Shi decided that this matter required careful deliberation. Upon returning to the sanctuary, Pai joyfully dashed towards the poultry house, emitting cheerful sounds. Zhang Shi's heart soared with the possibility that perhaps eggs had hatched, and he hurriedly trotted into the poultry house. Indeed, 2 chicks had broken free from their shells and were curiously exploring their surroundings. Pai cautiously approached them, lowering its body to observe them with intrigue. The chicks, unperturbed, chirped and flitted around Pai, seemingly delighted. Zhang Shi was overwhelmed with joy as he discovered, through the use of a verification tool, that one chick was male and the other female. The thought of an endless supply of eggs brought tears of excitement to his eyes once more. After acclimating to their new environment, the chicks began to peck around Pai, chirping incessantly, indicating their hunger. Zhang Shi promptly checked the trading market, but found no resources such as chicken feed or insects. Rubbing his forehead in frustration, he resolved to prepare the feed himself. Returning to the stone house, he first gathered some blue-quality well water to heat and boil. The newly hatched chicks must not be exposed to the cold, and it is essential to pay attention to their diet, striving to provide them with warm meals. Zhang Shi roasted 2 fish, carefully removing the bones. He then placed the fish meat into a container, tore apart a piece of bread to add, and mixed it all together with some hot water, creating a substantial bowl of batter. Returning to the poultry house, he poured the mixture and hot water into the feeding trough. The 2 little chicks scampered over, trembling, and began pecking at the food. With the feed issue resolved, Zhang Shi sighed in relief and proceeded to the greenhouse to check on the growth of the vegetables. In the fields, for varieties of vegetables had nearly reached maturity after 4 or 5 days of growth. Having achieved success in his first planting endeavor, Zhang Shi felt a surge of elation and began contemplating large-scale cultivation. Remembering that he had 2 blue-quality potatoes in his backpack, he decided to plant them promptly. Aware of the significance of these graded items, Zhang Shi was cautious and prepared to seek advice from Wu Qing regarding any precautions. He initiated a video call, and the other party quickly accepted the connection. "What is it?" she inquired, her demeanor still frosty, as if he owed her a considerable sum of money. Acknowledging his need for assistance, Zhang Shi lowered his tone. "Xiaoqing, I have cultivated a vegetable patch in my shelter, and I happen to have 2 blue-quality potatoes that I intend to plant. However, I lack experience in this area. Could you perhaps offer some guidance?" With a sidelong glance at Zhang Shi, Wu Qing remarked, "Just use my name. Spare me the saccharine terms." She then instructed him to adjust the camera's focus to the soil so she could assess its quality. Somewhat abashed, Zhang Shi promptly complied, directing the lens towards a farmland. Wu Qing scrutinized the view intently for a moment. "It appears you're cultivating quite well. They're almost ripe," she observed. "Once the vegetables reach maturity, refrain from consuming them all at once. It's best to reserve some for propagation. The procedure is as follows." Wu Qing then proceeded to meticulously explain the methods of harvesting seeds and cultivating the second crop. Engrossed in a subject that piqued her interest, Wu Qing seemed transformed, shedding her aloof demeanor and launching into a voluble discourse on planting techniques. "Oh yes," she added, "potato cultivation is quite straightforward. Simply divide the potato into segments according to the sprouts, then apply some wood ash or charcoal powder before planting them in the soil." Chapter 40. Farmland Improvement Card. Upon concluding the video call, Zhang Shi resumed his diligent efforts, tilling all the land within the greenhouse and sowing all the preserved seeds. After this flurry of activity, sundown was once again approaching. Outside, the snow continued to fall and the temperature steadily declined. Zhang Shi, having toiled in the greenhouse all day, was drenched in perspiration. A gust of cold wind sent a shiver down his spine. It must be nearing -30 degrees, he mused. Upon returning to the stone cottage, Zhang Shi replenished the fireplace with fresh charcoal, and the temperature within the dwelling gradually began to rise, providing a semblance of comfort. His stomach growled with hunger. On such a frigid day, a pot of hearty soup would not only offer warmth but also ease his worries. He set a pot upon the stove, adding meat, ribs, and vegetables, and poured in well water, thereafter relinquishing further attention to the cooking. Slumping into a chair, Zhang Shi delved into the regional chat channel, only to discover that many survivors who ventured out today had unearthed new items from treasure chests. "Xuanwu, I ventured out today and successfully acquired a high-grade treasure chest. Can you believe it? Inside were some items I had never encountered before. What do you think was in it? Chung Xiaobai, brother, stop beating around the bush and tell us what good things you found." Xuanwu, cement, white, X1, gold coins X10, toilet paper, white, X1. Zhu Dachong, brother, are you selling that toilet paper? I've been resorting to leaves these past few days, and it has been quite a hardship. Godalong, cement is a crucial material for constructing the next phase of the shelter. It is currently exceedingly valuable in the trade market. I recommend you hold on to it. Hokuin, by the way, what exactly are these gold coins for? I recall they were part of the system reward last time. Even the lowest-ranking survivors are rewarded with 10 gold coins. The chat channel remained silent, but Zhang Shi smiled faintly, realizing that Godalong was not as rigid as he seemed. However, through the conversations of others, Zhang Shi was reminded that this was an opportune moment for him to take action. Switching to the trading market, he discovered a plethora of intriguing items on the shelves. Zhang Shi also noticed that several less fortunate survivors were selling gold coins at a modest price of 1 gold coin for 10 units of wood. Everyone was aware that gold coins would prove valuable in the future, yet, amidst the harsh winter, few had the luxury to ponder what lay ahead. Zhang Shi, who lacked for nothing in wood, swept through the trading market and accrued a total of 200 gold coins. Subsequently, he purchased various essential supplies such as toilet paper, towels, mops, and brooms. Now that he could acquire these items, Zhang Shi was not reluctant to stock up. After all, in this wilderness, no one could guarantee that unexpected events would not occur. Thus, it was prudent to make life a little more comfortable. After a busy day, Zhang Shi suddenly remembered that he had yet to check in. Opening the system interface, he clicked on the check-in option. The system notified him, "Congratulations! You have successfully checked in and received a design blueprint for a luxurious 2-story villa, purple, X1, an essential blueprint for upgrading shelters, indispensable for progress. Resource generation card, green, X1, upon use, allows for the selection of a type to generate a random quantity of resources." Zhang Shi was overwhelmed with joy. It seemed that just when he was in need, fortune smiled upon him. Upon examining the resource generation card, he discovered that the options available included minerals, timber, and water sources, among others. After some contemplation, he resolved to retain the card for the time being, waiting for the opportune moment to utilize the resources. His gaze shifted towards the villa blueprint, confirming it was indeed a design for a level 4 shelter. A surge of determination welled up within him as he planned to gather the materials necessary to upgrade the shelter that very night, aspiring to reside in an opulent 2-story villa. He had already acquired glass, wrought iron, and timber. Only the bricks and concrete remained. Zhang Shi pondered that he could gradually produce the bricks himself through the charcoal kiln, which would merely cost him time. Thus, he focused his attention on procuring concrete, intending to acquire sufficient cement from the trading market. A glance at the prices revealed that 1 unit of cement typically required an exchange of 10 units of charcoal, with some exorbitant offers demanding 10 gold coins. After a vigorous exchange and considerable expenditure of resources, Zhang Shi finally amassed a sufficient quantity of cement, feeling fatigued yet accomplished. He successfully crafted the concrete in the building interface, leaving only the bricks to be gathered. The charcoal kiln outside continued its relentless work, and Zhang Shi remained unperturbed. Instead, he sat at the table, savoring his dinner. The charcoal kiln had been continuously firing bricks since last night, and, at the current rate, it wouldn't be long before the required quantity was completed. As Zhang Shi swallowed a mouthful of meat soup, a wave of comfort washed over him. He opened the trading market and was pleasantly surprised to discover something of use. Farmland Improvement Card, Blue, X1. This card can elevate ordinary quality farmland to superior quality. Upon inspection, the seller had marked the selling price at 999 gold coins, indicating a lack of intention to sell. In the item's notes, the seller stated that they were only interested in trades, inviting interested parties to send item information for private discussion. In Zhang Shi's greenhouse, several plots of farmland were merely of ordinary quality, limiting the growth rate of his crops. Therefore, he was determined to acquire this farmland improvement card. He opened the seller's private chat interface, and the trading market ID read Xuanwu Beast, giving Zhang Shi the impression of a rather materialistic individual. Hello, I have my eyes on your farmland improvement card. Please name your price. As long as it is not excessively outrageous, I can agree. A prompt response followed, and the seller even recognized Zhang Shi. Wow, are you the VIP big shot? I've seen you in the chat channel. I never expected to meet you in person today. To be honest, I am your devoted fan. Well, let's discuss business first. Oh, this improvement card was something I obtained while braving the snowstorm to open chests. I endured hunger and cold, suffering quite a bit for it. Seeing that Zhang Shi remained unresponsive, Xuanwu Beast continued to elaborate. I noticed, esteemed one, that you were previously acquiring seeds. It seems you have embarked on the journey of cultivation. You must be aware of the value of this card, which could potentially enhance crop yield and accelerate growth. Indeed, this card could alleviate any future concerns regarding sustenance for the survivors. Clearly, the other party was attempting to inflate the price, leading Zhang Shi to feel a tinge of impatience. He stated bluntly, "If you desire something in exchange, please be forthright. I prefer to address matters directly." Zhang Shi was prepared to pay a substantial price for the improved card, yet unexpectedly, the other party initiated a trade, presenting the very improved card as the item for exchange. Well, esteemed one, the other party remarked, I have no immediate use for this card. Why not transfer it to you? After all, I merely seek to secure your friendship. When you have goods to offer in the future, I would be immensely grateful for any preferential treatment you could extend. Zhang Shi chuckled, realizing that Xuanwu Beast was indeed a shrewd individual, recognizing the difference between a fleeting feast and sustained abundance. Accepting the improved card, Zhang Shi sent a friend request, which was promptly accepted by someone named Jun. Zhang Shi replied, "All right, I appreciate it, my friend. In the future, when you seek to purchase items from me, I shall offer you a discount." Upon shutting down the system, Zhang Shi was in high spirits as he donned his attire and ventured into the greenhouse. After contemplating the potential pitfalls of utilizing the title enhancement effect of Brave Vanguard, such as inadvertently transforming the improved card into an upgrade from advanced farmland to exquisite farmland, he ultimately decided to proceed with its direct application. With a swift motion, a beam of blue light illuminated the space as Zhang Shi applied the improvement card to the farmland where he had initially planted seeds. Following the enhancement, the farmland exhibited no significant alterations. However, The vegetables that were already nearing maturity suddenly ripened completely in an instant. Zhang Shi gazed at the lush expanse of greenery, his heart brimming with joy. Chapter 41. The luxurious two-story villa in the countryside. He assessed the newly improved farmland. Farmland, blue, X1, advanced farmland, characterized by fertile soil and exceptional yields. The quality of the soil can be enhanced through various means, thereby elevating the caliber of the farmland. The upgraded farmland not only augmented soil fertility and yield, but also significantly accelerated the growth rate of the crops. With a face aglow with the thrill of harvest, Zhang Shi eagerly began to gather the ripe vegetables. This section of farmland was planted with leafy greens, which already grew at a rapid pace. After the enhancement, he estimated that the next harvest would not be long in coming. Casting a glance at several plots within the greenhouse, Zhang Shi's eyes narrowed slightly. The farmland improvement card was indeed a remarkable asset, and he resolved to devise a means to acquire more. After several acquisition announcements were made in the trading market, Zhang Shi proceeded to the location of the charcoal kiln to inspect the firing condition of the bricks. After a day and night of firing, the required quantity of bricks was finally achieved. Zhang Shi opened the system panel and glanced back at the stone house, having previously reserved ample space. He then pressed the upgrade button. With a whoosh, the original stone house was enveloped in a golden radiance, briefly illuminating the shelter. This process was short-lived. Once the golden light faded, the stone house had transformed into a rather grand two-story villa. A system notification congratulated him on successfully upgrading the shelter, unlocking certain item crafting permissions, and granting him exquisite treasure chest, purple, X1. Another notification announced that he had become the first survivor in the region to upgrade to a level 4 shelter, rewarding him with electrical appliance gift pack, purple, X1, which, upon opening, could yield a complete set of household appliances of the highest rarity. Yet another notification congratulated him on being the first survivor in the wilderness world to upgrade to a level 4 shelter, granting him small generator, purple, X1. A generator crafted from special technology in the wilderness world that generates electricity with fuel, operating silently and without pollution. Zhang Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he temporarily stowed the items away and continued to observe the villa. Is this what a luxurious two-story villa in the countryside looks like? In a quiet and dim corner of the desolate wilderness, a villa stands in serene solitude. Meticulously constructed, this edifice rivals the grandeur of mansions from the world that once was. The exterior showcases a traditional Chinese architectural style, with robust and dignified walls built of concrete and stone, complemented by pristine white surfaces and exquisite carvings, exuding a sense of understated luxury. The roof, adorned with deep gray tiles, glistens softly under the glow of firelight, creating a striking contrast against the surrounding whiteness, further enhancing the tranquility and harmony of the scene. As Zhang Shi steps into the villa, he is immediately greeted by the expansive foyer, where candle sconces adorn the walls, illuminating the interior even in the depths of night. The floor, laid with polished stone slabs, reveals the beauty of natural textures, each step echoing the essence of artistry beneath his feet. The first floor is thoughtfully arranged, with the living room occupying a position of prominence, spacious enough to host gatherings of dozens without feeling cramped. To one side of the living room lies an open-concept kitchen and dining area, equipped with modern culinary appliances, while the dining space features a long, solid wood table surrounded by elegant chairs, a far cry from the original rudimentary furnishings. As night falls, this area transforms into a warm haven for culinary delights. Zhang Shi examines the surroundings and discovers that most of the utensils are electrically powered. Without a power source, they serve merely as decor. Shaking his head, he ascends the delicate wooden staircase, entering the intimate realm of the second floor. This place serves as both a sanctuary for the master and a refuge for the soul. The second floor boasts several bedrooms and a study, each meticulously designed according to its intended purpose. The master suite is spacious and luxurious, featuring an en-suite bathroom and a walk-in closet. The bathroom is not only well-equipped, but also includes a bathtub and a sauna, allowing for complete relaxation of body and mind amidst a busy schedule. The study is arranged with simplicity, yet retains an air of elegance, with a large desk and a soft candlelight quietly awaiting the spark of inspiration. Additionally, the villa includes a terrace, where a 2-meter-high, floor-to-ceiling window can be opened or closed at will. Standing on the terrace, one can overlook the entire sanctuary. Zhang Shi rubbed his arms, feeling a slight chill. Why are there no heating facilities? He wondered. He accessed the sanctuary's management module and meticulously examined the territory, ultimately discovering a boiler room on the left side of the villa. Through the holographic projection, Zhang Shi noticed a network of pipes extending from the boiler room to every room in the villa. Ah, it turns out there is underfloor heating. With a smile, Zhang Shi hastened towards the boiler room, where he discovered 2 immense water tanks, each conservatively estimated to hold over a ton. Beneath the tanks was an iron stove. By feeding it fuel, the entire apparatus could operate autonomously, providing heating and water to the villa. Upon observing this, Zhang Shi first added ample charcoal to the iron furnace to ignite it, then used wooden buckets to deposit snow into the water tanks. The iron furnace heated up, and the snow in the tanks melted into water, gradually increasing in temperature. After busying himself back and forth for quite some time, Zhang Shi finally filled both water tanks. This considerably economized effort. Zhang Shi clapped his hands and returned to the villa. The temperature inside the villa slowly rose due to the underfloor heating, and Zhang Shi felt waves of warmth washing over him. He removed his clothing without feeling cold. Pai frolicked and bounded about inside the villa, filled with curiosity about this suddenly appearing structure. Zhang Shi returned to the bedroom, lay on his familiar large bed, next to which was a transparent glass window. Illuminated by the glow of the charcoal kiln, Zhang Shi could readily observe the situation in the yard. He opened his backpack to inspect the rewards for upgrading the shelter. First, he opened the electrical appliance package, which contained common appliances from the real world, such as refrigerators, washing machines, air conditioners, and televisions. Using the territory control module, Zhang Shi placed some of the useful appliances in the villa, while the rest were relegated to the warehouse to gather dust. Then there was the generator. This artifact, an invaluable treasure without the constraint of limited durability, held the promise of ushering Zhang Shi into an era of contemporary existence. Zhang Shi carefully situated it within the confines of his tool shed, ensuring an ample supply of coal was provided. Subsequently, the residence's wiring autonomously established a connection with the generator. With the advent of electrical power, the villa was instantly bathed in a radiant luminescence, a spectacle that had eluded Zhang Shi's senses for what seemed an eternity. After a period of adjustment, he extinguished the lights, mindful of the potential attention a sudden beacon might draw from the denizens of the wilderness. Finally, Zhang Shi's gaze settled upon the violet treasure chest, his anticipation reaching its zenith as he invoked the double privilege to unlock its secrets. Ding! Successful opening of a rare treasure chest, purple, triggering VIP privilege, item duplication granted. Obtained, electric fence, purple, X2, a rare-grade defensive installation. When electrified and placed around the perimeter, it can effectively deter intrusions from wild beasts. Chapter 42. Blizzard. A wry smile graced Zhang Shi's lips as he mused on his apparent destiny as a chosen one, with provisions materializing precisely when the need arose. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the electric fence resembled a mesh woven from metallic strands, its form malleable to his desires. Moreover, each unit of the electric fence spanned a length of 100 meters, sufficient to encircle his sanctuary entirely. Zhang Shi proceeded along the perimeter, meticulously draping the electric fence atop the existing barrier. Concerned that the single layer of defense might prove inadequate, another layer was added atop it. Consequently, the protective capabilities of the shelter were elevated to a new level. Inside the villa, the atmosphere was comfortable. Zhang Shi reclined on his bed, glancing at the upgrade requirements for the next phase of the shelter, only to find them shrouded in obscurity, with even the necessary materials remaining unknown. He turned off the system panel, contemplating the tasks awaiting him on the morrow while gazing out at the sky, his eyelids growing heavier with each passing moment. Why, in this desolate wilderness, is there no moon? On the third day of the harsh calamity, Zhang Shi was roused by the incessant buzzing of the system. Annoyed, he opened the system panel, discovering a video call request from Zhao Feng. "Hey, why are you looking for me so early?" "Sure to, take a look outside." Zhang Shi casually cast a glance through the window. Unbeknownst to him, a thick layer of frost had formed upon the glass. Outside, the wind howled in snowflakes. The size of a palm danced in the gusts. The courtyard was already blanketed in snow, at least half a meter deep. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhang Shi hastily pulled open the window. In an instant, a bone-chilling gust of wind surged into his bedroom. Despite Zhang Shi's robust physical constitution, he felt an overwhelming discomfort. It must be at least minus 40 degrees, he thought. Hastily, Zhang Shi drew the window shut. The convergence of disparate thermal currents engendering a nebulous condensation proximate to the window pane. In a fleeting span, the crystalline tracery metamorphosed into aqueous droplets, only to recongeal into a frigid veneer. Fortunately, the superior caliber of the system-fabricated glass precluded any compromise. The voice of Zhao Feng reverberated anew from the panel, imbued with palpable urgency. The mercury plummeted precipitously last night, exacerbated by marauding creatures. Our locale has sustained further casualties. Our extant population now numbers a mere 5,000 souls. Zhao Feng's pronouncement evoked in Zhang Shi's memory the spectral simians he had encountered. Accessing the sanctuary interface, he ascertained the uninterrupted functionality of the electrified perimeter and the unimpaired integrity of the fortifications. Following an extended colloquy, Zhao Feng's countenance brightened with sudden inquisitiveness. "Pray, elucidate the luminosity suffusing your backdrop. What accounts for such effulgence?" A subtle upturn graced Zhang Shi's lips as he showcased his two-story villa via the video interface. Gazing upon the opulent appointments displayed on the screen, Zhao Feng shook his head in incredulity. "Alas, invidious comparisons are odious. I had entertained concerns for your well-being, yet appears you have ensconced yourself in palatial accommodations. My solicitude was, it seems, entirely gratuitous." Upon terminating the video transmission, Zhang Shi donned his attire and nestled Pai securely within his embrace. Preparing to inspect the conditions in the courtyard, Zhang Shi swung open the door, and a flurry of snowflakes rushed in with the howling wind. He tightened his sleeves and, braving the storm, took his first arduous step. The snow had accumulated to a depth of half a meter, making each stride a considerable effort. Glancing up at the greenhouse, his primary concern, he noted that the roof bore only a slight layer of snow. The temperature inside remained relatively warm, melting the surrounding snow into a ring of ice pillars. Zhang Shi climbed onto a pile of stones and retrieved a shovel, diligently clearing the snow. This place was filled with treasures, and he could not allow them to be destroyed by the blizzard. After a short while, he had managed to remove most of the snow from the rooftop, though the snowfall continued unabated. Zhang Shi estimated that at this rate, he would need to venture out to clear the snow again within half a day. Next, he checked on the livestock. The temperature inside was stable. Although he still felt a chill, the chickens and sheep appeared lively, showing no signs of distress. As usual, he fed and watered the animals. Feeling a slight numbness in his hands and feet, he retreated to the warmth of the villa. Inside, it was as cozy as spring, and Zhang Shi's extremities gradually regained sensation, yet a sense of worry crept over him regarding the weather. In such treacherous conditions, he pondered how many lives might be lost. In times of adversity, Zhang Shi could only focus on his own well-being, casting aside his inclination to assist others. As was his custom, he activated his special abilities and checked in. The system notified him, "Congratulations. You have checked in and received Wilderness World VIP membership card for 7 days X1. Today's check-in reward left much to be desired, and Zhang Shi expressed his discontent for a moment before utilizing the membership card. Instantly, he felt an empowering aura envelop him, dispelling any lingering negativity within. Zhang Shi transferred the vegetables he had gathered into the refrigerator and freezer, reserving a portion for his breakfast. The new kitchen was well equipped, with electric stoves that spared him from the clutches of greasy smoke. He prepared 2 dishes and paired them with bread for his meal. Unfortunately, he had yet to find rice seeds. He was truly weary of a diet solely consisting of noodles. After satisfying his hunger, Zhang Shi reclined on the plush sofa provided by the villa and perused the chat channel. Diving into the digital realm had become a customary activity in the otherwise monotonous wilderness life. Upon opening the chat channel, he noticed Chun Beipan promoting the Mutual Aid Society. Chun Beipan, dear members, through our collective efforts over this period, the Mutual Aid Society has united against natural disasters. Our resources are abundant, and our members are thriving. We now extend an invitation to the elite of the region. We welcome all aspiring individuals to join us. Despite Chun Beipan's somewhat tarnished reputation, he had indeed been generous with resources lately, and the society was expanding rapidly. Many survivors struggling to endure had joined, finding refuge within its fold. The reputation of the Mutual Aid Society began to circulate among the survivors, swiftly establishing itself as the largest player organization in the region where Zhang Shi resided. Although he harbored animosity towards his rival, who deliberately targeted him in the charcoal trade, Zhang Shi remained unperturbed by these hostilities. Even if Chun Beipan were to confront him one day, would he be able to breach the electrified walls surrounding him? Finding no valuable information, Zhang Shi shifted his attention to the trading market. Upon surveying the offerings, he observed a slight fluctuation in the prices of basic resources. With the cost of various supplies on an upward trend, Zhang Shi speculated that this might be linked to the sudden drop in temperature, which rendered the survivors unable to venture outside for exploration. Accompanying this significant cold snap, many survivors had begun to trade items of quality that they no longer required for essential supplies, leading to a plethora of intriguing offerings in the trading market. Among the items that caught Zhang Shi's eye were Pet Experience Capsule X1. Blue upon use, it increases pet experience points by 100. Fertilizer Formula X1. Blue upon use, it unlocks the method for creating fertilizer. Goat Milk Wine Formula X1. Blue upon use, it unlocks the method for crafting goat milk wine. Zhang Shi selected a few items and swiftly disposed of them. While these items may seem rather trivial to most survivors, they held significant value for Zhang Shi. He first utilized a pet experience capsule on Pai Pai. A flash of white light enveloped it, and Pai Pai let out an excited yelp. Zhang Shi noticed that it had immediately advanced to level 2, acquiring an additional attribute point in the process. After some contemplation, Zhang Shi decided to capitalize on Pai Pai's agility, allocating the point to that attribute. He then examined its stats. Name, Pai Pai species, canine experience level, 2 rank, advanced strength, 12 agility, 16 constitution, 10 magic, 3 talent. None ability score. 10. Zhang Shi felt a twinge of embarrassment, as this ability score surpassed his own at level 7. After mastering the 2 recipes at hand, Zhang Shi's construction interface was enriched with 2 new items. Fertilizer, blue upon use. It increases crop yield and growth speed by 10. A quick glance at the required materials revealed that he only needed to collect manure, which the system could then process. Zhang Shi chuckled, realizing that this meant one less task for him. Goat milk wine, blue upon consumption, it grants 2 cold resistance and 2 strength, lasting for 30 minutes. The constituents for its fabrication are used milk and water. Zhang Shi was enraptured by its potential efficacy and resolved to commence its concoction forthwith, subsequent to the used lactation. Chapter 43. Barbecued Meat. Arms Provision. Zhang Shi surveyed the newly acquired formula with gratification, cogitating upon his forthcoming stratagem. He was acutely aware that the creation of fertilizer was paramount to augmenting the yield of arable land. He initially ventured to the livestock precinct, scrutinizing the well-being of the ovine flock and noting which dam was on the cusp of parturition. Concurrently, he embarked on amassing dung in anticipation of fertilizer fabrication. Although this task was somewhat unsavory, Zhang Shi felt that all his efforts were worthwhile, considering that it could increase the yield and growth rate of crops. He loaded the collected manure into wooden barrels and processed it through the system panel. Before long, bags of well-packaged fertilizer were produced, appearing just like those Zhang Shi remembered. To assess the fertilizer's effectiveness, Zhang Shi personally went to the greenhouse to observe. The territory control module eliminated the need for manual fertilization, with the system handling everything, saving Zhang Shi a great deal of trouble. In the fertilized fields, the seedlings visibly shot up, and the vegetables in the high-quality farmland once again neared maturity. Zhang Shi estimated that he would have a bumper harvest in a couple of days. Outside, with heavy snow falling, Zhang Shi diligently cleared the accumulated snow with an iron shovel, piling it behind the boiler room for easy access. Unfortunately, the outside temperature was unbearable, forcing Zhang Shi to work in short bursts, greatly affecting his efficiency. It took him all morning to clear the snow from a yard. Whenever he had a moment, Zhang Shi opened the system panel to check. Sure enough, there was a new message in the private chat interface. Zhang Shi clicked it open and discovered that it was a trade request from Good Along, accompanied by an item link. Farmland improvement card, blue, X1. Zhang Shi smiled and gladly accepted the trade. Upon seeing Zhang Shi's reply, Good Along inquired about Zhang Shi's situation and discussed the events of the previous night, conveying a strong sense of impending doom. The temperature had plummeted overnight, and a sudden blizzard had caused many survivor shelters to collapse under the weight of the snow. Compounding the dire situation, numerous individuals have reported the presence of snow monsters congregating near their shelters. If this continues, I fear the number of survivors will dwindle further. In any realm, unity fosters survival, and I believe that if we possess the capacity, we should extend a helping hand to our fellow beings. Zhang Shi glanced at the chat channel, where indeed many survivors were calling for assistance. Some even claimed that snow monsters were currently encircling the perimeter of their shelter. Chung Xiaobai, help! A horde of snow monsters has appeared at my doorstep, and they have already breached the fence to attack my shelter. Wangwu, I too have encountered a group of white-furred monkeys during the day. I'm not particularly afraid of them. I managed to drive them away with my weapon. Zhu Dachong. These snow monsters can even scale walls. Once they vault over the fence, they commence bombarding my house with snowballs. It's freezing outside, and I dare not venture out, so I can only expend resources on repairs. Observing the reactions of others, Zhang Shi discerned that everyone's circumstances were troubling, prompting him to consider crafting some weapons to support them. Since upgrading to a level 4 shelter, he had unlocked several advanced weaponry crafting techniques. Swiftly, a plethora of refined iron longbows and iron arrows were fashioned via the construction interface, and a rental notice was disseminated across the trading channels. Reinvigorate masculine prowess. Greetings, esteemed individuals. I possess an abundance of bows and arrows available for lease, priced uniformly at 5 gold coins per DM. Interested parties may solicit a rental through direct correspondence. Furthermore, acquisition inquiries are welcomed via private discourse, wherein exchanges involving commensurate items, gold coinage, or resources may be entertained. Zhang Shi emitted a sigh. Refined iron archery equipment constitutes advanced implements, and a rental fee of 5 gold coins per DM represents a considerable bargain. Zhang Shi avowed that he had exerted his utmost efforts, with the remainder contingent upon the vicissitudes of the survivors. Upon positioning the arable amelioration card within the greenhouse, Zhang Shi discerned that his humble abode had become somewhat congested following its transformation into a lavish villa. Subsequent to the expansion of the courtyard perimeter, the notion of relocation resonated with increasing intensity within Zhang Shi's contemplations. The mineral resources of the mine boast copious yields, albeit situated at a considerable remove from the sanctuary. Moreover, he had yet to unearth a substantial source of potable water, while the resource generation card at his disposal could engender a water source. Zhang Shi remained inclined to conserve the card for alternative applications. Once the weather improves, an expedition beyond these confines is warranted. The incessant buzzing of the system notification interrupted Zhang Shi's train of thought. The weapons he had previously placed in the trading market had gradually been rented out, with numerous survivors exchanging an array of items. Although high-quality bows and arrows were not uncommon, they were highly sought after in the current market conditions. After a flurry of activity, Zhang Shi had amassed a diverse collection of supplies, and he promptly shut down the system interface to prepare for lunch. This transaction had yielded ingredients for stewed meat, and Zhang Shi planned to indulge in a barbecue. He meticulously sliced the fresh meat, marinated it with spices, and washed fresh vegetables for later use. On the electric grill, he spread a layer of wild boar fat, the enticing aroma of the sizzling oil wafting through the kitchen. The enticing fragrance attracted Pai Pai, who wagged his little tail and obediently sat by, waiting for a treat. Once the oil reached the perfect temperature, Zhang Shi placed the meat onto the grill, and a delightful crackling sound erupted as the meat made contact with the sizzling fat. Moments latte. The edges of the meat became slightly charred, releasing an irresistible savory aroma. Zhang Shi took a large piece of meat, wrapped it in a lettuce leaf, and sprinkled some dried seasonings over it, creating a delectable veggie bundle. The fresh scent of the vegetables mingled with the rich aroma of the meat, stirring Zhang Shi's appetite despite his usual aversion to excessive meat. He devoured the bundle in one bite, savoring the profound sense of satisfaction that followed. Woof! Seeing Zhang Shi's exaggerated expression, Pai became eager and promptly barked to draw attention. Zhang Shi retrieved Pai's food bowl and placed a generous portion of grilled meat into it. Outside, the wind and snow howled fiercely. Inside, the warmth of the room mirrored springtime, as man and dog feasted heartily, beads of perspiration dotting their brows. "Ah, this is the life," Zhang Shi murmured, massaging his distended belly before collapsing languidly onto the bed. Satiated to the point of drowsiness, Zhang Shi was about to succumb to slumber when Pippi's barks pierced the air. Woof woof. Zhang Shi turned towards Pippi, feigning annoyance. "Didn't you just finish eating? How can you be hungry again so soon? I'm trying to sleep. Do you understand?" Pippi responded with even more urgent barks. Woof woof woof. The dog began circling the bed excitedly, sensing that something was amiss. Zhang Shi rose and peered out into the courtyard. The snowstorm persisted, yet the sky was bright enough to reveal a line of silhouettes beyond the courtyard wall. Zhang Shi's countenance darkened as he glared menacingly at the figures. "Son of it," he muttered, "they always come causing trouble just as I'm about to sleep." With that, Zhang Shi swiftly dressed, gripped his compound bow tightly, and stormed out of the villa, a murderous aura surrounding him. Pippi darted ahead, barking and circling Zhang Shi. Outside the iron gate, the intruders were assailing the courtyard wall. Upon hearing the call of Pai, everyone halted their actions. The entire sanctuary fell into a sudden silence, leaving only the howling wind and snow. Chapter 44. The King of the Snow Apes. The relentless assaults from the beasts provoked Zhang Shi's anger. He swiftly ascended the watchtower, whereupon his gaze expanded to encompass the invaders outside. Before him stood a group of snow apes, their fur tinged with gray, significantly larger than the ones encountered previously. At the entrance lay the charred corpse of a snow ape, presumably electrocuted after coming into contact with the electric fence. This band of snow apes numbered over 20, and at the forefront was a particularly imposing figure with a tuft of red fur atop its head, reminiscent of the mohawk hairstyle that had been fashionable over a decade ago. This red-furred snow ape towered over the others, its piercing gaze fixed upon Zhang Shi at the top of the tower. Zhang Shi's eyes gleamed with a fierceness that surpassed that of the beast. Spotting his target, he drew back his compound bow and loosed an arrow at the red-furred snow ape. Despite its considerable size, the creature was remarkably agile, darting sideways to effortlessly evade Zhang Shi's shot. A flash of insight crossed Zhang Shi's eyes as he activated his identification ability on the creature. Snow Ape King, Blue, X1 panel. Name, Wang Race. Snow Ape experience level, 10 rank. Advanced strength, 15 agility, 15 constitution, 10 magic power, 0 talent. None ability value. 10. The Snow Ape King possesses high intelligence, formidable strength, and swift speed, thriving in frigid environments. Upon seeing its panel, Zhang Shi was filled with delight. Although the Snow Monkey King was of low rank, its level and attributes were commendable. Defeating it would undoubtedly yield a substantial amount of experience. With a fierce roar, the Snow Monkey King commanded the 20 or so snow monkeys present to swiftly gather snowballs and hurl them towards the watchtower. Zhang Shi was taken aback and quickly crouched behind the railing for cover. The sheer number of snow monkeys had formed a tactical approach. As one group exhausted their supply of snowballs, another took their place. The strength of the snow monkeys was formidable, with snowballs striking the watchtower like miniature cannonballs, effectively suppressing Zhang Shi's position. It was likely that they had employed a similar strategy to assault the Iron Gate moments earlier. Zhang Shi had never felt so beleaguered in the face of elite monsters within the instance, and a fire of indignation ignited within him, withstanding the barrage of snowballs. He rose to his feet and aimed another arrow at the Snow Monkey King. The Snow Monkey King had been fixated on Zhang Shi. Upon noticing his rise, it effortlessly dodged the arrow, forced to crouch once more to evade the onslaught. Zhang Shi was incensed by the Snow Monkey's relentless harassment. "You think you can evade me, do you? Then I shall first eliminate your minions." Zhang Shi skillfully wielded his composite bow, launching an arrow skyward. The arrow ascended majestically, and upon reaching its zenith, it fragmented into countless minute projectiles, descending like a torrential rain of arrows. This deluge of arrows intertwined with the swirling snow, mercilessly piercing through a horde of snow apes, transforming the ground into a canvas splattered with crimson blossoms. The snow apes, startled, attempted to scatter, but were halted by the piercing shriek of their king. Zhang Shi had evolved significantly. Even amidst the howling winds, he maintained an astonishing accuracy. After enduring prolonged suppression, he finally seized the moment, decisively knocking his bow and unleashing a flurry of arrows, each one claiming the life of a snow ape. Enraged, the Snow Ape King retaliated by hurling a snowball. Zhang Shi took aim, releasing an arrow that obliterated the snowball into powder, while two ethereal energy arrows continued their relentless trajectory, shattering a common snow ape into fragments. Witnessing the demise of its kin, the Snow Ape King's roar echoed through the frigid air, infused with a sense of defiance and fury. It had clearly underestimated Zhang Shi's prowess. His gaze was as frigid as ice, each draw of the bowstring proclaiming his absolute dominion over this territory. Utilizing the height advantage of the watchtower, he adeptly evaded the remaining snowball assaults while continuously seeking opportunities to counterattack. Zhang Shi's arrows fell like the harbingers of death, steadily thinning the ranks of the snow apes. Curiously, the Snow Ape King refrained from issuing a retreat. The clash between arrows and snowballs intensified, the number of snow apes dwindling rapidly, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood. Observing this, the Snow Ape King's eyes flickered with a human-like resolve. It ceased relying solely on snowballs and charged towards the watchtower, leaping over the wall to ascend the structure. Zhang Shi was momentarily taken aback. He too had underestimated the strength of these formidable beasts. The Snow Ape King swiftly scaled the tower, while Zhang Shi fully drew his bowstring, aiming at the ascending foe. With a low growl, an arrow sliced through the air, propelled by a gust of wind towards the king of the snow monkeys. Though the king reacted swiftly, it was ultimately a moment too late, and the arrow struck its chest. An anguished howl escaped the king, yet it persisted in its ascent. Witnessing this, the other snow monkeys were filled with trepidation, hastily retreating into the dense forest. Zhang Shi offered no respite, pursuing them relentlessly. His arrows fell like the scythe of death, mercilessly reaping the lives of the snow monkeys. In the end, amidst the chaos and wails, not a single monkey escaped. All were felled by Zhang Shi's aim. The king of the snow monkeys, seething with rage, struggled against its injuries, yearning to climb higher, yet was rendered powerless. Above, Zhang Shi had his bow drawn, targeting the king. Below lay an electrified fence, a perilous barrier. With a powerful thrust of its legs, the king launched itself like a missile, crashing into the courtyard. Zhang Shi, alarmed, aimed to shoot at the king. The creature darted around the yard, occasionally seeking refuge behind structures, concerned that his arrows might wreak havoc upon the buildings. Zhang Shi descended from the watchtower, brandishing his old weapon, prepared to engage the snow monkey in close combat. The snow monkey, sensing Zhang Shi's approach, ceased its evasive maneuvers. Pummeling its chest with both fists, it charged towards Zhang Shi. Zhang Shi tightly gripped Old Duan, inhaled deeply to regulate his breathing, and his eyes gleamed with composure. Confronting this colossal snow ape king, he didn't recoil. Instead, he ignited the unyielding spirit and resolve within his core. "Kulme, let me witness just how formidable your strength truly is." Zhang Shi roared, his figure erupting with the swiftness of a cheetah, lunging directly at the snow ape king. He skillfully exploited his diminutive stature, darting laterally before the snow ape, seeking vulnerabilities. The Snow Ape King bellowed, its fists whistling through the air, repeatedly slamming towards Zhang Shi, each strike causing the air to vibrate. However, Zhang Shi was acutely aware of its overwhelming power, maintaining a secure distance, evading the onslaught while simultaneously seeking opportunities to retaliate. Old Duan, razor-sharp, seized a moment when the Snow Ape King's strike missed, and Zhang Shi slashed a deep gash into its arm. The Snow Ape King, stung by the pain, roared in fury, and its other hand swatted toward Zhang Shi. Zhang Shi, forewarned, lunged sideways, executing a roll on the ground. Subsequently, he retrieved his compound bow, activated the triple strike, and unleashed it upon the Snow Ape King. Thwack! The arrow pierced the Snow Ape King's skull, and the energy bolt shattered its head. The Snow Ape King didn't even have time to utter a cry before it was obliterated. The immense form crashed down with a thunderous sound, crimson blood gushing forth from the severed neck. Ding! Slew the Snow Ape King. Acquired 200 experience. Snow Ape King hide blue, X1. Snow Ape meat blue, X1. Having weathered the battle, Zhang Shi's garments were drenched in perspiration. A gust of frigid wind sent a shiver down his spine. After a swift consolidation of the spoils, Zhang Shi retreated to his abode. His paramount task was to access the construction interface and augment the perimeter wall by an additional meter. Chapter 45. The potatoes have ripened, exhausted both in body and spirit by the relentless onslaught of the beasts. Zhang Shi found himself unable to succumb to slumber. He began to scrutinize the spoils of war. As before, Zhang Shi listed the common snow ape meat on the trading market. As for the flesh of the Snow Ape King, with its inherent ability to enhance cold resistance upon consumption, selling it outright would be a lamentable waste. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Shi resolved to leave the matter to Pai, believing that consuming it might enhance his attributes. His gaze fell upon the fur of the Snow Ape King, and a sudden inspiration struck him. Given the harsh weather outside, the Snow Ape could traverse through the blizzard effortlessly due to its fur, suggesting its remarkable cold-resistant capabilities. If he fashioned clothing from this fur, it would likely provide excellent protection against the bitter cold and fierce winds. Lacking a suitable design blueprint, Zhang Shi decided to utilize the templates unlocked by the system for his creation. He accessed the construction interface and selected the fur coat. After placing the necessary materials, a flash of blue light enveloped the space, and the Snow Ape King's fur vanished, replaced by a meticulously crafted coat. Upon inspecting the garment, Zhang Shi was astonished to discover that it was of superior quality. Snow Ape Coat, Blue Cold Resistance 3, Constitution 2. This coat, fashioned from the fur of the Snow Ape King, boasts excellent defensive capabilities and remarkable cold endurance. Zhang Shi donned the coat and noted its substantial weight. However, it did not hinder his movements. He could feel a warm current coursing through his body, likely a manifestation of the cold resistance effect. Suddenly, the system emitted a buzzing notification. Zhang Shi opened it to find a message from Zhao Feng. Prophecy Green, X1, foretells impending calamities. Next natural disaster, extreme heat. In the midst of confusion, everything is predetermined. The prophecy has undergone a change. The forthcoming disaster is extreme heat. Stone, prepare in advance. The tempestuous snowstorm persisted unabated. Discarding his cumbersome attire, Zhang Shi reclined upon his bed, his gaze directed towards the diminutive courtyard as he meticulously contemplated his forthcoming strategy. The impending cataclysm of extreme heat would render water a vital commodity for survival. The proliferation of feral beasts, venturing forth even during daylight hours in formidable packs, would further exacerbate the plight of those seeking refuge. Zhang Shi recognized the exigency of embarking on an immediate expedition to locate a potential water source. Failing that, he would seek an optimal location proximate to the mines, with the intention of relocating his sanctuary. Subsequently, throughout the entirety of the night, Zhang Shi maintained a vigilant watch over the trading market, embarking on an unrestrained acquisition of essential commodities. Presently, the frigid wasteland lay enveloped in a mantle of ice and snow, precipitating an unprecedented nadir in the price of water. Despite Zhang Shi's possession of a high-quality well, he recognized the paramount importance of amassing an abundant supply of water resources. Ultimately, he amassed an entire satchel of bottled water, even constructing a dedicated repository for its storage. On the fourth day of the calamitous freeze, Zhang Shi promptly initiated the daily check-in upon awakening. The system proclaimed, "Congratulations. You have obtained Snowmobile Blue X1, an exclusive technological innovation of the desolate world propelled by electrical energy, capable of attaining a maximum velocity of 300 kilometers per hour." Zhang Shi glanced outside. The blizzard had ceased, and the rare appearance of the sun illuminated the white snow, casting dazzling beams of light. After a simple meal of packaged food, he proceeded, as usual, to feed the livestock. The flock showed no signs of lactation, while 2 chicks had silently grown, their appetites increasing, suggesting that it would not be long before they reached maturity. Stepping out of the poultry house, Zhang Shi felt that today's temperature was not as frigid as yesterday, perhaps due to his snow monkey coat or the sun's emergence. As he contemplated the prospect of an outdoor expedition, suddenly, he recalled that the title of Vanguard had been refreshed, leading him to deliberate on how to utilize this opportunity for advancement. At this stage, the rare quality composite bow was capable of delivering a lethal strike to beasts, and even formidable creatures could not withstand the power of a single skill from Zhang Shi. Enhancing the weapon further seems quite wasteful. Zhang Shi contemplated the charcoal kiln and the smelting furnace, but after careful consideration, he ultimately chose to dismiss the idea quietly in his heart. The charcoal business, currently suppressed by the Mutual Aid Society, was in a temporary downturn, and the smelting furnace, lacking a supply of iron ore, would not be of use for the time being. After much thought, Zhang Shi resolved to upgrade the farmland instead. Upon arriving at the greenhouse, he noticed that many vegetables were nearing maturity, and the entire expanse of farmland was lush and verdant, creating a stark contrast to the white desolation outside. He selected the plot where high-quality potatoes were cultivated and activated the title effect. A green light flashed, and the farmland's level elevated to exquisite. However, to his dismay, the once thriving potato stems and leaves turned yellow with the upgrade. Zhang Shi was momentarily at a loss and hastily initiated a video call with Wu Qing to inquire about the situation. It was quite early, and after a brief wait, Wu Qing finally answered the call, still groggy and rubbing her eyes, expressing mild annoyance at Zhang Shi's early call. Without hesitation, Zhang Shi described the condition of the potatoes and directed the camera towards the farmland. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Zhang Shi's account, Wu Qing broke into a rare fit of laughter, covering her mouth as she chuckled and shook her head. The sign of mature potatoes is that the stems and leaves turn yellow. You must know that, right? Startled, Zhang Shi paused, confessing he had never encountered such a notion. If you harbor doubts, Wu Qing suggested, unearth the potatoes and observe for yourself. With a hint of skepticism, Zhang Shi uprooted one of the potato plants. True to Wu Qing's assertion, a cluster of earthy yellow fruits clung to the roots, each one plump and substantial. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Shi ascertained that the entire potato plant boasted superior quality. Potato Blue X10, superior quality potatoes. Consuming these bestows a temporary augmentation of 1 point to strength and a 20 enhancement in stamina recovery rate for 30 minutes. With a sigh of relief, Zhang Shi felt a weight lift from his heart. He plucked 2 potatoes and bartered them to Wu Qing as a gesture of gratitude. Zhang Shi then harvested the potatoes from the field, replanting the seeds in anticipation of the next yield. Following this brief interlude, Zhang Shi's spirits soared. Noticing the favorable weather, he gathered his equipment, preparing to venture out and explore with Pai Pai. Securing the iron gate, Zhang Shi retrieved the snowmobile, complete with an integrated helmet and goggles. After donning the gear and adding a leather cap for extra warmth, Zhang Shi ignited the engine. The snowmobile churned up flurries of snow as man and dog sped across the desolate, snow-covered wilderness. The snowdrifts in the wilderness were profound, and one would sink up to their waist if they attempted to traverse it on foot. The snowmobile glided effortlessly over the terrain, and before long, Zhang Shi and Pai Pai arrived at the entrance of the mine. After stowing away the vehicle, Zhang Shi cradled Pai Pai close and, after a careful observation, approached the mouth of the cave. As he gazed into the abyss, A chill crept over his countenance. The carefully arranged pile of stones had been disturbed by an unknown hand, revealing a gaping hole. The accumulated snow had concealed all traces of disturbance, and an unsettling silence pervaded the cave, devoid of the sounds typically emitted by mining machinery, leaving the conditions within shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 46. The Ice River. A perilous encounter for Xuanwu. Zhang Shi meticulously packed the stone pile into his backpack, anxious to avoid even the slightest noise. Nearby, Pai sniffed the air, wagging its tail to indicate the absence of danger. With this reassurance, Zhang Shi lit the oil lamp, grasped the old pickaxe with care, and cautiously ventured deeper into the mine. Inside the cavernous hall, 2 mining machines lay in disarray upon the uneven ground, surrounded by heaps of collected ore. Zhang Shi approached the machines to assess their condition, noting the dents and scratches adorning their surfaces. The connection between the machines and the iron pickaxe had been severed, leaving behind conspicuous bite marks. Pai moved closer, sniffing the remnants of the intruder's scent. With its tail pressed down, it revealed a fierce visage and vividly howled at the sky. Zhang Shi let out a cold chuckle, having already deduced the identity of the culprit, the Grey Wolf King, who had managed to escape on that fateful day. Glancing at the quantity of ore, Zhang Shi inferred that the wolf must have intruded the very day after he set up the mining machine, subsequently destroying it. Regret washed over him for not having set traps near the mine. Even if he could not deter the Wolf King, at least it would have incurred some cost. At present, the wilderness lay enveloped in a blanket of white, making the quest for the Wolf King akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean. Zhang Shi had no choice but to suppress his fury, recalling that the purpose of this expedition was to explore the surrounding area in search of water sources. He stowed the mining machine into his backpack and proceeded to the opposite side of the hall. Here, numerous entrances were densely scattered. Concerned about wild beasts entering, he had blocked all the openings with stones during his last departure. Now, the mine was blanketed in snow. The mountain path was arduous, prompting Zhang Shi to seek a route that traversed the interior of the mine. Methodically, he collected stones from each opening, standing before the entrances to sense the airflow. Zhang Shi marked all the potential openings that might connect to the outside world, and fully equipped, he began his exploration one by one. The cave was shrouded in darkness. Guided by the flickering light of an oil lamp, Zhang Shi cautiously ventured deeper, only to reach a dead end shortly thereafter. Upon discerning the surroundings, his eyes widened in astonishment. Before him lay a chamber reminiscent of a stone room, its surrounding rock walls appearing as if meticulously hewn by axe and chisel. Above the chamber loomed a large opening, seemingly connecting to the outer realm, through which gusts of cold air infiltrated the depths of the mine. Observing the structure of this stone chamber, a bizarre thought crossed Zhang Shi's mind, reminiscent of grave robbers in the real world. Could it be that this mine was an immense tomb? Finding this path unyielding, Zhang Shi retraced his steps, marking his findings before seeking another entrance. This time, fortune favored him. The cave presented no branches, and after a brief walk, he encountered a glimmer of light. Following the source, he was suddenly greeted by an expansive view. Zhang Shi discovered that he had arrived at the foot of the mountain, where an endless expanse of snow lay before him. At the edge of the snowy plain stood a grove of pine trees. Even in the biting cold, the verdant pine needles provide a vivid contrast against the endless expanse of white. Zhang Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he revved up his snowmobile and sped forward. However, not long into his journey, an unexpected resistance suddenly emerged beneath the vehicle, causing it to overturn. The inertia from the high speed flung Zhang Shi into the air, and he landed at an angle in the nearby snowdrift. Fortunately, the snow was deep enough to cushion his fall, leaving him unscathed. Pippi, his loyal companion, emerged from the snow mound, eagerly tugging at Zhang Shi's pant leg in an attempt to pull him out. After a struggle, Zhang Shi managed to extricate himself from the snow, shaking off the powder that clung to him. Turning back, he inspected the state of the snowmobile. The high-quality machine had fared well, sustaining only minor scratches on the sled, with no significant damage. Lowering his gaze, he discovered the source of his mishap, a metal treasure chest partially buried in the snow, coincidentally struck by his snowmobile, thus revealing itself to the world once more. What a stroke of luck! Zhang Shi exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth. To his astonishment, the chest was of a high grade. Without hesitation, he activated his privilege to open the chest. With a chime, the high-level treasure chest, blue, was successfully opened, triggering a VIP privilege that doubled the rewards. Basement, blue, X2, which could be utilized within the shelter's vicinity to generate a basement. Zhang Shi, satisfied with the acquisition of the item, contemplated the possibility of storing some difficult-to-keep possessions in the basement, perfectly preparing for the impending calamity of extreme heat. As the item was collected, the treasure chest transformed into a beam of blue light and vanished. Zhang Shi cast his gaze around and stumbled upon an unexpected delight. Amidst the snow, ice crystals shimmered, reflecting beams of light under the sun's gaze. Hastily, Zhang Shi retrieved a shovel and began to excavate along the gap where the treasure chest had been. Before long, a frozen river emerged before him, its ice layer thick and as solid as rock. He drew out a blade from Old Duan and struck down. The edge effortlessly sunk into the ice until it became lodged against the handle, yet it failed to breach the frozen barrier. Zhang Shi estimated that the ice layer was likely about 1 meter thick. He constructed a conspicuous marker with stones at the site and then kindled a bonfire to prepare his lunch. With his objective accomplished, there was no need to take further risks by venturing far, so Zhang Shi decided to rest while surveying the vicinity. This location, backed by a mountain and traversed by a river, seemed devoid of immediate danger, and once the severe cold passed, he intended to relocate his shelter entirely to this spot. Sitting beside the bonfire, he brewed a cup of hot tea, the flames dispelling the chill of the wilderness. Zhang Shi opened the construction interface, seeking a method to repair the mining machine, only to discover that it had not been created by the system and lacked any relevant repair formula. How vexing! This was a tool of exquisite caliber, and he pondered how such a creature had managed to damage it. Increasingly incensed, Zhang Shi yearned to locate the Wolf King and subject it to a brutal punishment. With a sigh, Zhang Shi accessed the regional chat channel, contemplating whether to seek out skilled survivors. However, he discovered that the majority in the chat channel were preoccupied with Xuanwu. Intrigued, Zhang Shi scrolled through the chat history and stumbled upon a significant revelation. Evidently, despite her conflicts with Zhang Shi and her attempts at moral coercion, Xuanwu possessed an inherently altruistic nature. She would invariably provide assistance to survivors who were struggling to survive and sought help in the chat channel. Earlier that morning, she received a message from a survivor requesting the coordinates of her shelter. Inexplicably, Xuanwu consented to the request. According to her own account in the chat channel, she witnessed a flash of white light as the survivor was transported into her shelter. Having been isolated from other living beings for an extended period, Xuanwu enthusiastically welcomed him with food. Unexpectedly, the survivor swiftly subdued her, leaving her only enough time to send a distress signal in the chat channel before being restrained. Zhang Shi noticed that Xuanwu's avatar was still illuminated. This indicates that she is not in immediate danger, though the future remains uncertain. The chat channel is inundated with discussions surrounding Xuanwu, as numerous survivors engage in discourse about her predicament. Cheng Xiaobai remarked, "I truly cannot fathom Xuanwu's thought process. She has naively sold herself." Zhu Dachong added, "The most crucial aspect is that method of teleportation, enabling travel between survivor shelters and significantly reducing numerous restrictions." Ho Kun expressed skepticism. Is this for real? How can teleportation even exist? What's next? Magical combat. Tang and candidly shared, to be honest. I once opened a treasure chest and obtained a skill that operates much like magic, conjuring flames out of thin air. Zhang Shi, having experienced a teleportation event in a dungeon, was no stranger to such phenomena and understood that magic undeniably exists in the wilderness world. However, as Zhu Dachong mentioned, he found himself deeply intrigued by the mysterious survivor's method of teleportation, his eyes fixated on the chat channel, eager to capture new information. Chapter 47. The arrogant Chunhu Zhang Shi continued to monitor the chat channel, but Xuanwu had not sent any further messages. It is widely speculated that she must have been subdued. The tea boiled, and Zhang Shi sipped it gradually, feeling warmth enveloping his body as the liquid coursed through him. A glance at the time revealed that midday had passed. Zhang Shi patted his trousers and rose, preparing to continue his exploration along the icy river. The river meandered between the mines and dense forests, its source and destination shrouded in mystery. Sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, casting a brilliant glow upon the pristine snowfields, adding a touch of enigma and grandeur to the frigid wilderness. Cautiously, Zhang Shi tread upon the ice, each step deliberate to avoid any treacherous thin spots. As he ventured deeper, he realized the river did not extend in a straight line, but rather twisted and turned, seemingly concealing the secrets of nature. Along the way, he occasionally excavated the snow to observe the river's flow, inadvertently catching glimpses of fish swimming beneath the thick ice, their vitality igniting a sense of joy within him. After traversing a considerable distance, Zhang Shi suddenly halted, his gaze drawn to an extraordinary sight ahead. In the distance, a massive stone loomed, its peculiar shape reminiscent of an old-fashioned warehouse entrance. Intrigued, he decided to approach for a closer inspection. Upon nearing, Zhang Shi discerned that this was not a naturally formed rock, but bore the unmistakable marks of human craftsmanship. The surface of the colossal stone is adorned with intricate totems and symbols, and despite the ravages of time, one can still sense the profound significance encapsulated within. He circled the stone several times, endeavoring to discover an entrance. However, all that met his gaze was an expanse of pristine snow. Just as Zhang Shi was on the verge of conceding defeat, he noticed a subtle fissure on one side of the stone, seemingly formed naturally due to seasonal changes or geological movements. He cautiously inserted an old dagger into the crack and gently pried it apart. With a faint click, it was as if he had triggered some mechanism, causing the massive stone to slowly part, revealing a deep opening. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Shi ignited a torch, and upon confirming that the flame remained steadfast, he stepped into the unknown subterranean realm. The air within the cave was frigid, yet drier than the harsh elements outside, clearly indicating that it had been specially treated as a refuge or storage chamber. The torchlight illuminated the surroundings, and to his astonishment, he discovered the cave brimming with an assortment of supplies, ranging from food to clothing, tools to weapons, seemingly prepared for an impending catastrophe. Who could have left this behind? And why conceal it here? Zhang Shi's mind was awash with questions, yet he swiftly gathered his thoughts and approached to meticulously investigate the secrets of this enigmatic cavern. It appeared to be a long-abandoned storage room, thickly coated in dust. The remnants of supplies were corroded and weathered, rendering most of them unusable. Zhang Shi attempted to employ a divination technique for authentication, but to no avail. Recalling his past endeavor to craft stones, which proved incompatible with his rucksack, Zhang Shi pondered if the system's recognition was the issue. After meticulously scouring the cavern and finding nothing of consequence, Zhang Shi, disheartened, reluctantly departed from the subterranean repository, marking its location as usual before his exit. The return journey was uneventful. Zhang Shi indulged in an exhilarating, high-speed ride. The sanctuary was undisturbed. The annihilation of the snow ape horde seemingly deterred the wilderness's beasts, rendering the vicinity unusually tranquil. Aroused by thoughts of Xuanwu, Zhang Shi's curiosity was reignited, and he reclined on his cot, accessing the chat channels, only to stumble upon a sensational revelation. A user named Chun, who had disseminated a video clip wherein a disheveled young woman was shown restrained upon a bed within a stone dwelling. Her gaze vacant as she stared at the ceiling, her body bearing the conspicuous marks of torment. An acrimonious male voice emanated from beyond the camera's view, derisively taunting, "Oh, benevolent saint, extend your generosity to the utmost. I desire your supplies, your abode, and now, your person. Ha ha." Thereupon, the camera zoomed in, showcasing a corroded iron hammer descending upon the woman's skull. The man wielded the hammer with tremendous force, instantly creating a depression in the woman's cranium. Before she could utter a cry, her head lolled to the side, and she lost consciousness. Rivulets of dark crimson blood trickled from the wound. The man persisted, relentlessly striking the woman's head, as if driven by an intense vendetta. Even more chillingly, the man outside the frame erupted in laughter with each strike of the hammer. The laughter, coupled with the distinct sound of fracturing bone, was unnerving and terrifying. The video abruptly concluded, detonating within the once dormant chat channel like a bomb. Sheng Xiaobai, unbelievable. That person is deranged. To murder someone and then laugh maniacally, they'll be incarcerated. Zhu Dachong. Alas, there are no prisons in this desolate world. Without the constraints of law and morality, this world is a haven for depraved criminals. Good Along. I just observed that Sheng Mu's avatar suddenly went dark, implying she may have met an unfortunate end. The woman in the video is highly likely to be Sheng Mu herself. Hokuin. Alas, it's difficult to judge. Sheng Mu's excessive compassion ultimately led to her demise. Indeed, this Chun Hu is a truly vile individual. Should the opportunity arise, I would not hesitate to send him to his eternal judgment. Zhang Shi was equally appalled by Chun Hu's atrocious actions. Despite having acclimated to the brutal realities of the wilderness, the gratuitous slaughter of fellow humans filled Zhang Shi with righteous indignation. Such inhumane conduct made Zhang Shi yearn to tear him limb from limb without delay. Upon accessing Chun Hu's profile, he was met with the image of a gaunt, middle-aged man with a menacing gaze, hardly one to inspire trust. Gazing upon the face before him, Zhang Shi experienced a sense of familiarity. After a moment of contemplation, recognition dawned. This was the same man who had made headlines in their former world for the heinous murder of his neighbors, a family of 4. The incident had provoked widespread outrage, with every major news outlet covering the story, even drawing the attention of high-ranking officials who issued special directives. It was believed that Chun Hu had been sentenced to death, but the mass transmigration to the wilderness had seemingly spared his wretched existence. In the chat channels, an increasing number of individuals had viewed the video and were vehemently denouncing Chun Hu's depraved actions. Many impassioned youths were unleashing torrents of abuse, proclaiming that if they were to encounter him in reality, they would tear out his hair and make a point of slapping his face. Just as the chorus of condemnation reached its crescendo, Chun Hu himself made an appearance. Chun Hu, do you all desire to meet me so fervently? Certainly, I shall endeavor to be more diligent in seeking the next fortunate individual. In the chat channel, one moment there was a fervent barrage directed at Chun Hu, and the next, an eerie silence enveloped the space. Chapter 48. Means of transmission in the collective consciousness of the chat channel. It resembles the vast expanse of the internet in the original world, where every participant is akin to a digital giant. One can hurl insults without fear of physical retribution. Following Chun Hu's provocative remarks, the chat channel fell into a brief hush, only to erupt once more with even more vehement assaults directed at him. The imperial keyboard of the Xia Kingdom boasts an astounding 800 million keys, each representing decades of cultivation. How could an ordinary person withstand such force? Chun Hu was mercilessly criticized, from his ancestors to the very last rites of his earthly remains. Even the details of his funeral rites were laid bare by the survivors. It was evident that Chun Hu, overwhelmed by the onslaught of insults, had reached his breaking point, and he retaliated in the chat channel with a fierce proclamation. Chun Hu, you all seem quite arrogant, do you not? I wonder if, upon encountering me in person, you will still possess this audacity. Hokuin, could it be that this individual truly has a few screws loose? Surely, you do not believe you can simply traverse the internet to confront me? Hu Ingjun, I have measured the prowess of the bull demon. If you possess the courage, come and challenge me, and we shall see how it unfolds. At this moment, within a dilapidated stone cottage, Chun Hu was wreaking havoc upon the furnishings, venting the fury of being besieged by the masses. As the messages scrolled through the chat channel, Chun Hu's gaze fell upon a familiar ID, and a cold smile crept across his lips. He swiftly donned Sheng Mu's wristwatch, activated the private chat interface, and located Hu Ingjuan's avatar. Chun Hu's smile widened, his eyes glinting with a palpable intent to kill. As he typed the following words in the chat channel, Chun Hu Ingjun, you are quite formidable, aren't you? I shall grant you an opportunity. Shortly, I will pay you a personal visit. I hope you do not perish too swiftly, for I would hate to be disappointed. Upon hearing this, Hu Ingjun felt a pang of anxiety. He contemplated hurling a few insults in the chat to mask his unease after Chun Hu's ominous encounter with Hu Ingjun. An unsettling premonition gripped him, casting a shadow over his expression. Presently, Hu Ingjun sought assistance in the mutual aid group chat, prompting Chun Beipan, the group leader, to intervene and offer reassurance, lest Hu's panic spread and incite chaos. Chun Beipan addressed the group. Everyone, remain calm. It appears that Chun Hu may have acquired some form of spatial teleportation device. However, to successfully transmit, he requires both coordinates and the recipient's consent. Hu Ingjun, as long as you refrain from providing coordinates and deny permission for the transfer, he cannot pose a threat to you. There is no need for concern. Chun Beipan's adept management of a significant organization underscored his capabilities. His words prompted the group to recall the messages sent by Sheng Mu prior to his demise, finding merit in Chun Beipan's reasoning, which alleviated some of their collective anxiety. However, it seemed that Chun Hu reveled in the fear he instilled in others. As he activated a live broadcast, syncing the visuals to the chat channel, Zhang Shi, who had been closely monitoring the situation, swiftly opened the live stream. The screen revealed the very stone chamber where Sheng Mu had met his tragic fate, with a tattered parchment book lying before Chun Hu. He remained motionless, awaiting the arrival of an audience in the live stream, before erupting into a chilling, sinister laugh. Now that we have gathered an audience, I shall demonstrate how I dispatched Hu Ingjun, he declared, pressing Sheng Mu's wristwatch against the aged parchment. As the two entities made contact, the sheepskin book emitted a faint, ethereal glow. In the scene, Chun Hu opened the book, revealing the first page adorned with vivid crimson characters, none other than the name Sheng Mu. Presently on the second page, words began to slowly materialize. Before long, the text crystallized into the name Hu Ingjun. Chun Hu let out a cold snicker and abruptly closed the sheepskin book, causing a brilliant white light to illuminate a sudden teleportation array before him. Stepping into it, the scene was engulfed in blinding radiance. When the brightness subsided, he found himself in a vast plain blanketed in snow, with a stone dwelling standing in the distance, flickering with glimmers of firelight. Surrounding the abode was an enclosure made of wood and iron sheets, within which a large greenhouse had been erected, indicating that the homeowner had begun to cultivate agriculture. Meanwhile, Hu Ingjun, present in a live broadcast room, felt a shiver run down his spine at the sight before him and hurriedly crouched by the window to assess the situation. The sun had yet to set, and the snow-covered plain offered an unobstructed view. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in black appeared outside the shelter, wielding a blood-stained iron hammer. Hu Ingjun, struck with terror, frantically sought help from the mutual aid group. Chun Beipan's expression grew grave. He had not anticipated that the adversary possessed the means to teleport to other survivors. Having just assured Hu Ingjun's safety, he now found him in peril, feeling as though he had been publicly slapped twice across the face. This scoundrel was truly a madman. Chun Beipan fixed a fierce gaze on the live broadcast, and swiftly traded a multitude of iron weapons and armor to Hu Ingjun. In the stream, Chun Hu continued his relentless approach towards Hu Ingjun's shelter. The wall stood only a little over a meter high, which Chun Hu easily scaled, perching atop it. Cautiously, he tossed a few pebbles toward the ground, and upon detecting no traps, he boldly leapt down, advancing towards the stone house. Zhang Shi, with unwavering focus, intently watched the live feed. Upon seeing the greenhouse, he suddenly recalled that Hu Ingjun was the individual who had previously traded agricultural improvement cards with him. Glancing at the rudimentary protective measures, Zhang Shi felt perplexed about how Hu Ingjun managed to safeguard himself against the assaults of wild beasts. As Chun Hu drew nearer, Hu Ingjun's composure shattered entirely. His grip on the iron spear tightened, his fingers turning slightly blue from the strain. "Do not come any closer. I possess a weapon. I am a member of the Mutual Aid Society. If you dare to harm me, our leader will not spare you." Though his words were resolute, the audience in the live stream discerned an unmistakable tremor of fear in Hu Ingjun's voice, revealing his panic. Chun Hu was greatly pleased with this display. Arriving at the door of the stone house, he chuckled heartily. Hearing the approach, Hu Ingjun's voice trembled as he nearly pleaded for Chun Hu to depart. "Brother, I was in the wrong earlier. Whatever you desire, I shall provide, as long as you spare me. I am willing to be your subordinate." Witnessing Hu Ingjun's discourse through the live broadcast, Chun Beipan felt as though he had been betrayed and was immediately consumed by both anger and resentment. At present, Hu Yingjun had clearly lost his ability to fight, and he would certainly not be able to escape death on his own. However, as the president of the Mutual Aid Association, he could not stand idly by and watch his members be brutally murdered in the live broadcast. Chun Beipan reluctantly initiated a private chat with Chun Hu, stating that the other party was one of his own, and that he was willing to offer a price that would satisfy Chun Hu in exchange for Hu Yingjun's life. Chun Hu's thought process was evidently unconventional. He disregarded the system's private messages and the pleas for mercy within the room, and instead continued to strike the wooden door with his hammer, creating a large hole in the wood in short order. Chapter 49. Chun Hu arrives seeing that the other party was impervious to both soft and hard tactics. Chun Beipan knew that Hu Yingjun's fate was sealed and could only sigh helplessly. Within the Mutual Aid Association, a heated debate was underway, with a variety of opinions being expressed, causing Chun Beipan's head to spin. In desperation, he retrieved his most treasured possession. It was an azure crystal orb, about the size of a palm, possessing the uncanny power of divination. Chun Beipan, with considerable reluctance, performed a divination for Chun Hu. After a brief moment, an image materialized within the crystal sphere. It depicted Chun Hu, cloaked in a sable mantle, his cranium obliterated by an arrow, collapsing onto the snow-laden ground, leaving behind only a headless cadaver. Chun Beipan was overjoyed at long last witnessing an auspicious omen. He ecstatically captured a screenshot of the image and disseminated it within the Mutual Aid Society's group, thereby quelling a potential disturbance. Outside Hu Yingjun's stone dwelling, Chun Hu had already battered a gaping hole in the wooden door. At this moment, he was extending a hand, groping incessantly, endeavoring to unlatch the door from within. Witnessing the spectacle, Hu Yingjun trembled uncontrollably, devoid of any reaction. Zhang Shi, observing through the live broadcast lens that Chun Hu was on the verge of breaching the door, also felt a surge of anxiety. After all, Hu Yingjun had once bestowed upon him a precious farmland improvement card. Now, facing peril, Zhang Shi felt he could not stand idly by. Zhang Shi reverted to the private chat interface, retrieved a refined iron spear and a set of beast hide armor, and initiated a trade with Hu Yingjun. Hu Yingjun, utterly terrified, dared not confront his adversary head-on, instead pinning his hopes on other survivors. His attention riveted to the system panel. At this moment, upon receiving the props sent by Zhang Shi, Hu Yingjun's eyes sparkled with hope, feeling as though salvation had arrived. He swiftly accepted the items and was greeted by encouraging words from Zhang Shi. "Brother, that person outside is not significantly stronger than you. Equip yourself with what I have sent, hold your ground in the stone house, and muster the courage to confront him. He cannot harm you." However, seeing the lack of substantial assistance, Hu Yingjun's expression darkened, and he began to grumble about Zhang Shi. "What kind of big shot is this? He speaks so well during business dealings, yet in my time of peril, he reveals the same old demeanor." Zhang Shi, listening through the live broadcast, did not respond with anger, but merely shook his head in resignation. At a moment of life and death, still relying on others for salvation, if you do not perish, who will? Meanwhile, Chun Hu had already discovered the door lock and skillfully pulled it open from the outside. As Hu Yingjun saw his last glimmer of hope about to vanish, he steeled himself and shouted, charging at the wooden door with his iron spear. Chun Hu, hearing the shout from within, was evidently prepared. He sidestepped effortlessly to avoid the spear and then lunged forward, swiftly bringing Hu Yingjun down with a single blow. As Hu Yingjun fell, the hammer descended upon his head like a torrential storm. In a matter of breaths, his head became ashen, lifeless beyond remedy. Why did he not call out anymore? The carnage seemed to exhilarate Chun Hu as he relentlessly continued his assault, even after Hu Yingjun's head had been reduced to a pulp. Witnessing this, Zhang Shi terminated the live stream. The image of Chun Hu evading the spear and closing in on his adversary resurfaced in his mind. The first-person perspective of the broadcast amplified Zhang Shi's sense of immersion. He could distinctly perceive Chun Hu's considerable agility and superior overall level compared to most survivors. A formidable adversary indeed, he mused, though that teleportation device of his is quite intriguing. Xuanwu ceased the live broadcast. After seizing control of Hu Ingjuan's shelter, he refrained from immediately assessing the supplies. Instead, he removed Hu Ingjuan's bracelet and sent a provocative message in the chat channel. Did everyone enjoy the spectacle? The chat channel fell silent, as no one dared to antagonize Xuanwu, who is genuinely capable of tracking someone down and killing them. What's wrong? Why is everyone so quiet? Weren't you all quite chatty just a moment ago? Within the Mutual Aid Society, the previously settled emotions erupted once more. It remains unclear who instigated the commotion, but members began to tag Chun Beipan, urging him to step forward and deliver justice for Hu Ingjun. At this moment, Chun Beipan found himself in a precarious position. Despite his self-proclaimed superiority in equipment and skills, he was reluctant to jeopardize himself for a member who had already perished and lost all value. Silently noting the identity of the instigator, Chun Beipan could only muster the courage to placate the group by making grand promises within the Mutual Aid Society's chat, attempting to soothe the restless sentiments. The chat channel, which had been dormant, suddenly buzzed with activity. Good Dalong proclaimed, "Chun-Hu, do not be too arrogant. Justice resides in the hearts of the people. Although this savage and primitive wilderness may seem devoid of order, it does not mean that principles do not exist. Chun-Hu, pleased to finally receive a response, utilized Hu Ingjuan's wristwatch to check private messages while replying. Hu Ingjun retorted, "Principles? Have you lost your mind? Do you really think you can fly over here and throw me in prison?" Hu Ingjun and Good Dalong had no significant connection. The sheepskin book could only be forcibly transmitted through private chats and friend lists. Chun-Hu felt a twinge of disappointment, yet provocatively remarked, "Hu Ingjun, enough. Since you are so keen on upholding justice, I shall grant you an opportunity. I have sent the transfer request. Do give your consent, and let us see whether your words are harder than my hammer. Zhao Feng, you brat, the video invitation has been sent. Open your mic. I wish to have a word with you." Zhang Shi, witnessing Zhao Feng and Gut Dalong's involvement, feared they might act impulsively and sent a message in the chat interface. Zhang Shi, VIP Gut Dalong, Zhao Feng, do not pay him any mind. He is merely a stray dog by the roadside. Kicking him might only result in an unpleasant stench. Woof woof. Pai Pai, nearby, seemed to grasp the essence of Zhang Shi's words and barked in discontent. Upon seeing Zhang Shi's name appear in the chat channel, Chun-Hu's eyes gleamed with interest as he swiftly rummaged through Hu Ingjuan's private chat list. Before long, Chun-Hu wore a smile and boldly made a declaration in the chat channel using his identity. "Zhang Shi, I remember you. You're the top of the regional leaderboard, and you must possess quite a few valuable items. Just wait, I am coming to deal with you." Having said that, Chun-Hu activated his live stream once more. In the footage, he affixed Hu Ingjuan's bracelet onto a parchment, and gradually, Zhang Shi's name began to materialize on the pages. This time, Chun-Hu was intent on troubling Zhang Shi. The number of viewers in the live stream rapidly surged, as nearly all survivors in the region flocked to witness the spectacle, some eager to see the renowned top player in person. In a flash of bright light, Chun-Hu vanished from sight. In an instant, he found himself in a desolate wilderness, and upon witnessing the scene before him, even he felt a sense of bewilderment. The imagery displayed a nearly 4-meter-high stone wall, adorned with an electric fence that buzzed intermittently. Within the confines of the walls, 2 towering watchtowers can be faintly discerned, their structures crafted entirely from wrought iron and concrete, a testament to modern industrial techniques. As dusk descends, the interior of the enclosure remains brilliantly illuminated, with wisps of cooking smoke rising, creating a striking contrast against the desolate wilderness beyond. Chapter 50. The kill. Upon witnessing the live broadcast, the onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. Cao Feng exclaimed, "Ah, this little brat was just boasting, and now he's truly been transported to prison." Cheng Xiaobai chimed in, "Wow, could this be the sanctuary of the esteemed Zhang Shi? It's remarkably grand." Zhu Dachong remarked, "Isn't this a bit exaggerated? This is not merely a sanctuary. It resembles a fortress." Chun Beipan silently observed the live footage, his fists clenched tightly, his fingers growing pale. The unfolding events surpassed his expectations. He had not anticipated that Chun would encounter Zhang Shi. Chun Beipan had initially intended to sit back and watch the two parties clash, believing that whichever was at a disadvantage would ultimately benefit him. However, he never imagined that Zhang Shi would deliver such a devastating blow right from the outset. With a nearly 4-meter-high, electrified perimeter wall, even Tin Shinhus would find it impossible to breach. Confronted by this formidable fortress, Xuanwu felt a twinge of frustration, armed only with a hammer. His aspirations of breaking through the wall were nothing but folly. In desperation, he resorted to shouting insults from outside, hoping to provoke those within to open the gates willingly. Zhang Shi, as the central figure, was equally bewildered. Inexplicably, Xuanwu had arrived right at Zhang Shi's doorstep. As he watched the live broadcast while listening to the cacophony of insults outside, a frown marred his face. Truly reckless. Swiftly donning his protective gear, Zhang Shi understood the principle of a lion hunting a rabbit. He armed himself thoroughly before stepping outside. Just before he exited, a buzzing sound emanated from his system. Upon inspection, he found a trade request from Wu Qing, who had sent him a potion along with a note urging him to exercise caution. Zhang Shi glanced at the potion's details and consumed it in one swift motion, bolstering his confidence in subduing Xuanwu. Furious Potion, Blue, X1, upon use. It increases strength by 2 points and agility by 3 points for 5 minutes. Side effect, temporarily reduces sanity. Beyond the walls, Xuanwu's vitriol continued unabated, stirring an inexplicable irritation within Zhang Shi, who longed to burst forth and rend his opponent asunder. Resisting this impulse, he swiftly ascended the watchtower, granting him a panoramic view of the scene beyond the walls. In Xuanwu's line of sight, a formidable young man clad in animal skins appeared atop the watchtower. With piercing eyes and an imposing demeanor, he gazed down upon Xuanwu as if observing an insignificant ant. Feeling the weight of disdain, Xuanwu unleashed a torrent of vulgarities, desperately attempting to salvage his pride. Zhang Shi let out a cold chuckle, drawing his composite bow and delivering a triple strike aimed directly at Xuanwu. Ever since his arrival in this territory, Xuanwu had been brimming with heightened vigilance. As Zhang Shi knocked an arrow, he instantly reacted, retreating several meters with a ghostly swiftness. Boom! The arrow struck the snow, creating a large crater and sending a flurry of snowflakes into the air. Xuanwu, taken aback, was grateful for his timely evasion. Zhang Shi's gaze was piercing. Unfazed by his missed shot, he spoke calmly. I will grant you 1 minute to lie down willingly. Once the time is up, I shall take action myself, leaving you no chance for a complete corpse. Pippi emerged from his embrace, peering out to bark at Xuanwu. The viewers in the live stream were awed by Zhang Shi's imposing presence, with many female survivors engaging in discussions about his romantic prospects. Wow, Zhang Shi is incredibly powerful. That arrow's force rivals that of an RPG. So impressive, he truly embodies the ideal we aspire to. Zhang Shi is so handsome. I wonder if he is single and if I still have a chance. He even has a dog. I recently played a mythological game, and I boldly speculate that Zhang Shi is a reincarnation of Erlang Shun. Upon seeing the live footage, Wu Qing couldn't help but smile, softly murmuring, he does possess quite the commanding aura. Xuanwu, as the subject of the ordeal, felt a more profound understanding of the arrow's power. He realized he had encountered a formidable adversary and immediately sought to teleport back to the sanctuary, only to be astonished to discover that he was currently in a combat state, rendering teleportation impossible. With no path of retreat available, Xuanwu steeled himself and resolved to confront Zhang Shi to the bitter end. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. High risks often accompany high rewards. Aware of Zhang Shi's prowess with the bow, Xuanwu withdrew over 100 meters. The twilight deepened, and with the sun poised to set, he dare not stray too far from the sanctuary. Observing Xuanwu's unwavering vigilance, Zhang Shi's fury intensified. He unleashed a barrage of arrows toward Xuanwu, interspersed with the skills of his composite bow. Though Xuanwu possessed considerable agility, he found himself struggling to withstand the relentless onslaught from Zhang Shi. Just as he narrowly dodged a deadly iron arrow aimed at his head, he noticed, to his dismay, a dense rain of arrows descending from above. In a moment of life and death, Xuanwu abandoned all restraint, propelling himself to the side with the swiftness of a shadow. The arrows fell harmlessly to the ground, leaving him unscathed. The audience in the live stream was momentarily taken aback. From their perspective, one moment they were engulfed in a torrent of arrows, and the next, the scene seemed to shift elsewhere as if the very fabric of reality had been altered. Upon the watchtower, Zhang Shi discerned Xuanwu's movements and recognized what could be classified as a maneuvering skill, which he discreetly noted. Zhang Shi released several more arrows. However, Xuanwu proved to be more agile than many ferocious beasts, and from a distance, controlling the accuracy of the arrows became increasingly challenging. With a resolute heart, Zhang Shi stowed his compound bow and descended from the sentry tower, grasping the old in one hand and opening the iron gate with the other. He prepared to confront Xuanwu head-on. Xuanwu had been suppressed by Zhang Shi like a target for quite some time, and now, witnessing Zhang Shi voluntarily step beyond the walls, a fierce light ignited in his eyes. In that moment, Xuanwu contemplated whether this was perhaps his singular opportunity in life. As his adversary stood before him, with a thunderous roar, he propelled himself to the pinnacle of his speed, surging forth to Zhang Shi's side within mere breaths. Seizing the momentum, he leapt high, wielding his iron hammer to strike at Zhang Shi. Zhang Shi maintained an impassive demeanor, exuding unwavering confidence. He swung the old in retaliation. Noting Zhang Shi's movement, Xuanwu's lips curled into a cold smirk. He twisted his body, transforming into a shadow that flitted behind Zhang Shi. Shadow strike. In a fleeting moment, Xuanwu materialized behind Zhang Shi, his iron hammer whistling through the air as he aimed for the back of Zhang Shi's head. Zhang Shi appeared slightly surprised, not anticipating Xuanwu's ability to shift mid-air, which would indeed prove troublesome in a one-on-one confrontation. Fortunately, my skills are superior. Xuanwu's grin deepened, poised to strike Zhang Shi. Suddenly, Xuanwu felt a powerful force on his leg, causing him to lose balance and tumble to the ground. Turning his head, he discovered that a medium-sized beagle had latched on his left leg, dragging him along. Enraged, Xuanwu reacted swiftly, flinging his iron hammer at Pai Pai. The agile dog, sensing the danger, released its grip and darted away. Failing his attack, Xuanwu struggled to rise, only to feel a chilling presence behind him. Looking back, he saw Zhang Shi with a drawn compound bow, an arrow aimed at the back of Xuanwu's head. Xuanwu's eyes widened, but before he could utter a word, Zhang Shi released the string. At such close range, Xuanwu had no time to react as the arrow struck, instantly shattering his skull. Chapter 51. Reunion. The live broadcast ended abruptly with Xuanwu's demise. The audience, witnessing Xuanwu's avatar turn gray, collectively sighed in relief, followed by cheers. Cheng Xiaobai, good riddance to this pervert. The formidable Zhang Shi commands respect. We are grateful for the reprisal he has exacted for our community. Je de champ remarqued? Ah? Those who flaunt their arrogance often suffer the consequences. Xuanwu has certainly met his just fate, though it is lamentable for the two individuals who fell victim to this beast. Chun Beipan observed everything with keen eyes. The demise of Xuanwu brought him a sense of relief, yet he found Zhang Shi's ostentatiousness irksome. These conflicting emotions left him in a state of inner turmoil, prompting him to angrily strike the wall. As he witnessed fellow survivors praising Zhang Shi in the chat channel, his envy resurfaced, compelling him to take a contrarian stance, which in turn drew the ire of other survivors. Chun Beipan declared, Zhang Shi is hardly a paragon of virtue. Just look at the scale of his sanctuary, akin to a fortress. One can only speculate how many survivors' resources he has exploited to achieve such a status. Do not be fooled into counting his profits while he sells you out. Ho Kuan retorted, where were you when Xuanwu was provoking us? Now that he is gone, you emerge with your so-called clarity. Lu Yu added, how dare you utter such words? Should I reveal the unsavory deeds you have committed? Cheng Xiaobai, elaborate. Zhu Dachang 1. As the effects of the frenzy potion began to wane, Zhang Shi gradually realized the gravity of his actions. He had taken a life. His heart rate surged. Faced with the irreversible consequences, Zhang Shi swiftly cleared his mind, devoid of any significant psychological burden. He meticulously cleaned the battlefield, disposing of Xuanwu's lifeless body into the very pit from which he had first fired, thereby providing a sense of closure. to deter any beast from following the scent. Zhang Shi took the extra precaution of burying the pit, covering it with a thick layer of ice and snow. Upon returning to the villa, he found himself drenched in sweat, feeling the temperature had noticeably risen. A glance out the window revealed the night sky had darkened completely, while the courtyard was illuminated, radiating tranquility. Having vanquished the intruder Xuanwu, Zhang Shi successfully safeguarded the sanctuary's security and felt a subtle shift in his mindset. He understood the wisdom in striking first to avoid repeated assaults. In the realm of survivors, he had garnered a certain reputation, ensuring that future adversaries would think twice before challenging his strength. Zhang Shi took stock of his spoils. Xuanwu possessed 3 watches, collectively a modest cache of basic supplies. Yet nothing that truly captured Zhang Shi's interest. The sole item that piqued his curiosity was Xuanwu's tome, capable of facilitating teleportation. Traveler's Journal, purple, a rare-grade artifact that enables long-distance transport. Zhang Shi opened the tome, delving into its detailed information. After considerable effort, Zhang Shi finally grasped the usage of the parchment. Firstly, the parchment allows for teleportation upon receiving consent from the survivor at the specified coordinates, with a restriction of 1 use per location each day. Secondly, it can enforce teleportation through the system panel's friends, private chat, group chat, and other relevant information, although this is limited to 3 uses every 7 days. Both forms of teleportation can be executed immediately after exiting combat, returning the user to their original location. The enforced teleportation charges of the Traveler's Notebook had been entirely depleted, and any further enforced teleportation would require waiting for the cooldown to refresh. Upon checking the refresh time, it coincided precisely with the conclusion of the harsh calamity, a detail Zhang Shi silently noted, yet he had no intention of actively courting trouble for the time being. In the private chat interface, ever since Zhang Shi defeated Xuanwu, a plethora of messages have been incessantly popping up, surpassing 99. Zhang Shi filtered the messages to display only those from friends, among which Wu Qing, Good Along, and Zhao Feng were prominently listed. He responded to each, expressing gratitude for their concern and intended to close the system to prepare dinner. However, Good Along sent a group invitation, and after a moment's contemplation, Zhang Shi decided to join the team, only to discover that the 4 members were all familiar faces, the same crew from their previous dungeon expedition. Having worked together before, they were well acquainted with one another's temperaments. Good Along straightforwardly shared an item information. Dungeon Scroll, purple, a realm of danger and opportunity. Upon use, it can teleport survivors to the dungeon Village of Confusion. The dungeon task primarily focuses on deciphering, with the potential for rare quality monsters to appear. The dungeon accommodates a maximum of 4 players for the challenge, with a time limit of 16 hours. Good Along, everyone, this scroll is of rare quality, and the rewards are even more substantial than last time. However, the level of danger may also be heightened. Moreover, according to the scroll's description, unlike last time, it is likely that we will need to decipher to progress. A reckless approach may not suffice. Wu Qing, this seems somewhat reminiscent of an escape room. I happen to excel in such challenges. Zhao Feng, Olga, you have a knack for finding these peculiar items. Good Along, everyone, please take this seriously. The danger level of this dungeon is quite high. I have gathered you all here to discuss collectively and gauge everyone's thoughts. At present, Zhang Shi's short-term objectives have been achieved, and remaining in the shelter serves little purpose. With the harsh calamity nearing its end, it is likely that the system will soon rank the survivors. Enticed by the prospect of venturing into a rare echelon dungeon, Zhang Shi found himself intrigued. A whimsical notion struck him as he recalled the possession of Xuanwu's Traveler's Journal. He resolved to convene the quartet at his residence for an intimate soiree, where they could deliberate meticulously on the intricacies of the impending dungeon challenge. Zhang Shi initiated the proceedings by disseminating the Traveler's Journal's particulars within the team's communication channel, elucidating its precise utilization. Subsequently, he extended item rental privileges to his 3 comrades. Zhao Feng, with alacrity, secured the Traveler's Journal, and upon receiving Zhang Shi's imprimatur, unhesitatingly initiated the teleportation sequence. In contrast to a forced translocation, Zhao Feng materialized as an effulgent beam of light, seamlessly materializing within the courtyard. Upon opening his eyes, Zhao Feng beheld the contemporary villa that stood behind Zhang Shi, eliciting an exaggerated expression of awe as he vociferously exclaimed in astonishment. Before long, Wu Qing and Gu Dalong also materialized, having evidently taken meticulous care in their preparations. Their garments were immaculate and well-ordered, underscoring their regard for personal presentation. In contrast to Zhao Feng, Zhang Shi had little of substance to discuss. He hurried over-draped in a coarse fur coat, with numerous bloodstains adorning his attire. The two latecomers, upon witnessing the grandeur of Zhang Shi's villa, wore expressions of astonishment, clearly taken aback by the unexpected opulence of his development. This marked Zhang Shi's inaugural occasion hosting guests at the sanctuary. He welcomed the trio into the villa, permitting them to make themselves comfortable while he retreated to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Godalong, curiosity piqued, tapped against the wall and, after a brief moment of contemplation, nodded and murmured. The structure was of concrete, and constructing such a villa demanded an astronomical expenditure of resources. Zhao Feng interjected, remarking, "This level 4 sanctuary is indeed exceptional. It even boasts underfloor heating, far more comfortable than my humble stone cottage." Unconcerned with such trivialities, Wu Qing instead crouched down, playfully teasing Pai Pai. The excitable canine, overjoyed by the sudden influx of company, bounded about Wu Qing, threatening to upturn the entire dwelling in its exuberance, eliciting peals of laughter from the woman. Chapter 52. Sanctuary relocation card. Uncertain of everyone's predilections, Zhang Shi opted for simplicity, washing fresh vegetables and slicing choice cuts of meat in preparation for a hot pot. Before long, the steaming cauldron was presented, accompanied by an array of meats, seafood, and verdant vegetables. Impatient, Zhao Feng promptly emptied an entire platter of meat into the simmering broth, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. "Please, everyone, help yourselves. There's no need to stand on ceremony in my home," Zhang Shi declared, producing several cans of long-treasured cola. Godalong and Wu Qing, being of a more reserved nature. In this moment, enveloped by the warm steam of the hot pot, they gradually relaxed their demeanor, indulging in hearty bites of meat while occasionally reminiscing about their past lives in the tangible world, creating a lively atmosphere. The group comprised some of the most distinguished survivors in this sector, possessing an abundance of food and resources. What was rare, however, was the sense of ease that came from their camaraderie, evoking a nostalgic illusion of returning to a stable reality. Through their conversations, Zhang Shi learned that Gu Dalong hailed from a lineage of remarkable pedigree. 3 generations back, his ancestors were formidable figures, placing him among the upper echelons of society. He was equally industrious, having chosen to step out of his comfort zone and venture into diverse realms. As the saying goes, gold will shine regardless of its surroundings. Gu Dalong, at a tender age, had ascended to a managerial position within a prominent enterprise in a first-tier city. In his leisure time, he enjoyed escaping to remote areas for camping. Over time, he accumulated a wealth of knowledge in wilderness survival. It was this confluence of attributes that enabled him to swiftly adapt to the harsh realities of the wild world upon his arrival. Coupled with his unwavering resilience and a touch of fortune, he distinguished himself among the multitude of survivors. Wu Qing's parents were quintessential intellectuals. Her father was a physician, while her mother worked at an agricultural research institute. After earning her master's degree, she followed a conventional path, interning in a provincial capital city. On the eve of a nationwide upheaval, she had just received the news of her impending permanent position. However, before she could revel in her joy, all interpersonal relationships were forcibly reshuffled, casting her into a wilderness fraught with peril, where survival depended on her own resourcefulness. Wu Qing, exhibiting remarkable tenacity, found herself alone in this treacherous expanse, yet she remained unflustered. Instead, she began to apply the knowledge gleaned from short videos to gather resources and upgrade her shelter. Wu Qing understood that to endure in the long term, relying solely on treasure chests and foraging for wild fruits would be insufficient. The most reliable means of securing a stable food source was through cultivation. Fortuitously, she inherited the best traits from her parents, possessing both medical knowledge and agricultural expertise. After serendipitously acquiring a crucial item, she set about cultivating medicinal herbs in the wilderness, skillfully crafting incense that garnered much acclaim during her last expedition. Zhao Feng was already well aware of Zhang Shi's family circumstances. Both of Zhang Shi's parents were merchants, enjoying a prosperous lifestyle. The university Zhang Shi attended was located in the same city as Zhao Feng's family, and during holidays, Zhao Feng would often take a few close friends to enjoy the city's offerings. He invariably insisted on settling the bill, exhibiting a magnanimous and unceremonious nature. Since his transmigration, Zhao Feng had been remarkably fortunate, discovering a stream adjacent to his residence. Moreover, he unearthed a fishing rod of considerable quality, enabling him to thrive through fishing and hunting. Following a satisfying repast, the hosts and guests were in high spirits. Zhang Shi cleared the table, and the quartet commenced their deliberations on substantive matters. Gu Daolong initiated the discussion. I must reiterate that this particular instance is of a rare caliber, implying heightened peril. Should anyone feel inadequately prepared, there is no exigency to proceed immediately. Postponing the commencement of the instance until a period of consolidation has elapsed is equally viable. Zhao Feng demurred. The greater the tempest, the more valuable the fish. The previous exploration of the instance transpired 3 days prior, allowing ample time for our acquisitions to settle. Given our collective prowess, provided we refrain from gratuitous recklessness, we should encounter no significant jeopardy. Zhang Shi seconded with a smile. Substantial risk begets substantial reward. This instance is primarily puzzle-oriented, potentially mitigating the level of peril. In the worst-case scenario, we can exercise prudence and abandon the endeavor should we encounter insurmountable obstacles. Wu Qing remained taciturn, dedicating her attention to caressing Pai Pai. Observing its expression of utter rapture, Wu Qing felt her heart melting with affection. Drawing upon their prior experience, the group formulated a comprehensive strategy for the impending exploration. As the night deepened, they resolved to depart at 9:00 a.m. the following day, whereupon they teleported back to their respective abodes. After bidding farewell to his companions, Zhang Shi fabricated several useful implements via the construction interface before retiring for the night. Upon awakening once more, it was the dawn of the following day. On the 5th day of the severe coal disaster, Zhang Shi unfailingly performed his daily check-in. A system notification appeared. Congratulations! You have received Shelter Relocation Card Green X1, a disposable item that allows you to relocate your entire shelter to a designated area upon use. This system truly reads my mind, Zhang Shi exclaimed with delight. He had been contemplating a move recently, and the system provided this relocation card, saving him considerable trouble. Having arranged to explore a dungeon today, Zhang Shi decided to postpone the relocation. He used the leftover broth from the previous night to cook a pot of noodles for a simple meal before diligently attending to his daily tasks. The two chicks had grown noticeably after this period of feeding, appearing as though they would mature shortly. The flock of sheep in the pen had also grown plump. Zhang Shi suppressed the urge for mutton hot pot, deciding to wait until the flock expanded and could stably produce milk before making a decision. The vegetables in the greenhouse finally experienced a bountiful harvest, significantly expanding Zhang Shi's vegetable reserves. Tomatoes, cucumbers, carrots, green peppers, and other common vegetables matured on the same day under the system's influence. Carefully harvesting the ripe produce, Zhang Shi resolved to extract some seeds from the fruits later, achieving true vegetable independence. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhang Shi exhaled deeply. The weather is getting warmer, he observed. Having gleaned insights from the Book of Revelation, Zhang Shi anticipated the impending cataclysm of extreme heat. It now appears that these so-called disasters do not erupt instantaneously. Rather, the climate undergoes a gradual transformation in accordance with the timeline prescribed by the system. Drawing upon their past experiences, numerous survivors have astutely observed the escalating temperatures and have begun to speculate about the nature of the next calamity. Consequently, they have initiated the preemptive stockpiling of sustenance and water, bracing themselves for the forthcoming tribulation. This surge in demand has propelled the prices of provisions to unprecedented heights in the marketplace. Zhang Shi, Possessing an ample supply of victuals and constrained by the limited capacity of his refrigerators and freezers, opted to vend some of his more perishable commodities. Recalling the 2 subterranean chambers at his disposal, and observing the gradual dissipation of the exterior snow and ice, he conceived the notion of amassing a cache of ice. In antiquity, bereft of sophisticated refrigeration technologies, it was customary to amass substantial quantities of ice in subterranean cellars during the winter months, employing thatch and straw for insulation. Despite considerable wastage, a modicum of the frozen reserves would endure until the advent of summer. Given an approximate storage-to-usage ratio of 3:1, and accounting for temporal disparities, the volumetric capacity of the 2 subterranean chambers should suffice to sustain me through the 7-day ordeal of extreme heat. Chapter 53. The eerie village a low, buzzing vibration resonated from the system panel. Good Along sent a message in the team chat, reminding everyone to make their final preparations before setting off. Zhang Shi gathered his thoughts once more and meticulously checked his equipment to ensure that everything was in perfect order. At precisely 9 o'clock, Good Along initiated the dungeon challenge, and the group vanished like a fleeting light from their respective shelters. The 4 of them materialized simultaneously in front of a village. As Zhang Shi opened his eyes, he was greeted by a dim and foreboding sky, with a thick, oppressive mist enveloping the surroundings, obscuring all but a faint outline of the village ahead. Zhao Feng, perplexed, glanced around and softly inquired, in this desolate wilderness, where could a village possibly exist? Could there be an indigenous civilization here? Good Along extended his hands to feel the atmosphere and replied, "We arrived at 9 in the morning. It has been daylight for a while now, with the sun shining brightly and the surface temperature approximately -10 degrees. Here, the temperature hovers around 10 degrees above zero, and the sunlight is obscured, rendering it impossible to discern the time from the sky." Wu Qing added, "Are you suggesting that this is not a wilderness world?" After listening to the group's speculation, Zhang Shi recalled the mysterious storage room behind the mine and felt increasingly inclined to believe that this was a remnant of the wilderness world. Good Dalong glanced at the team interface and noticed that a new quest objective had appeared following the initiation of the dungeon. The inscription reads, Main Quest 1, to discover the path leading into the village of confusion. Good Dalong informed everyone of his discovery. Zhao Feng, intrigued, jested, "Would you believe it? This quest does have a hint of an escape room vibe." The group ambled towards the village entrance, only to realize upon nearing that it was shrouded by a pitch-black courtyard wall. At its center stood a dark red wooden gate, while the other sides of the village were obscured by a thick fog, rendering them indistinct. Zhang Shi employed a truth-seeing technique to conduct an appraisal, resulting in an unexpected revelation. Ding! Truth-seeing confirmed. Mist of confusion. Mist of confusion, commonly found in dungeons inhabited by malevolent spirits and phantoms. The depths of the mist conceal exceedingly perilous creatures. Survivors venturing into it swiftly lose their 5 senses and become disoriented within the fog. Zhang Shi then directed another appraisal at the wooden gate, but this time no information materialized. Instead, the gate was highlighted in the lens. Contemplating this, Zhang Shi shared the appraisal findings, exasperatedly shrugging. "It appears we must proceed methodically to decipher the challenges ahead." Zhao Feng, somewhat skeptical, unleashed a sweeping strike towards the boundary of the fog. The colossal axe, engulfed in flames, swept through the mist. As anticipated, the turbulent air stirred by the axe did little to disperse the fog, and the blade penetrated the haze without any discernible effect. Zhao Feng retracted the axe and conducted a meticulous examination, discovering no anomalies. He ultimately abandoned his inquiry into the mist and turned, delivering a ferocious strike against the wooden door. Good Dalong's eyes widened in alarm, realizing it was too late to intervene. With a resounding thud, it seemed as though an invisible wall of air repelled Zhao Feng's force entirely, possessing a strength attribute of 16 points. The sudden surge of power transmitted from the axe sent him tumbling to the ground. Zhang Shi felt a pang of concern and was about to rush forward to check on him. However, Zhao Feng had already risen first, indignantly glaring at the door, his hand still trembling from the immense shock. Seeing that Zhao Feng was unharmed, Zhang Shi exhaled in relief and admonished, Fenggu, exercise caution in your actions. This place is fraught with anomalies, and you mustn't let your guard down. Zhao Feng felt a sense of humiliation, but found himself powerless against the wooden door, begrudgingly nodding in agreement. Observing Zhao Feng's setback, Gu Daolong speculated that opening the door was the key to passing through the challenge, thereby discarding any thoughts of circumventing it. It seemed Gu Daolong possessed a method for appraising items. He leaned closer to the door, scrutinizing it intently. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and he abruptly stepped back 2 paces. Noticing his peculiar demeanor, Zhao Feng hastened to inquire, Old Gu, have you discovered something? Do not keep me in suspense. Gu Daolong's expression grew serious as he pointed towards the wooden door, stating, This door, the threshold, and the bolt are all crafted from locust wood. What is it that has been painted upon this grand entrance? Please do complete your thoughts. At this moment, Gu Daolong's countenance darkened further, and after exhaling deeply, he continued, The ancients believed in the saying, Do not rest your head upon mulberry, nor tread upon locust. They regarded this wood as heavily imbued with negative energy and seldom utilized locust wood for furniture. Moreover, the coating on this door is not mere paint, but blood. His words sent a chill through the air, rendering the gathering utterly silent, while Wu Qing discreetly edged closer to the others. At that instant, Zhang Shi also perceived the unusual atmosphere of the village. Despite having been in the instance for quite some time, not a single sound had been heard. This space seemed to be a closed-off realm, devoid of even the slightest breeze. Although the group had acclimatized to the myriad dangers of the wilderness, their encounters had only been with various beasts and natural disasters. This eerie phenomenon was unprecedented, causing a sense of trepidation to stir within them. Zhao Feng, however, remained unperturbed, loudly proclaiming as he wandered around the courtyard walls, I am a staunch believer in materialism. I refuse to succumb to superstitions regarding ghosts and deities. As soon as the words fell, it seemed to respond to Zhao Feng. He inadvertently stepped into a void, as if plunging into a hidden trap. Quick-witted, Zhao Feng swiftly positioned his massive axe horizontally, anchoring it into the ground, which allowed him to suspend his body above. Zhang Shi rushed forward and promptly pulled Zhao Feng out. Upon glancing into the pit from which Zhao Feng had fallen, they discovered it was an abandoned well, situated closely against the courtyard wall. Curiously, none had noticed the well's presence moments before. Emerging from a well, Zhao Feng's heart raced, and he hesitated to speak loudly, fearing to provoke an unmanageable entity. Zhang Shi assessed the situation and found that the abandoned well was highlighted prominently. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the well was not very deep and quite dry. In the dim light, several palm-sized wooden pieces were discernible within, each inscribed with characters. Zhang Shi conjectured that these wooden pieces might be the key to unlocking the wooden door. Resolute, he retrieved a long rope, tying one end around his waist and offering the other end to Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng was taken aback and quickly interjected, Zhang, this place is exceedingly peculiar. As you saw, the well suddenly appeared beneath my feet. Who knows what strange entities lurk within? We cannot venture down. Shaking his head, Zhang Shi replied with conviction. Since this location is a dungeon, every aspect must serve a purpose. The items within the well could very well be integral to our escape. The well is not deep. Should any danger arise, you can swiftly pull me back up. Upon witnessing Zhang Shi's resolute decision, Wu Qing took out an incense stick and ignited it. The group soon discovered that their physical attributes had increased by 2 points. Gu Daolong also produced a headlamp and handed it to Zhang Shi. Zhang Shi affixed it to his head, resembling a miner as he was lowered into the well. Zhao Feng secured a rope around his waist, his gaze fixed intently on the depths of the well. Should any anomaly arise, he would swiftly pull Zhang Shi to safety. The well's opening was narrow, and Zhang Shi spread his arms and legs to brace against the walls as he gradually descended. Before long, he reached the bottom, illuminated by the light of the headlamp. Zhang Shi surveyed his surroundings. The well's floor revealed no peculiarities aside from a dozen wooden plaques inscribed with words. No other objects were present. After collecting the plaques, Zhang Shi looked up and noticed that the well's opening appeared shrouded in a layer of mist, obscuring his view. He could discern only 4 heads peering down into the well. Zhang Shi's pupils contracted, and a shiver ran down his spine, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Chapter 54. The Black Tiger Above the Dry Well. Zhao Feng continued to shout loudly, "Sure to? What's going on down there? Is there anything inside?" Zhang Shi feigned ignorance of any irregularities and responded loudly, "There's nothing here, just some wooden plaques with inscriptions. I'll gather these items. So please hurry and pull me up." Zhang Shi, hesitant to glance up at the officials for fear of inciting turmoil, opted instead to share the peculiar sight he had witnessed with his companions during their conversation, urging them to maintain composure. Gu Dalong, upon receiving the information, feigned nonchalance while casting a cursory glance at the group, yet failed to discern the 4th figure, prompting him to caution Zhao Feng. "Brother Feng, stay alert and await Zhang Shi's signal. We shall exert our strength together to pull him up." Zhao Feng, visibly unsettled by Zhang Shi's message, fixated intently on the situation below, showing no reaction to Gu Dalong's words. Wu Qing approached and gently patted his shoulder, bringing Zhao Feng back to reality. He glanced at her and nodded slowly, tightening his grip on the rope. Meanwhile, below in the well, Zhang Shi realized that the wooden blocks could not be stowed in the system's backpack, so he retrieved a wooden barrel and proceeded to place all the blocks inside. He counted a total of 18, each inscribed with a unique character. Summoning his courage, he dared to glance upward once more, noting that the weapons at the well's opening had vanished. The 3 individuals above were now each displaying distinct expressions as they fixated on the depths. Zhang Shi shouted loudly, signaling for them to pull him up. Upon receiving the signal, Zhao Feng exerted a sudden force with both hands, yanking the rope and charging in the opposite direction with fervor. Neither Gu Dalong nor Wu Qing could lend a hand, and Zhang Shi was consequently dragged up by Zhao Feng. Upon seeing Zhang Shi unharmed, Zhao Feng finally felt a sense of relief, calming his frayed nerves and spitting in contempt as he cursed. "This dungeon is truly cursed. I believe we should abandon this endeavor." Zhang Shi stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Zhao Feng's shoulder. "We have only just begun. As long as we adhere to the rules, we should be safe." Outside the dark crimson wooden door, the 4 of them sat in a circle, carefully extracting the 18 wooden pieces from the desolate well. Gu Dalong cast a glance and made a judgment. "This appears to be a couplet. I shall attempt to rearrange it." Squatting down, he fiddled with the pieces for a while before neatly aligning them to form a couplet. The upper line read, "In the depths of the netherworld, shadows are obscured." The lower line, "In the dark woods of night, souls wander aimlessly." And the horizontal inscription, "All is but suffering." As the group gazed at this couplet, an unsettling chill crept over them. Wu Qing's brow furrowed tightly, her grip on the iron spear becoming so tense that her knuckles turned pale. Summoning his courage, Zhang Shi attempted to place the wooden plaque against the wooden door. As if drawn by an unseen magnetic force, the wooden blocks adhered steadfastly to the door. Zhang Shi, adhering to Gu Dalong's prescribed sequence, meticulously positioned the 18 blocks in their designated order. With a resounding creak, the wooden door yielded, slowly swinging inward upon the placement of the final block. Wu Qing, her face drained of color, bit her lip, abandoning all pretense of composure as she sought refuge behind Zhang Shi, cautiously peering into the revealed interior. Zhang Shi, with a resolute push, fully opened the portal, revealing the vista beyond. A panorama of desolation unfolded, the village's dwellings reduced to ruin, many collapsed into mere vestiges of their former selves. An atmosphere of musty antiquity wafted forth as the wooden barrier receded. The quartet, instinctively shielding their noses, gingerly ventured into the village, their footfalls echoing on the weathered yet enduring flagstone path that guided them deeper into this forsaken domain. Zhao Feng, spearheading the advance, brandished his flint-edged great axe, his gaze sweeping vigilantly across the surroundings, anticipating any lurking menace. Zhang Shi, close behind, clutched Lao Duan, employing his awakened perception to scrutinize the area, poised to react to any unforeseen exigency. Wu Qing, visibly shaken, clung to Zhang Shi's rear, her fists clenched tightly, striving to maintain her composure. Ye Dalong, mindful of the eerie occurrences following Zhang Shi's descent into the well, produced his wand, simultaneously monitoring the team's status while bringing up the rear. The mission parameters have been updated. Good Along's hushed reminder shattered the silence. Zhang Shi glanced at the task panel and observed that the task prompt had indeed transformed. Task 2, uncover the reason for the village's desolation. Zhao Feng, sensing that this quest had finally acquired a clear direction, resolved to stride purposefully toward the village. Everyone, be cautious. Although this village appears to have been abandoned for ages, we cannot dismiss the possibility of lurking dangers, Zhang Shi cautioned. The four traversed the narrow streets, flanked by crumbling earthen houses, their doors and windows largely in disrepair. Occasionally, they could glimpse the remnants of furniture through the gaps, as if whispering tales of the prosperity and clamor that once filled this place. Yet, the village now lay in eerie silence, as though even the wind chose to bypass this realm, unwilling to disturb the stillness. After spending over 10 days in this desolate wilderness, the sight of civilization presented such a peculiar scene that it left everyone feeling somewhat disheartened. Look, there's a light over there, Wu Qing suddenly exclaimed, pointing ahead. The group followed her gaze and beheld a faint beam of light piercing through the darkness from a nearby ruin, flickering in and out of view. This illumination seemed to possess an inexplicable allure, compelling them to draw nearer. It could be a clue for our mission. Let us proceed with caution, Good Along suggested. Quickening his pace, the quartet carefully navigated the debris and ultimately arrived at what appeared to be the village's ancestral hall. The grand entrance stood ajar, with a beam of light streaming through the crack in the door. Get Along gently pushed open the door, and a more intense musty odor assailed his nostrils, accompanied by an ineffable aura of mystery. The ancestral hall was desolate, save for a dilapidated stone table in the center, upon which sat an oil lamp. The lamp's wick flickered, emitting a feeble yet resolute light. Adjacent to the stone table, several yellowed tomes and a string of corroded keys were scattered about. It appears these are the objects of our search, Get Along remarked, picking up the keys and scrutinizing them. The shape of these keys suggests they are intended to unlock some significant mechanism. Zhang Shi stepped forward and received the keys. He swept the ancient text with his truth-revealing device, and several lines of text immediately materialized on its surface. A village secret lies hidden beneath the earth. With the key, unlock and reveal the truth. This form of guidance was unprecedented. Zhang Shi shared the information and pondered it with circumspection. Beneath the earth, could there be a subterranean chamber here? Zhao Feng inquired with astonishment. Gu Dalong affirmed with a nod, his gaze sweeping the vicinity, seemingly in quest of something. Ultimately, his attention settled upon a stone slab in the corner of the ancestral hall. He approached it, treading firmly to assess its texture, then stomped with force. As if triggering a mechanism, the slab gradually descended, revealing a flight of steps leading into the earth. The quartet exchanged glances, each raising their weapons as they advanced towards the subterranean passage. Just as they were about to descend, the placid sky underwent an abrupt transformation. In an instant, the clouds overhead thickened into an oppressive darkness. A sudden gust of wind swept through, carrying with it the dust from the hall's courtyard. A bestial roar echoed from above, shattering the eerie stillness. Zhang Shi looked up to behold a gaunt, emaciated black tiger scaling down the courtyard wall. Landing outside the hall, it bared its fangs in a menacing snarl, its gaze fixed intently upon the four intruders. Zhang Shi immediately adopted a defensive posture and cast an appraisal spell. Ding! The appraisal revealed, corpse-eating black tiger. Corpse-eating black tiger, green stats, undisclosed, potency, 45. A refined elite monster, mutated from prolonged consumption of corpses, possessing unique abilities. Zhang Shi shared the information with others, positioning Lao Duan in front of him, signaling everyone to step back. However, this action seemed to provoke the black tiger. It roared and charged towards Zhang Shi. Chapter 55. The transformation of the black tiger in the face of the black tiger's assault. Zhao Feng did not retreat, but advanced instead, sweeping his great axe forward in a powerful strike. Ever since entering this dungeon, Zhao Feng had been somewhat disheartened by the eerie atmosphere, yet he had encountered no substantial danger, leaving him with a feeling of pent-up energy without an outlet. At last, a monstrous obstacle had appeared, a creature that was both corporeal and tangible. Naturally, Zhao Feng felt no fear, only a desire to vanquish it and convert it into experience points. The black tiger, undeterred by Zhao Feng's colossal axe, continued its reckless charge, colliding headfirst with the blade. Its skull was cleaved open, and its body collapsed beside him, convulsing in its final throes. A cold smile crept across Zhao Feng's face as he flicked the blood off his axe blade. Was this creature truly feeble, or was I simply too formidable? Zhang Shi, perplexed, received no notification from the system regarding a kill. His gaze shifted toward the black tiger, where he observed countless tiny flesh buds writhing from the wound, healing at an astonishing pace. Without hesitation, Zhang Shi drew his compound bow and unleashed a trio of arrows towards the Crete observing the anomaly. Gu Dalong launched another ice bolt. The black tiger's body shattered into countless pieces, yet each fragment seemed to possess a life of its own, sprouting numerous tendrils that converged in a single direction. Its form rapidly reintegrated, and within moments, the black tiger reconstituted itself, advancing towards the quartet. Gu Dalong and Zhang Shi, recognizing the black tiger's resilience, exchanged a knowing glance and strategically targeted its limbs. Gu Dalong's ice bolt struck first, severing one of the black tiger's forepaws. The deceleration effect activated, and a layer of frost began to spread across its body. Zhang Shi's arrow followed, piercing through another forepaw, succeeded by a second and third. With all four limbs incapacitated, the black tiger collapsed, immobilized. As the group momentarily relaxed, the black tiger tore off its mangled limbs and devoured them, a practiced motion. Zhao Feng commended the black tiger's actions. Witnessing the rapid regeneration of the severed limbs, Zhang Shi reluctantly aimed at its head, detonating it with an arrow to buy time. Gu Dalong displayed a rare hint of agitation. This creature is akin to the undead in a game, capable of regenerating endlessly. We must devise a method to subdue it, or we will be exhausted to death. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng began to contemplate a solution. Undead? Do we have anyone proficient in light magic? Or perhaps possessing holy water? Such items can effectively counter dark creatures, Zhang Shi remarked, a frown marring his brow. At this critical juncture, why are you indulging in frivolous talk? Ah, I believe I might have something, Wu Qing interjected, raising her hand with a charming demeanor. As the eyes of the group turned towards her, she swiftly retrieved an arrow from her backpack, elucidating, "This is a holy silver arrow, obtained from a treasure chest. Its description indicates that it is a sacred artifact, effective against malevolent beings. I'm uncertain of its efficacy against the black tiger, however." Zhang Shi, taken aback by the unexpected revelation from his teammate, readily accepted the arrow and knocked it onto his bow. Although referred to as a crossbow arrow, it bore resemblance to a standard arrow, merely shorter and thicker in build. Not far away, the black tiger had once again reconstituted its form, glaring menacingly at Zhang Shi. With unwavering focus, Zhang Shi aimed at the beast and unleashed a triple shot. Undaunted, the black tiger stood its ground, enduring the arrow's impact. The sacred silver bolt lived up to its reputation, piercing the tiger's form as if a white-hot brand were plunged into snow. The creature seemed to dissolve, swiftly transforming into a pool of inky fluid. Moments later, wisps of dark mist arose, prompting Zhang Shi and his companions to shield their faces and retreat. The mist, vulnerable to daylight, soon dissipated entirely. Zhang Shi, awaiting confirmation from the system, hesitated to approach, instead cautiously observing the dark liquid, wary of further transformations. As if in response to his apprehension, the liquid began to churn. Myriad tendrils emerged, rapidly coalescing into a form. Within moments, the black tiger had reconstituted itself before them. Gu Dalong moved to launch an ice bolt, seeking to restrain the beast, but Zhang Shi intervened. "Something feels amiss. Let's not act rashly." The group focused on the tiger, noting distinct changes. Its demeanor was no longer savage, but serene. Though still gaunt, its pelt now possessed a sheen, radiating vitality. Most remarkably, The dark clouds above the village were gradually dispersing, and the howling winds began to abate. What is happening? Has it been exorcised? Zhao Feng wielded a colossal axe with a playful demeanor, yet he remained vigilant. Zhang Shi employed a truth-seeking technique to assess the situation, and indeed, the information revealed a transformation. The village's guardian, the black tiger, green panel, undisclosed, ability value, 45, an elite creature of exquisite caliber. The sacred beast of the village of bewilderment. Observing the black tiger standing in a daze, Zhang Shi contemplated approaching for communication, reasoning that a creature of such refined status would likely comprehend human speech. As Zhang Shi drew near, the black tiger regained its composure, fixing its gaze upon him with a low posture, emanating a hint of hostility. Intruders, what is your purpose in this place? A deep voice resonated from the direction of the black tiger, startling Zhao Feng into a stagger. After confirming the absence of any other living beings, Zhao Feng, in astonishment, exclaimed, "Wow, this black tiger can talk." Zhang Shi halted his steps, attempting to engage the black tiger in dialogue. "We arrived here by chance, lost our way. If we have caused any offense, please forgive us." The black tiger slowly rose, approaching Zhang Shi to sniff the air around him. Zhang Shi remained still, standing erect, cautious of making any sudden movements. Behind him, Zhao Feng gripped the giant axe tightly, wary of a potential ambush from the black tiger. There's a scent on you that I recognize." Zhang Shi was perplexed by the meaning of the black tiger. Noticing that the creature posed no immediate threat, he felt a sense of relief and proceeded to inquire, "Esteemed holy beast, upon entering the village, we discovered it devoid of inhabitants, with many houses fallen into disrepair. Might I ask the reason for this?" The black tiger, lounging on the ground, lazily yawned before responding, "I am famished. First, procure me something to eat." Good Dalong kept a vigilant eye on the team interface. As soon as the black tiger finished speaking, the task interface updated once more. Beneath the main quest, a new branch appeared, inscribed with, "Hidden Task 1. Provide food for the black tiger of the village." Good Dalong promptly alerted his companions through the team channel. Zhang Shi cast a glance at the dark underground staircase, the contents of which remained a mystery. With a more favorable option now before him, he resolved to extract some information from the black tiger first. Viewing the black tiger as an NPC, Zhang Shi quickly donned a demeanor of servility and retrieved a large piece of fresh meat from his backpack. "Noble holy beast, this is a token of my respect for you." Chapter 56. The malevolent spirit, the black tiger, devoured the fresh meat voraciously, almost swallowing it whole with each bite. After a considerable time, Zhang Shi's supply of provisions was entirely consumed, and only then did the black tiger let out a satisfied belch. "I have left behind an object in another location. I beseech you to retrieve it for me." Zhang Shi recalled the task prompt and promptly agreed. The black tiger, satisfied, licked its claws and continued, "At the western edge of the village lies a cemetery, where a hidden chamber awaits. That is where I require the item." The task had been updated. Good Dalong pointed to his wristwatch, alerting the group. Zhang Shi glanced at it and discovered the mission had transformed into Hidden Task 2. Locate the concealed chamber within the cemetery to the west of the village. The group cautiously traversed the rural path towards the west, surrounded by desolate and dilapidated scenery. An overwhelming silence enveloped them, broken only by the sound of their footsteps. Encountering a being like the black tiger, capable of human speech and akin to an NPC, alleviated their fears regarding the village. Their actions became less hesitant, and their pace quickened significantly. The village was not large, and soon they arrived at their destination. Technically, the cemetery was beyond the village, situated atop a low hill, where numerous gravestones stood, suggesting that many villagers had been laid to rest there. Zhang Shi gazed into the distance. At the end of the hill, a mysterious black mist loomed, shrouding the entire village and isolating it in this desolate expanse. The group approached the cemetery at a measured pace, with Zhao Feng leading the way, casting his gaze around the graveyard. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a sight that sent chills down his spine. "What on earth? This is unbelievable." The other three, upon witnessing Zhao Feng's stammering demeanor, curiously followed the direction of his pointing finger. As they did, a collective gasp of astonishment escaped their lips. In the heart of the low hills lay a narrow path, which the group had taken to ascend. Flanking this path, every grave had been unearthed, the coffins exposed to the elements. What was even more unsettling was the sight of these coffins, completely empty, devoid of any remains. Could it be the work of grave robbers? Regaining his composure, Zhao Feng leaned closer to one of the coffins, peering inquisitively, yet failing to discern any clarity. Zhang Shi shook his head. What grave robber would dare disturb the resting places of our village? There is something amiss here. Gu Dalong cautiously surveyed their surroundings, lowering his voice. These mounds of earth are not fresh. They must have been disturbed for some time. Moreover, the thoroughness of the excavation and the disappearance of the bodies compel us to proceed with utmost caution. Zhang Shi nodded in agreement, signaling for the group to remain vigilant as they continued onward. They traversed the path, passing through weathered and eroded tombstones, each step weighted with foreboding. A chill wind began to stir, weaving through the graves and emitting a mournful wail, as if whispering untold secrets. A shiver ran down Zhang Shi's spine. He drew out his old blade and, in a sudden motion, spun around to strike behind him. A piercing and chilling sound erupted before Zhang Shi, and, judging by the sensation relayed from Lao Duan, it seemed he had perceived something alarming. Strangely, Zhang Shi's naked eye detected no anomalies whatsoever. Ding! The team has vanquished a malevolent spirit. White, X1, a being formed from accumulated resentment, lacking a fixed shape and difficult to discern with the naked eye. Gaining 15 experience points, Zhang Shi swiftly retreated after landing a successful blow. As he moved backward, he employed his identification tool, the Ding Zhen, towards that ominous location. Upon inspection, Zhang Shi felt his scalp prickle once more. Within the lens of the Ding Zhen, countless figures were highlighted, nearly filling the entire cemetery. What on earth? Zhang Shi exclaimed, grabbing the still-dazed Wu Qing and sprinting down the narrow path. The others, witnessing Zhang Shi bolt like a startled rabbit, were equally bewildered, only able to follow him in confusion. Zhao Feng, intrigued, retrieved his own Ding Zhen while running, casting a glance back that instantly drained the color from his face, compelling him to hasten and catch up with the group. They dashed to the mountaintop, distancing themselves from the graveyard. And upon noticing that the highlighted figures had not pursued them, Zhang Shi finally exhaled in relief. Gu Dalong, panting heavily, inquired, Zhang Shi, what on earth just happened? What did you see? Zhang Shi shared the identification information, responding breathlessly, malevolent spirits, an entire mountain of them. These graves have been disturbed, and it is likely related to these entities. I find myself perplexed. Are we not traversing a realm known as the wild world? Yet here we are, confronted by both slimes and malevolent spirits. Zhao Feng cautiously fixed his gaze upon the direction of the graveyard, unable to suppress his sarcasm. Zhang Shi recalled the peculiar regenerative abilities of the black tiger and boldly speculated that these instances may have transcended the wild world, likely possessing an entirely distinct biological system. At that moment, a more ferocious gust of wind swept through, accompanied by a haunting howl and whispers, as if the entire graveyard were responding to the call of those malevolent spirits. Zhang Shi observed the luminous figures slowly advancing towards the mountaintop, and an unprecedented sense of oppression enveloped him. This is bad. They are coming. In the face of such unseen adversaries, especially those intertwined with the supernatural, a natural fear gripped everyone. Even the usually carefree Zhao Feng felt a tinge of unease. Behind them loomed a steep cliff, and even if one sought a way down, the path ahead was shrouded in impenetrable mist. Resolutely, Zhang Shi drew forth his compound bow and unleashed a triple strike towards the malevolent spirit before him. The arrow whizzed through the air, passing through the spirit's form without inflicting any harm. Fortunately, the two energy arrows generated by his skill were still formidable. Upon striking the spirit, they detonated midair, shattering it. These entities lack a physical form and can only be effectively harmed through specialized means. Having spoken, Zhang Shi unleashed a barrage of arrows from his compound bow, directing a relentless assault towards the foremost evil spirit. Upon hearing this, Godalong, fueled by fervor, wielded his magic wand with fervent intensity, simultaneously casting icy spikes and energy orbs, indiscriminately targeting the oncoming foes. This prompted a cacophony of anguished wails, clearly indicating the efficacy of his efforts. As the luminous figure within the true reflection mirror shattered like a fragile bubble, Zhao Feng overcame his trepidation, igniting his colossal firestone axe, its blade ablaze with fierce flames, and executed a sweeping strike towards the front. The flames engulfed the malevolent spirit as if it had encountered a highly flammable substance, quickly igniting it and creating a sea of fire. In this moment, without the true reflection, the group could discern the outlines of their adversaries with clarity. Wu Qing had long activated the ancestor's staff and ignited several fragrant herbs to enhance her comrades' attributes. Witnessing the effectiveness of Zhao Feng's fiery assault, as patches of ethereal figures were set ablaze, she commanded with urgency, "Quick, retreat." With that, she tossed several fiery red peppers forward. Zhao Feng, well aware of the potency of these peppers, abandoned the immediate threat and, with axe in hand, fled hastily towards the rear. Boom! Several crimson chili peppers detonated simultaneously, their fiery blaze injecting a spark of life into the long-dormant desolate village. Zhang Shi gazed intently, observing the emergence of a vacuum zone in the blast's epicenter, where countless malevolent spirits perished, while those on the periphery, scorched by the flames, scattered in frantic screams. Chapter 57. The Depths of the Underworld. Moments later, no trace of the malevolent spirits remained visible within the lens of the divining mirror. Zhang Shi led the group toward the cemetery. So, these malevolent spirits are rather feeble, unable to withstand even a single axe blow. They're not even as formidable as wild beasts, really. Let me tell you that one axe swing I made. Zhao Feng boasted triumphantly, his earlier trepidation completely dissipated. Godalong also finally relaxed, a smile gracing his face. Humans often harbor fear of the unknown, but upon encountering and conquering it, they realize it's not as daunting as they imagined. Wu Qing trailed behind the group, her gaze fixed on the system panel, seemingly engrossed in some analysis. Zhang Shi paused, gently tapping her shoulder. "What are you looking at?" Wu Qing looked up, a puzzled expression on her face. "The experience points seem off. We've slain at least several dozen monsters this time, yet the experience bar has only filled a little over halfway. I checked the experience value for each monster, and it's only 15, even lower than the previous dungeon." Upon hearing Wu Qing's explanation, Zhang Shi also noticed the anomaly. Having attained level 7, and with his experience bar registering a substantial 3,000 points, the stagnation in experience gain was not altogether unexpected. However, the others remained at level 6, which seemed incongruous given the multitude of monsters vanquished. One would have anticipated their progression. For a rare class instance, the experience yield is surprisingly meager, he mused. Interjecting, Zhao Feng elucidated, the experience points awarded for monsters within the Village of Doubt diminish as the party size increases. A solitary challenger earns 50 experience points for each common monster defeated, which decreases to 40, 30, 20, and 15, respectively. But we are only 4, Zhang Shi countered. Logically, we should be accruing at least 20 experience points. Is this a system anomaly, relegating us to the experience tier of a 5-member party? Zhang Shi, his countenance grave, recalled the scene within the well. With circumspect vigilance, he scrutinized their surroundings, yet discerned nothing anomalous. Observing Zhang Shi's demeanor, Zhao Feng also recognized the situation. In a fit of pique, he brandished his igneous battle axe, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon the immediate vicinity. "Cease this charade. Emerge and face me directly. I dare you to test my mettle." Zhang Shi realized that he had become ensnared by the uncanny entity, and furthermore, lacked any means of reprisal. "Come what may," he declared, "the mission takes precedence. Let's not be diverted by this matter." The elusive fifth presence remains unseen and untouchable, leaving everyone at a loss, compelled to maintain constant vigilance while attending to other pressing matters. The 4 returned to the graveyard, where their gaze fell upon the numerous disturbed coffins. With so many empty graves, Where could the corpses have vanished? Could it be that they have transformed into the undead? As Zhang Shi overheard Zhao Feng's murmurs, he recalled the information obtained during the initial appraisal of the Black Tiger, stirring some conjectures within him. The four individuals commenced their search, scouring the graveyard for hours, yet yielded no results. The so-called secret chamber remained elusive. Zhang Shi crouched on the ground, wiping the sweat from his brow while gazing at the tombstone before him. This grave, like all others, had been excavated, its surface weathered and pockmarked, with some damage evident, yet the inscription remained partially discernible. Tomb of Huiyuming. Zhang Shi noted that all the graves in this area belonged to individuals with the surname Hua, leading him to surmise that the inhabitants of this village predominantly bore that surname. Observing Zhang Shi seated on the ground, the others gathered around, intending to take a brief respite. Wu Qing unfurled a tablecloth upon the earth, distributing some food among them, evoking memories of spring outings and picnics for Zhang Shi. Despite the eerie atmosphere of dining in a graveyard, the group had grown accustomed to such peculiarities. Moreover, as it was now midday, they displayed little fuss, settling down to partake in their repast. What an ominous name, Huiyuming, phonetically reminiscent of the netherworld. One wonders what his parents were thinking. Zhao Feng quipped irreverently upon sighting the tombstone. Zhang Shi's movements abruptly halted, the morsel in his mouth forgotten as he turned to gaze at Godalong. Godalong, too, grasped the crux of the matter, enunciating with deliberate clarity from the depths of the netherworld. Zhang Shi discarded the bread and stood up. This is the place. He circled the tombstone twice, yet he could not discern anything amiss. Countless times, he and Gu Dalong had meticulously examined this vicinity, only to yield no results. In the depths of the netherworld, could it be that we were meant to dig? Yet, the grave has already been unearthed, Zhao Feng casually remarked. But Zhang Shi found a certain truth in it. He retrieved a shovel from his backpack, ready to disturb the earth. Wu Qing hastily intervened. This may not be appropriate. This is a resting place for the deceased, and given the eerie nature of this site, unearthing a grave could provoke unforeseen consequences. Zhao Feng also produced a shovel and began digging near the coffin without a second thought. With enough pests, one ceases to fear the bites. We are already entangled with something unsavory, so what does one more matter? Furthermore, I would welcome its emergence, allowing it to experience the heft of my mighty axe. Witnessing Zhao Feng's determination, the others cast aside their reservations and joined in the excavation. Their attributes were commendable, and the task was executed with remarkable efficiency, aided by the relatively loose soil of the burial ground. In a short time, they had excavated a pit approximately 5 or 6 meters deep. Thud! The shovel in Zhang Shi's hand trembled, as he sensed he had struck something solid. Wu Qing swiftly produced a smaller spade and began to carefully excavate in the direction Zhang Shi indicated. With a few strokes of the shovel, the buried object was revealed, a stone artifact intricately adorned with patterns. Zhang Shi immediately assessed it, but the identification only yielded a bright outline without any detailed information about the item. The group continued to excavate cautiously, and after a while, the true form of the object finally emerged. It was a coffin. No, it was a sarcophagus. Godalong spoke in a low voice, a hint of astonishment in his tone. Noticing the confusion among the others, he elaborated, stating that, in simpler terms, a sarcophagus is a large coffin that encases the actual coffin within. Such a structure is seldom utilized in the funerals of ordinary families. Judging by the intricate designs on its surface, it was evident that the individual interred within held significant status. Zhang Shi collected his thoughts, momentarily uncertain about whether to continue the excavation. Digging into another tomb beneath someone else's grave was an exceedingly peculiar occurrence. Given the sarcophagus's appearance, the origins of the buried individual were likely extraordinary, and any unforeseen developments could pose considerable trouble for the group. The depths of the underworld remained shrouded in mystery. After all, the couplet had hinted at what lay within, suggesting it might merely harbor malevolent spirits. What was there to fear? Let us lend a hand and commence the excavation. Zhao Feng remained undaunted, continuing to excavate around the coffin, intent on expanding the surrounding space to facilitate movement for all. Chapter 58. departure and reappearance after consuming a considerable amount of time, Zhang Shi had yet to uncover any clues regarding the so-called secret chamber. At last, he unearthed something unusual, prompting him to delve deeper without hesitation. Moments later, the entire coffin was laid bare before the group. The stone sarcophagus was a striking shade of azure, large enough to accommodate 2 individuals, adorned with intricate patterns reminiscent of hieroglyphs. Zhang Shi surmised that these were akin to oracle bone script. Zhao Feng scrutinized the coffin before attempting to shift the lid. Despite his formidable strength, he found the task quite laborious. Observing this, Zhang Shi stepped forward to assist. Together, their combined efforts gradually moved the lid aside, producing a sound of friction and releasing a wave of decaying air from within. The 4 of them leaned over the coffin to peer inside, only to discover that it did not contain the expected layers of coffins. Instead, the interior revealed a secret passage leading downwards, dark and profound, obscuring any view of what lay within. Well, another underground chamber. Should we venture inside to explore? Zhao Feng appeared nonchalant, seemingly immune to the peculiarities of this scenario. The hidden task was to locate a secret chamber, and this place certainly seemed to fulfill that requirement. Zhang Shi exchanged glances with the others, ultimately reaching a unanimous decision to descend and investigate, concerned that further complications might arise. Gu Dalong cast a magical barrier at the entrance of the stone sarcophagus with his wand before their departure. Although the barrier's defensive capabilities were modest, any disturbance would promptly alert him. Zhao Feng led the way, with Zhang Shi following closely behind, lantern in hand. The dim, yellow light elongated their shadows, while the sound of their footsteps echoed rhythmically against the stone steps. In dark and confined spaces, fear often takes root. Ye Dalong, apprehensive about the mysterious 5th individual potentially causing trouble, lingered at the rear, glancing back occasionally in trepidation of unforeseen events. As the saying goes, those who fear the most often find themselves confronted by their fears. After approximately 2 minutes of descent, a resounding crash echoed from above, followed by a jarring, scraping noise. Gu Dalong's expression turned grave as he addressed the group. The protective barrier has shattered. Zhang Shi surmised the nature of the noise above without revealing any signs of distress. It appears we have no choice but to move forward. The 4 exchanged no further words, proceeding with heightened caution into the unknown. It is uncertain how long they had descended, but eventually the stone steps beneath them ceased to exist. At the end of their descent, a vast underground expanse unfolded before their eyes, revealing a grand space that loomed high and wide, reminiscent of a forgotten subterranean palace. The walls were adorned with faintly glowing gemstones, which, despite the passage of countless years, continued to cast an eerie and mysterious light upon this shadowy realm. At the center, a colossal altar forged from an unknown metal stood tall, intricately engraved with elaborate patterns that echoed the hieroglyphs on the stone sarcophagus, seemingly imbued with an ancient and potent energy. Scattered around the altar lay several relics that appeared to be of considerable antiquity. Some were cloaked in a thick layer of dust, while others shimmered with an unusual luminescence, enticing the imagination. Upon spotting the treasures, Zhao Feng was instantly filled with exhilaration and swiftly darted to the altar to examine the scattered artifacts on the ground. It seems we have indeed uncovered the so-called secret chamber. Zhang Shi surveyed the surroundings, his eyes shimmering with a blend of excitement and vigilance. Wu Qing approached, gently caressing the edge of the altar. Feeling its cold and unyielding texture, her brow furrowed. This altar bears a resemblance to that of the previous instance. Gu Dalong, in a cautious manner, retrieved his wand and meticulously scrutinized the altar, ensuring there were no latent dangers. We must swiftly uncover any clues pertinent to our mission while remaining alert, for this place may conceal unforeseen perils. What about you? Have you made any discoveries? Zhang Shi turned back to inquire about Zhao Feng, only to discover that the spot where Zhao Feng had been crouching was now vacant, with only the dusty iron vessel bearing Zhao Feng's fingerprints. Zhang Shi scanned the surroundings and was struck by the eerie realization that Zhao Feng had vanished in plain sight, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Zhao Feng was nowhere to be found. Zhang Shi sensed something amiss, his tone laced with urgency. He employed his ability to discern the truth, yet found no indications of Zhao Feng's whereabouts. In the dimly lit underground palace, apart from the three of them, there was no sign of anyone else. Hadn't Zhao Feng been examining the relics just moments ago? Wu Qing also grasped the gravity of the situation, her voice quivering slightly. Gut Dalong, sensing the impending danger, immediately raised his wand and conjured an energy barrier. Zhang Shi, consumed by anxiety, checked Zhao Feng's status on the team interface, only to find nothing unusual. However, despite his attempts to reach out privately or tag him, Zhao Feng remained unresponsive. Do not panic. He may have encountered some unforeseen circumstance, but it should not pose immediate danger, Gut Dalong said solemnly, his expression grave. Zhang Shi forced himself to regain his composure and reasoned. The terrain here is intricate. We cannot search blindly. We must remain vigilant to avoid falling into peril ourselves. Henceforth, we shall proceed as a group and ensure that no one strays alone. Wu Qing nodded in agreement. Although anxiety surged within her, she understood that this was not the time for chaos. She suggested, Zhao Feng vanished while examining these relics. Perhaps we should inspect these items to uncover any clues. The trio gathered all the scattered relics from the ground, examining them one by one. However, neither the system nor the verification could identify these objects, and Zhang Shi was unable to ascertain whether Zhao Feng's disappearance was linked to them. Come here. There is a mechanism. Jedalong whispered urgently. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shi and Wu Qing swiftly rushed to Gut Dalong's side, where he pointed to an apparently ordinary stone slab beside the altar, saying, There are energy fluctuations here, and it seems there is another space beneath. Zhang Shi employed the verification technique to scrutinize the slab, finding no anomalies. He then knocked on it with his fist. The sound indicated that it was indeed hollow underneath. The three of them collaborated to push the stone slab aside, revealing a narrow secret passage. A faint glow emanated from the depths of the passage, accompanied by a barely audible whispering. It was Zhao Feng's voice. Zhang Shi's expression turned skeptical, and after a moment's hesitation, he was the first to venture into the passage. Wu Qing and Gut Dalong exchanged glances, each drawing their weapons and following closely behind. They progressed through the dark corridor until they finally arrived at a concealed chamber. Inside the small room, Zhao Feng stood before a glowing treasure chest, his face alight with astonishment. However, upon seeing Zhang Shi and the others enter, he immediately donned an apologetic smile. Zhang Shi, I was so excited that I didn't have time to inform you. As long as you're fine, Zhang Shi replied with a smile, stepping forward to pat Zhao Feng on the shoulder. Let us quickly see what clues we can find here. Perhaps we'll uncover something pertinent to our mission. Oh, by the way, what treasures lie within that chest? Have you examined it? Zhang Shi's gaze fell upon the chest. Zhao Feng turned back, intending to explain something to Zhang Shi. However, Zhang Shi's expression suddenly grew chillingly cold, and with a swift motion, he brandished his old dagger, unleashing a triple strike aimed at the back of Zhao Feng's head. Chapter 59. The strange creature, the old dagger, sliced through the air towards Zhao Feng, the blade poised to strike his nape. Yet, Zhao Feng's body twisted like liquid, splitting into two identical figures, each slightly smaller, narrowly evading Zhang Shi's ambush. Ha ha ha! What a ruthless heart you possess, willing to turn against even your own companions. Two diminutive figures, resembling Zhao Feng, emitted a high-pitched sound as they swiftly retreated, merging into one. Wu Qing and Gut Dalong had already sensed something amiss. Upon entering the hidden chamber, they each employed their unique abilities. Wu Qing wielded the ancestral staff, which shimmered with energy as the totem of combat was activated, significantly enhancing the strength and magical prowess of their allies. Subsequently, she conjured a protective barrier, enveloping everyone within its confines. Gut Dalong's ice spikes, initially no thicker than a thumb, had grown to the size of an arm after being empowered, shooting forth like icy projectiles toward the bizarre creature that had transformed into Zhao Feng. This peculiar entity exhibited remarkable agility and immutable form, often anticipating the group's attacks and evading them with ease, even when confronted with unavoidable strikes. It adeptly adapted through its shape-shifting abilities, For a moment, the trio found themselves at an impasse against this enigmatic foe. Hee. I am quite curious about how you discern my identity. The creature's visage contorted, morphing into that of Zhang Shi, its mouth curling into a sinister grin as its body contorted exaggeratedly into the corner of the chamber. Seizing the opportunity while it spoke, Zhang Shi swung his blade once more, only to have it deftly dodged as expected. Realizing that subduing this creature within a short span was futile, Zhang Shi resolved to maintain his composure and attempted to communicate, hoping to extract valuable information from its lips. He pointed to himself, stating, "It has been 7 or 8 years since Brother Feng last called me by my full name. Speak honestly, where is my friend now?" The eerie creature's visage morphed once more, taking on the likeness of Zhao Feng, its body undulating like a serpent as it clung to the ceiling of the secret chamber, a sinister grin adorning its face. "Are you referring to this hulking oaf? I have already consumed him." Just as Zhang Shi was about to erupt in fury, he was abruptly restrained by Ge Dalong. "We mean no disturbance. Release our friend, and we shall depart at once." Depart? What a jest! The grotesque creature erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter, flinging several drops of a strange liquid onto the ground. Upon contact, the liquid expanded into a puddle of muck, within which indistinct beings writhed. Mere moments later, 3 faceless, half-human black entities emerged before Zhang Shi. These shadowy figures were slick with a viscous, tar-like substance reminiscent of slime. "Devour them." At the command of the bizarre creature, 3 sludge monsters charged towards Zhang Shi. The space within the stone chamber was confined, bringing the monstrous beings almost nose-to-nose with Zhang Shi. Before the sludge monsters could act, Zhang Shi seized the initiative. With a swift motion, the old dagger in his hand emitted a beam of white light, slicing through the foremost sludge monster, severing it in half. However, the bisected creature transformed into a pool of murky water, rapidly coalescing back into its original form, with its head morphing into a sharp spike aimed directly at Zhang Shi. Fortunately, Ge Dalong's ice spike arrived just in time to intervene, shattering the sludge monster and slowing it down, the magical properties enhancing the frost that encased the creature. Quick-witted and agile, Zhang Shi delivered a swift kick, akin to striking a pane of glass. The sludge monster shattered into gleaming black crystals, falling silent. Ding! Team has defeated Dissolving Monster, White, X1, a magical being with a certain resistance to bladed attacks. Experience gained, 15. Zhang Shi noted the experience points accrued, pondering deeply. The frost element appeared to be the nemesis of these dissolving monsters, and the trio dispatched the remaining 2 with remarkable ease. The eerie creature continued to observe from above, its cold gaze fixed upon them. Upon witnessing the complete annihilation of the dissolving monsters, it began to cackle mischievously. "Hee, I shall no longer play with you." The grotesque monstrosity abruptly dissolved, transmuting into a pool of viscous fluid that seeped into the earth and vanished. Perceiving the abatement of peril, Ge Dalong approached Zhang Shi, inquiring about Zhao Feng's condition. Given Zhao Feng's seemingly stable state, a proposition was made to preemptively abandon the instance before any untoward events transpired. Zhang Shi concurred, prioritizing the collective safety over the potential rewards of the instance. With unanimous agreement, Ge Dalong initiated the extraction request. However, Zhao Feng remained unresponsive, the evacuation tally indicating a mere 3 out of 4 approvals. Ge Dalong's brow furrowed with concern, apprehensive that a prolonged delay might result in a forced evacuation for the trio, potentially leaving Zhao Feng stranded within the instance. Consequently, he rescinded the extraction request. "This is dire. Zhao Feng is not responding," Zhang Shi lamented, his emotions fluctuating erratically. A sense of foreboding washed over him, coupled with a tinge of regret for venturing so deep into the cavernous lair. Wu Qing stepped forward, gently patting the shoulders of the 2 men, offering solace. "Maintain composure," she urged. "The instant scroll forewarned us that this instance primarily revolves around puzzle solving. Should we successfully navigate the challenges, we might very well be able to extricate Feng." Zhang Shi nodded thoughtfully, turning his head to notice the radiant treasure chest. Despite Ding Zhen's inability to discern the specifics of the chest, Zhang Shi silently contemplated that if he could return safely this time, it would be prudent to upgrade Dingjun. Gu Dalong approached, inspecting the chest with a cautious demeanor, and remarked softly, "There should be no danger, yet I am puzzled as to why that peculiar creature left this chest behind and departed." However, he decided to dismiss further concerns, reasoning that one should not fear a multitude of lice, and opted to open the chest without delay. Gu Dalong cast a protective light barrier around their position, and Zhang Shi stepped forward to open the chest, activating his VIP doubling privilege in the process. With a chime, the exclusive dungeon treasure chest, unranked, was successfully opened, triggering the VIP privilege, which resulted in a doubling of items received. Soul Bell, Purple, X2, a rare-grade artifact capable of dispelling fog and unraveling illusions. The additional bell seamlessly entered Zhang Shi's backpack, unnoticed by Wu Qing and Gu Dalong. The trio gathered around, examining the bell intently. Zhang Shi gently shook the bell, producing a series of clear, melodious chimes that cleared their minds, yet there appeared to be no extraordinary effects. Perhaps it only manifests its powers when encountering illusions or fog, Wu Qing speculated. The mission had been updated. This object was likely the one mentioned by the Black Tiger. Gu Dalong remained vigilant, his gaze fixed upon the team panel, and he spoke a word of caution. Zhang Shi opened the team panel to find, indeed, that the mission had progressed to its third phase, accompanied by a brief passage of text. The hidden task 3 presented a choice: to return the mission item to the Black Tiger or to keep it for oneself. The 3 exchanged glances and resolved to return the item to the Black Tiger. This decision could potentially advance the mission and was vital for Zhao Feng's safety. Thus, they unanimously agreed to first return to the shrine to complete the task before deciding on their next course of action. Zhang Shi glanced at another bell in his backpack, momentarily choosing not to reveal the secret. Chapter 60. Has the Black Tiger betrayed us? The trio retraced their steps, and upon passing the altar, Zhang Shi marked the spot where Zhao Feng had vanished, using an old technique left by Lao Duan, in hopes that if Zhao Feng managed to escape, he would know they had departed safely. As they journeyed onward, they traversed a lengthy flight of stone steps, only to find the stone coffin they had previously encountered sealed once more, the passage shrouded in darkness, illuminated solely by the flickering light of an oil lamp. Zhang Shi attempted to shift the stone cover, but it felt as if it had been immovably sealed. Despite exerting all his strength, it remained stubbornly in place. Damn it! Beset by tribulations throughout their expedition, Zhang Shi, simmering with pent-up ire, unsheathed old Duan and cleaved the stone lid with 3 furious strikes. The peerless edge of old Duan sliced through the stone as if it were mere tofu, cleaving it into several pieces and allowing beams of light to penetrate, illuminating the subterranean chamber. With a swift kick, Zhang Shi dislodged the remnants of the stone lid, clearing away the debris. The sky above remained overcast, betraying no anomalies. A glance at old Duan brought a sudden clarity to Zhang Shi's mind, realizing that brute force could, at times, prove the most expedient solution. Zhang Shi clambered out of the sarcophagus first, then, lantern in hand, reached down to assist Wu Qing, pulling her up from below. Their gazes swept over the subterranean chamber, yet remained conspicuously absent. Another vanishing act. Zhang Shi found himself teetering between rage and trepidation. Wu Qing, her face pallid, called out into the abyss, old Gu, are you there? Ha ha ha. Her query was met with a shrill cackle, its echoes reverberating through the chamber, sending shivers down their spines. Startled, Wu Qing recoiled, stumbling on the uneven ground of the earthen pit, nearly losing her balance. Zhang Shi steadied Wu Qing, casting a glance at the party roster. Both ant statuses remained normal, yet all attempts at communication proved futile. Zhang Shi attempted to rouse them with the chime of the bell, but to no avail. Let us return to the ancestral hall forthwith, and remember, do not stray from my side. Zhang Shi's words carried a hint of ambiguity, causing Wu Qing's cheeks to flush slightly. Yet, she understood that this was not the moment to dwell on trifles. Zhao Feng and Gu Dalong were likely ensnared in the underground cavern by some inexplicable force, and Zhang Shi would not dare to gamble with their lives. He retrieved a considerable quantity of stone, sealing the entrance to the cavern, and then guided Wu Qing back to the village via a narrow path. Exercising caution, Zhang Shi employed his skills to carve a way forward, and remarkably, they encountered no malevolent spirits or bizarre creatures along their journey. Upon their return to the ancestral hall, Zhang Shi glanced at the time. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. In the wilderness, dusk had descended. Yet, the sky above the village remained as somber as ever. Unchanged, the village was still enveloped in a profound silence, the gates of the ancestral hall wide open, with the black tiger lying in place, seemingly at rest. Holding the old, Zhang Shi stepped into the hall, recalling the black tiger's peculiar transformation, which sparked a few conjectures within him. After a moment's hesitation, he tossed the soul-binding bell at a distance near the black tiger. "This is what you desired. Take it. Now, reveal to me the whereabouts of my friends." The black tiger swallowed the bell whole, straightened its form, and shook its fur, uncovering the sacred silver arrow that lay beneath it. "I didn't expect you to retrieve the bell so swiftly." The black tiger circled around Zhang Shi and Wu Qing, its yellow eyes fixated intently on Zhang Shi. There should be 2 more coffins in the graveyard. Had they been opened in time, perhaps they could still awaken. However, I'm quite hungry now. With that, black tiger soared into the air, lunging towards Zhang Shi. The original 10-meter distance was traversed in a single bound as black tiger reached Zhang Shi's side. Wu Qing's ancestral staff was activated once more, this time summoning a taunting totem. An azure shield enveloped the entire ancestral hall, rendering black tiger's attack on Zhang Shi ineffective, as all damage was diverted to the totem. Foiled in its initial strike, black tiger attempted to retreat, but Zhang Shi had been accumulating power for some time. The cleaver in his hand gleamed with a cold light, instantly severing black tiger's head from its body. "Ha ha ha, I underestimated you." The severed head of black tiger spoke, even as it separated from its body. Instead of blood, a pool of inky, turbid liquid gushed forth. Within the viscous fluid, familiar tendrils of flesh reappeared, swiftly reconstructing the body. As Zhang Shi's second attack landed, black tiger had already been revitalized, nimbly leaping to evade old Duan's blade. "Your weapon is quite impressive." Having suffered a minor setback, black tiger displayed no sign of discomposure, even taking the time to compliment old Duan, seemingly confident in the outcome of the battle. Glancing at the task panel, Zhang Shi noticed that the mission had progressed to Stage 4, Hidden Task 4, Retrieve the Soul-Cleansing Bell. With his 2 companions facing a perilous situation, Zhang Shi dared not delay. Seeing that black tiger could not be defeated swiftly, Zhang Shi entrusted the balancing weight to Wu Qing, saying, "I'll hold this beast here. Go take a look at the graveyard, and be careful on the way." Acknowledging the peril inherent in their expedition, Wu Qing nodded, her actions dictated by the exigency of the moment. After leaving behind several concoctions and casting a protective ward upon Zhang Shi, she promptly departed from the ancestral hall. Observing Wu Qing's exit, the black tiger refrained from intervention, confident that the totem's influence would soon consume her entirely. Undeterred, Zhang Shi launched another strike. Aware of the old Duan's prowess, the black tiger eschewed a direct confrontation, instead employing its agility to evade Zhang Shi's attacks within the hall's courtyard. Frustrated by his inability to land a blow, Zhang Shi temporarily ceased his assault. Holding the old Duan before him, he inquired, "You have devoured the corpses from the cemetery, haven't you? As the village's guardian, how could you prey upon those you are sworn to protect? Are you deserving of your title?" The mention of the past seemed to evoke a sense of melancholy in the black tiger. Reluctant to engage in a fatal conflict, it settled onto the ground and reminisced about days gone by. As an outsider, you are unaware of the events that have transpired within this village. Since the mist enveloped the village, no one has been able to depart, and few have arrived. The sun vanished from the sky, and over time, the villagers succumbed to madness, transforming into deranged monstrosities. I have my own duty, and I have no alternative. I must endure and safeguard this village, regardless of the cost. With that, the black tiger lunged at Zhang Shi once more, who retreated while parrying with his blade. The claws of the black tiger were severed by old Duan, transforming into a pool of sentient liquid that flowed towards the black tiger. Zhang Shi attempted to launch a fiery attack. Retrieving a torch to ignite, and casting it upon the liquid. However, the substance merely emitted a wisp of black smoke, extinguishing the torch in an instant. Futile. How could mundane objects harm me? I shall not indulge you any longer. Submit to your demise and become my nourishment. The black tiger emitted a beam of dark light from its mouth, and before Zhang Shi could react, he was struck by the shadowy ray. Upon contact with his body, the dark light coalesced into a cloud of black mist, converging upon Zhang Shi's head. His consciousness began to fade, his eyelids grew heavy, and before he could muster any response, he succumbed to a deep slumber. The anthropomorphized black tiger revealed a sinister smile, gradually approaching Zhang Shi. Chapter 61. A Return to the Past? When Zhang Shi regained consciousness, he felt a wave of dizziness and his vision remained hazy. The soul bell in his backpack began to jingle autonomously, producing a series of crisp sounds that invigorated his spirit. Coming to his senses, Zhang Shi found himself inexplicably at the village entrance. The towering, pitch-black walls still loomed ominously, and the dark red wooden door was firmly shut, as if it had never been opened. Confusion washed over him. In his memory, he had been struck by the black tiger's dark light and subsequently lost consciousness. Now, inexplicably, he stood at the village's threshold. As a quartet of white lights flickered in succession, Zhang Shi's eyes narrowed, and he hastily retrieved Old Duan, assuming a defensive posture. As the radiance dissipated, four figures materialized beyond the courtyard wall. Upon discerning their countenances, Zhang Shi trembled uncontrollably, his complexion paling drastically. For the four individuals were none other than Zhao Feng, Wu Qing, Viv Dalong, an exact replica of himself. At that moment, Zhao Feng surveyed their surroundings, uttering a phrase that resonated with an unsettling familiarity for Zhang Shi. What village is this in this desolate world? Could it be that an indigenous civilization thrives here? Zhang Shi recalled the initial moments of his transmission into this alternate reality. Before his very eyes, the scenes that had previously transpired were now replaying themselves. Zhang Shi vociferously cried out, gesticulating wildly before the four figures, attempting to draw their attention. Yet, it seemed as though they were impervious to his presence, neither seeing nor hearing him. Zhang Shi reached out to touch them, but his hand passed through their bodies as if he were incorporeal, tantalizingly close, yet utterly unattainable. What in the world is happening? Am I dead? With this disconcerting thought, Zhang Shi hastily accessed his system panel, relieved to find that his status and that of his teammates remained normal. Refusing to succumb to this unsettling notion, Zhang Shi attempted to send messages to his companions, only to discover that his chat system was temporarily locked, rendering him unable to communicate. As he watched Zhao Feng swing an axe at the wooden door, only to be repelled by an invisible barrier, Zhang Shi began to comprehend his current predicament. Everything unfolding here is a rehash of what has already occurred. Could it be that I have traversed into a parallel universe? With his palm pressed against the wooden door, Zhang Shi distinctly felt its frigid touch, reassuring him that he was not in a spectral form, nor had he transformed into a malevolent entity. Surveying the dense fog around him, Zhang Shi hesitated, pondering whether to venture deeper. He possessed the soul tether bell, which, according to its description, could dispel the mist. On a whim, Zhang Shi inexplicably approached the edge of the fog and extended a hand into its depths. Dingling, the soul tether bell abruptly began to chime on its own, its crisp sound jolting Zhang Shi back to his senses. An intense feeling of unease washed over Zhang Shi, causing him to swiftly retract his hand. Turning back, he noticed that his counterpart from the quartet had already descended into the desolate well. An inexplicable sense of discomfort arose within Zhang Shi as he gazed at the well. The succession of emotional shifts put Zhang Shi on guard. Since awakening, his senses seemed heightened. This sensation was indefinable, akin to a sixth sense, mysterious and profound. Driven by curiosity, Zhang Shi approached the desolate well. At this moment, the three individuals above were peering down into it. Cautiously, Zhang Shi leaned over the well and peered into the abyss. Aided by the light of the mining lamp, he discovered that his vision was remarkably clear. Beneath the scattered wooden blocks lay a skeleton, which unexpectedly caught Zhang Shi's eye. He was in the well, diligently gathering the wooden pieces, nearly in proximity to the remains, while the other 4 members of the group regarded the skeleton with indifference. Zhang Shi meticulously observed the situation below. The skeleton appeared to have been there for quite some time, its tattered garments covered in dust. Beside the remains rested a slender metallic object that resembled a short rod, glinting under the illumination of the mining lamp. What captured Zhang Shi's attention most was the wristwatch adorning the skeleton's arm. Despite its layer of dust, he instantly recognized its design. It was a system watch, indicating that this corpse belonged to a survivor. Simultaneously, having collected the wooden tokens, Zhang Shi lifted his gaze towards the well's opening. The expression of shock and panic on his counterpart above was vividly discernible to him. At that moment, several enigmas that had plagued him since entering the scenario began to unravel, and Zhang Shi suddenly grasped much more. It turned out he had merely been frightening himself all along. With the memories forming a complete circle, Zhang Shi was now acutely aware of his current state. It appeared that this was not a parallel universe, but rather a reality where 2 versions of himself coexisted within the same time frame. Unless unforeseen events occurred, he would once again experience the happenings in the village as the 5th individual. Grasping his fists tightly, Zhang Shi was resolved to unravel the enigma of the village and liberate his friends, irrespective of the origins of these events. Consequently, a multitude of actionable opportunities presented themselves. The trio of Inoue had already extricated Zhang Shi from the well, their expressions animated. Zhang Shi redirected his gaze into the depths of the arid well. Despite the absence of the miner's lamp, the scene within remained distinctly visible to him. Having solidified his resolve, Zhang Shi retrieved a rope, securing one end outside and fastening the other around his waist. He then gradually descended along the well's wall. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Shi landed at the well's base, face to face with the skeletal remains. The sensation of unease intensified significantly. The bizarre experiences within the village had rendered Zhang Shi fearless in the presence of these corpses. Even if the skeleton were to suddenly reanimate, Zhang Shi's emotions would remain largely undisturbed. Extracting the metallic rod from the skeleton's grasp, Zhang Shi recognized the object as a sacred silver crossbow bolt. Unable to ascertain whether it was the same one as Wu Qing's, Zhang Shi stowed the bolt in his backpack, turning his attention instead to the skeleton's wristwatch. After removing and examining the wristwatch, Zhang Shi discovered that it was no longer functional, whether due to damage or the demise of its original owner. Zhang Shi ascended from the arid well. Before the dark red wooden door, Good Along was arranging and combining wooden plaques. Before long, a chilling couplet was formed. The quartet, led by Zhang Shi, affixed a wooden sign to the door, which creaked open slowly, allowing them to enter the village. Zhang Shi observed the entire scene, choosing not to depart immediately after following the 4 into the village. Instead, he lingered by the wooden door, poised to wait for an opportunity. Indeed, shortly after the 4 had moved a distance away, 2 mud monsters emerged from the courtyard wall, disregarding Zhang Shi's presence, and each pressed against the wooden door to close it once more. Zhang Shi, wary of alarming the creatures and potentially disrupting the unfolding events, resisted the impulse to act immediately. He only proceeded toward the direction of the ancestral hall after the mud monsters had departed. Within the ancestral hall, the quartet had already engaged in combat with the black tiger. Zhang Shi deliberately positioned himself in front of the black tiger, noticing that it seemed oblivious to his existence, which greatly eased his mind. Ignoring the struggle between the 2 parties, he retrieved the key he had previously acquired and turned his gaze toward the underground staircase at the front of the hall. In Chapter 62, titled Porcelain Jar, when the quartet first entered the ancestral hall, the black tiger did not make an appearance. It was only when Good Along triggered the subterranean mechanism that the black tiger suddenly appeared, blocking their path. Zhang Shi sensed that the underground of the ancestral hall might conceal a secret. Seizing the opportunity while the 2 parties engaged in combat, he boldly ventured into the underground passage. The passage was not particularly deep. After descending a dozen steps, Zhang Shi was greeted by a faint glimmer of light. Before him lay a spacious stone chamber, its walls adorned with luminous gemstones, reminiscent of the crypt beneath the tomb of Hui Yuming. Within the chamber, Countless tablets were meticulously arranged, each accompanied by a porcelain jar. The material of these jars was unclear, yet they emitted an eerie green glow in the dim stone room. After cautiously surveying the chamber and detecting no immediate danger, Zhang Shi decided to inspect one of the porcelain jars. Upon lifting the lid, a plume of black mist surged forth, strikingly similar to the disorienting fog enveloping the village. Zhang Shi was acutely aware of the peril posed by these jars and the black mist. After a brief glance into the jar's interior, he carefully returned it to its original position, striving to prevent any further release of the ominous vapor. A sweeping glance revealed a face contorted nearly beyond recognition. He realized that these jars likely imprisoned souls or similar entities, and the mist could very well share a common origin with the disorienting fog outside. Without the presence of his Zhenjin talisman, Zhang Shi hesitated to touch the jars, redirecting his gaze to the tablets. Most bore the surname Hua, save for one centrally placed tablet that caught Zhang Shi's attention, the tablet dedicated to Lordin, the deity of the dead. Zhang Shi regarded this tablet with suspicion. Despite a dearth of familiarity with the intricacies of etiquette in this domain, it is patently clear that this venerable and commands a station of considerable eminence. Why? One might inquire, does the ancestral hall of the esteemed Hua lineage proffer homage to one of extraneous kinship? Within this chamber of stone, the memorial tablets, disparate in their constitution and dimensions, are arrayed with a discernible sense of order. The tablet of the enshrined and occupying the most central position, is encircled by those of the Hua progeny, forming a formation reminiscent of a tactical array when viewed from afar. After a moment of deliberation, Zhang Shi cautiously breached the seal of the porcelain urn belonging to the aforementioned den, only to discover, much to his astonishment, that its interior was devoid of any ethereal presence or vaporous substance. Having borne witness to a plethora of peculiar occurrences, Zhang Shi, unencumbered by superstitious reservations, examined both the tablet and the urn with meticulous scrutiny, yet to no avail, as no discernible clue presented itself. Subsequently, he returned the articles to their original positions. Although he discerned that the architect of this arrangement harbored ambitions of considerable magnitude, Zhang Shi elected to refrain from disrupting it prematurely, as the quartet outside were still engaged in a struggle with the sable tiger, and he was loath to prematurely alert the adversary. After an exhaustive search, bereft of the discovery of any clandestine passages or loci requiring a key, Zhang Shi turned to depart. Upon his reemergence, he arrived precisely as a bolt from the sacred silver crossbow found its mark upon the sable beast. This time, in Zhang Shi's estimation, the sable tiger's reaction manifested in a manner divergent from that previously observed, its form dissolving into a pool of ebon effluent, as if undergoing a process of liquefaction. A wisp of mist lingered in the sky, not dissipating but rather drawn towards the west as if by an unseen force. Zhang Shi's eyes brightened. Disregarding the crowd in the courtyard, he strode purposefully in pursuit of the drifting fog. Upon reaching the foot of the low mountain in the western part of the village, he was met with a multitude of indistinct figures meandering aimlessly across the hillside, oblivious to Zhang Shi's presence. Anticipating this, he traversed through the burial ground without hesitation. Once he stood atop the highest point of the low mountain, Zhang Shi beheld a shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness, grasping a porcelain pot similar to his own. As it collected the tendril of black mist while emitting a series of sinister chuckles, Zhang Shi approached slowly, fixing his keen gaze upon the apparition, his grip on the old tightening and relaxing. After a brief moment, the black mist was entirely absorbed into the porcelain vessel, and the shadowy figure hastened toward a gravestone. Zhang Shi glanced at the stone, noting that its occupant was named Hualinjian. The figure rhythmically tapped on the stone, and a concealed compartment appeared before it. With great care, it placed the porcelain pot within, then tapped on the stone once more, causing the compartment to close, after which the figure scattered some dirt over it to obscure its presence. Zhang Shi observed that within the hidden compartment lay a memorial tablet, also belonging to Hualinjian. Having completed this task, the shadowy figure erupted into its sinister laughter, its form gaining a semblance of solidity. Subsequently, a malevolent spirit was ensnared and consumed. its ethereal form dissolving into a pool of murky water that seeped into the ground, vanishing from sight. Zhang Shi cast a glance at the coffin belonging to Huolingjian, which was equally devoid of substance. In the darkened woods, souls lingered in a restless state. And Linjian, is this another play on words? Zhang Shi pondered, recalling the couplet displayed on the wooden door at the village entrance, uncertain of its implications. After a brief wait, the quartet emerged within Zhang Shi's line of sight. The unfolding events mirrored Zhang Shi's memories. The group ventured deeper into the graveyard, drawing the attention of the malevolent spirit. Among them, one spirit closely pursued Zhang Shi, its gaping maw poised to engulf him. In a moment of peril, Zhang Shi wielded Old Duan, striking the spirit with the blade. The forceful impact sent the spirit reeling. Disoriented, realizing the danger, Zhang Shi swiftly turned and cleaved the spirit in two, urging his companions to flee with haste. Zhang Shi observed the four, biding his time to conduct an experiment. Soon after, the group launched an assault on the spirit. Wu Qing tossed red chili peppers towards the cluster of spirits. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Shi darted in front of one spirit and, before the explosion erupted, delivered a decisive blow. With a resounding slice, Old Duan met the spirit, severing it as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. It appeared that I could influence the occurrences from my memories through my actions. Zhang Shi steadied himself, refraining from intervening after the experiment, and instead assumed the role of a diligent observer, patiently awaiting the entry of the quartet into the subterranean chamber beneath the tomb of Huiyuming. Events unfolded as anticipated. The group successfully dispelled the malevolent spirits haunting the grave, and Zhang Shi once again shared the accrued experience points evenly among them. Subsequently, the quartet unearthed the coffin concealed beneath Huiyuming's tomb, prying open the stone lid to descend into the chamber. Zhang Shi did not immediately follow suit. He lingered at the entrance of the stone coffin, biding his time. Indeed, it was not long before two sludge monsters materialized before the coffin, emanating tendrils of black mist from their forms. In an instant, this ominous mist eroded the protective barrier left by Gu Dalong, spreading ominously throughout the chamber. Zhang Shi could no longer remain a mere spectator. With swift precision, he dispatched the sludge monsters, one by one. As the mist lingered, Zhang Shi plunged into the underground chamber, sealing the stone sarcophagus. His current state resembled that of possessing night vision. Even in the dimness, he could discern the path ahead. Soon, he caught up with the quartet, trailing behind them until they returned once more to the enigmatic altar. This time, Zhang Shi focused all his attention on Zhao Feng, eager to unravel the mystery of his sudden disappearance. Chapter 63. Xiao near the altar, Zhao Feng was intently manipulating the relics. Zhang Shi observed a swirling mass of black fog emanating from Zhao Feng, gradually coalescing into a headless, malevolent spirit. A surge of shock coursed through Zhang Shi. He had not anticipated that the culprit behind his teammates' inexplicable vanishings had already infiltrated their ranks. The sinister spirit hovered behind Zhao Feng, its gaping maw poised to devour him. To the naked eye, this malevolence was imperceptible, and the quartet remained blissfully unaware. Zhang Shi's singular aim was to retrieve his comrades and ensure their safe escape. As for this treacherous realm, those who wished to explore it were welcome to do so. Zhang Shi had no intention of delving further. Having identified the malevolent force, he resolved to act decisively. With an air of determination, he seized Old Duan and, in a swift motion, dashed towards the spirit, slicing through it with a single strike that cleaved it in twain. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Drawing back his blade, Zhang Shi was taken aback to observe the malevolent spirit revert into a nebulous darkness, insinuating itself back into Zhao Feng's corporeal form. The quartet, wholly engrossed in their individual pursuits, remained oblivious to the perilous ordeal they had just narrowly escaped. Zhang Shi's brow furrowed as he fixed his gaze upon Zhao Feng, unable to discern the presence of the shadowy entity with the naked eye. It appeared the unfolding events had taken an unforeseen turn, and he resolved to remain vigilant, acting as a guardian to his companions. Acknowledging the unfathomable depths of the village, Zhang Shi conceded it was beyond his current capacity to comprehend. He determined to stay close to his team, ascertain his present circumstances, and seek an opportunity to extricate himself from his predicament. In their continued exploration, the group once more unearthed a concealed passage. Together, they heaved open the stone slab, cautiously venturing into the subterranean depths. Predictably, the spectral apparition materialized beside the altar. Its gaze fixated on the spot Zhang Shi had occupied moments before, as if searching for something elusive. "What are you gawking at?" Zhang Shi retorted. Having already disrupted the natural order, he felt no compunction in revealing himself. With a swift motion, he brought his cleaver down upon the specter's head. The phantom remained unresponsive to Zhang Shi's words and actions, its head cleanly severed by Lao Duan's blade. As the specter's head tumbled to the ground, it emitted a piercing shriek, its gaze filled with terror as it locked onto Zhang Shi's position. Stooping low, Zhang Shi eviscerated its head, reducing it to a pool of foul liquid. He attempted to gather the effluent in a vessel, but the viscous puddle retained a semblance of sentience, eluding Zhang Shi's grasp and swiftly reforming in the distance. "Who skulks in the shadows? Have the courage to reveal yourself." A phantasmal silhouette clung to the altar's edge, cautiously peering in his direction. Zhang Shi was now certain that this was the same uncanny entity he had battled within the chamber, albeit with a slightly altered form, less substantial than before. Having discerned the creature's extraordinary regenerative prowess, Zhang Shi ceased his futile endeavors. Instead, he retrieved the hallowed silver bolt he had recovered from the well. Knocking the arrow and drawing the bow, Zhang Shi stood before the bizarre entity, yet it remained oblivious, neither seeing nor hearing him. Even as the sacred silver bolt pierced its skull, it displayed no awareness, dissolving once more into a pool of viscous liquid. Mirroring the black tiger's reaction, the ichor that had been the creature emitted tendrils of dark mist. These vapors seeped from the cavern floor, drifting towards the village. The foul liquid, however, was not entirely extinguished, slowly coalescing, seemingly poised to reconstitute itself. Picking up the sacred silver bolt, Zhang Shi advanced, intent on exploiting his adversary's weakened state. Unexpectedly, the uncanny entity seemed wary, choosing not to reconstitute itself this time, instead seeping into the earth and vanishing. Zhang Shi, witnessing this, abandoned the pursuit and swiftly retreated into the secret passage to rejoin the quartet. The four within the chamber had already been disturbed by the commotion outside. The eerie creature's agonizing cries as Zhang Shi assailed, it had put the group on high alert, positioning themselves defensively at the chamber's entrance, weapons in hand, eyes fixed intently on the passage's direction. Zhang Shi surmised that the bizarre entity had suffered significant harm and would not readily reappear in the near future. He settled down in the chamber, awaiting the quartet's next course of action. After a period of vigilance without incident, the four sheathed their weapons and opened the treasure chest, successfully acquiring 2 soul-binding chimes. As the radiance faded, the chest dematerialized, and the group's attention became fixated on the chimes, oblivious to the peculiarity of the pedestal upon which the chest had rested. Being a returning visitor, Zhang Shi immediately noticed the similarity between the patterns on the stone platform and those on the stone platforms in the shrine's crypt where memorial tablets were placed. Once the quartet had departed, Zhang Shi meticulously tapped on the stone platform, following the rhythm of the phantoms drumming on the tombstone. A sharp sound echoed as a hidden compartment appeared within the stone platform. As Zhang Shi had anticipated, it contained a memorial tablet and a porcelain jug. Zhang Shi glanced at the name on the tablet, identifying the person as Hua Xiao, apparently a woman. Subsequently, Zhang Shi meticulously examined the porcelain pot. Unexpectedly, the moment his fingers touched it, he felt a piercing chill. He swiftly retracted his hand, noticing a layer of frost clinging to his fingertips. Upon realizing the peculiar nature of the porcelain pot, Zhang Shi hesitated to engage further and decided to close the hidden compartment before departing. However, a fleeting glance revealed something unexpected within the lid of the compartment. Zhang Shi retrieved an oil lamp and, illuminated by its glow, discerned strange symbols etched into the lid, reminiscent of arcane runes. After a moment of contemplation, he noted that some of these runes bore a resemblance to the Taoist spirit warding talismans. prompting a flicker of speculation in his mind. Exercising caution and adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, Zhang Shi closed the compartment and hastily rejoined the quartet. This time, unimpeded by any bizarre entities, their passage was smooth and uninterrupted. Zhang Shi, alongside the group, relied on old Duan to obliterate the stone cover, and they emerged from the subterranean crypt unscathed. With the ominous black mist dissipated, the four of them eagerly made their way towards the ancestral hall. Zhang Shi, however, did not return immediately. Instead, he ascended to the highest point of the low mountain and gazed towards the crypt. This vantage point unveiled a revelation. The densely clustered graves were arranged in a systematic manner, encircling Hui Yoming's tomb at the center. The layout bore striking similarity to the positioning of the tablets within the underground hall, as if it had been orchestrated into a specific formation. Zhang Shi felt an increasing unease regarding the village's extraordinary nature and, wary of becoming entangled in its mysteries, hurriedly rejoined the quartet to return to the ancestral hall. Inside, upon witnessing the safe return of the four, the black tiger's eyes, resembling bronze bells, exhibited a hint of astonishment. Back so soon? The quartet's Zhang Shi handed one of the soul bells to the black tiger. This is what you seek. The black tiger swallowed the bell in one swift motion, pacing back and forth as if deep in thought. Zhang Shi did not linger. He quietly entered the ancestral hall's underground chamber and retrieved Master N's porcelain vial. Sensing an unusual aura from the black tiger, the quartet instinctively retreated a few steps, spreading out for safety. At last, the black tiger seemed to have made a resolute decision and let out a long howl. Suddenly, the doors of the ancestral hall slammed shut, and a mysterious black wind swept through the courtyard. Since you've come, do not leave. The black tiger darted forward like lightning, targeting the only woman in the arena, Wu Qing, with claws that resembled blades, aiming for her throat. Chapter 64. Emergence and Departure. Wu Qing had anticipated this moment. She retreated while activating the skill of the ancestor's staff, and the taunting totem was instantly summoned. As the black tiger's claws descended, the damage was redirected to the taunting totem. Just in time, with a resounding bellow, Zhao Feng intercepted the black tiger, swinging his igneous great axe in a wide arc towards its flank. The black tiger attempted to evade, but Gu Dalong's glacial spikes and Zhang Shi's arrows found their mark, causing it to stumble, its paws encumbered by frost. The fiery axe struck the black tiger's spine, cleaving its form asunder, the remains dissolving into a puddle of brackish water. Emerging from the subterranean palace, Zhang Shi seized the opportune moment, producing a sacred silver arrow and piercing the black tiger's reforming flesh. A piercing shriek echoed as the black tiger dissipated into a pool of effluent, the quartet scarcely comprehending the event. Zhang Shi, relentless, knelt by the residue, uncapping a porcelain flask. As anticipated, the flask manifested an intense suction, drawing the ichor into its void. Sensing the violent agitation within, Zhang Shi swiftly sealed the flask, silencing its commotion. What transpired? Where has the black tiger vanished? Presumably, it has fled. The quartet, perceiving the abatement of the immediate threat, turned their attention to the taskboard. The quest has been updated. We are to procure the soul-dissolving chime. Their gaze converged upon the subterranean palace, the archetypal repository for concealed treasures. With circumspection, they descended into the depths. Upon encountering the ancestral tablet, Gu Dalong furrowed his brow, pacing anxiously along the periphery of the underground palace. Eventually, with a heavy heart, he declared, "Everyone, exercise caution. This is a spirit-concentrating array." Zhang Shi, intrigued by this revelation, positioned himself beside the group, eagerly awaiting further explanation. "Come now, Gu, isn't a spirit-concentrating array something out of a cultivation novel? How could such a phenomenon exist in this decrepit village?" Zhao Feng, acting as Zhang Shi's spokesperson, voiced his skepticism. "Ye dalong elaborated. This type of array is not as simplistic as it seems. There are various kinds. While those in cultivation tales often focus on gathering spiritual energy, what we have before us clearly concentrates malevolent energy. I once had a merchant elder who fell victim to a similar trap involving such an array. I was present during the unraveling of that scheme and retained a vivid memory of the arrangement and its intricacies. Zhao Feng scratched the back of his head in disbelief. Surely, we are not engaging in some sort of esoteric feng shui while surviving in the wilderness? Consider the events and creatures we have encountered since entering this realm. They bear little resemblance to mere survival scenarios, Wu Qin countered. Gu Dalong continued. It is said that this array can perpetually amass malevolent energy, eventually nurturing a formidable malevolent spirit. However, Zhang Shi interjected, pointing to the center of the array wherein Ye's tablet rested. We have a problem. The porcelain vessel at the heart of the array is missing. Zhang Shi retrieved the porcelain jar belonging to Masterin, his heart filled with perplexity. According to the words of old Go, it was evident that someone sought to exploit the effects of the spirit-gathering array to nurture Masterin's soul. However, upon his initial entrance into the underground palace, the porcelain vessel that belonged to Master and had been entirely devoid of contents. When the black tiger was first purified by the sacred silver crossbow arrow, a wisp of black mist drifted towards the graveyard, collected by a peculiar entity. When this strange being was purified, the black mist within it returned to the ancestral hall. What connection lay between the two? Furthermore, what was the relationship between that tombstone of Hua Linjian, the tablet of Hua Xiuxiu within the secret chamber, and the enigmatic being? What exactly was the black tiger guarding in the ancestral hall? Zhang Shi felt increasingly ensnared in the web of mysteries surrounding this village. The quartet refrained from taking any rash actions. Upon finding no clues to their mission within the underground palace, they decided to depart. Once outside, they circled the nearby houses with the ancestral hall as their focal point, but uncovered no useful leads. As dusk began to settle, the four unanimously resolved to abandon their task and return to the sanctuary. Zhang Shi eagerly wished for their swift departure, hoping he too might be transported back, thus ending this bizarre journey. With four beams of white light illuminating the space, the group vanished without a trace, leaving Zhang Shi standing in bewilderment, helplessly raising his hands. I haven't even boarded the vehicle yet. After thoroughly checking the team panel, he confirmed that neither his nor his companion statuses had changed in the slightest. Zhang Shi realized that he and the quartet he was transmitted with would likely not establish any connection, which heightened his anxiety. The longer he lingered in this place, the more perilous his teammate's situation would become. Zhang Shi racked his brain, contemplating a forced escape using the parchment he had acquired from Xuanwu, only to discover that its usage was prohibited. How utterly bizarre. To this day, Zhang Shi remained perplexed about his current state, unable to suppress a curse. As nightfall enveloped the sky, he dared not wander outside, seeking refuge within the ancestral hall. Should any danger arise, he resolved to retreat to the underground palace, unleashing the spirits contained within those porcelain jars to witness chaos among them. Having made up his mind, Zhang Shi secluded himself in a side room to examine old and porcelain jars. Meanwhile, in the subterranean chamber beneath Hui Yoming's tomb, a strange creature re-emerged in the secretive room. Glancing at the vanished treasure chest, it revealed a sly smile of triumph. Although a price had been paid, the bell had finally been retrieved, rendering the effort worthwhile. The porcelain pot of Hua Xiuxiu effervesced as if boiling, and the grotesque entity, witnessing the spectacle, was further elated. With resolute determination, it delivered a forceful blow to the stone lid. Upon contact between the aberrant creature and the stone cover, it was as if snow had encountered fire, with its entire arm showing signs of liquefaction. Nevertheless, the bizarre entity persevered, enduring the discomfort as it brought its fist down upon the stone lid. The stone lid, being an inanimate object, ultimately succumbed to the intense force and was shattered. Hua Xiuxiu's porcelain pot, as if released from its confinement, shattered completely, and a figure more substantial than the grotesque entity materialized within the chamber. This figure bore the likeness of a maiden, her eyes filled with fierce resentment, seemingly burdened by profound animosity, harboring animosity towards all things. Upon beholding the maiden, the bizarre entity excitedly approached and embraced her form. Xiuxiu, I have at last awaited this day. For this moment, I have tarried for an eternity. Even in death, I shall have no regrets. Evidently, This more substantial figure was none other than Hua Xiuxiu herself. Upon seeing the grotesque figure embracing her tightly, a trace of tenderness flickered within Hua Xiuxiu's eyes. With trembling hands, she reciprocated the embrace. "Brother Aegean, you have suffered these past years. I shall soon avenge you and father." Within the ancestral hall, Zhang Shi was engrossed in examining an Ye's porcelain vase, as if appraising a precious artifact. Abruptly, the soul-binding bell within his backpack, which had been dormant for half a day, spontaneously chimed once more. Zhang Shi immediately roused himself, drawing out old Duan in anticipation. Whenever this thing rings, it invariably heralds misfortune. Indeed, within mere moments, a sinister gust of wind swept through, forcefully flinging open the once-closed doors of the ancestral hall. A man and a woman emerged at the entrance. Chapter 65. A dark night with ghostly knocks. Zhang Shi, concealed within the confines of the room, cautiously peered out. Though the sky was shrouded in darkness, he could still vaguely discern the features of the newcomers. "Xiuxiu, this is the place." Over the years, the Black Tiger had vigilantly guarded the ancestral hall. The focal point of the spirit-collecting formation must surely reside here. Hua Xiuxiu paused at the doorway, gazing into the empty courtyard. Sensing the desolation, she took a step forward, intent on entering the ancestral hall. However, Hualin Jian swiftly intervened, urging her, "Xiuxiu, do not act recklessly. I encountered an unseen entity today, which may very well be connected to the outsiders." Hua Xiuxiu nodded, yet her movements remained unceasing. Upon her intrusion, the courtyard gate responded suddenly, emitting a burst of green light that obstructed her path. Hua Xiuxiu retrieved a small bell from her sleeve and gently shook it. Producing a melodious sound, the green light dissipated into nothingness with the chime, allowing her and Hua Linjian to walk side by side into the courtyard. Zhang Shi, fixated on the bell, speculated that it might be the soul-releasing bell required for their mission. He promptly exited the side room, brandishing an old weapon, contemplating whether to seize it directly. Unbeknownst to Hua Xiuxiu, who disregarded Zhang Shi's covetous gaze, she tucked the bell back into her embrace and lingered in the courtyard for a moment before pointing her finger, causing the stone door to the underground palace to swing open, revealing a descending staircase. "The Black Tiger is not nearby. Let us act swiftly before it returns." With that, the two of them, or rather, the two spirits, clasped hands and entered the underground palace with triumphant expressions. Zhang Shi surmised that their arrival had likely led to the removal of the soul-binding bell originally meant to suppress Hua Xiuxiu, thus granting her freedom. However, he remained uncertain about the connection between these two apparitions and the gathering spirit formation below. Casting a glance at the porcelain vessel of old and in his backpack, Zhang Shi followed the two into the underground palace with a sardonic smile. Upon arrival, Hua Xiuxiu immediately noticed the anomaly regarding old and spirit tablet, soaring over to it with a puzzled expression. "Where has the gathering spirit jargon?" Hualin Jian was equally astonished, murmuring, "How could this be? Could it be that the Black Tiger sensed our approach and departed with the spirit gathering jar in advance?" Hua Xiuxiu furrowed her brow and took out the soul-resolving bell. Gently shaking it before the tablet of Old Master, and Zhang Shi seized a rare opportunity, dragging old Duan to Hua Xiuxiu's side, raising the kitchen knife, ready to strike. Suddenly, an ancient voice echoed within Zhang Shi's mind. "If I were you, I would refrain from acting at this moment." Zhang Shi's raised arm froze in mid-air as he glanced around, confirming that he was alone in the underground palace, accompanied only by these two specters. The bell jingled as Hua Xiuxiu gently shook it, seemingly invoking the resonance of the entire spirit-gathering array, producing visible ripples in the void. Zhang Shi was uncertain of Hua Xiuxiu's intentions, but felt that this bell must be the task item. With thoughts of his teammates' uncertain fates, he raised his arm once more. Hey, don't move." The ancient voice reemerged. Zhang Shi confirmed he was not imagining things and, after a thorough inspection, discovered that the soul-resolving bell in his backpack was emitting a faint glow. "What the hell, old Yao?" Zhang Shi was taken aback by the unfolding events, reminiscent of a scene from a novel. He promptly retrieved the soul-resolving bell and examined it closely. "I am not old Yao. You may refer to me as Old Master, and Zhang Shi felt a flicker of thought and positioned Old Duan against the soul-binding bell, issuing a threat. You must have witnessed everything that transpired today. Reveal your origins and your intentions for hiding within the bell. Ah, young man, peace is of utmost importance. Do not resort to violence, lest you cause harm to an old man like me. Enough of your prattle. Speak quickly. Young man, do you not realize that after being injured by the black tiger, it was I who expended years of accumulated energy to save you? How dare you turn around and threaten me? Upon hearing this from Olden, Zhang Shi let out a cold laugh. So it was you who transformed me into this wretched, neither human nor ghost state. I shall repay you in kind. With that, Zhang Shi pressed Old Duan closer to the soul-binding bell. Ah, do not act rashly. I will speak, I will speak. Is that not enough? Seeing that Olden had finally capitulated, Zhang Shi released Old Duan. At this moment, Hua Xiuxiu had already stowed away the bell and was searching around the underground palace with Hualinjian for something. Olden paused for a moment before revealing his form. Zhang Shi beheld an elderly figure, hunched and radiating a golden light. Zhang Shi nodded in acknowledgement, and Olden began to narrate his tale. I was once the ancestral spirit of the Hui family, accidentally residing within this soul-binding bell. The Hui village once flourished, yet as the saying goes, prosperity inevitably leads to decline. One fateful day, a black mist descended, enveloping the entire village and obscuring the sun. No explorer has returned for many years, and few have managed to enter. Zhang Shi interjected with a question. You mentioned that few have been able to enter. Does that imply that some have? Old Master nodded in affirmation. Indeed, you're not the first outsiders to tread this path. Oh, what became of them in the end? Zhang Shi inquired. Some perished, while others departed. Zhang Shi felt a surge of curiosity at Old Master An's words. If what he claimed were true, then the mysteries of this enigmatic village might extend beyond a single scroll. He pressed further. All right, I understand now, but where are my friends? What is the nature of my current predicament? Old Master stroked his shimmering golden beard, seemingly irked by Zhang Shi's demeanor. Yet he continued with patience. Your friends are entangled in the past, while your present condition is known as karmic retribution. Zhang Shi found himself bewildered by Old Master An's words. I cannot grasp what you are saying. I merely wish to ascertain their safety and how we might escape this place. Old Master adjusted his beard and chuckled. I can certainly rescue you from the clutches of the black tiger, and I can likewise ensure the safety of your friends. However, whether you can exit successfully depend upon yourselves. Zhang Shi scrutinized the crafty glint in Old Master An's eyes, growing increasingly distrustful. Spare me your riddles. What do you mean by relying on ourselves? As far as I comprehend, you outsiders possess your own means of passage. Were I truly able to escape this village, I would not be reduced to dwelling within the confines of a spirit vessel, helplessly witnessing the village's demise. Upon hearing this from Elder and Zhang Shi's gaze shifted once more to Hua Xiuxiu. I perceive your keen interest in the soul-releasing bell. It seems that the objective of your journey pertains to that very bell, does it not? Zhang Shi nodded in acknowledgement and countered. Why did you intervene when I was about to act? Elder gestured toward Hua Xiuxiu's figure and replied. Xiuxiu is the soul being in the village who embodies the unity of the three souls. Should you engage with her, she will transcend the barriers of past and present, perceiving the truth of your essence. Given your current strength, the outcome may well be dire. Zhang Shi furrowed his brow upon hearing this, harboring considerable confusion regarding Elder An's references to the past and reality. Elaborate. Chapter 66. Past, Present, and Future Recompense. Elder An pointed to the ground and continued. Hua Family Village is rather unique, situated at the intersection of the past, present, and future timelines. To put it simply, the temporal realm of Xiuxiu resides in the past, whereas yours exists in the present. The reason you are able to perceive and exert a certain influence over the past is that the soul-releasing bell has transported your past self to the present. Furthermore, even though you have acquired the soul-releasing bell in the present, it cannot be returned to the past. This is also one of the reasons I sought to impede your actions. Zhang Shi found himself ensnared in the convoluted words of Master N, a sense of disquiet gnawing at him. though he could not quite articulate the source of his unease. He scrutinized Masterin, attempting to discern any inconsistencies in his expression, yet the latter's resplendent visage revealed little beyond a semblance of kindness and resignation. According to your assertion, does this not imply that I shall forever be unable to obtain the soul-resolving bell here in the present? Masterin nodded in affirmation. Indeed, due to the nature of the soul-resolving bell, although you may engage with past occurrences, upon your return to your designated past, all shall revert to its original state. Time will erase the impact you have made. A crooked smile formed on Zhang Shi's lips as he again positioned the old pendant over the soul-resolving bell. If that is the case, what is the purpose of bringing me here? Masterin hastily gestured for calm. Now, do not be hasty. Allow me to finish my explanation. Although you cannot transport the bell back, you can gain foresight into the unfolding events and monitor the bell's location. Once you return to the normal past, you may retrieve it. How delightful that would be. Zhang Shi nodded, conceding that there was some merit to Master N's words. Before extracting Master N's porcelain pot and inquiring further, what manner of creature is this black tiger? And what is the significance of the spirit gathering array and the crypts within the tomb? At that moment, Huaxiaoxiao and Huolinjian had ceased their search. The two appear to have found nothing of value. In a fit of rage, Huaxiaoxiao shattered all the porcelain pots within the underground palace. Innumerable souls dissipated into the ether as Huaxiaoxiao and her companion departed towards the catacombs exit. Zhang Shi glanced at Master and inquired, I am not privy to the intricacies of your familial disputes, but are you to simply stand idly by while your kin meet their demise? Master offered a helpless shake of his head and gestured towards the exit, urging Zhang Shi to depart. Follow Xiao. We shall converse as we proceed. Outside, the courtyard of the ancestral hall was rife with howling winds, a consequence of the spectral emanations. Master however, radiated a resplendent golden aura, akin to a mobile moon, standing in stark contrast to the nocturnal ambience. If my conjecture is accurate, your unique ability lies in replication, Master posited. Zhang Shi remained silent, aware that Master had been present during the opening of the treasure chest, thus rendering his secret of doubled resource acquisition impossible to conceal. Discerning Zhang Shi's reticence, Master continued unabated, I was originally stationed upon the soul suppression platform. When you unlocked the seal, I witnessed firsthand the soul tether bell bifurcate into two, materializing within your inventory. Even my own spirit experienced a sensation of laceration. Were it not for my own meager abilities, my very soul would have been cleaved in twain. Zhang Shi reflected upon the scene within the subterranean chamber, where the soul tether bell had subjugated Huaxiaoxiao within the porcelain urn, and a sense of unease intensified within him, suppressing any outward manifestation of his misgivings. Zhang Shi cast a glance at the primary quest stipulations and pressed on with his inquiry regarding the village's plight. Do not attempt to divert the subject. I merely seek to ascertain the events that have transpired within this village and why it is devoid of living souls. Master paused in his steps, tilting his head back in a manner reminiscent of bygone days, before resuming his leisurely pace forward. The tale is long. Ever since the emergence of the ominous black mist, the village has been plagued by peculiar occurrences, with villagers mysteriously vanishing. As time passed, the number of disappearances escalated, and with every household's food supply dwindling perilously low, an air of trepidation enveloped the villagers. In a bid to restore calm, the village chief resolved to conduct a ritual. After incurring certain costs, he successfully summoned me and the village's black tiger using 2 bells. However, the black mist proved to be exceedingly sinister and perilous, rendering even us incapable of traversing through it. I had intended to establish a formation to gather spiritual energy in hopes of dispersing the mist, only to discover that it possessed a consciousness of its own. It had silently infiltrated a portion of the villagers, ensnaring even the black tiger in its grasp. Under the weight of multiple setbacks, my golden form was shattered, forcing me to take refuge within the soul-binding bell to preserve my existence. The black mist continued its insidious encroachment, commanding the black tiger to slay innocent villagers and entrap their souls within spirit jars. forming a gathering array aimed at utterly annihilating Hua family village. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the village chief chose to sacrifice pawns to protect the king, offering the lives of several villagers to construct a similar gathering array to counteract the black tiger. The family of Xiao fell victim as chosen sacrifices, meeting their demise at the subterranean altar. Unexpectedly, Xiao was born with an integrated trinity of souls. After death, her soul remained undiminished, retaining her intelligence and memories, which made her exceptionally formidable as she sought vengeance on the village chief and black tiger. The village chief, caught between two opposing forces, had no choice but to use the bell as a ritual implement to suppress Xiao. However, this presented an opportunity for Black Tiger, who seized the chance amidst the mutual attrition of both sides, slaughtering all the surviving villagers. Thus, the Hua family village was transformed into a spectral domain. After hearing Eldaran's account, Zhang Shi glanced at the mission panel and, finding it unchanged, realized that the old man was being deceitful, though he did not expose him. So, the root cause of everything should be this inexplicably appearing black mist? Eldaran nodded, then fixed his gaze intently on Zhang Shi. Since you outsiders have a way to traverse through the black mist, I saved you from Black Tiger only to venture to ask you for a favor. Zhang Shi, having already anticipated what Eldaran was about to say, responded tepidly, "Speak freely. Now, all the villagers of Hua family village have perished, and I have no more attachments. Yet I am unwilling to be forever mired in this spectral domain. If you, young man, are able to leave the village, please take this old one with you. I am willing to impart all my lifelong knowledge of techniques and mystical powers to repay your life-saving grace." Zhang Shi halted his steps. Ahead, Hua Xiao and Hua Linjian had already returned to the crypt in the graveyard. Zhang Shi toyed with the soul-binding bell, casting a lingering glance at the porcelain jug nestled within his backpack, a knowing smile gracing his lips. This black tiger had devoured another soul-binding bell, and now resided within this spirit-gathering jar. Do you not harbor any thoughts of vengeance? I rely on your strength, and my actions will be corrected upon returning to the past. Good and evil will ultimately receive their due retribution. It is not that justice is delayed, but rather that the time has yet to arrive. I hold no causal connection with this black tiger. Perhaps, in due course, others will rise to confront it. Zhang Shi nodded, the amusement in his heart deepening. I'm now aware of Hua Xiao's whereabouts. Therefore, please transport me back to the past. I am rather concerned for the safety of my friends. I promise you, once the matter is resolved, I shall take you away from this place. Upon hearing this, Lorden revealed a benevolent smile and nodded in agreement. In that case, let us return. Chapter 67. Reunion. A radiant golden light enveloped Lorden, rendering Zhang Shi momentarily blinded. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself lying in the center of the ancestral hall, the black tiger before him gazing at him in confusion. To retain consciousness even after being struck by the dark light is quite remarkable. With that, the black tiger gathered its strength once again, unleashing another surge of dark energy from its mouth. Quick evade! Lorden's voice echoed in Zhang Shi's mind. Zhang Shi hastily rolled to the side, narrowly escaping the onslaught of dark energy, while vociferously admonishing Lorden old man, "Why didn't you warn me sooner before the transport?" Neglecting the banter with Masterin, the black tiger lunged forward. Zhang Shi swiftly rose and positioned old Duan in front of him. The black tiger's gaze fixed on old Duan, filled with trepidation, hesitant to advance. "This kitchen knife of yours is quite remarkable, slicing through iron as if it were clay. Even the black tiger's formidable steel-like bones seem inconsequential before it. Where did you procure such a weapon?" Master An's voice echoed hauntingly in Zhang Shi's mind. Zhang Shi chose to disregard the query. Recalling that Wu Qing should have departed some time ago, and a sense of unease for his friend's safety enveloped him. He was determined to resolve the matter swiftly. A glance at his backpack confirmed Master An's words. The spirit-gathering jar had indeed vanished in a thin air, and sealing the black tiger would require considerable effort. There is no need to engage it. It cannot escape the confines of the ancestral hall. It seemed Master An was aware of Zhang Shi's thoughts, offering a timely reminder. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shi maintained his vigilant stance and cautiously retreated towards the courtyard door. Seeking to flee? Seeing Zhang Shi's attempt to depart, Black Tiger grew anxious and, without hesitation, transformed into a dark blur as he lunged forward. With Wu Qing absent, Zhang Shi's attributes diminished, making him wary of a direct confrontation. He retreated, brandishing Old Duan haphazardly in an attempt to impede Black Tiger's advance. However, the Black Tiger, seemingly resolute in his intent to claim Zhang Shi's life, charged relentlessly like a rabid dog. Despite Old Duan's blade weaving a dense web of light that severed both of Black Tiger's forepaws, the beast's momentum remained undeterred, and he collided head-first into Zhang Shi's chest. In a moment of desperation, the soul-tethering chime resonated autonomously, enveloping Zhang Shi in a faint golden aura. Ancestor and intervened, mitigating some of the impact. Yet Zhang Shi was still sent hurtling backward, landing heavily at the doorway and coughing up blood. Zhang Shi staggered to his feet, a sharp pain searing through his chest, as if his bones had been fractured. Nearby, Black Tiger, now lacking his forepaws and unable to move, lay prone, his gaze fixed on Zhang Shi, awaiting the reconstitution of his form. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Shi burst through the door and sprinted a considerable distance before daring to look back. As Ancestor had foretold, Black Tiger had indeed not pursued him. Concerned for Wu Qing's safety, Zhang Shi disregarded his injuries and hastened toward the direction of a low mountain cemetery. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Shi arrived at the foot of the low mountain, where he could discern a faint blue barrier flickering rapidly in the distance. Each flicker of the light curtain dimmed slightly, and Zhang Shi recognized it as the protective shield of the taunting totem, suggesting that Wu Qing was under attack. At that moment, Wu Qing was searching through the coffins for traces of Zhao Feng and Old Ge. Ever since she entered the graveyard, malevolent spirits had emerged from unknown origins, relentlessly assaulting her. Fortunately, the taunting totem diverted the damage to the protective shield, granting her the time needed to search thoroughly. However, after such a long duration, she had scoured every coffin she could locate, yet still found no sign of Zhao Feng and Old Ge. Wu Qing, Zhang Shi stumbled over, and upon seeing his disheveled state, Wu Qing hurriedly rushed to support him, her concern evident. "What happened? Are you hurt?" She then retrieved a pill from her backpack and handed it to Zhang Shi. Zhang Shi accepted it without hesitation, swallowing the pill and waving his hand. "Mifine. What about you? Have you found anything?" Wu Qing shook her head and relayed the situation to Zhang Shi. He nodded thoughtfully, reclaimed the Zhengzhen, and began to cleanse the area of the malevolent spirits. Creatures of this ilk were the lowest tier of monsters. Zhang Shi dispatched them with ease, and despite his injuries, he swiftly eradicated them all. With the immediate threat neutralized, he turned his attention to Old Man. "Do you have any way to locate my friends?" Upon hearing this, Olden materialized before him. The first encounter between Wu Qing and Elder was marked by her curious gaze, scrutinizing the old man radiating golden light. Zhang Shi briefly recounted the events of the past in Elder and circumstances to Wu Qing, leaving her astounded. Elder gestured towards a direction and spoke. "Your friend has been consumed by a soul attachment. His physical form should be sealed at the focal point of the spirit gathering array. You may search in that vicinity." Upon hearing this, Zhang Shi promptly led Wu Qing to the gravestone of Hui Yuming. What is the identity of Hui Yuming? And what connection does he have with Hu Xiuxiu? Elder stroked his beard and replied nonchalantly, "He is Xiuxiu's father." Noticing that Elder did not intend to elaborate further, Zhang Shi refrained from probing deeper. Wu Qing circled the gravestone, but found nothing unusual. She pointed toward the underground chamber and inquired, "Could it be below?" As Zhang Shi had not allowed his friends to be devoured by the soul attachment in the past, he had no knowledge of their specific confinement location. Observing the situation, Elder gently shook the soul-binding bell. As the chime resonated, visible ripples appeared in the surrounding space, and shortly thereafter, 2 coffins materialized beside the gravestone. Zhang Shi hurriedly approached and opened the coffins, and indeed, Ge Dalong and Zhao Feng lay inside, their faces serene. Elder continued to shake the soul-binding bell. and Zhang Shi noticed its radiance intensifying within his backpack. Witnessing Master An's profound command over the chimes, surpassing even his own, Zhang Shi's wariness intensified. Presently, Zhao Feng and Gu Dalong regained consciousness. Heavens, what transpired? Why am I recumbent here? And who is that venerable fellow radiating golden light? Master An, affronted, adopted a stern countenance. Zhang Shi, after examining their condition and finding no anomalies, apprised them of the events that had unfolded. Yi Dalong, upon re-examining the extraction mechanism and discovering its continued inoperability, turned to Zhang Shi and lamented, "The situation remains unchanged. Extraction is still unattainable." Master An, deeply concerned with their extraction, cast a glance at Gu Dalong and Zhao Feng and pronounced, "You two are ensnared by lingering spirits. In my estimation, it is this spectral entanglement that impedes your departure." Recalling Zhao Feng's vanishing act, marked by the emergence of a dark mist from within, Zhang Shi, surmising it to be the spirit master and spoke of, inquired, "How might we expunge these lingering spirits?" Master and gestured towards the subterranean chamber. "There exists but one recourse, the dissolution chimes." Gu Dalong squinted, casting a sidelong glance at Master and before turning his gaze to Zhang Shi. "It appears our only avenue for departure lies in those dissolution chimes." Chapter 68. Betrayal. Seeing that Zhang Shi and his companions were resolute about descending into the subterranean chamber, Master An retreated into the soul-binding chimes, emanating a radiant aura. The bell shimmered like a gilded beacon, its brilliance undiminished even in the daylight. "Stay within the ambit of my illumination," Zhang Shi declared, suspending the bell from his chest, "and you shall be shielded from the depredations of soul-binding." He addressed the company. "Prepare yourselves for battle. Huo should now be free. Our only recourse for return is to confront her." Each combatant brandished their respective armaments, coalescing around Zhang Shi as they re-entered the subterranean passage. The bell's radiance banished the gloom of the tunnel, bolstering Zhao Feng's courage, who muttered as they advanced, "This infernal place is truly malevolent. We've gained nothing and nearly forfeited our lives. Should I ever return, it will be against my will." Gu Dalong, the expedition's orchestrator, expressed his remorse. "This ill-fated venture is my fault. I misjudged the dungeon's difficulty and the monster's strength, thereby endangering us all." Realizing his indiscretion, Zhao Feng swiftly embraced Gu Dalong's shoulders. "Nay, old Gu, do not take it hard. I harbor no blame towards you. It is the fault of this wretched, impoverished, and arduous dungeon. Should you, however, chance upon similar scrolls in the future, remember to invite your brethren." Gu Dalong acknowledged Zhao Feng's words with a pat on the hand and a faint smile. Silence. The voice of Elder An resonated from the bell, prompting the four to grip their weapons in readiness. Zhang Shi, leading the way, activated his true insight and peered ahead, discovering two sludge monsters aimlessly wandering the passage. Seemingly on patrol, Zhang Shi exchanged a knowing glance with his companions, who quickly employed their skills to effortlessly dispatch the two creatures. With the demise of these monsters, it was likely that Huolinjian would be aware of their presence. Thus, they needed to remain vigilant to avoid any potential ambush. "Fear not, for I am here. No one can act under my watchful gaze," Elder An proclaimed, exuding confidence in his abilities. However, Zhang Shi harbored reservations about this peculiar old man. The four continued deeper until they arrived at the site of the altar. Zhang Shi surveyed the scattered relics on the ground, noting the fingerprints of Zhao Feng left upon them. "Ah, this is where I previously lost consciousness. I was in the midst of treasure hunting when suddenly darkness enveloped me, and I became utterly unaware," Zhao Feng recounted vividly, gesturing towards the area. Zhang Shi's heart tightened as he observed the pristine ground, though he maintained a composed demeanor and beckoned the group towards the hidden chamber. They cautiously ventured inside, only to find it empty, suggesting that Huo and her companion had long since departed. "What is the situation, Elder An? Can you discern anything amiss?" Zhang Shi inquired. "There is nothing unusual. Xiao must have left," Elder An replied, with resolute conviction. Master An delivered his judgment. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shi led the group away. As they passed the altar, He cast another casual glance, confirming that the spot where Zhao Feng had vanished was utterly bare. Suddenly recalling the description on the dungeon scroll, he began to sift through the team's chat logs. Moments later, a wave of clarity washed over Zhang Shi. Back on the surface, Zhao Feng yawned, glancing at the time to discover it was already 2 in the afternoon. Goodness, I don't know what's wrong, but I feel utterly drained. It must be that soul possession. It's left me feeling quite weakened. Zhang Shi retrieved the soul tetherbell, and with old Duan in his other hand, he turned to the group with a knowing smile. It's only natural to feel weary. Aren't you all exhausted? Wu Qing and Good Dalong exchanged glances before nodding in unison. Precisely, Zhang Shi replied. In reality, 15 hours have elapsed since we initiated the dungeon. Good Dalong cast a dubious look at Zhang Shi, questioning with a puzzled tone. Zhang Shi, you were drawn into the past, experiencing twice as much time as we did. But we exist solely within this temporal dimension, untouched by such alterations. Zhang Shi shook his head, gesturing towards the soul tetherbell. For all the answers, you must consult Masterin. Even now, the 4 of us exist within the illusion he has crafted. Grandfather remained silent, offering no words. Observing this, Zhang Shi continued to speak to himself. After Zhao Feng's disappearance, I left a mark at the location, an occurrence that transpired before our meeting, unbeknownst to you. Thus, when we passed the altar, the ground appeared pristine, devoid of the mark I had left. Wu Qing activated the ancestral staff and inquired, but did he not intend for us to leave this village together? What purpose does it serve to deceive us with illusions? Zhang Shi gently swayed the soul bell and continued. Of course, he dares not allow us to encounter Huoxiuxiu. Should we meet her? Would not all of Grandfather An's misdeeds be laid bare? Good Dalong interjected, yet this still makes no sense. Even so, Grandfather An's delay serves no purpose. Without the soul bell, he too remains trapped and cannot depart. Zhang Shi raised his arm and gestured to the watch upon his wrist. Have you forgotten? When utilizing the scroll, we were warned that this instance is time-restricted. I believe that even if we do nothing in an hour, we shall be forcibly transported back to the wilderness world. Good Dalong's eyes widened in realization. Then he lifted his wand, fixating on the soul bell. So, Grandfather was already aware that we would be sent back. The illusions were merely a means to buy time. Zhang Shi nodded in affirmation, adding, in truth, we have unwittingly fallen into the illusions, even neglecting the passage of time. However, our bodies cannot be deceived. After enduring such prolonged periods of intense exertion, one inevitably feels a modicum of fatigue. Masterin remained silent for a considerable duration before assuming form, and, with a gentle clap of his hands, expressed his commendation toward Zhang Shi. You have discerned much, yet it was truly your cleaver that revealed my vulnerabilities. It is quite extraordinary. Zhang Shi coldly retorted, placing the old man Duan atop the bell. Since you have been unmasked, there is no need for pretense. Masterin, in complete cooperation, waved his hand, causing the scene before the 4 to shatter like fragments of glass. The previously overcast sky darkened even further, illuminated solely by the golden radiance emanating from Masterin. Upon escaping the illusion, Zhao Feng, filled with indignation, pointed an accusatory finger at Masterin, exclaiming, "You old scoundrel, how shameless! To conspire against us in secret. You shall remain in this village for all eternity." Masterin shook his head and declared with fervor, "You are not the only ones under scrutiny. I am not alone in my interest. Compared to others, my intentions are far more straightforward. At a crucial moment, I might even intervene to protect you. Having me accompany you poses no risk." Zhao Feng wished to continue sparring verbally with Masterin, but was interrupted by Zhang Shi. "What do you mean? Who else has set their sights on us? Speak plainly." Masterin, with unwavering candor, gestured towards the ancestral hall. "That black tiger has guarded the hall for countless years. For so long, no spirit has dared approach it. Do you think it is merely by chance? I was originally meant to remain within the ancestral hall's crypt, yet inexplicably found myself beneath the tomb of Huoyuming, mistaken for a tool to suppress Huoxiuxiu. Who do you think orchestrated this? Now that Huoxiuxiu has broken free, having been trapped in the crypt for many years, she is bound to seek vengeance. Without my protection, Do you four truly believe you can survive in her presence? Huh, such delusions. Chapter 69. The retreat. Zhang Shi deliberated carefully and refrained from taking immediate action against Lorden, for the enigmatic and mysterious soul-binding presence lingered with Zhao Feng and Good Along. He could not afford any unforeseen complications during their retreat. Thus, he engaged Lord and in conversation with a sense of curiosity. We are merely uninvited intruders, entirely unconnected to the grievances of this village. Why do those you speak of target me? He chuckled softly. Ponder that for yourself. As the radiance of the soul-binding bell faded, Lorden appeared to possess absolute confidence. Choosing not to elaborate further and retreating into the bell, feigning lifelessness. Adhering to a principle of caution, Zhang Shi resolved to delay any confrontation until the moment of their escape. With the light from Lorden extinguished, the surroundings transformed into an atmosphere of profound dread. A chilling breeze swept through, signaling that someone was approaching. Zhang Shi decisively activated the soul-releasing bell. Indeed, the bell responded this time, its clear chime eliciting ripples across the space. Before the shimmering waves of distortion, two figures emerged before the onlookers. Hua Xiuxiu appeared with a radiant smile, lacking the chilling aura typically associated with phantoms. Hua Linjian, still chuckling ominously, fixed his gaze intently upon the soul-binding bell in Zhang Shi's grasp. Unwilling to provoke further conflict, Zhang Shi and his companions attempted to engage Hua Xiuxiu in conversation. Esteemed ones, we merely stumbled upon this village by chance and harbor no intention of interfering in your disputes. Our previous incursion into the tomb was entirely inadvertent. If we have caused any offense, we sincerely apologize. Hua Linjian whispered softly into Hua Xiuxiu's ear. The young man's blade possesses an unusual quality. We must exercise caution should matters escalate. Hua Xiuxiu maintained her smile, seemingly oblivious to their words. Observing this, Zhang Shi took the initiative to display his sincerity by producing the soul-binding bell. This artifact was acquired by happenstance. If it is of interest to you, it is yours to take. Upon hearing this, Hua Xiuxiu finally spoke. I can sense the essence of the soul-binding bell has diverged into two streams, one residing with you, and the other within the ancestral hall. How have you accomplished this? Since Zhang Shi had openly retrieved and utilized the bell, he had no intention of concealing its double privilege. Thus, he calmly articulated his terms. My friend is ensnared by a spirit. I require the soul-releasing bell for assistance. In return, I shall present you with the soul-binding bell and its accompanying secrets once the matter is resolved. Loud a cold laugh, mocking. Do mere ants dare to negotiate terms? We shall slay you all, and this bell shall still belong to us. At these words, Zhao Feng raised his enormous firestone axe, his face a mask of fury as he glared at. Unexpectedly, waved her delicate hand and tossed it towards them. Zhang Shi caught the bell deftly. The instant it was in his grasp, a system prompt echoed in the minds of the four. Ding! Hidden quest completed. Congratulations to the team for obtaining Challenge Letter of the Village of Confusion. Purple, X1, a rare level item that, when used, allows the preservation of current progress. Self-withdrawal from the dungeon, and grants an additional attempt at the dungeon challenge. Black Mist Guardian Summoning Scroll, Green, X1. When used, summons a meticulously crafted level monster, the Black Mist Guardian, and converts it into a servant stationed at the shelter, ensuring the safety of the refuge. Note, it becomes significantly more powerful in the absence of light. Experience points, 3,000. The four leveled up, and Zhang Shi exchanged glances with the others before safely stowing away the challenge letter. He vowed not to use this item lightly until their strength had further increased. Summoning Zhao Feng and Good Dalong, Zhang Shi gently shook in his hand. As the bell tolled, a plume of ebony mist abruptly surged within the two figures, gradually coalescing into a humanoid form before emitting a harrowing shriek and retreating into the depths of Hua Linjian's being. Hua Linjian, visibly afflicted, exerted considerable effort to suppress the ensuing discomfort. Observing his condition, Zhang Shi surmised that the soul attachment was not Hua Linjian's own artifice, but rather that he possessed only a rudimentary understanding, exploiting the characteristics of soul attachment to inflict harm upon others. With the issue of soul attachment resolved, a collective sense of relief washed over the four individuals. Noticing that everyone appeared to be unharmed, Zhang Shi promptly hurled both bells towards Huaxiaoxiao. As the bells soared through the air, Grandpa, and unable to remain passive any longer, materialized in his true form, extending a massive hand in an attempt to seize the soul-cleansing bells for himself. Just as he was about to succeed, Huaxiaoxiao pointed a finger, and the soul-cleansing bells unleashed a radiant golden light, searing Grandpa and's form to the point of near disintegration. Upon releasing the bells, Zhang Shi had activated the challenge scroll. Simultaneously, a withdrawal prompt appeared on all four of their system interfaces, eliciting expressions of elation from their faces. Witnessing the internecine conflict unfold, with their adversaries too preoccupied to attend to them, Zhang Shi felt a sense of reassurance. A beam of white light materialized beneath his feet, poised to transport him away. Grandpa, and visibly taken aback by this turn of events, realized that Zhang Shi and his companions were on the verge of departing prematurely, disrupting his carefully laid plans. Without hesitation, he lunged towards Zhang Shi's location. However, Huaxiaoxiao tenaciously intercepted him. Thinking of leaving? Not before you atone for the blood debts you bear. Despite Huaxiaoxiao's desire to intervene and impede Zhang Shi and his companions, Huaxiaoxiao forestalled his efforts. Pay them no heed, she asserted, for I have foreseen his destiny. He shall return, only to become desiccated remains within the well. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Shi and his comrades were successfully conveyed back to the sanctuary via a stream of light. Zhang Shi immediately collapsed onto his bed, reveling in the familiar warmth that brought him complete relaxation. Nearby, Pai Pai, engrossed in gnawing on a rib, was startled by Zhang Shi's sudden reappearance. Once he realized it was Zhang Shi, he exuberantly leaped onto the bed and lavished affection upon him. Within the team's communication channel, each member reported their safe return. Good Dalong, experiencing a wave of lingering fear, once again apologized to the group. This operation was a result of my negligence. I underestimated the difficulty of this instance, causing everyone to waste their time and gain little reward, and we nearly suffered a calamitous fate. Zhang Shi swiftly offered words of comfort. Do not fault yourself, Go. Who could have anticipated the sinister nature of this instance? Furthermore, we did not return empty-handed. We all advanced a level and obtained a Mist Guardian. Wu Qing and Zhao Feng echoed his sentiments, offering their own consolations. This item should be bestowed upon Shi, they collectively decided, for he contributed the most to this instance, and, furthermore, saved our lives. Ultimately, the trio unanimously resolved to relinquish the Mist Guardian to Zhang Shi, who accepted it without hesitation and promptly utilized it. At the bedside, a humanoid figure formed from a swirling black mist suddenly materialized, startling Pippi, who barked at it in alarm. Zhang Shi gently patted Pippi to soothe it before scrutinizing this exquisitely crafted entity. The Black Mist Guardian bore a resemblance to the Soulbound, lacking a physical form and entirely composed of vapor. Clad in a suit of jet black armor, it wielded a long spear, the quality indiscernible. Zhang Shi cast a glance at its attributes and was taken aback. Name: Black Mist Guardian Race. Spirit Experience Level: 50 Quality. Exquisite Strength: 60 Agility. 60 Constitution. 15 Magic Power. 25 Ability Value. 40. Zhang Shi shared the attributes of the Black Mist Guardian with the team channel. Zhao Feng exclaimed in astonishment. My goodness, are these the precise attributes of an exquisite level monster? Such high stats. How do we manage to defeat those creatures? Wu Qing added. So it turns out we were contending with monsters of this caliber. Upon reflection, we are formidable ourselves. Chapter 70. Mechanical Repairer. Zhang Shi issued a command to the Black Mist Guardian, instructing it to remain vigilant at the watchtower. When confronted by monstrous assaults, one resolves what can be resolved independently. For that which eludes resolution, one may then call upon oneself. Zhang Shi surmised that, in the short term, the quality of his slumber should significantly improve, given the formidable attributes of the Black Mist Guardian. He reckoned that few beasts could endure even a few rounds under his might. Reflecting on the sole item extracted from the dungeon, the key from the shrine, Zhang Shi contemplated its purpose yet found no clarity. With a spirit of experimentation, he brought forth the Hunter-S journal to make contact with the key. To his astonishment, a reaction indeed occurred. A faint crimson light flickered upon the parchment. Yet due to the increased distance, the illumination appeared exceedingly dim, suggesting it was quite far removed from him. With no immediate intention to further explore the dungeon, Zhang Shi set it aside in storage to gather dust. This recent expedition into the dungeon had been fraught with peril, and now, having narrowly escaped the jaws of danger, Zhang Shi was beset by a profound sense of fatigue, both mental and physical. Just then, his stomach growled audibly. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already past midnight. Unbeknownst to him, he had entered the 6th day of the harsh calamity. He retrieved some package provisions, satiating his hunger while deftly completing his daily check-in. The system prompted him, "Congratulations on your check-in. You have received Mechanical Repair Tool, Purple X1, a rare-grade item capable of repairing and maintaining mechanical tools of the highest rarity, restoring durability." Zhang Shi, filled with joy, examined the maintenance device. It was a white machine the size of a washing machine, with a control panel on top that exuded a sense of advanced technology. After a brief study, Zhang Shi grasped the operating method and promptly retrieved the mining machine for repairs. A chime echoed, indicating that the tool required 10 units of refined iron. Without hesitation, Zhang Shi added the necessary materials to the machine and pressed the button. The white machine transformed, akin to a transformer, extending 4 mechanical arms to commence its operation on the mining machine. In less than 5 minutes, the mining machine was rejuvenated. Zhang Shi conducted a test, confirming it was functioning perfectly. Glancing at the relocation card for the shelter in his backpack, he felt it was time to take action. With a deep breath, he realized he could resume mining, and he looked forward to a restful sleep that night, preparing for the impending move. The following day at 7 o'clock, Zhang Shi awoke naturally, feeling invigorated. Perhaps it was the hidden attributes gained from leveling up to level 8. But he sensed that his energy recovery was swifter than before. Remembering he had 2 basements to relocate, he resolved to organize them first, planning to move everything at once when the time came. After a simple breakfast, Zhang Shi began his customary tasks within the shelter. The 2 little chicks had grown considerably. Their down transformed into feathers, and their weight was increasing rapidly. Zhang Shi, mindful of his responsibilities, meticulously prepared food for the livestock each day, anxious that any misstep might lead to complications. The sheep in the pen, lacking superior fodder, did not grow at an accelerated pace, yet they had significantly plumped up since their arrival. Upon spotting Zhang Shi, the flock rushed towards him, bleating eagerly as they encircled him. Zhang Shi hurriedly filled the troughs with water and hay before departing the pen, wary of forming an attachment to the lambs, lest his plans for skewered lamb be jeopardized. In the greenhouse, another batch of vegetables had ripened. Zhang Shi's current vegetable requirements were thoroughly met, with a considerable surplus even remaining. After careful consideration, Zhang Shi resolved to sell a portion of his goods in the trading market to procure resources. Having completed his agricultural tasks, he squatted in the courtyard and opened the system panel, contemplating the ideal location for the basement. The temperature had noticeably risen today, with the accumulated snow beginning to melt. Zhang Shi wore only a layer of leather clothing, allowing him to remain comfortable outdoors for an extended period. With this thought, Zhang Shi realized that the ice collection must commence immediately. Otherwise, at the current rate of temperature increase, the glaciers would likely begin to thaw by the next day. He sent a message to Zhao Feng, informing him of the basement plans. Zhao Feng jokingly remarked that Zhang Shi was about to establish an ice room. Yet he did not delay in taking action, starting to collect ice from the small river in front of his home. To prevent the ice from melting, Zhang Shi prudently traded for a warehouse to store the ice blocks. Once the ice collection was resolved, he utilized the territory control module to place 2 basements beneath his villa. The construction of these basements was intended for ice storage, allowing his residents to remain cool during the sweltering days of summer. A brief glance at the basement structure revealed a straightforward space constructed of concrete. Each basement boasted an area of nearly 40 square meters, with a height exceeding 2 meters, providing ample storage capacity. Having addressed the internal workings of the shelter, Zhang Shi did not pause for rest and decisively employed the shelter relocation card. The entire sanctuary was enveloped by a luminous veil, subsequently vanishing from sight and being stored within Zhang Shi's backpack. Casting a final glance at the place he had called home for the past fortnight, Zhang Shi took Pai Pai along and set off towards a glacier aboard a snowmobile. The sun hung high in the sky, bathing the landscape in warm sunlight, and the journey proceeded smoothly without any unforeseen incidents. Upon returning to the mine, Zhang Shi meticulously repositioned the mining machinery and sealed the entrance once more. He then returned to the previously designated spot, selecting a relatively flat area backed by the glacier to establish the sanctuary. Observing the crowded courtyard, he undertook a substantial renovation, expanding the walls to a grand size of 50 by 100 feet in one decisive effort. By noon, as he surveyed the expansive courtyard, which was nearly the size of half a football field, he felt a sense of boundless potential. Suddenly, a buzzing notification from the system alerted him to a trade request from Xiaofeng. He had filled the warehouse to the brim with ice blocks and initiated the trade for the entire stock. Neglecting even to eat, Zhang Shi began his labor as a mover, diving back into the flurry of activity. Xiaofeng had employed some method of collection, as the ice blocks were neatly cut and stacked in sizable portions. Zhang Shi organized the ice blocks along the sides, leaving a passageway in the center for transit. It is estimated that a basement can store at least 2 warehouses worth of ice. When the scorching days of disaster arrive, even with some losses, Zhang Shi will be able to preserve a significant amount of ice, which represents a treasure of immense value. On Zhao Feng's side, another warehouse of ice has been traded over. Zhang Shi can only endure the bittersweet toil, intermittently working until the afternoon to fill both basements to capacity. After covering the surface of the ice with thick blankets, he finally felt a sense of relief and departed. Upon returning to the surface, Zhang Shi distinctly sensed a notable rise in temperature. He opened the window, and a gentle breeze swept in, refreshing him as if spring had arrived. Upon accessing the system panel, he noticed that everyone was engaged in discussions about the rising temperatures. Cheng Xiaobai remarked, "Wonderful. The temperature is rising. Finally, we can escape the bitter cold. My poor feet have developed frostbite." Zhu Dachang commented, "This rise in temperature is abnormal. How could the wilderness allow us survivors to live comfortably? I suspect the next disaster will manifest as an extreme heat wave. Everyone should prepare in advance." Chen Beipan added, "Everyone, the Mutual Aid Society has received reliable information. The next disaster will take the form of intense heat. Please ensure you stockpile sufficient water and food to brace for the impending catastrophe." Zhang Shi was taken aback. When did Chen Beipan become so selfless? Chapter 71. Central Air, conditioning the familiar faces actively engaging in the chat channel, extended beyond just Chen Beipan. Zhang Shi had been observing the discussions for a while and noticed that Wu Qing and Gu Dalong were also peddling items and resources, seemingly preparing for the impending calamity. Wu Qing's agricultural advancements had outpaced Zhang Shi's. She was already offering an array of fruits, vegetables, and medicinal herbs to the public, having established a notable reputation. Coupled with her striking beauty, her mere presence in the chat channel drew a throng of survivors extolling her virtues, eclipsing even Zhang Shi's prominence. Gu Dalong's trading endeavors, however, were somewhat perplexing. His primary focus appeared to be on procurement, amassing various magical artifacts, mana recovery potions, and equipment that augmented mana capacity. His trading approach predominantly revolved around barter, leading Zhang Shi to surmise that perhaps following his previous dungeon failure, he was determined to strive for improvement and prepare for the next journey. Zhang Shi then switched to the trading market, intending to sell some vegetables and equipment, for resources are always in demand. As soon as he directed his attention to the system panel, he was struck by an influx of messages beneath his order information. After perusing them one by one, Zhang Shi couldn't help but chuckle. "Great Zhang Shi, I humbly seek your shelter. I am a fair-skinned, beautiful young lady with long legs, consuming little yet highly capable. I have privately sent you the coordinates of my shelter, and I implore for a warm embrace. Esteemed sir, in my youth, I spoke thoughtlessly and disparaged you in the chat channel. I hope you can overlook my past indiscretions and not hold it against me. There are many outside, so here I bow down to you. Links to videos, messages of loyalty, and apologies abound like a multitude of stars. Zhang Shi speculated that everyone was acutely aware of their role in the demise of Xuanwu and possessed the means to communicate with other survivors. Coupled with his formidable strength, those who had previously wronged him were now engulfed in trepidation, prompting them to seek forgiveness. To be candid, Zhang Shi had never intended to pursue vengeance. However, the formidable influence of the Traveler's Journal proved unexpectedly effective, sparing him considerable hassle. At the very least, the overt hostilities had diminished significantly, and even the Mutual Aid Society had tempered its actions. A private message from Zhao Feng disrupted Zhang Shi's contemplation. "Stone, I've toiled as a laborer for you all day. You could at least provide me with dinner." Zhang Shi chuckled and promptly forwarded the Traveler's Journal. "Come over directly. We shall dine together." Moments later, a flash of white light heralded Zhao Feng's arrival in the courtyard. "Wow, Stone, you expanded again?" Zhao Feng immediately noticed the more spacious yard. Zhang Shi harbored no secrets from him, sharing his discoveries of the mine and glacier, as well as the relocation of their sanctuary. The two ascended the watchtower, and Zhao Feng became intrigued by the black mist guardian, reaching out to touch its form. Even in daylight, a chilling aura could be felt. Zhao Feng withdrew his hand, a look of apprehension crossing his face. "This creature is exceedingly strange. It can silently conceal itself within one's body. Should we venture out to explore again, we must make adequate preparations in advance." Zhang Shi nodded thoughtfully. The Village of Confusion had already been recorded in the challenge book, and they would undoubtedly explore it again, albeit only after significantly enhancing their own strength. Zhao Feng gazed towards the distant mountains and the icy river behind them, then inquired, "Sure to, how vast do you think this wilderness world is?" Zhang Shi pondered for a moment before responding. "Since our arrival through the portal, aside from Xuanwu, I have not heard of any encounters between survivors. It stands to reason that the survivors must be quite distant from one another. In our particular zone alone, there are 10,000 survivors. And if we consider the entire world, the expanse of this wilderness is truly immeasurable." After some casual conversation, both men began to feel a pang of hunger, prompting Zhang Shi to head to the kitchen to prepare dinner. With an ample supply of vegetables at his disposal, he was determined not to shortchange his brother. He transformed high-quality potatoes into creamy mashed potatoes as the staple dish, while an assortment of fresh meats and vegetables was crafted into a delightful spread of 4 dishes and a soup. Having lived alone for many years, Zhang Shi's culinary skills, though not rivaling those of a professional chef, were certainly adequate for hosting a family gathering. Upon witnessing the bountiful feast, Zhao Feng grinned widely and retrieved a dozen beers from his backpack. "I just acquired these from a trading market. It has been ages since we brothers had a drink together. With such a splendid meal before us, we must indulge until we are thoroughly inebriated." Neither of them possessed a particularly high tolerance for alcohol, and before long, both began to feel a pleasant haze enveloping them. Seizing the moment before succumbing entirely to intoxication, Zhao Feng, in a dazed state, transported himself back home. Zhang Shi had not even tidied the dining table before collapsing onto his bed, succumbing to slumber. The following morning, the familiar sensation of a hangover brought forth a throbbing headache as he rubbed his forehead and awoke to find a fine layer of perspiration beating upon it. Sitting up, he cast his gaze out the window, astonished to discover that in just one night, all the accumulated snow had melted, leaving the courtyard in a state of utter mire. Upon opening the window to gauge the outside temperature, he realized it was akin to a typical summer day, hovering around 23 or 24 degrees Celsius. His villa was still heating, and having covered himself with an additional quilt while sleeping, it was no wonder he had sweated so profusely. On the 7th day of the harsh winter calamity, Zhang Shi threw off the covers and accessed the system to check in. The system notified him, congratulating him on his check-in reward. Central Air Conditioning System, Green, X1, capable of providing continuous cooling for the shelter, counteracting heat load, a veritable summer savior, and exceptionally energy efficient. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Shi employed the territory control module to install the air conditioning within the villa. In a flash of brilliance, an entire set of ducts and a main unit manifested on the ceiling, complemented by a temperature regulation apparatus on the walls. Upon activating the air conditioner, a refreshing breeze emanated from the main unit, prompting Zhang Shi to contentedly power it down, as the current temperature remained quite agreeable and did not necessitate its use just yet. Zhang Shi gazed upon the muddy courtyard and resolved to repair it today before venturing out to search for supplies and treasure chests in the vicinity. Without hesitation, he set to work, allocating a small portion of land for cultivation while deciding to cover the remaining areas of the courtyard with a layer of stone slabs. Utilizing the system's construction capabilities, he could transform the most basic stone resources into neatly cut slabs. After leveling the muddy ground with a shovel, he meticulously laid the slabs in tight alignment across the courtyard. Although the yard was spacious, the area needing coverage was limited due to the presence of the villa and other structures, allowing Zhang Shi to complete the task in less than a morning. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he took a generous gulp of high-quality well water and surveyed the neatly arranged courtyard, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction for his labor. As the sun rose high in the sky, Zhang Shi noticed the temperature climbing faster than he had anticipated, heightening his vigilance against potential natural disasters. It seemed to be nearing 30 degrees. He realized he should take advantage of the remaining time to accomplish more tasks. Foregoing rest, he purchased 2 large water tanks from the trading market to place in the cooler, shaded areas of the courtyard, covering them with iron panels for added protection. Subsequently, Zhang Shi made his way to the nearby glacier. Though referred to as a glacier, it had completely melted after just one night of warming. The water flowed crystal clear, revealing numerous fish and shrimp frolicking within. Zhang Shi toiled throughout the morning, his garments thoroughly drenched in sweat, leaving him little inclination to admire the scenery. He extracted a multitude of wooden barrels to collect water, subsequently placing them in his backpack before replenishing the reservoir at the shelter. This water could serve as a vital resource for daily living or for irrigating the fields, though he wondered how much would remain after the impending heatwave. Chapter 72. Large Generator. Wild Boar. Recalling the recent refresh of the Valiant Vanguard title, Zhang Shi contemplated his next move and resolved to upgrade the small generator. Firstly, with the imminent natural disaster of extreme heat, many appliances within the villa, including the central air conditioning, would require a reliable power source. Secondly, the small generator was a rare grade item, making its enhancement quite valuable. Having made his decision, he entered the tool room and donned the title. As his intention flowed, a soft pink luminescence enveloped the generator. Moments later, the diminutive generator vanished, replaced by a machine 3 to 4 times larger than its predecessor. Zhang Shi examined its details. Large generator, pink, X1, a generator crafted from advanced technology unique to the wilderness world, capable of converting various forms of energy into electricity with exceptional efficiency, all while operating noiselessly and without pollution. Accompanying this setup were 2 large solar panels, which Zhang Shi adeptly attached to the roof of his villa using a territory manipulation module. Henceforth, he was liberated from the daily chore of fueling the generator, alleviating a significant burden. Having completed his tasks within the shelter, Zhang Shi resolved to venture into the surroundings before the impending disaster fully manifested. In the wild, the snow had entirely melted, and numerous trees had sprouted leaves within a day. The ground was adorned with vibrant flowers and tender shoots, presenting a scene of flourishing vitality. The snowmobile was no longer operational, so Zhang Shi retrieved his bicycle and first inspected the condition of the mining machine. Finding no anomalies, he took Pai Pai along, meandering along the foot of the mountain. Pai Pai, having been cooped up at home, was bursting with excitement, resting his paws on the basket and barking joyfully. As Zhang Shi navigated through the forest at the mountain's base, the dense foliage shielded him from the scorching sun, and the air was infused with the refreshing scent of vegetation. In high spirits, he slowed his pace, allowing himself to relish in the beauty of nature and cherish this fleeting tranquility. Suddenly, Pai Pai's barks grew frantic, prompting Zhang Shi to halt and draw his compound bow in vigilance. Out from the thicket emerged a massive wild boar, its weight estimated to be between 600 and 700 pounds. Its body was caked with mud, appearing robust and resilient. Zhang Shi employed the skill of identification and swiftly discerned its nature. Ding! With a single glance, it was classified as wild boar. The wild boar, blue, a creature of considerable stature, formidable in attack, with firm flesh, low fat content, and high nutritional value. Recognizing the wild boar as a beast of superior quality, Zhang Shi did not bother to examine its specific attributes. His mind began to contemplate whether to braise or stir-fry it upon his return. The wild boar, noticing Zhang Shi, remained unperturbed, grunting defiantly as if to challenge him. Zhang Shi, unwilling to indulge its insolence, raised his compound bow and executed a triple strike. Before the wild boar could react, the arrows pierced through it, triggering the effect of the triple strike, which created a gaping hole in its body with 2 illusory arrows. Despite its tough skin and sturdy flesh, the wild boar was no match for Zhang Shi. In fact, he had intentionally restrained his strength, fearing that a more powerful strike would waste the meat. The wild boar collapsed, motionless, and Zhang Shi approached to collect the experience and items it had yielded. The system prompted him, congratulating him on acquiring 200 experience points, triggered talent, scholar, and 1 wild boar meat, blue, weighing 200 kilograms. Zhang Shi accepted the 200 kilograms of wild boar meat, thoroughly satisfied with the outcome of his expedition. Woof! The sound of Pai Pai's bark echoed from the thicket. Zhang Shi, suspecting there was more to the situation, grasped his compound bow and pushed aside the underbrush, following the sound of Pai Pai's calls to peer inside. To his astonishment, he beheld 3 small wild boars, their fur patterned like chipmunks, charging fiercely towards Pai Pai. Sensing their potential utility to Zhang Shi, Pai Pai, possessing a remarkable intelligence, refrained from harming the little creatures and instead led them in playful circles. Upon spotting the trio of piglets, Zhang Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Fear not, little ones. Your uncle will take you to a delightful place." He retrieved a cloth pouch, gently placing the 3 piglets inside and securing on his back, ready to depart. However, Pai Pai suddenly dashed to Zhang Shi's side, biting his pant leg to indicate that there was more to discover. Intrigued, Zhang Shi followed Pai Pai forward, and after merely 10 meters, he encountered a dazzling treasure chest glimmering under the sunlight. This was a chest of exquisite quality. A grin spread across Zhang Shi's face as he crouched down to stroke Pai Pai. "Well done. Tonight, I shall reward you with an extra meal." Pai Pai, elated by the praise, let out a joyful exclamation and began to circle around Zhang Shi. Zhang Shi snapped a twig and cautiously tapped the grass near the treasure chest, unexpectedly uncovering something. A small, emerald green snake was dislodged by the stick and fell to the side. Zhang Shi furrowed his brow, relieved by his caution. Had he been careless, he might have fallen into another trap. The errant stick had struck the snake dead, and Zhang Shi suddenly realized that this green serpent lacked a tail, with both ends adorned by a triangular head. Had it undergone some mutation? Zhang Shi swept the snake's corpse aside, rubbed his hands together, and hoped that the treasure chest would yield something of value. Ding! The exquisite treasure chest, green, was successfully opened, triggering VIP privileges and doubling the items acquired. Exquisite flour, green, 25 kilograms x2, premium wheat flour, free from any additives, and after consuming a certain amount, it permanently enhances all attributes. Clear spirit, green, x2, can be fused with any identification skills, items, or equipment, significantly boosting the level of identification effectiveness. Zhang Shi was thoroughly satisfied with the spoils from this treasure chest opening and eagerly fused the 2 spirits with a true determination. He had long felt that he was running low on these items, and now, having obtained 2 spirits, it was the perfect opportunity to elevate his level. 2 ethereal orbs, resembling liquid, seeped into the essence of truth and subsequently fell silent. Zhang Shi, filled with curiosity, examined the attributes of this essence, and indeed, a transformation had occurred. Essence of truth, green, a product of an unknown technological civilization, capable of discerning all things, piercing through illusions, and beholding the truth. It appeared to have ascended an entire level. Henceforth, When encountering those exquisite tier monsters, he should be able to discern their specific attributes. A faint smile graced Zhang Shi's lips as he stowed the 2 bags of flour into his backpack and hummed a melody on his way back to the shelter. The route back conveniently led him past a small river, where the sight of swimming fish and shrimp ignited a thought within him. These creatures represented precious resources. Should a calamity of extreme heat arise, it was plausible that the entire river might dry up, rendering the fish and shrimp wasted. Resolute, Zhang Shi decided to seize the moment while it was still early and quickly procure some fishing tools. Once this opportunity passed, it would be lost forever. After securely storing the bounty from his journey at home, Zhang Shi proceeded to the trading market to purchase 2 spike nets. Subsequently, he inquired with Zhao Feng regarding their usage and precautions before casting the nets into a section of the river behind the shelter. Once the nets were set and secured, he would wait for a while to reap the rewards of his catch. The river teemed with aquatic life, so he was confident it would not yield empty-handed. With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Shi returned to the shelter and temporarily placed the 3 piglets in the storage room before collapsing onto the bed to rest. Chapter 73. The Stronghold Upon Awakening. He found that sunset had already descended upon the world. As the day of the devastating cold catastrophe drew to a close, Zhang Shi felt a surge of anticipation for the impending announcement of the rankings based on the survivors' prowess. With the rising temperatures, the windows of the villa were thrown open, allowing him to clearly hear the squeals of the little piglets. He had almost forgotten about these 3 little creatures and realized he needed to provide them with a proper home. He accessed the trading market and discovered that a previous batch of weapons had been entirely sold out, prompting him to produce another set to replenish his stock. A glance at the trading orders revealed that many of them had been purchased by an individual named Humanoid Teddy, a name that rang a bell. This person consistently left comments beneath his trading orders, which Zhang Shi found bothersome and had chosen to ignore. Was a new faction emerging? Zhang Shi had no desire to expand his territory. He merely wished to live well within his modest domain. Yet, he remained acutely aware of the movements of these rising powers. What was the purpose of purchasing such an abundance of weapons, especially when people were unable to congregate? Disregarding these matters, Zhang Shi purchased a pig pen in the trading market and subsequently closed the system. He placed the pig pen next to the flock and chopped some root vegetables to mix with bread. This constituted the first meal for the wild piglets within the sanctuary, and Zhang Shi was exceedingly generous. The 3 little pigs had never encountered such fine fare. For a moment, they forgot their fears and eagerly nestled into the trough. Tears of joy welled in the corners of Zhang Shi's eyes as he murmured, "Eat well, grow plump." Observing the little pig feasting with such delight, Zhang Shi felt a pang of hunger himself. Reminded of the 2 bags of flour he had just harvested, he resolved to indulge in a change of flavor today by making dumplings. Drawing from his childhood memories, Zhang Shi poured a pound of flour into a wooden basin, stirring it with his hands while gradually adding water. Once the moisture reached an adequate level, he kneaded the mixture into a cohesive ball, and before long, the flour amalgamated into a large dough. Satisfied with the successful and often troublesome task of preparing the dough, he covered the basin to allow it to rest and turned his attention to preparing the meat filling. Zhang Shi was raised by his grandparents, who lived on the outskirts of a mountainous region where wild boar meat was quite common. During festive occasions, his grandmother would always prepare dumplings filled with wild boar meat. As he reminisced about the flavors of his childhood, a wave of melancholy washed over him. Pai, perceptive to Zhang Shi's emotional shift, eagerly leaped onto his legs, gazing up at him with wide, expressive eyes. Kneeling down, Zhang Shi affectionately stroked Pai's large ears and muttered to himself, dismissing any unnecessary thoughts. Embracing the moment, he recognized that simply being alive and having food and drink was the greatest happiness. Quickly regaining his composure, Zhang Shi retrieved a piece of fresh wild boar meat, a delightful blend of fat and lean. Although he could not discern the exact cut, he surmised it would be quite flavorful. Coincidentally, the leeks from the fields had just been harvested, making for a perfect combination of pork and leeks for today's filling. From kneading the dough, chopping the filling, seasoning, to wrapping the dumplings, and finally cooking them, Zhang Shi toiled for over 3 hours, drenched in sweat. The moment the dumplings were retrieved and placed on the dining table, he could scarcely wait to prepare the dipping sauce, and directly picked up a pair of chopsticks to savor the first morsel. Ah, how delightful it was! Reflecting on how long it had been since his friends had indulged in such culinary delights, Zhang Shi generously boiled all the dumplings, filling 3 plates to share with Xiaofeng, Wu Qing, and Good Along. After satisfying their appetites, Zhang Shi suddenly remembered that he had yet to retrieve the fishing net. It had been some time since he cast it, and he was unaware of its yield. Carrying an oil lamp and navigating through the dark, Zhang Shi first surveyed the vicinity of the courtyard wall. The nighttime refuge was serene, interrupted only by the occasional chirping of birds and insects. With no sign of larger beasts to disrupt the peace, likely thanks to the watchful guardians of the black mist. Sensing no danger, Zhang Shi ventured out to the riverbank. He exerted considerable effort to haul up the secured net. Even with his level 8 status and high-strength attribute, it still demanded substantial exertion. By the dim light of the lamp, he could vaguely discern some fish and shrimp entangled in the net, conservatively estimating a catch of several dozen pounds. After placing his bounty into his backpack, he once again cast the net into the water. Suddenly, a glimmer appeared in the night sky. Zhang Shi looked up in astonishment. Was that a star? Zhang Shi discerned that the twinkling lights in the night sky were indeed stars. It was his first encounter with the celestial bodies since arriving in this wilderness, and he couldn't help but gaze at them for a while. Upon returning to the shelter, he opened the chat channel. As expected, many survivors had noticed the changes in the night sky and began to engage in discussion. Zhu Dachong, did you see that? A star has suddenly appeared in the sky. What could this mean? Could it be that a meteor is about to crash down? Cheng Xiaobai, brother, don't be overly anxious. I too have seen that star, and it is quite distant from us. Even if it were to fall, it wouldn't reach our location. Zhao Weiwei. As an astronomy enthusiast, I must say the celestial phenomena in this world are distinctly unusual. I have never witnessed a sky with only a single star. Xuanwu, by the way, midnight marks the end of the frigid calamity. Do you think the system will release a leaderboard like last time? Hokuin, that goes without saying. There will certainly be one. I wonder how well I will rank this time and what rewards I might receive. Zhu Dachong. Rather than fixating on rewards, we should focus on how to prepare for the next calamity. I have stored ample supplies, so barring any unforeseen circumstances, I should manage to endure it comfortably. Lu Yu, everyone, in the interest of our survival, I hereby announce the formal establishment of the League of Light. Here, we will uphold the principles of mutual aid and support, never hoarding or exploiting our companions. Membership is open to all. Interested parties may contact me privately. Stronghold, Purple, X1. Upon utilization, it transforms a sanctuary into a stronghold, allowing allied units the option to amalgamate their sanctuaries into the stronghold. The owner of the stronghold possesses the utmost authority. Zhang Shi, intrigued by the considerable developments after Lu Yu's period of silence, sent a private message to inquire. Upon recognizing it was Zhang Shi, Lu Yu promptly replied, "Esteemed Zhang Shi, what brings you here? Would you be interested in joining our Radiant Alliance? Should you choose to come aboard, I would gladly relinquish the position of president to you." Zhang Shi courteously declined and shifted his inquiry towards the specific functionalities of the stronghold item. Lu Yu, anticipating Zhang Shi's reaction, nonetheless remained forthcoming. I stumbled upon this while mining. To put it simply, it allows for the merging of sanctuaries. After the merger, each member retains administrative rights over their own sanctuary. While the administrator can freely access all sanctuaries and has the authority to allocate resources within Stronghold. To date, our Radiant Alliance has welcomed nearly 100 individuals, all of whom have integrated their sanctuaries into the Stronghold. My philosophy is rooted in the belief that unity provides warmth. Humans are inherently social beings. Rather than enduring solitude alone, it is far more advantageous to form an alliance and collectively confront hardships and setbacks. Zhang Shi nodded, acknowledging and respecting Lu Yu's perspective. However, once the number of people increases, a mixture of fish and dragons inevitably leads to a myriad of issues. Zhang Shi has no inclination to address such matters and chooses to keep his distance from these alliances. Chapter 74. Announcement of rankings. If the situation progresses to a point where survival necessitates a collective form, Zhang Shi would only seek out trustworthy individuals to form a team. Unlike Lu Yu, who indiscriminately welcomes anyone for the sake of rapid expansion, the outpost equipment is quite commendable. He hopes to acquire one when the opportunity arises. Having traversed this realm for some time, Zhang Shi has also discerned certain hidden patterns within the wilderness world. He understands that the new items produced in each period are intricately linked to the gameplay of that stage. For instance, prior to the onset of severe cold, chests are filled with clothing for warmth. As extreme heat approaches, Zhang Shi has obtained a central air conditioning system. In summary, following the arrival of the extreme heat disaster, it is likely that the system aims to encourage interaction among players, which is evidenced by the appearance of Chun Hu's Traveler's Journal and Lu Yu's outpost. With time on his hands, Zhang Shi oscillates between the trading market and the chat channels, occasionally lurking and replenishing supplies. Time passes swiftly until the system clock strikes midnight. Once again, the wilderness world punctually issues an announcement. Survivors, congratulations on successfully enduring the first disaster. Do not become complacent. This is merely an appetizer. The threats to your existence have never been solely climatic. What lies ahead is an even more brutal calamity. Next, you shall confront the calamity of extreme heat. This sweltering climate is far more arduous than the biting cold. I hope you can find the strength to endure this natural disaster, for even more terrifying tribulations await you ahead. Shortly, the wilderness will rank the survivors from various regions, and those who secure a prominent position will be rewarded handsomely. Once again, the familiar rhetoric echoed, but this time it was not solely Zhang Shi. The majority of survivors were well prepared, unsurprised by the arrival of the extreme heat disaster. Ding! The regional ranking statistics have been completed, and the results are now to be announced. Summer, District 12 to 11 rankings. First place, Zhang Shi, rewards. Divine Treasure Chest, Pink, X1, Intermediate Equipment Gift Pack X1. Gold X, 3000 second place. Lu Yu, rewards. Rare Treasure Chest, Purple, X3, Intermediate Equipment Gift Pack X1. Gold X 2000 third place. Chun Beipan, rewards. Rare Treasure Chest, Purple, X2, Intermediate Equipment Gift Pack X1. Gold X 1000 fourth place. Zhao Feng, rewards. Rare Treasure Chest, Purple, X1, Beginner Equipment Gift Pack X1. Gold X 900 fifth place. Wu Qing, rewards. Rare Treasure Chest, Purple, X1, Beginner Equipment Gift Pack X1. Gold X 806th place. Guodalong, rewards. Rare Treasure Chest, Purple, X1, Beginner Equipment Gift Pack X1. Gold X 700 World Rankings. First place. Zhang Shi, rewards. Experience points 10,000, second place. Bell Gregory, rewards. Experience points 8,000, third place. Chen Baomu, rewards. Experience points 6,000. A flash of golden light illuminated the scene as the Scholar S talent was triggered, granting Zhang Shi an additional 20,000 experience points, propelling him directly to level 10. True to form, he allocated his attribute points to strength, discovering that his rank had ascended to advanced, with all attributes receiving an encouraging boost. His current attributes are as follows. Name, Zhang Shi race, human experience, level 10 rank, advanced strength, 21 agility, 9 constitution, 7 magic, 1 talent, scholar ability points, 9 although still lacking compared to the monsters encountered. He had significantly improved from his previous state of mediocrity. Moreover, these attributes were unadorned, coupled with skills and equipment. Zhang Shi felt confident that he could hold his own even against exquisitely ranked monsters. The regional and world leaderboards exhibited little change. The strong remained dominant, with the only dark horse being Lu Yu, who had recently established the Radiant Alliance, likely bolstered by a stronghold. This round of system rewards appeared rather meager compared to the last, leaving one to ponder whether the system was intentionally increasing the game's difficulty. Nevertheless, the moment of opening treasure chests was the most joyous occasion, and Zhang Shi possessed the privilege of doubling his rewards, leading to double the delight. Ding! Successfully opened the Divine Treasure Chest, Pink, triggering VIP privileges, resulting in a doubling of items, thereby acquiring Omni Robot, Pink, X2, exclusive artificial intelligence from the wilderness world. capable of enduring and combating. From household chores to combat, they are capable of anything. With a fuel consumption of merely 1 kilowatt per 100 kilometers and possessing unwavering loyalty, they stand as your finest companions on the journey of survival. Zhang Shi extracted 2 robots, discovering that they bore a bionic appearance, one old and one young. The elder was a white-bearded gentleman, impeccably dressed in a sleek black suit, his shoes polished to a shine, exuding an air of immaculate cleanliness. In his hand, he held a serving tray, embodying the quintessential image of a classic butler from cinematic lore. The younger one appeared to be a girl of about 15 or 16, slender in build, with dark skin, clad in a maid's outfit, complemented by an apron. Zhang Shi regarded the duo with keen interest, surprised by the distinct characteristics of the 2 robots. Upon activation, they bowed in unison towards Zhang Shi. "Greetings, my master." As he helped them to their feet, curiosity piqued. He inquired, "What are your names and what are your specialties?" The white-bearded elder responded, "We do not yet possess names. We humbly request you to bestow upon us titles. As for our specialties, we are capable of anything." Amused by the elder's proclamation, Zhang Shi chuckled, suspecting a hint of exaggeration, yet he chose not to probe further, contemplating how to address the pair. After a brief moment, Zhang Shi pointed at the elder. "Well, you bear the likeness of a butler, so I shall call you Old Bai. Your role in the shelter will be to manage the resources and tools, as well as assist me in overseeing various affairs within the sanctuary." Subsequently, Zhang Shi pointed towards the young girl. "As for you, I shall call you Xiaomei. For now on, your duties will encompass attending to my daily needs, tending to the livestock, and managing the farmland. Now, do either of you have any further inquiries?" Lao Bai and Xiaomei, without a hint of hesitation, resolutely replied, "No questions, my master." Zhang Shi felt somewhat uncomfortable being addressed as master and thus instructed them to use a different form of address. "From now on, do not call me master. Simply refer to me as young master." "Understood, young master." Zhang Shi was quite pleased with both robots and spent the night familiarizing them with the surroundings of the shelter. He even took the trouble to prepare 2 rooms for their rest and charging. Pippi, with great curiosity, circled around the 2 newcomers. "Well, I have conveyed all that is necessary. The rest will be supplemented gradually in the future. Starting tomorrow, you shall accompany me in my endeavors. I will demonstrate the tasks you are to undertake, and you may learn by following my example. For tonight, that will suffice. You may return to your rooms to rest." Upon hearing this, Lao Bai turned and made his way back to his room, while Xiaomei remained rooted in place, gazing at Zhang Shi with a dazed expression. Confounded, Zhang Shi inquired, "Is there something else you wish to discuss?" Xiaomei responded with a question of her own. "Young master, do you require my attendance during the night?" Zhang Shi's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape. "Where did you learn that term?" Upon observing Zhang Shi's intense reaction, Xiaomei mistakenly believed he was angered and hastily bowed in apology. "I am truly sorry, young master. My duty is to attend to your daily needs, and I dared not leave until I ensured you were comfortably asleep." Zhang Shi sighed and shook his head, realizing that his own orders had inadvertently caused this misunderstanding. "Enough. You may return. I am perfectly capable of taking care of myself. I do not require assistance for rising or retiring." Chapter 75. The Fire After Dismissing Xiaomei. Tranquility enveloped the bedroom. The harsh calamity of extreme heat had just begun, and even in the night, the temperature remained oppressively uncomfortable. Zhang Shi felt a wave of stifling heat wash over him and promptly activated the air conditioning. As the cool air enveloped him, clarity returned to his mind, and he suddenly remembered that he had yet to check in. Indeed, one can think more effectively within a comfortable environment. He accessed the system interface to complete his check-in, discovering that today's rewards were rather intriguing. The system notified him, "Congratulations, you have checked in and received Fortress Blueprint, Pink, X1, an essential blueprint for upgrading to a level 5 shelter. Upon use, it will transform the shelter into a fortress." Zhang Shi suddenly recalled that with the natural disaster progressing to the next phase, the upgrade condition for the shelter should also be unlocked. Upon accessing the shelter interface, the previously dim icon indeed illuminated. The fifth-level shelter, akin to the fourth-level variant, lacks a fixed template. Its ultimate design relies entirely on the blueprints. Though the demand for materials is astronomical, with some components Zhang Shi had never even encountered. This fortress, however, appeared promising and well-suited to his current style. He decided to close the main gate to stabilize development and wait for the opportune moment to astonish everyone. Zhang Shi's imagination began to wander, envisioning the shelter evolving into a village, a town, or even an empire as a surge of ambition welled up within him. In the early morning, Zhang Shi was awakened by the heat. Despite the air conditioning being on, his pillow and bedding were drenched in sweat, and the entire bedroom felt like a steamer under the sweltering temperature. He sensed a slight swelling in his throat and extreme dryness in his lips, prompting him to lower the air conditioning temperature and guzzle a large bottle of purified water before finally getting out of bed to assess the situation. As he pushed open the window, a wave of heat rushed in, and the sun above blazed with unusual intensity. Conservatively estimating, the outdoor temperature must have reached 40 degrees. Concerned about the impact on his farmland and livestock, he hastily dressed and descended the stairs to investigate. Lao Bai and Xiao Mei had long been on standby. Upon witnessing Zhang Shi hurriedly descending the stairs, they promptly followed suit. However, after merely half a minute under the glaring sun, Zhang Shi felt a burning sensation on his skin. Reminded of the delicate crops, he swiftly darted into the greenhouse to assess the situation. Once inside, he immediately noticed a significant drop in temperature, and the crops appeared unaffected, thriving as ever. It seemed that the greenhouse management module was indeed working effectively. Zhang Shi had initially hesitated, fearing that the harsh sunlight might adversely affect the plants and contemplating whether to dismantle the greenhouse. Now, seeing that the crops were resilient to the heat, he steeled himself and tucked the greenhouse into his backpack. The searing sunlight instantly enveloped Zhang Shi, causing him some discomfort. To allow you to bask in the true sunlight, I have endured quite a bit, he thought. Not wishing to linger beneath the sun, he briefed Lao Bai and Xiao Mei on a few matters before hastily retreating to the poultry house. Upon entering, Zhang Shi was greeted by a delightful surprise. 2 chicks had grown unexpectedly, their bodies now adorned with sleek gray-black feathers, leisurely wandering about the poultry house. Upon encountering Zhang Shi, I hastened to his side, eagerly awaiting his benevolence. Zhang Shi demonstrated his daily tasks to Lao Bai and Xiao Mei before returning to the villa with the 2 robots. He instructed Xiao Mei to prepare breakfast while he retreated to the bathroom for a refreshing cold shower, which alleviated the sweltering heat clinging to him. Xiao Mei prepared a delightful dish of cold noodles, and after sampling it, Zhang Shi offered high praise. Given the limited ingredients available in the shelter, Xiao Mei's culinary skills were commendable, truly befitting a robot of exceptional caliber. The robots did not require sustenance, hence Zhang Shi dined alone. The oppressive heat had diminished his appetite, causing him to eat at a more leisurely pace. Opening the chat channel, it was unsurprising to find a plethora of complaints regarding the weather, alongside various recruitment messages for alliances. The number of survivors had dwindled to fewer than 4,000, and it seemed the players had come to understand the game, realizing that survival in the harsh wilderness demanded cooperation. Xunbei Pan, the largest mutual aid organization in this area, is recruiting new members, welcoming all elite survivors. The membership has surpassed 200, and the president has twice ranked second on the leaderboard. Interested parties may private message with their attribute panel. Luyu, the Light Alliance, is accepting members, with no prerequisites or requirements. The stronghold requires no specific criteria for use, and the merging of shelters is entirely voluntary. Zhang Shi glanced around, noting the emergence of several organizations such as the Tiandi Hui and the Brothers Alliance. However, most were merely opportunists seeking to exploit resources. In this area, the only 2 organizations that have truly established a firm foothold are those of Xunbei Pan and Luyu. Suddenly, a buzzing sound interrupted his thoughts. It was a video call from Zhao Feng. Zhang Shi answered, and Zhao Feng's panicked visage filled the screen, accompanied by thick plumes of smoke in the background, where the ominous crackle of flames could be faintly heard. Sure, help me. The forest beside me is ablaze, and it's about to reach my shelter. Alarmed, Zhang Shi hurriedly gathered some useful tools from the warehouse and retrieved his traveler-esque journal to request a teleportation. With a flash of white light, he reappeared, only to be immediately engulfed by a cloud of smoke that made him cough violently. As he looked ahead, he saw flames roaring through the woods, where Zhao Feng was desperately digging a firebreak in front of his shelter in an attempt to halt the advancing inferno. Unfortunately, the efforts of one person were insufficient. The fire had already spread to the base of the shelter's wall. Coughing, Zhang Shi rushed forward and pulled Zhao Feng away. "Are you out of your mind? The fire is closing in. Run." Zhao Feng's shelter faced a small river, while behind it lay a dense forest. At that moment, for reasons unknown, a wildfire had erupted deep within the woods. In this present age of arid heat, a raging inferno swiftly encroached upon the vicinity of the shelter. Catching Zhao Feng completely off guard, Zhang Shi recalled that he possessed a resource card and endeavored to designate a river to establish a firebreak behind the shelter. However, he soon realized that the available space was insufficient, thus abandoning the thought. The two stood by the riverbank, helplessly observing as the flames consumed the shelter. Zhao Feng's skin was scorched a vivid red, and whether from the smoke or the heat, tears welled in his eyes as he clenched his fists. Fixating on the devastation ahead, beside him his pet leopard appeared equally distressed, its coat a patchwork of black and white, silently crouching at Zhao Feng's side. This marked merely the first day of the sweltering calamity. As Zhao Feng beheld the ruins of the shelter he had painstakingly built, the feelings of indignation and despair within him were palpable. Zhang Shi gently patted his shoulder, offering words of solace. "As long as you are safe, do not lose heart. We are brothers, and we can start anew." Zhao Feng shook his head, responding despondently. "Everything is gone, all is lost. How can I possibly start over?" Zhang Shi delivered a reassuring punch to his arm. "Do not despair. As I said, I am here for you. If necessary, you can come to my place. Together, we can form an alliance and enjoy the fruits of our labor." Zhao Feng lifted his gaze to glance at Zhang Shi, and tears could no longer be restrained. He clutched Zhang Shi's fist and wept uncontrollably. Zhang Shi could only manage a wry smile. "Please do not cry. Gather your things and come to my home. In this sweltering heat, I feel as if I might wither away." Chapter 76. Flexible employment. The raging fire would not cease anytime soon, and some of the props within the shelter would not be easily consumed by the flames, though they could not be removed for the time being. Thus, Zhao Feng had no choice but to accompany Zhang Shi back. With one more person and a leopard in Zhang Shi's shelter, the atmosphere became considerably livelier. Zhang Shi arranged a room for Zhao Feng and took him for a stroll around the vicinity. Zhao Feng's emotions, which had surged forth so suddenly, subsided just as quickly, and before long, he emerged from his sorrow. Upon encountering the two robots, Lao Bai and Xiao Mei, his curiosity was piqued once more. After conversing with them, he discovered that they were entirely capable of normal communication, which opened the floodgates of his discourse, and he began to engage them in various topics. Had the robots been capable of experiencing annoyance, they would have surely reached their limit and sent Zhao Feng packing long ago. Zhao Feng's backpack contained only a few essential weapons and equipment, and he was notably lacking in basic resources. Consequently, he cautiously inquired of Zhang Shi whether he needed assistance with anything. Zhang Shi initially intended to assure him that nothing was required, but after a moment's consideration, he pointed toward the small river behind the shelter. "If you wish to contribute, help me with fishing. While the river remains unyielding, gather as much as you can." Zhao Feng immediately stood at attention and saluted, exclaiming "Received," like a soldier. He then turned and sprinted towards the river, prompting Zhang Shi to follow, filled with concern. Upon reaching the riverbank, Zhang Shi observed that the water level had noticeably decreased compared to the previous day. In just a single day, the water had receded significantly, leaving him uncertain about how much longer the river could endure. Zhao Feng, well-versed in fishing and hunting, swiftly dragged the gill net ashore, yielding a considerable catch of several dozen pounds of fish. After resetting the net, he wiped the sweat from his brow and pointed towards the mountain, inquiring, "Sure to. Is that the mountain you mentioned? While the weather remains tolerable, would you lead me there for a visit?" Zhang Shi, noticing Zhao Feng's eagerness, guided him towards the mountain. As they passed the entrance, they unexpectedly stumbled upon several carcasses of wild beasts. Under the sweltering heat, the bodies had begun to decay and were infested with maggots, emitting a foul stench that assaulted their nostrils, causing both men to feel nauseous. Casting a glance at the shadowy sentinels, Zhang Shi speculated that this was likely the result of Zhao Feng's efforts. Enduring the foul stench, the two hastily buried the carcass of the beast before hastening towards the mine on their bicycles. Pai, as usual, occupied the front basket, while Zhao Feng took the seat and Zhang Shi handled the cycling, leaving the leopard to sprint wildly on all fours, resulting in a rather comical scene. The sun blazed down mercilessly, yet the robust physiques of the group afforded them some respite, preventing any immediate strain on their bodies. After each downed a generous gulp of water, Zhao Feng observed Zhang Shi clearing the materials obstructing the cave entrance, and perplexed, inquired, "Is there gold in there? Is such caution truly necessary?" Zhang Shi shook his head, proceeding deeper while informing Zhao Feng of the matter concerning the Grey Wolf King. Inside the mine, two mining machines continued their relentless toil, with the extracted or piled high. Intrigued, Zhao Feng approached and tapped the mining machine, which emitted a dull thud. "Oh, it's made of pure steel." Zhao Feng was quite astounded, as this was the first instance he had encountered steel in the wilderness. Zhang Shi, unable to differentiate between various metals, only knew that the mining machines were robust. Upon hearing Zhao Feng's words, he realized they were constructed using advanced materials. Zhang Shi inspected the condition of the mining machines, replenished their fuel, and then gathered the mined resources. The two of them explored the mountains for a while before returning to the shelter. The temperature outside was escalating, and Zhang Shi surmised that, starting tomorrow, the external conditions might become uninhabitable for living organisms. He feared he might not withstand such intense heat and would have to remain confined within a shelter. Inside the villa, Zhao Feng activated the air conditioning, reclining on the living room sofa, relishing the cool breeze and murmuring to himself, "If only I had an ice-cold cola, it would be absolutely perfect." Zhang Shi overheard him and promptly pulled Zhao Feng up. "You crave an ice-cold cola? Come, follow me." Zhao Feng was initially reluctant, but upon hearing the mention of an ice-cold cola, he eagerly trailed behind Zhang Shi. Zhang Shi unlocked the basement door and led Zhao Feng downstairs. Upon entering the basement, a wave of icy air rushed forth, creating a stark contrast to the heat above. "Incredible ice!" Zhao Feng exclaimed with delight, immediately prostrating himself upon the ice blocks. "So, you preserved all the ice blocks I initially mined here. You truly possess foresight, Shi. My efforts were not in vain." Zhang Shi inspected the condition of the ice blocks and, finding little deterioration, felt a sense of relief. He selected a piece of ice and departed with Zhao Feng. Upon reaching the kitchen, Zhang Shi retrieved 2 large cups and carved a groove into the ice block using an old tool. He then purchased 2 large bottles of cola at a premium from the trading market, placing both the cups and the cola into the ice to chill. Cola is a rare commodity, abundant in sugar and a liquid refreshment highly sought after in both frigid and sweltering conditions. Additionally, due to its limited availability, typically only obtainable from treasure chests, its price remains exceedingly high. "Ha, sure, you are quite the generous friend. This is not a cheap indulgence. You've certainly made a significant expenditure this time," Zhao Feng remarked. Zhang Shi waved his hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly, "It's just a little water." After a lengthy wait, the cola was finally chilled. Zhao Feng, unable to contain his anticipation, gulped down a large cup of cola in one go, letting out a satisfied belch. That was delightful," he exclaimed with a grin, turning to the ice block and suddenly adopting a serious tone. "Hey, Shi, have you ever considered selling ice?" Zhang Shi sat up, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "I have contemplated it, but given that the temperature has yet to reach its peak, the market for ice may not be very promising at the moment. I plan to wait another day to assess the situation before making any decisions." Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng opened the trading market and searched for ice-related orders. To his astonishment, he indeed found listings. "Oh wow, sure, don't just sit back and watch. There are already individuals selling ice blocks in bulk. Zhang Shi opened the system to discover that the ice vendor was, in fact, Xuanwu from the 19 states. He recognized him and speculated that he might be Gu Daolong's alter ego, so he sent a private message to Gu Daolong. The reply came swiftly, confirming his identity and revealing the source of his ice blocks. "I possess an ice spike skill," he explained, "with the extreme heat disaster looming. This ability is akin to alchemy. Prior to the calamity, I stocked up on potions and gear that restore magical energy. After a sleepless night of casting spells, I managed to amass a warehouse full of ice spikes, which has turned out to be quite profitable." Zhao Feng chuckled and remarked, "Old Gu is indeed resourceful. He has found a way to utilize that attack skill effectively." After some contemplation, Zhang Shi took a photograph of the basement and sent it to Old Gu. "I too intend to sell ice blocks. I hope it won't interfere with your business." Chapter 77. The Assault of the Eagles. A moment of silence ensued on Gu Daolong's end. He was utterly taken aback that Zhang Shi had stockpiled such a substantial quantity of ice blocks in advance. With nothing better to do, Zhao Feng added Wu Qing to their group chat, and the four began exchanging banter. During their conversation, they touched upon the incident of the wildfire that Zhao Feng had encountered at the shelter. Upon hearing Zhao Feng's experience, Wu Qing recalled a peculiar event she had stumbled upon in the World Channel. A foreign organization, through unknown means, had gathered its members and was reportedly equipped with vehicles, exploring various regions of the continent. According to accounts from other survivors, this group has located and plundered several shelters. One of these belonged to a fellow countryman of ours, who, unwilling to have his resources seized, set everything ablaze, reducing it all to ashes. He claimed that the primeval forest behind him was also affected, igniting a wildfire. Zhao Feng scratched his head, dubious. "It probably isn't just a coincidence, is it? In this kind of weather, it's not unusual for a fire to start." In the afternoon, as the weather grew even more sweltering, Zhang Shi and Zhao Feng reclined languidly on the sofa, unwilling to stir. They delegated all tasks to Lao Bai and Xiao Mei, exchanging idle chatter and occasionally sipping on ice-cold cola, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Recalling that the barbed wire had been laid out for quite some time, Zhao Feng realized it was time to gather the spoils. He sluggishly rose and roused Zhang Shi to accompany him to the stream to inspect their haul. Pai Pai bounded along with them. Unexpectedly, they had barely reached the stream when Pai Pai issued a soft warning. Zhang Shi strained his ears and detected the resounding roar of an engine emanating from the opposite bank. The two exchanged a glance, swiftly locating a large boulder to crouch behind in order to assess the situation. Moments later, a military green convertible jeep came to a halt by the riverbank. From the vehicle emerged three burly men, evidently foreigners, conversing in a language incomprehensible to Zhang Shi and Zhao Feng as they gazed towards the shelter. The river was not wide, merely spanning a few dozen meters, yet through systematic translation, Zhang Shi discerned their intentions. One of the blonde giants spoke, "Brother, look at that wall ahead. It must be at least 4 to 5 meters high. If we take that shelter, we'll be in for a substantial reward." The individual referred to as brother was a bald man clad in a black short-sleeved shirt, his arms adorned with elaborate tattoos of dragons and tigers, exuding a menacing aura. "Let us not get ahead of ourselves. This shelter appears rather formidable. We should devise a plan to avoid any unforeseen setbacks," he cautioned. Another subordinate, a black man, appeared excited. "The foes we've encountered thus far have been mere trifles, easily dispatched before we even exerted ourselves. This time, however, we have a worthy opponent. I intend to truly enjoy this, preferably a woman." "Haha." The bald man interrupted the black man's musings, distributing a pill to each of his two subordinates. His voice grave. "Enough. The weather is growing increasingly warm, and our supply of cooling medication is dwindling. Nightfall approaches. Let us seize this shelter quickly and make camp here for the night." Having spoken, the bald man stowed the jeep into his backpack and produced an inflatable raft. The three of them combined their efforts to push the raft into the river before climbing in, preparing to cross. Zhao Feng sensed that he had attracted the attention of others and, having reached his limit, decided to take action as he saw them approaching the river. He swiftly retrieved his bow and arrow, intending to strike them from the shadows. Zhang Shi hurriedly intervened, whispering Do not alarm them. Let them cross first. Although Zhang Shi felt a surge of anger at being unwittingly targeted by these strangers, the allure of the jeep and the summer medicine in their possession tempered his murderous intent. He resolved to allow the three to pass before making a move. The trio were evidently survivors with enhanced strength attributes. They effortlessly navigated the rushing current, crossing the narrow river of a few meters in mere minutes. The vegetation along the riverbank had flourished remarkably, having grown to knee height in just one day. Zhang Shi and Zhao Feng crouched behind a rock, using the cover of the grass to observe the three men. After crossing the river, the three sturdy men cautiously circled the vicinity of the shelter twice, seemingly assessing the situation. Noticing the lack of activity inside the shelter, one of the men, a black man, scampered over to the bald man to report his findings. "Boss, it seems there are sounds of livestock inside, but aside from that, there's no commotion. The owner of this shelter must have stepped out." With that, the black man greedily licked his lips. "It has been a while since we've had fresh meat, hasn't it?" The bald man nodded, greeting the other blonde-haired individual, and then retrieved several sections of a ladder from his backpack. The three men boldly began assembling the ladder at the base of the wall, seemingly intent on constructing a siege ladder to scale the barrier directly. Since the wall's expansion, the length of the electric fence had become insufficient to encompass the entire shelter, thus affording these intruders an opportunity. From the watchtower, the shadowy guards had long since noticed the unusual activity, yet Zhang Shi, utilizing the territory control module, had advised against any hasty actions. He was intrigued by the organization behind these three men and planned to capture them alive to extract intelligence and preemptively mitigate any threats. Before long, the trio of robust men completed the assembly of the ladder and cautiously leaned it against the wall. After testing its stability, the bald man signaled the black man to ascend first and ascertain the situation. Reluctantly, the black man began to climb the ladder, which was constructed of bamboo and swayed precariously. He ascended with utmost caution at every step. Seeing the opportune moment, Zhang Shi patted Zhao Feng on the shoulder, then drew his composite bow, aiming at the black man suspended in midair, and released an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, instantly piercing the black man and sending him plummeting to the ground. The black man's eyes widened in shock, devoid of consciousness, lifeless beyond revival. Zhang Shi understood well the brutal law of the wilderness. The strong prey upon the weak. He would show no mercy to those who covet his sanctuary. Who are they? The bald man pivoted sharply, bellowing in rage, only to be met by Zhao Feng's fiery stone great axe. The bald man, no weakling himself, brandished a large cleaver, narrowly parrying Zhao Feng's assault. Sensing the immense force transmitted through the hilt, the bald man realized he was facing a formidable opponent. He retreated hastily, seeking a moment to regain his composure. The yellow-haired man, startled by the sudden turn of events, cowered behind the bald man, only to receive a stinging slap across the face. "Coward, what are you hiding for? Grab your weapon." Zhao Feng, unwilling to grant them respite, unleashed a sweeping attack towards the two. The bald man, possessing keen eyesight, recognized the impossibility of directly confronting the skill. Seizing the yellow-haired man by the collar, he executed a remarkable leap, as if suspended by wires, clearing 2 meters in a single bound, once again evading the blow. Upon landing, the bald man's complexion was flushed, evidence of the considerable effort expended. "Brother, there must be some misunderstanding. We are members of the Eagle Regiment, led by Mr. Bell, ranked 2nd in the world. We hope you will extend us some courtesy and let this matter rest." Zhao Feng, indifferent to the Eagles, pressed forward with his axe. Zhang Shi, observing with a detached gaze, interjected mockingly, "2nd in the world, you say? Truly impressive. However, I have already slain your men. How shall we settle that account?" The bald man's agility was remarkable. Through a series of nimble dodges and turns, he managed to evade Zhao Feng's attacks for several rounds without sustaining any injury. What account? Black Dragon's death was merely an unfortunate accident, was it not? Chapter 78. Murder and plunder. Zhang Shi found amusement in the bald man's unexpected understanding of social niceties. Behind the bald man, the yellow-haired brute's timidity vanished, replaced by a sneer as he bellowed, "Boss, it's ready." He retrieved a bundled object from his backpack and, with a flick of a lighter, ignited it before tossing it toward Zhao Feng. The bald man swiftly retreated, fearing the repercussions. Zhang Shi surmised that the object was likely a homemade explosive. He promptly cautioned Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng had already noticed the yellow-haired man's actions, but evasion was futile. He braced himself, positioning the axe horizontally and retreating rapidly. With a deafening roar, the crude explosive detonated. The powerful shockwave hurled Zhao Feng several meters away, and nearby walls cracked. Pai, startled, howled incessantly. Zhao Feng lay motionless. Zhang Shi's heart clenched, and he rushed to assess the situation, discovering Zhao Feng unconscious. Blood trickling from his mouth, his body riddled with shrapnel wounds. He appeared gravely injured. "I'll be damned. You've truly crossed the line," Zhang Shi roared in fury, summoning the black mist guards to join the fray. A plume of ebony mist descended from the watchtower, swiftly coalescing into the imposing figure of a knight, which charged towards the bald man. The bald man, still reeling from the concussive force of the blast, was momentarily dazed, spotting the shadowy specter advancing upon them. The blond man, realizing the gravity of the situation, frantically shook the bald man while producing a crucifix from his vest, brandishing it defensively. Unexpectedly, the crucifix proved efficacious. Perhaps due to the intense sunlight, the shadowy guardian was unable to manifest its full power and was repelled by the holy symbol, forced to retreat. The bald man, having regained his composure, narrowly evaded Zhang Shi's arrow and produced a blunderbuss from his coat, aiming it menacingly. "Boy, take a gander at this. You dare defy it?" he exclaimed. Zhang Shi furrowed his brow, surprised that they possessed such weaponry, but remained undaunted. He simply surmised that the trio's origins were more complex than he had initially estimated, realizing that he had underestimated them. Instructing Pai to escort Zhao Feng to safety, Zhang Shi prepared to fight unreservedly. As the shadowy guardian was temporarily unable to assist him, Zhang Shi commanded it to guard the entrance of the sanctuary, preventing the two men from resorting to desperate measures. Seeing the departure of the shadowy entity, the bald man assumed Zhang Shi had capitulated. He approached cautiously, sneering, "Boy, you've shown good sense. Quickly unlock the gate and surrender all valuables, and I might grant you a swift end." The bald man silently calculated the distance between himself and Zhang Shi. The firearm in his hand had an effective shooting range of less than 50 meters, and its accuracy diminished drastically with distance. He was searching for an optimal range, poised to deliver a fatal blow to Zhang Shi. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Zhang Shi remained motionless, seemingly oblivious. A smirk of triumph crept onto the bald man's lips as he prepared to pull the trigger. However, just then, Zhang Shi moved, his form flickering before the bald man like a specter, rendering him unable to aim. The firearm afforded only a single shot. Should he miss, the bald man would lose the upper hand and find himself in a precarious position. Weighing his options, he was compelled to retreat, attempting to create some distance. As he stepped back, Zhang Shi halted, drawing back the composite bow in his grasp. Beholding the gleaming arrow glinting in the sunlight, the bald man hastily sought cover. He was a survivor who had allocated his attribute points to strength and agility, allowing him a swift escape, which had previously enabled him to evade Zhang Shi's arrows. Yet, this particular shot was not aimed at him. The arrow soared through the air, imbued with the effect of triple impact, and in an instant, it pierced through the chest of the yellow-haired man, triggering the energy arrow's explosive effect, which obliterated his body into a mist of blood. Witnessing the gruesome demise of his companion, the bald man was engulfed by fear and rage, unleashing a furious shout as he fired his weapon. In a desperate maneuver, Zhang Shi could only leap aside to evade, yet his current agility was insufficient to entirely avoid the projectiles. Moreover, the bald man's firearm discharged sand, akin to a shotgun spread. Though Zhang Shi dodged the brunt of the ammunition, his legs were grazed, resulting in superficial wounds. After a swift roll on the ground, Zhang Shi drew his bow once more, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. The distance between them was now minimal. Despite the bald man's preemptive evasive action, Pai Pai's sudden appearance behind him left him vulnerable. Pai Pai seized the bald man with a bite, dragging him to the ground. Zhang Shi released his bowstring, and an arrow pierced the bald man's thigh, eliciting a pained scream as he writhed on the ground. Zhang Shi rose to his feet, catching his breath. Fearing further trickery from the bald man, he abandoned any notion of taking him alive. He advanced rapidly, drawing his bow and aiming at his head. At that moment, the bald man frantically displayed his system panel, revealing a red-haired man with a ponytail. The man's deep blue eyes and chiseled features suggested he was the leader of this foreign group. "Brother," the man said, "I am Bell, the leader of the Eagles. I trust you've heard of me. Spare his life, and I will endeavor to fulfill any resource requests you may have. I can also mediate the situation between you, ensuring that the Eagles will no longer trouble you." Zhang Shi observed the man on the screen with keen interest, unaware that the bald fellow had already activated video synchronization, allowing Bell to be fully apprised of the situation. "So, this is the renowned Bell, the second in the world. What a pleasure to finally make his acquaintance." Bell smiled faintly, reclining back on the sofa as he continued. "Our Eagle Corps is the most formidable force in this region. We not only gather members, but also possess the capability to explore beyond the confines of the shelter. My subordinates are currently on a mission to venture outward, and while they may encounter some friction with other survivors along the way, such minor misunderstandings can easily be resolved. Wouldn't you agree?" Zhang Shi scoffed dismissively, withholding his opinion on Bell's words. "Forgive my lack of introduction. I am Zhang Shi, the one who stands atop you as the world's number one. Your people have harmed my friend. It won't be long before I personally pay you a visit. Prepare yourself." Bell straightened in his seat, his expression turning icy. Given the enormity of the shelter, he took Zhang Shi's words with a grain of belief, even filtering out the sarcasm embedded within them. "So, you are Zhang Shi. What a pleasure. This has all been a misunderstanding from the very beginning. I hope you won't take it to heart. What do you require?" Zhang Shi interrupted Bell, drawing the bowstring taut, disregarding the bald man's cries of anguish. "I spared his life merely to convey a message to you. The message has been delivered, and now he may perish." As the words faded, an arrow pierced the skull of the bald man, and the video feed abruptly ceased. On the opposite side, Bell furiously smashed the table before him, coldly remarking, "Zhang Shi, I eagerly await the moment we meet." Chapter 79. Firearms? Once the matters at hand were resolved, Zhang Shi summoned Lao Bai and Xiao Mei to assist in carrying Zhao Feng into the house. After meticulously clearing the spoils of war from the battlefield, he promptly contacted Wu Qing and Good Along. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived, aided by the miraculous powers of the Traveler's Journal. Wu Qing carried an enormous medical bag, brimming with an array of medical instruments, evidently prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Before Zhang Shi could utter a word, Wu Qing keenly noticed the unconscious Zhao Feng on the sofa and hurried over to assess his condition. Good Along's face was etched with confusion, prompting Zhang Shi to recount in detail the encounter with the bald man and his companions. Upon hearing the account, Good Along was taken aback, realizing that organized factions had begun to extend their influence. "Your position has been compromised. Life here may soon become tumultuous," he remarked. Zhang Shi gently shook his head, his expression resolute. "It matters not. We shall confront adversaries as they come, and we shall fortify ourselves against the elements. This untamed world offers no absolute safety, especially now that the scorching calamity has just descended, with temperatures set to soar. I doubt they will endure the heat to seek vengeance in the near future." Beside him, after a meticulous examination, Wu Qing arrived at a conclusion. He had merely sustained a slight concussion, and there was no serious harm. It was anticipated that he would awaken soon. Subsequently, Wu Qing began to tend to Zhao Feng's wounds. The external temperature was exceedingly high, and improper treatment could lead to infection, with dire consequences. Upon hearing that Zhao Feng was not in grave danger, a heavy weight lifted from Zhang Shi's heart. Only then did he become aware of a throbbing pain in his calf. Good Along, noticing Zhang Shi's grimace, realized that his pant leg was soaked in blood. Zhang Shi rolled up his trouser leg, revealing a gruesome wound, the result of a gunshot. Numerous fragments of gravel were embedded in the flesh, and the sight was distressing. Wu Qing, come quickly, Gu Daolong exclaimed in alarm, urgently calling for Wu Qing to attend to the injury. Such a wound, due to its extensive area of trauma, could easily lead to significant complications in this wilderness world where medical resources were scarce. Wu Qing glanced at Zhang Shi's injury and could not help but furrow her brow. Do not take this lightly. This is not merely a superficial wound. Zhang Shi smiled nonchalantly, attempting to soothe her anxiety. However, Wu Qing raised her hand to interrupt him and promptly retrieved a complete set of medical instruments from her backpack. We must prepare for surgery. This wound requires immediate attention. Zhang Shi reclined on the sofa, a block of ice placed beneath his leg to alleviate the pain, while 2 oil lamps stood nearby to provide illumination. Adorning her hands with gloves, Wu Qing wielded a scalpel in one hand and forceps in the other, meticulously tending to Zhang Shi's wound. Zhang Shi, enduring waves of excruciating pain, clenched his teeth, stifling any sound. Beside her, Xiao Mei, drawing upon her repository of medical knowledge, served as Wu Qing's capable assistant. After approximately an hour, the procedure concluded. Even Zhao Feng had roused, his gaze filled with compassion as he beheld Zhang Shi's injury. Wu Qing applied a mysterious botanical essence to Zhang Shi's calf, subsequently swathing it in gauze, and cautioned, adhere to the usual regimen, refraining from strenuous activity to prevent wound dehiscence and ensure optimal healing. Zhang Shi, casting a glance at the dozen or so extracted pebbles in the iron basin, still felt lingering trepidation. It's fortunate you evaded swiftly. Had you been struck, the consequences could have been dire. Zhao Feng, equally apprehensive, reflected on the battle, regretting his initial underestimation of their adversaries. Gu Daolong, examining the musket seized from the bald man, scrutinized it meticulously. This is an authentic musket, with a substantial powder capacity. I surmise that the so-called Eagle Regiment likely possesses crucial ingredients, such as sulfur or saltpeter, for manufacturing gunpowder. Zhao Feng added, indeed, that blonde fellow even hurled an improvised explosive, its potency rivaling Wu Qing's red peppers. The situation was truly precarious. Zhang Shi also perceived the gravity of the matter. If the adversaries have indeed advanced to the era of firearms, wielding muskets and explosives, it is likely that their rudimentary stone walls will not withstand the onslaught for long. Zhang Shi began to contemplate the possibility of relocating once more, seeking to evade this impending turmoil. Upon expressing his concerns, Wu Qing smiled and offered words of comfort. There is no need for such pessimism. Have you forgotten? You still rank first on this latest leaderboard. If that belle has truly entered the age of firearms, he would have surely left the other survivors far behind by now. Zhang Shi nodded, recognizing the validity in Wu Qing's words. His thoughts then drifted to the jeep driven by the bald trio, prompting him to summon everyone to the courtyard and retrieve the vehicle from his backpack. The appearance of the jeep instantly captivated the attention of Wu Qing and Gu Daolong. This anachronistic marvel piqued their interest greatly. Zhang Shi gestured towards the vehicle and shared its attributes. Jeep, purple, a conventional vehicle with considerable horsepower, albeit with a high fuel consumption rate. At this stage, it is impossible for anyone to manufacture such a contraption. I suspect it is a reward from the system, or perhaps something obtained from a treasure chest. He then pointed to the fuel tank. It still runs on gasoline. I only found a single barrel of petrol from their wristwatches, so their supply is likely quite limited. Gu Daolong stroked his chin, deep in thought. Your equipment is rather luxurious. You must have taken down someone of considerable importance, not merely a lowly henchman. Zhang Shi nodded, recalling the matter of the heat-repelling pills. He then extended the azure capsules from his rucksack to Wu Qing, soliciting her assessment. Wu Qing castigated him with a glare. I'm not a laboratory automaton. Do you presume I can discern the components with a mere glance? Zhang Shi, somewhat abashed, retracted his hand and elucidated to the assemblage. I overheard the bald man's cohort referring to these as heat-repelling pills, purportedly alleviating the effects of the summer heat. I surmise this is one of the factors enabling their outward explorations during the sweltering days. Gu Daolong, glancing at the regional channel, remarked within our sector, no one has encountered incursions from other survivors. It appears the Eagle Core expansion is localized. You were simply unfortunate, situated proximate to the bald man's sanctuary, hence the day's predicament. Zhang Shi, fondling the bald man's wristwatch in his hand, articulated with a chilling intonation, regardless, this feud is now established. Should they remain quiescent for a time? Well and good, otherwise. Zhang Shi did not continue, but rather surveyed the Voyager's handbook on the table. With the forced teleportation cooldown nearing its end, a surge of impetuousness welled up within Zhang Shi, an urge to teleport to Bell's location for an expeditious settling of scores. However, Wu Qing forestalled his impulse. You're not a lunatic like Chun Hu. Why hazard teleporting into another's territory? Should they possess countermeasures, you could very well find yourself in peril. Zhang Shi, in a moment of anger, quickly regained his composure, realizing that recklessly seeking revenge was unwise. After all, his opponent was the second-rank survivor. A single misstep could transform his quest for vengeance into a perilous trap, turning him into prey. Chapter 80. Mercenaries after giving Zhang Shi and Zhao Feng some advice. Wu Qing and Guda long departed. The two men were caught off guard, falling ill on the very first day of the sweltering calamity, which hampered many of their activities. Fortunately, the two robots, Lao Bai and Xiao Mei, took on all the responsibilities within the shelter, allowing Zhang Shi and Zhao Feng to relax and take it easy. As evening approached, Zhang Shi was idly browsing the trading market when a private message from Guda Long caught his attention. Check the World Channel. Someone has declared war on you. Intrigued, Zhang Shi speculated that it might be that troublemaker Bell. Upon opening the World Channel, he found a flurry of messages inundating the screen, proclaiming, "The despicable Zhang Shi has brutally slain a key member of the Eagle Squad. I, Bell Gregory, hereby officially declare war on Zhang Shi in the name of the Eagle Squad's leader." The World Channel was a cacophony of information, with countless messages scrolling by every second. Yet, the deluge from the Eagle Squad dominated the chat for a considerable time, showcasing their formidable influence. Realizing he was being openly challenged, Zhang, the information regarding Zhang Shi has been pinned, igniting the curiosity of onlookers who had initially intended to merely observe. Discussions surrounding the enmity between the two factions erupted. As the World Channel buzzed with fervor, suddenly, the topic of conversation among survivors revolved entirely around this conflict. While such disputes are not uncommon on the World Channel, this incident marked the first instance of violence spilling into the physical realm. Furthermore, the fact that the two individuals involved are ranked first and second in the world only heightened the spectacle. Many survivors within the regional channel also turned their attention to the upheaval in the World Channel, sharing the content of the discussions, which incited considerable uproar. Zhu Dachang exclaimed, "Wow! I never expected that the esteemed Zhang Shi has begun to expand his territory, confronting forces from other regions." Chung Xiaobai added, "I have been closely monitoring the World Channel lately. I heard that the Eagle Brigade is roaming around, and many survivors who have encountered them have been extorted and plundered. Zhang Shi is ridding us of these threats, avenging the common survivors. I shall support you forever." Hokun remarked, "What? Has someone already begun cross-regional exploration? Battling the natural disasters and beasts in my own territory is challenging enough. Heaven help me, may they not discover my sanctuary." Chen Beipan also took note of the situation on the World Channel, contemplating that this was an opportune moment to strike a significant blow against Zhang Shi. Having endured in silence for several days, it was time to launch a decisive attack. Subsequently, Chen Beipan invested considerable effort in locating Bell's comments, clicking to initiate a private chat. Immediately, the meticulously compiled dossier on Zhang Shi, painstakingly gathered by the Mutual Aid Society, was dispatched. "Zhang Shi, this time I am resolute in ensuring your demise." Unbeknownst to Zhang Shi, he had been betrayed by Chen Beipan. However, with the potential exposure of the sanctuary's location, Zhang Shi augmented its defenses. After reinforcing the perimeter wall, Zhang Shi delegated the night watch to Lao Bai, tasking him with safeguarding the sanctuary alongside the Black Mist Sentinels. Zhang Shi himself then turned his attention to fortifying the wall further. The Eagle Brigade likely still possessed a stockpile of improvised explosives. Should a substantial quantity of these explosives be detonated simultaneously, the wall might not withstand the assault. Regrettably, no other suitable materials have been discovered thus far. Zhang Shi was left with no alternative but to thicken the wall before retiring to his quarters to rest. Undeniably, Zhang Shi's apprehension was well-founded. At the Eagle Brigade headquarters, a dozen burly men stood in formation before a mansion. In front of them, a bonfire blazed and Bell, seated in a chair, addressed the group. Regarding the specific protocol for this operation, let me reiterate. Zhang Shi is a perilous individual. Upon encountering him, eliminate him without hesitation. The particulars of his profile have been disseminated to your private channels. If there are no queries, depart forthwith. A one-eyed man, at the head of the group, stepped forward and saluted Bell. Mission completion guaranteed. Subsequently, Bell activated a mechanical device, and a radiant white light erupted beneath the feet of the individuals, engulfing them completely. Moments later, the luminescence dissipated, leaving a dozen people vanished, seemingly transported away. Amidst the shadows, an ominous figure with crimson hair emerged. Young master with such individuals, this endeavor is unlikely to succeed, he remarked. Bell nonchalantly raised his hand in response. These mercenaries are merely scouts. It would be ideal if they could eliminate Zhang Shi. But if not, gathering some useful intelligence will suffice. The red-haired elder inquired further. Yet, what of the equipment allocated to them? Bell shook his head dismissively. It matters not. Consider it a prize for their lives. Ultimately, it remains a profitable venture for me. To the rear of Zhang Shi's sanctuary, across a small river, lies an unexplored expanse, leaving him unaware of the dense forest that awaits on the opposite bank. At present, a group of robust men, bearing numerous injuries, appeared at the riverbank. Led by the one-eyed captain. Report, Lieutenant, he stated, 1 casualty, 2 severely injured, 1 straggler. Currently, 11 remain combat-capable. A subordinate, donning a beret, lowered his voice to relay the information. The one-eyed captain's expression soured as he clenched his teeth. Even this short distance incurs mishaps. They are utterly useless. Ignore them. Those still able to move, pay attention. Each of you shall consume the night vision herb and heat-resisting potion. Then use mugwort powder and perfume to mask your scents. Move quietly. We shall cross the river stealthily. In the ranks, a redneck muttered softly, stuffed and idle. As if we are here to chase women. Why spray perfume? The one-eyed dragon, possessing keen hearing, strode directly to the man and delivered a resounding slap, followed by a low reprimand. If you refuse to obey orders, then get the hell out of here. If your foolishness jeopardizes this operation, I swear I shall flay your skin. The redneck, clutching his swollen cheek, dared not utter a word, as it seemed the one-eyed dragon still commanded a measure of respect among them. At that moment, the adjutant stepped forward to mediate, stating, according to reliable intelligence, Zhang Shi has acquired a hunting dog of uncertain pedigree. However, in the 2 battle scenes we have obtained regarding Zhang Shi, that dog played a pivotal role, thus necessitating our preparations. With that, no further dissenting voices emerged. With a commanding wave of his hand, the one-eyed dragon summoned a brawny man, whose muscular physique was evident. In his grip, he held a spear, the rear end of which was tethered with a sturdy rope, suggesting it bore considerable weight. The robust figure inhaled deeply, gathering his strength before launching the spear forcefully towards the opposite shore of the river. Moments later, the spear plunged entirely into the ground on the far bank, leaving only a short length of the rope visible. The one-eyed dragon tugged on the rope, nodding in approval, and then retrieved a wooden raft from his backpack, placing it into the water to signal the mercenaries to cross. Chapter 81. Escalation of conflict. The night was dense, with only a solitary star twinkling faintly in the sky. The group of 11 mercenaries successfully crossed the river, guided by the tether. The lieutenant stealthily crouched behind a large boulder, producing a pair of binoculars to survey the direction of the shelter. The shelter was encircled by tall walls, yet the lights within illuminated the surrounding area, making it conspicuously visible against the darkness. The lieutenant signaled to the others behind him, while the one-eyed dragon donned a cross around his neck, decisively pointing towards the wall ahead. Subsequently, For mercenaries sprinted to the base of the wall, retrieving Molotov cocktails from their backpacks, igniting them, and tossing them into the enclosure. The dark mist guard stationed in the watchtower detected the commotion outside the walls and transformed into a swirling mass of shadows, hurtling towards the mercenaries. Old Bai remained steadfast, reporting the situation to Zhang Shi. The flames behind the villa startled Zhang Shi, but fortunately, the assailants were attacking from the rear. The Molotov cocktails were entirely thwarted by the villa's walls, sparing the livestock and farmland from harm. Enraged, Zhang Shi seized his compound bow, disregarding his wounds, and ascended to the watchtower at the back. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng was busy extinguishing fires alongside Xiao Mei. The arid weather posed a risk of the flames spreading, and should the villa succumb to the inferno, they would have no choice but to huddle with their animal companions in the poultry pen. As Zhang Shi climbed the watchtower, he observed chaos at the foot of the walls, with several Molotov cocktails igniting upon impact. The scene outside was vividly illuminated by the flames. Although the mercenaries had received prior intelligence about the presence of the Black Mist Guards and had made some preparations, they had nonetheless underestimated the strength of the Black Mist Guards under the cover of night. They were caught off guard at the onset, suffering the loss of one member. However, these mercenaries were far from ordinary. After the initial disarray, they quickly regrouped and began to mount a concerted resistance against the Black Mist Guards, resulting in a fierce standoff. Without hesitation, Zhang Shi recognized the origin of this group and promptly drew his compound bow, unleashing a rain of arrows upon the mercenaries. The one-eyed leader spotted Zhang Shi atop the watchtower and immediately shouted a warning to his comrades. The mercenaries discerned a deluge of arrows descending upon them. Seemingly prepared for such an eventuality, they did not attempt to evade the projectiles, but instead, each procured a standard-issue shield from their rucksacks, holding it aloft as a defense. The arrow shower, now dispersed, possessed considerably diminished destructive force compared to conventional arrows. Zhang Shi's initial assault proved futile, failing to inflict any harm upon the group. His ire intensified under the oppressive heat. In their preoccupation with the arrow barrage, the mercenaries neglected the advance of the Black Mist Guardians, allowing the spectral sentinels to exploit this lapse in attention. With great cleavers formed of condensed mist, the Guardians struck with precision, decapitating the nearest mercenary, leaving behind a lifeless, headless corpse. Redneck, standing adjacent to the fallen body, found his face splattered with blood. Overwhelmed by a mixture of fear and fury, he tore the crucifix from his neck and cast it to the ground, retreating while uttering imprecations. This intelligence is utter fabrication. This accoutrement is entirely inefficacious. Emboldened by their initial success and sensing the enemy's trepidation, the Black Mist Guardians intensified the black aura surrounding them, crushing the discarded crucifix underfoot. They brandished their great cleavers and pursued the fleeing mercenaries. The Black Mist Guardians are indeed malevolent entities, vulnerable to objects imbued with divine properties. Earlier in the day, the bald man's crucifixes had proven somewhat effective. As night descended, the Black Mist Guardians found themselves on their home ground, rendering ordinary crucifixes inconsequential as they charged forward with impunity. Recognizing the shift in power, the Cyclops rallied his forces, intending to employ a strategy of attrition against the encroaching Black Mist Guardians. Meanwhile, Zhang Shi seized the opportune moment, launching an arrow imbued with formidable force towards the red-necked adversary. Despite his trepidation, the red-necked man possessed a keen intellect, vigilantly monitoring Zhang Shi's movements. As Zhang Shi drew his bow, he promptly erected a shield, retreating towards the riverbank. With a resounding thud, the arrow pierced the shield. Its momentum checked as it became lodged within the barrier. Though the projectile had successfully breached the defense, its substandard quality prevented complete penetration. The red-necked man's eyes dilated in disbelief as he beheld the arrow's tip, a mere centimeter from his eye. A wave of trepidation washed over him, momentarily paralyzing his limbs. The adjutant, wielding a cutlass, deflected the Black Mist Guardian's assault, rescuing the red-necked man from his reverie. "What in the world are you doing, spacing out like that? Have you no regard for your life?" he exclaimed. With a furious bellow, Cyclops roused the redneck from his stupor. The redneck snapped an arrow in two, planted his shield firmly in the earth, and retrieved a musket from his pack, taking aim at the black mist guard. Zhang Shi, possessing keen eyesight, immediately recognized the musket as a high-grade piece of equipment. Just as he was about to loose an arrow in support, the redneck preemptively pulled the trigger. Upon seeing the redneck produce the musket, the other mercenaries scattered in disarray, leaving even the black mist guard bewildered. A thunderous report echoed as a serpentine tongue of fire erupted from the musket's muzzle, engulfing everything within its fan-shaped reach. Pellets, mingled with gunpowder, hammered into the black mist guard, sending it reeling. The projectiles, akin to dragon's breath rounds, ignited the black mist guard with gouts of flame. In an instant, the mist enshrouding the guard thinned noticeably, and it emitted a series of mournful cries. Sensing the tide turning against him, Zhang Shi, with a mental command, recalled the black mist guard into his scroll to recover. He then invoked Triple Strike, launching an arrow towards the redneck's throat. Evade! Cyclops roared, conjuring a verdant orb of energy in his hand, which he hurled towards the speeding arrow. The green energy sphere, possessing considerable force, struck Zhang Shi's arrow, diverting it from its intended course. The redneck, having already discarded his shield, executed a swift dive to the side, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. A look of grim resolve settled upon Zhang Shi's face. The Cyclopean assailant's utilization of a skill indicates that survivors possessing both skills and graded equipment at this juncture are far from ordinary. It appears the Eagle Syndicate has invested heavily in their pursuit of me. A palpable homicidal intent filled Zhang Shi as he redirected his focus toward the remaining mercenaries. Disperse! The Cyclops bellowed, attempting to warn his comrades. His skill was still in cooldown, and the red-necked mercenary was preoccupied with reloading his musket, leaving the mercenaries temporarily unable to counter Zhang Shi's assault. Ack! A scream pierced the air, followed swiftly by a second and a third. In mere moments, Zhang Shi had dispatched 3 mercenaries with his marksmanship. The Cyclops, consumed by rage, finally saw his skill cool down and launched an energy orb toward Zhang Shi with all his might. Simultaneously, the red-necked mercenary reloaded his musket and discharged a dragon's breath round at Zhang Shi. Prudence dictated that Zhang Shi take immediate evasive action, dropping prone to the ground. The energy orb and dragon's breath round impacted the sentry tower's railing, creating a large breach in the iron structure, narrowly missing Zhang Shi. Observing the gaping hole in the sentry tower, Zhang Shi experienced a surge of alarm. He realized he could no longer expose himself carelessly to the enemy's line of fire. He was compelled to retreat temporarily, sliding down the tower to prepare for his next offensive maneuver. Chapter 82. Encounter with by who Zhang Shi massaged his calf, feeling a throbbing pain at the site of his injury, which had apparently reopened. Regrettably, he was afforded no respite for healing, as adversaries relentlessly sought him out. Zhao Feng had already extinguished the flames near the villa. The mercenaries utilized Molotov cocktails composed of alcohol, which, while destructive, did not inflict significant damage upon structures. Outside the walls, the mercenary group suffered considerable losses. After careful deliberation, the one-eyed leader issued a retreat order. Zhang Shi, relying on his territorial control module, keenly observed the movements outside. The opposing group demonstrated a measure of strength and possessed means capable of inflicting harm upon him. Given that his leg injury had yet to fully heal, it was unwise to engage further. Thus, Zhang Shi allowed them to withdraw. Unlike their arrival, the one-eyed leaders group appeared to possess teleportation capabilities, executing their retreat with remarkable efficiency, devoid of any hesitation. It seemed they had the coordinates of a nearby refuge. Good Along, upon learning of Zhang Shi's encounter with other survivors, speculated that Zhang Shi's neighbors might have fallen under the control of the Eagle Brigade. These adversaries proved to be quite troublesome. Once we are healed, we must venture deeper into the forest to seize the opportunity to eliminate that refuge and ensure our peace is not further disrupted. Zhao Feng, furious, clenched his fists and vocally condemned the Eagle Brigade's repeated assaults. Zhang Shi placed a reassuring hand on Zhao Feng's shoulder, advising him not to rush. Our foremost task at present is to recuperate and heal our wounds. Our opponents are no ordinary foes. To eradicate the threat posed by the Eagle Brigade, we must proceed with caution. At the break of dawn the following day, Zhang Shi roused Zhao Feng and presented him with the items acquired from the day's sign-in. "Look at this," he said. "With this, we can enjoy a period of relative tranquility." Zhao Feng accepted the card from Zhang Shi, scrutinizing its efficacy. Aegis Shroud, Violet, X1. Upon activation, it conceals the sanctuary, beguiling interlopers with illusions and spatial arrays, thus precluding the discovery of the sanctuary's location. The effect endures for 3 days, with a commensurate cooldown period. Zhao Feng's eyes gleamed with interest. This is quite advantageous. With this, we need no longer fret over the prospect of our sanctuary being raided. Pray tell, from whence did you procure this marvel? Zhang Shi hesitated, uncertain whether to disclose the secret of the sign-in system. Zhao Feng, keenly aware of Zhang Shi's reticence, promptly interjected, "Pray, do not trouble yourself. It matters not. Best we say its effects and ascertain its efficacy." Zhang Shi nodded in assent, and with a mere thought, enveloped the sanctuary within the aegis. Zhao Feng tarried for a time, yet perceived no discernible alteration. He inquired with perplexity, "Art thou certain it has been activated? There are no resplendent visual effects to behold." Zhang Shi offered a rueful smile, ushering Zhao Feng out of the sanctuary's portal. The moment Zhao Feng traversed the threshold, he turned back to find the sanctuary abruptly vanished from sight. He endeavored to retrace his steps, yet encountered naught but a thicket of verdant foliage. Zhao Feng, as if bereft of sight, extended his hands, groping about to confirm the sanctuary's veritable disappearance. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Shi materialized before Zhao Feng, and with a mere thought, designated Zhao Feng as an inhabitant of the sanctuary. The entire shelter suddenly appeared before Zhao Feng, provoking a sense of wonder within him. How remarkable it is that such phenomena, intertwined with illusions and the fabric of space, can be right before my eyes yet remain intangible and elusive. Zhao Feng cautiously touched the iron gate, confirming its solid existence. Zhang Shi retrieved the jeep, confiscated from the bald man, and climbed into the driver's seat, gesturing for Zhao Feng to join him. "Let us proceed to the mine. The heat is unbearable, and I fear the machines may falter." Today marked the second day of an extreme heat wave, with the perceived temperature soaring beyond 40 degrees Celsius. Even resilient survivors like Zhang Shi and Zhao Feng felt the oppressive discomfort, each resorting to a cooling remedy. In contrast, Pai Pai and Hua Bao struggled immensely. Their thick fur rendered them incapable of enduring prolonged exposure to the scorching sun. Zhang Shi decided to leave them in the villa, where they delighted in the refreshing air conditioning. Along the narrow path leading to the mine, the flowers and grass appeared wilted, and the trees' leaves bore a yellowed hue. With temperatures steadily rising, how did the beasts concealed within the forest endure such conditions? Zhao Feng, having procured a hand fan from an unknown source, waved it vigorously. Yet the heat only intensified. The shelter at the mine was merely a few hundred meters away. Zhang Shi's driving was merely an adventurous endeavor. Upon disembarking, they beheld the once tightly packed stone pile now cleared and exchanged a glance, sensing an ominous foreboding. Zhang Shi's immediate reaction was that the Grey Wolf King had returned for vengeance. He swiftly drew his weapon, pressing his ear against the mountain wall to discern any sounds within. The wall, scorched by the blazing sun, felt as if it had been seared by fire. As soon as Zhang Shi's face touched the heated surface, he gasped in surprise from the burn. Overwhelmed by self-reproach, he feared that his actions might alert the creatures inside, prompting him to abandon his hesitation and hasten into the cave. Observing his urgency, Zhao Feng also unsheathed his mighty axe and followed closely behind. Upon entering the cavern, the thunderous roar of mining machines resonated, indicating that 2 machines were still operational and had not been destroyed. A sense of relief washed over Zhang Shi, yet his pace remained unyielding. In no time, they arrived at the cavern's grand hall. As Zhang Shi focused his gaze, he was astonished to find a familiar face, none other than the white tiger he had encountered previously. Currently, a large and a small white tiger reclined upon a smooth stone platform, resting peacefully. Upon Zhang Shi's entrance, the elder tiger, merely glanced up before resuming its repose, whereas the younger one exhibited considerable excitement, evidently recalling Zhang Shi as it trotted forth to nuzzle against his leg. Regrettably, Zhang Shi's leg was still tender from an injury, and the contact elicited a wince of pain. The cub recoiled, apparently sensing its misstep, and circled Zhang Shi before settling at his feet, gazing up at him with limpid eyes. The elder tiger remained oblivious to the unfolding scene, absorbed in its slumber. Zhang Shi, perceiving no hostility, and surmising that they were merely seeking refuge from the summer heat within the cavern, felt reassured. He crouched down to caress the young tiger. Zhao Feng, perplexed by the unfolding events, could only stand and observe, though his vigilance toward the elder tiger remained unwavering. Zhang Shi cautiously retrieved the appraisal skill, seeking to ascertain the elder tiger's attributes. To his surprise, even with the appraisal skill having evolved to the exquisite level, he was still unable to discern the white tiger's specific attributes. Sensing Zhang Shi's gaze, the elder tiger opened its eyes and cast another glance in his direction, its nose twitching slightly. Suddenly, its expression sharpened, and it rose to its feet, advancing towards Zhang Shi. Startled by the tiger's abrupt movement, Zhang Shi froze, hesitant to react. Within his backpack, old Duan stirred, poised to be drawn forth at a moment's notice to address any potential peril. Beside him, Zhao Feng gripped his axe tightly, his steps cautiously drawing nearer to Zhang Shi. Who, indifferent to their actions, circled around Zhang Shi, whose towering form reached chest height, and then, with a sudden gust, exhaled forcefully towards him. Zhang Shi felt as though he were confronted by a tempestuous hurricane, his body teetering on the brink of instability. After a brief moment, Who withdrew, and the sensation of being engulfed by the storm dissipated. Zhang Shi suddenly felt a lightness within him, witnessing a wisp of dark energy extricating itself from his being, drifting towards the distant mountainside, where it transformed into a diminutive, ebony-hued tiger, its form faint and shadowy. In that instant, Zhang Shi gained profound insights, beads of cold sweat forming on his back despite the sweltering heat. The miniature black tiger attempted to flee, but the white tiger, swift as lightning, swiftly obstructed its path. With no unnecessary movements, it struck the black tiger with a single paw, shattering it into wisps of darkness that vanished into the air. Having completed this act, the white tiger yawned and returned to the stone platform, curling up to resume its slumber. Chapter 83. The Ruins. Unexpectedly, the village's black tiger had retained a hidden power. Zhang Shi recalled that the black tiger had once mentioned sensing the aura of the white tiger upon him. Thus, he respectfully bowed to the great tiger before carefully stowing away the mining apparatus and the gathered ore, hastily departing from the mine. Just before his exit, the little tiger chased him to the cave's entrance, seemingly reluctant to bid him farewell. Once Zhao Feng entered the vehicle, he finally felt a sense of relief. After exhaling deeply, he curiously inquired, "Sure, do you know that great tiger?" Zhang Shi non-committally nodded, acknowledging that he had encountered it once before. What troubled Zhang Shi even more was the matter concerning the black tiger. Unbeknownst to him, his body had been subtly marked by the other. Had he not fortuitously encountered the white tiger today, that ominous presence might have lingered for some time longer. Sure, there's something amiss. Zhao Feng's call disrupted Zhang Shi's thoughts. Following the direction of his finger, he noticed something glimmering by the riverbank, glaringly bright under the sun. Driven by curiosity, Zhang Shi swiftly maneuvered the jeep closer to the source of the light, only to discover that it emanated from the riverbed. Exchanging a glance with Zhao Feng, they both exited the vehicle and approached the riverbank to investigate. Zhang Shi gazed into the water, spotting a whirlpool in the river's center, precisely where the brilliant light originated. Countless fish and shrimp were caught in the whirlpool's pull, causing the water level of the small river to visibly drop. Zhang Shi felt a surge of anger at this sight. In the midst of a sweltering drought, water resources were already scarce, and this inexplicable phenomenon was hastening the depletion of precious water. In approximately 2 minutes, the river's water level plummeted by half, and at last, the bright light and whirlpool vanished, revealing a massive stone. Zhang Shi instantly recognized it as the entrance to the mysterious relic. recalling that he had previously opened this stone himself during their last discovery. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Shi and Zhao Feng removed their shoes, wading through the water until they reached the giant stone. Zhang Shi skillfully located the crevice on the stone side and pried it open with a tool. As the mechanism was triggered, the stone slowly parted, unveiling an inner chamber. On the ground, remnants of Zhang Shi's previous markings were still visible. What is this place? And why are there so many resources here? Zhao Feng curiously picked up a long knife, only to discover that its blade had long succumbed to rust, rendering it dilapidated. I had stumbled upon this hidden chamber by chance, where some supplies lay stored, seemingly abandoned for an extensive period. Upon hearing Zhang Shi's explanation, Zhao Feng narrowed his eyes. We had not yet been in this desolate world for a month. Zhang Shi nodded, understanding Zhao Feng's implication. Indeed, this could very well be a relic left behind by those who came before us. The river flowed serenely, the towering boulders perfectly positioned to prevent the water from flooding into the chamber. Zhang Shi patiently searched the confines of the secret room for a while, yet found little of significance. Just as he was about to concede defeat, Zhao Feng exclaimed in surprise, prompting Zhang Shi to glance in his direction. There's something. Zhao Feng knelt down, brushing away the dust from the ground, revealing a series of remarkably familiar carvings before their eyes. Were these not the very patterns found on Hui Yoming's coffin? Recognizing the glyph, Zhao Feng felt a tinge of unease, reminiscent of his experiences in the Hua family village. Zhang Shi's countenance grew earnest as he retrieved several implements, meticulously clearing the ground. He discovered that the chamber's floor was composed of a single, immense flagstone. At its center lay a keyhole. Prompted by a thought, Zhang Shi produced the key recovered from the Hua family village's ancestral hall. Inserting it into the aperture and gently twisting. Instantly, a subtle tremor reverberated through the ground, and the entire flagstone began to descend rapidly, like an elevator. The two swiftly crouched, bracing themselves against the floor to maintain equilibrium. Shortly after, they were conveyed to an even more expansive space. The surrounding rock walls were adorned with stones emitting a soft luminescence, illuminating the entire chamber. The air within the chamber was remarkably cool, invigorating their bodies and minds. A delicate mist permeated the space, exuding a faint, ethereal fragrance. Initially cautious, Zhang Shi covered his mouth and nose, hesitant to inhale the vapor. However, as the mist enveloped him, he was astonished to find his pores seemingly opening, hungrily absorbing the vapor. The mist felt like a warm current nourishing his body, leaving him mentally acute. Zhang Shi sensed his physical and mental state had never been so tranquil, and he hummed in sheer contentment. At this moment, Zhao Feng appeared utterly entranced, squatting on the ground with his eyes narrowed, savoring the nurturing mist that enveloped him. After a brief interlude, Zhang Shi regained his composure, stretching his limbs and feeling an unexpected lightness in his body. Zhao Feng, equally content, began to punch the air as though an inexhaustible reservoir of energy surged within him. Observing that the two had experienced no adverse effects, but rather reaped certain benefits, Zhang Shi recalled that the Hua family village had, on multiple occasions, hosted a spirit-gathering array. He speculated that the delicate white mist might indeed be the legendary spiritual energy. Exchanging a knowing glance, the two continued their exploration deeper within. Moments later, a gentle beam of light graced their vision. Light ahead, they exclaimed, hastening towards the source. Before them lay a more expansive space. At the pinnacle of the rocky wall, a massive luminescent stone was embedded, from which the light emanated. Below, a structure stood tall, accompanied by an underground river and flourishing vegetation, resembling an artificially evolved sanctuary. The two approached the building cautiously, discovering meticulously planned plots of farmland nearby, though long neglected and overgrown. Utilizing his ability to observe the truth, Zhang Shi discerned that the underground sanctuary contained several plots of farmland, all of superior quality, far exceeding his own modest acre. His eyes gleamed with realization, and he silently resolved to uproot these plots, soil and all, to transport back to the sanctuary before departing. There was surely more to uncover within. Zhao Feng was in high spirits, Such a profitable adventure was precisely the wilderness life he had long yearned for. Upon entering the house, they discovered it to be a grand stone edifice, the scale of which rivaled that of his luxurious villa. What piqued Zhang Shi's interest the most was that the stone structure was constructed from an extraordinary material known as golden essence stone. Zhang Shi shared this discovery with Zhao Feng, eliciting his astonishment. Golden essence stone, blue, a material of superior quality. This unique mineral possesses remarkable properties, being incredibly hard and exhibiting exceptional resistance to high temperatures, capable of absorbing thermal energy. Quickly dismantle this house. Let us use this material to construct a wall. No amount of earth and explosives could possibly breach it. Zhang Shi did not act immediately. Instead, he continued to gaze into the dilapidated interior of the house. The dwelling had been forsaken for countless years, accumulating a thick layer of dust, while portions of the wooden structure had succumbed to decay, permeated by a musty odor. Upon entering the bedroom, Zhang Shi forcefully kicked open the wooden door, revealing items that instantly captivated his attention. Chapter 84. Plundering in the corner of the room. 5 iron storage boxes were neatly arranged. Despite their dusty exteriors, the boxes remained uncorroded and sturdy, suggesting that their contents were likely well preserved. Zhang Shi examined them with care, discovering that these storage boxes bore a resemblance to the system backpack, functioning as spatial artifacts. However, they contained only 5 compartments and had a weight limit. A smile spread across Zhang Shi's face as he realized he had stumbled upon a treasure. With great interest, he began to explore the contents of the boxes. The most abundant items were golden essence stones, with the first box entirely filled with them. It was conservatively estimated that the number of golden essence stones exceeded 5,000 units. Overjoyed, Zhang Shi proceeded to open the other storage boxes, ultimately acquiring a vast array of fundamental resources. Among these, various ordinary quality materials such as timber, wrought iron, food, and even gold coins caught his eye. However, he dismissed them without a second glance, focusing instead on the items of higher quality. The most remarkable among them was a formation plate and a set of armor, seemingly the prized possessions of the original owner of this refuge, exhibiting exceptional attributes. Gathering Spirit Formation Plate, Purple, X1, an artifact capable of gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Its effectiveness is enhanced when used in conjunction with certain formations. Gold Essence Heavy Armor, Purple, X1, crafted from gold essence. This heavy armor boasts exceptional defensive capabilities. Upon wearing it, one's strength increases by 5, high temperature resistance by 5, and melee attack damage rises by 20. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Shi handed the armor to Zhao Feng, as his current combat style primarily relied on archery, rendering the melee attributes of the armor superfluous. Upon receiving the armor, Zhao Feng donned it immediately, replacing his former gear without hesitation. Before Zhang Shi stood a towering figure clad entirely in iron armor, a golden giant. The gold essence heavy armor radiated a luminous glow, shimmering brilliantly, and coupled with Zhao Feng's considerable height, he appeared as an imposing golden-armored colossus. Zhao Feng wore a satisfied smile as he moved his body, discovering that the heavy armor did not feel burdensome. His joints remained agile and unencumbered. Moreover, it felt as though an air conditioning unit had been fitted to his body, providing a refreshing coolness that was far from stifling. Ignoring Zhao Feng's exuberant movements in the room, Zhang Shi redirected his attention to the other items. Among the various objects, numerous items of different qualities were present, yet only a few were of use to Zhang Shi at the moment. Notably, he found a significant quantity of green quality sanctuary relocation cards and resource generation cards, with 5 of each type, indicating that such items were not particularly rare to the original owner. Additionally, to Zhang Shi's astonishment, he discovered young rice seedlings of a commendable grade. Gold rice seedlings, green, X3, a refined grade rice, resilient to both cold and heat, capable of thriving once planted, capable of adapting to various extreme weather conditions. This crop boasts a short growth cycle and high yield. After consuming a certain quantity, it can permanently enhance physical attributes. Since Zhang Shi traversed to this realm, he has not ingested a single grain of rice. The unattainable always stirs restlessly within him. Gazing at the golden rice seedlings before him, he could not help but swallow hard. Zhao Feng approached, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Ha! The exquisite dumplings you made from that attribute-enhancing flour increased all my attributes slightly. This rice, which enhances a single attribute, may significantly bolster my physicality." Zhang Shi returned the items he had obtained to his storage box, then gestured grandly to stow 5 chests into his backpack. This harvest was exceptionally bountiful, nearly gathering enough materials to upgrade the shelter to level 5. Due to the matters concerning the Eagle Alliance, Zhang Shi realized that the defenses of his shelter still had vulnerabilities, intensifying his anticipation for the completion of the fortress. "Don't just stand there. Let us seize the treasures in this ruin to the fullest." With that, Zhang Shi drew out his old dagger and struck the wall, the blade embedding itself deeply. With a powerful stroke, he sliced out a neatly cut piece of gold essence stone. Testing it, he found that the extracted stone could indeed fit into his backpack, and he promptly urged Zhao Feng to take action. After a long day of labor, the two men moved all usable furniture and decorations from the room. Zhang Shi kept his word, dismantling the shelter thoroughly and collecting all the gold essence stones intended for construction. The farmland outside was not spared either. Zhao Feng diligently scooped high-quality soil into a wooden barrel, even transporting a significant amount of water from the subterranean river. The flow of this underground river was substantial, effectively resolving their water source dilemma. Zhang Shi nodded in agreement, casting his gaze upward toward the luminous giant stone overhead, sighing softly. It was evident that this stone was no ordinary object. Regrettably, they were unable to conduct aerial operations, else they would have certainly devised a means to bring it down. Content with their endeavors, Zhang Shi and Zhao Feng returned to the shelter, presenting a portion of their findings to Old Bai for processing and storage. As for the spirit-gathering array disc, having experienced the benefits of spiritual energy, Zhang Shi placed it in his bedroom. He could sense a faint aura of spiritual energy enveloping the entire shelter, indicating that the array was indeed functioning. Pippi and the leopard exhibited heightened sensitivity to the changes within the shelter, pacing around the array before finally lying down in Zhang Shi's bedroom, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy and reluctant to depart. Zhang Shi then called upon Zhao Feng, and the two began to cultivate farmland while the daylight still lingered. After a flurry of activity, Zhang Shi replaced the black soil retrieved from the ruins, resulting in a sudden increase of over a dozen plots of high-quality farmland. Ultimately, he planted all 3 seedlings of golden rice in the fields, diligently watering and fertilizing them, eagerly wishing to hasten their maturity for a delectable harvest of fragrant rice. In the evening, Xiao Mei presented 2 exquisite dishes, with the main course being steamed buns filled with wild boar meat. Zhang Shi took a bite and found the culinary skills of the robot to be undeniably impressive. Every step of the cooking process was executed to perfection, and the flavors surpassed his own culinary abilities by a significant margin. Zhao Feng, having swallowed a meat bun in one bite, mumbled in curiosity, "By the way, Shi too, I've always wondered, is there a connection between these ruins and Hua family village? With all the carvings and keys, I can't help but feel a bit anxious." Zhang Shi shared this concern. The key obtained from the instance conveniently opened a hidden door near the ruins of the shelter. A coincidence that seemed almost too orchestrated to be mere chance.